Introduction. I believed I had met my demise on the path to divorce. However, a man rescued me, transforming my existence entirely. I once thought he was my salvation, but unexpectedly, with a mere turn, he propelled me into another abyss. Chapter 1. Am I dead? In a fleeting moment before colliding with a massive truck, I was engrossed in my phone. Jian Yang was calling, undoubtedly preparing to interrogate me about my tardiness. In his eyes, I perpetually arrived late for school dates, late for work, and nearly late for my wedding. Now, even for the divorce proceedings, I was running behind schedule. With a sigh, I was about to answer the call, intending to inform him that I was hurrying to the Civil Affairs Bureau, driving as if I were catching a flight. But in the next instant, the entire vehicle jolted violently, and after a tumultuous spin, darkness enveloped me, leaving me in ignorance. When I regained consciousness, my car lay overturned, and I was trapped beneath it, my body aching as if it had been mercilessly battered. So much blood. Is the person still alive? Where's the ambulance? Perhaps it was the impending shadow of death that rendered the surrounding murmurs increasingly vivid, each word resonating within my mind, echoing incessantly. With such blood loss, it seems unlikely they will survive. She looks quite young, what a pity. Young people drive too fast otherwise. They could have avoided this. I never intended to drive recklessly. I was merely rushing to finalize my divorce. In such dire circumstances, I still managed to jest, and I commend myself for that. After all, these past few years have been unbearably arduous, and if I do not find joy in my own company, what choice do I have? Yet, it seems this divorce is no longer feasible. I wonder if Jian Yang will be angry. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. My phone vibrated once more. Who claims that fruit phones lack quality? Even after a car accident, it continues to hum. Gu Ching Ching, do you realize what time it is? We agreed to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 1:30. It is now 2 o'clock. You're already 30 minutes late. How much longer do you intend to delay? Or do you plan to continue dragging this out? I could no longer postpone. I had already delayed for 3 years. 3 years ago, my brother compelled me to marry you, and now I'm truly ready to let you go. Gu Ching Ching, why are you silent? Jian Yang paused, then resumed his usual tone. Gu Ching Ching, where are you? Perhaps he was unaccustomed to my uncharacteristic demeanor, as he pressed on with another question. But I lacked the strength to convey to him that I had met with an accident, that I was in pain, and that he needed to come find me. My eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and I was so weary I longed for sleep. Gu Ching Ching? Gu Ching Ching, speak to me. Jian Yang's voice grew increasingly distant. I love you. Gu Ching Ching, what did you say? I didn't catch that, please repeat. Jian Yang, I love you. I love. Bang. Suddenly, my body at a sudden jolt brought my scattered consciousness back into focus, and I heard a group of people nearby celebrating something. Wonderful, wonderful. We've saved her. She's been revived. Hurry, go tell Mr. Pei. I felt myself being pushed out from somewhere. The lights around me flickered hazily, swirling in a disoriented dance before my eyes. I struggled to open my eyes, but they remained firmly shut. Am I still alive? In my daze, I caught sight of a figure approaching. No, you are dead. The man's voice was deep, his hand cool against my eyes. Is that so? Have I truly perished? Chapter 2. I am still alive. Step aside. Step aside. The patient needs urgent care. No, that's not me. I am alive. Bound to the hospital bed, I watched in horror as my bloodied self was wheeled into the emergency room, screaming frantically, the bed trembling beneath me. Who are you? Who are you really? Why are you doing this to me? I shouted at the man across from me, my voice nearly hoarse with desperation. He merely regarded me with a cold expression, a slight frown creasing his brow, seemingly displeased with my outburst. Keep her quiet. His indifferent gaze remained fixed on me, though his words were directed to the subordinates standing beside him. Soon, doctors and nurses rushed in, restraining my frantic movements and administering an injection. Just watch. As the medication gradually calmed me, the man shifted his posture, reclining against the sofa, leisurely observing the screen as if anticipating a grand performance. The first to arrive at the hospital was in Jiang, naturally, for he had made the last call on my phone. He sat silently in the chair outside the emergency room, his hands clenched tightly. At last, the doctors wheeled me out of the emergency room, covered with a white sheet, utterly motionless. Gu. And Jiang stood from his chair, reaching out to lift the sheet from my face, but his voice faltered the moment he spoke my name. I watched as he furrowed his brow, struggling to suppress a smile. A chill enveloped me, as if I had plunged into an icy abyss, causing my entire body to tremble. I had believed that he simply did not love me, but I never imagined he could harbor hatred towards me. Ching ching, ching ching. My brother's voice echoed from the far end of the hospital corridor. I had not seen him in such a flustered state for a long time. In my memories, the only time he called my name like that was during childhood when I played hide and seek, and he could never find me. By the time I emerged, he was nearly in tears, enveloping me in a tight embrace, struggling to hold back his sobs as he gasped, "Thank goodness. I thought I'd lost you." Back then, I thought Jiang was just a crybaby. How could I possibly be lost? But now, I truly have vanished. Ching ching. And Jiang collapsed against me, tears streaming down his face as they had in our youth. The excessively vain Gu Qian, who would check himself in the mirror thrice before stepping out, the one who often styled his hair into a slick back and asked me if he looked handsome, now resembled a child, tears and snot streaming down his face, his hair in disarray, hanging over his forehead. Under normal circumstances, I would undoubtedly mock Gu Qian without mercy, but at this moment, all I wished to do was weep. Yi Anyang. From a screen, Gu Qian suddenly seized Ji Anyang by the collar, delivering a swift punch to his face. Ji Anyang, caught off balance, fell to the ground. "Are you so eager to divorce? Can you not wait, even a moment?" Gu Qian shouted at him, raising his fist again as if to strike. Ji Anyang did not flinch, his head bowed, his hands clenched tightly. "I'm sorry," Ji Anyang murmured, his voice barely audible. "Does saying sorry make any difference? Will saying sorry bring my sister back to life?" Gu Qian was pulled away by the medical personnel who had rushed in to intervene, yet his limbs continued to flail in Ji Anyang's direction. I can no longer hold back my tears. Brother, I'm still alive. I'm still here." I struggled to sit up, but suddenly, the screen before me went dark. I screamed in despair. What happened to my face? What is wrong with my face? The pitch-black screen reflected my visage, wrapped in layer upon layer of white gauze.
Chapter 3. He wants to kill me, Miss Du. Please remain calm. You still have injuries on your face. The concerned nurse approached, only to be dismissed by the man with a wave of his hand. Let her cry. Perhaps it will better ruin that face. He shifted in his seat, coldly gazing at me, his eyes brimming with mockery. Gu Qingqing, do you see clearly now? This is the man you love with all your being. Not only does he not love you, but he also wishes to end your life. Kill me? My mind reeled from his words, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. You can still believe that accident was merely a coincidence. He extracted a cigarette but merely toyed with it between his fingers without lighting it. I lowered my head, my thoughts a chaotic void, my voice trembling uncontrollably. I don't know. No. You know. You just refuse to confront the truth. He abruptly stood up from the couch and strode toward me. You are in denial. His face loomed closer, his dark eyes piercing into mine. You simply cannot accept that the man you've adored wishes to kill you. No. That can't be true. And Yang would never do such a thing. Cornered by his relentless accusations, I screamed defiantly. Ha! He did not press further but straightened and took a step back. Gu Qingqing, could you please stop being so naughty? A smile graced his lips, yet his eyes were frigid. Do you have any idea how your innocence has harmed so many? I was momentarily taken aback by his words. Just as I was regaining my composure, a stack of photographs was suddenly thrust before me. No, this cannot be real. I clutched the photos, my hands shaking violently. The images displayed two individuals I knew all too well, my husband and my best friend. They embraced, kissed, and even. No, this cannot be. I crumpled the photos in my grasp, tears brimming in my eyes as I glared at him. If you doubt me, I have video evidence that I believe you will find even more compelling. He sneered, making a motion to turn on the television. No, I won't watch. I refuse. I screamed at him, my voice piercing and frantic. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why? He chuckled softly, leaning closer to me, casually lifting my chin. Of course, it is to enlighten the novice Miss Du about the malevolence that resides in the hearts of men. As he spoke, his narrow eyes never left mine. And though his lips curled into a smile, his gaze was chillingly devoid of warmth. The malevolence of the human heart. I wanted to laugh, to mock my own foolishness and innocence. Yet, as I opened my mouth, tears streamed down my cheeks. Why is this happening? Why? I loved him so deeply, even whispering my love for him in the final moments before my unconsciousness. Yet why is he treating me this way? The man gazed at me in a state of hysteria. Yet he uttered not a single word. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he returned to the sofa across from me, his eyes fixed upon mine with an enigmatic depth. I wished to go back, having wept sufficiently. I regained my composure and lifted my gaze to meet the man's eyes. Return. He scoffed lightly, lowering his gaze to his hands. Miss Gu, do not forget. You are deceased now. How can one who is dead possibly return? A smirk played upon his lips, his eyes a blend of pity and mockery. No. I am not dead. I am alive. I am alive. My fervor propelled me toward him, yet I was abruptly restrained by those beside me. Release me. I am alive. I must go back. Let me return. The man regarded me with a sigh, shaking his head in resignation before turning and exiting, leaving my desperate cries echoing in the silence behind him. Chapter 4. The unexpected will. In the week that followed, I was forcibly confined in the hospital for treatment, with only the secretary sent by that man visiting me daily. Gradually, I felt as though I had truly perished, isolated from the world, with no one aware of my continued existence. How is the treatment progressing? The secretary, as if following a routine, would inquire of the doctor upon entering my room each day. The external injuries had largely healed, yet my face the doctor hesitated, casting a glance my way before speaking hesitantly to the man before him. The facial injuries should be treated promptly as well. Mr. Pei had his own intentions. Before the doctor could finish his sentence, the secretary coldly interrupted. Yes, yes. The doctor sighed, looking at me, and left without uttering another word. Miss Gu. After the doctor exited, the man named Chongqi pulled a chair beside my bed. I lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling, offering him no response. For several days after that man's departure, I had cried out desperately, yearning to escape this place, yet all I received in return was repeated suppression. They bound me to the bed and injected me with sedatives. The frigid liquid coursed through the syringe into my veins, rendering me weak and powerless. Gradually, I ceased my struggles, resigned to the reality that I could not leave. The person known as Gu Qingqing in this world was no more. Miss Gu. Perhaps sensing my silence, Chongqi called out again. This time, I snapped back to reality and slowly turned my head toward him. The man before me appeared refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and holding a document in his hands. Upon noticing my attention, he began to speak. Your body was retrieved by the Gu family 5 days ago. Chongqi opened the folder, lowering his head as if to read something. Is that why you've come? I turned my gaze back to the ceiling, my voice airy and detached. After all, I was already dead, no longer existing in this world. Whether that corpse was mine held little significance for me. Qingqi paused, refraining from responding, and continued. The investigation into the car accident has concluded. The police have deemed it a traffic accident. Upon hearing this news, I felt no surprise. If Ji Anyang truly intended to kill me, he would undoubtedly have erased all evidence. He had always been meticulous, a trait I had admired during my affection for him. Yet now, I realized how terrifying that same quality could become when he morphed into a person who loathed me to my core. Is that so? I managed a faint smile. However, your brother, Gu Qian, seems unable to accept this outcome. He has been searching for someone to reopen the investigation. Brother, indeed, I murmured, attempting to speak, but my voice caught in my throat. Truly, he was the only one in this world who cared for me the most. By the way, there is one more thing. Chongqi flipped through the documents, extracting a single sheet and presenting it to me. Ji Anyang had sought legal counsel to unveil your will, inheriting all of your assets as well as your complete shares in the Rongshan Group. He is now. What? What did you say? I abruptly broke free from the bed, lunging towards the man before me, my hands gripping his collar tightly, my voice piercing. A will? What will? I have never drafted a will. Miss Gu, please remain calm. Chengqi seemed to anticipate my reaction, nonchalantly pushing my hands away. He shook the document he held, stating, Your will is here. You may examine it for yourself. In a frenzy, I snatched the so-called copy of the will from Chongqi's grasp, the paper tearing as I yanked it, leaving a portion clutched in his hand. All assets are to be inherited by my partner, Ji Anyang. I hastily scanned the document, my eyes landing on those few words. Impossible, it cannot be true. A chill crept into my heart as my gaze swiftly darted down to the bottom of the page, where, to my horror, my name was boldly inscribed Gu Qingqing. Chapter 5. I am your master. No, that is not me. I did not sign this. I exclaimed vehemently, my hands gripping the will tightly, my eyes burning with fury as I shouted at Chongqi. This will has been notarized, and the handwriting has been authenticated. It is indeed your signature, Miss Gu. Chongqi retorted, seemingly anticipating my protest, as he presented the identification results before me. No, it cannot be. I reached for the document, but my hands trembled uncontrollably. Ha! 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 When I finally disowned the stark reality etched in black and white upon the page, laughter bubbled within me, yet tears cascaded down my cheeks unexpectedly. I had been married to Ji Young for 3 years. Acquiring my signature was as easy as pie for him. However, I never anticipated that he would not only take my life but also covet everything that belonged to me. How deeply must he love me to go to such lengths? After inheriting your shares, Ji Young has ascended to become the second largest shareholder of Rongshen Group, and he has even employed your close friend, Miss Lu Yanyan, as his personal assistant. Chongqi continued, mercilessly peeling back the layers of my anguish. Lu Yanyan, personal assistant. This brazen couple had audaciously invaded my company. The thought of them potentially engaging in their sordid affair in the very office where I once toiled filled me with revulsion. What about my brother? I pleaded desperately, grasping at Chongqi's clothing. Though Ji Young had seized my shares, the largest stakeholder of Rongshen remained Gu Qian. Gu Qian had suffered greatly due to your circumstances and appeared to be preparing to leave the country. The management of Rongshen would soon fall into Ji Young's hands. What? I gazed incredulously at the man before me, suddenly leaping up to lunge at Chongqi. No! I will not allow this. I absolutely refuse. I must get out. I cannot let that despicable couple devour everything that is rightfully mine. I demand to see that man. Let me see him. I tugged at Chongqi's collar, my eyes ablaze with fury. Chongqi seemed to have anticipated my demands, calmly pushing my hands away, adjusting his attire, and dialing a number on his phone. Mr. Pei, Miss Gu wishes to meet with you. Understood. Chongqi exchanged a few brief words before hanging up. Miss Gu, Mr. Pei will arrive after his meeting, which should take approximately 2 hours. After saying this, Chongqi nodded at me and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he halted abruptly. Miss Gu, actually. He called my name softly but did not turn back, as if he had something to convey. Yet, ultimately, he said nothing and departed. It was only later that I learned Chongqi had intended to say that Mr. Pei was not a virtuous man either. However, by that time, I had already lost all hope, and even if the devil stood before me, I was willing to sacrifice everything in exchange. In fact, Pei Jinqing did compel me to do just that. Pei Jinqing arrived punctually at the hospital room 2 hours later. A week has passed since I last encountered this man. He donned a finely tailored navy suit, and as he sat down, he casually unfastened a button. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "You wish to see me?" Pei Jinqing lowered his gaze to unfasten the cufflinks of his shirt, revealing a delicate section of his wrist. "Yes, I wish to see you," I replied, propping myself up from the bed. Pei Jinqing glanced at me, his eyes slightly raised at the corners. "Speak, what is it? Please, let me go. I implore you to release me." I reached out to grasp the man's arm, but he deftly evaded my touch. With a thud, I lost my balance and fell heavily from the hospital bed. Yet, disregarding the pain coursing through my body, I crawled desperately to his feet, clutching his pant leg with fervent humility. "Please, I beg you, let me out." In that moment, I cast aside all semblance of pride. All I desired was to escape this place, willing to forsake everything for that freedom. The man looked down at me with a disdainful glance, furrowing his brow as he shook off my grip and moved toward the window. "Why should I let you go?" As he walked away, I hurriedly crawled back to face him. Ji Young has taken everything from me. I cannot accept it. I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. It's mine. It's mine. I clenched my fists, my eyes ablaze with fury as I shouted at him, yet he merely responded with a cold, dismissive laugh. "Ha! What does that have to do with me?" His words struck me like a bucket of icy water, leaving me chilled to the bone. A surge of intense anger and resentment welled up within me. "Then why did you save me? Wouldn't it have been better to let me die in that accident? Why must you torment me so?" "I don't know." He stroked his chin, his gaze devoid of any emotion. "Perhaps I merely fancied taking in a pet." With that, he turned to leave the room. "Don't go. Please, don't leave." I lunged to grasp his pant leg, my earlier bravado evaporating into thin air. What right did I have to raise my voice or demand anything from him? I was wrong. "Please don't go. I will do anything if you let me out. I will agree to anything." Upon hearing my desperate plea, the man halted, crouching down to grip my chin, his cold eyes fixed intently on mine. "Really willing to do anything?" "Indeed, I am willing to do anything." His grip on my chin was painfully firm, compelling me to meet his gaze. "Very well. He replied with a chilling smirk. Then let us start with some plastic surgery. Seeing my stunned expression, he gently patted my face. Remember, the person known as Gu Qingqing is dead. From now on, you shall live in this world with a completely new identity and appearance. And I shall be your sole master. As I uttered these words, I discerned a glimmer of icy animosity in the man's gaze. Yet, I remained oblivious to the origins of this hostility. Chapter 6. Attending my own funeral since the day I learned about the plastic surgery from the man. An unsettling apprehension began to envelop me. Although there were no mirrors in the hospital room, I gathered from the fragmented words of the doctors and nurses that my visage had been disfigured in the accident. Yet, Pei Jinqing had remained silent on the matter. And the doctors seemed hesitant to proceed with any reconstructive treatment. The bandages on my face had yet to be removed, and as the wounds healed, my entire face itched intensely. I dared not scratch, and thus spent countless sleepless nights tossing and turning in bed. During those restless hours, I would conjure images of that woman, the one abandoned by my father and scarred in the fire. Whispers from the servants claimed that she was my mother, though I had only seen her once. By then, she had already been confined to a mental institution. And I still vividly recall her bony hands reaching through the iron bars, her voice piercing as she called my name, Qingqing. Qingqing. If becoming disfigured meant resembling that woman, I would rather embrace the prospect of surgery to transform into another person. After all, I did not wish to exist in this world as a monster. However, 2 days later, instead of the anticipated surgery that kept my heart in a state of turmoil, I found myself at my own funeral. That morning, Chongqi opened the door to my hospital room as he usually did, but this time, 2 maids followed closely behind him. You may leave, Chongqi instructed the doctor, who stood beside me, gesturing with a nod. Yes, the doctor quickly complied. You two assist Miss Gu in changing her clothes. Once the doctor exited, Chongqi turned to the maids and signaled them with his eyes. The maids approached with an unsettling reverence. Yet their manner of dressing me was anything but gentle. They nearly forced me back onto the bed, hastily draping clothing over me. Finally placing sunglasses and a hat upon my head, enveloping me entirely. Where are you taking me? I shouted as Chongqi dragged me out of the room and shoved me into the car. Bam! Qingqi remained silent, expressionless as he pushed me into the back seat and closed the door with a stoic demeanor. Where are you taking me? I leaped from my seat, frantically pounding against the car window. Be quiet! Enough noise! A man's displeased voice rang out from behind me. His tone was subdued. Yet in the confined space of the vehicle, it resonated with chilling clarity. I froze, my voice faltering as I turned to see Pei Jinqing sitting beside me with a face devoid of emotion. My trepidation rendered me speechless. For reasons I could not comprehend, the man's aura instilled a profound fear within me. Noticing my compliance, Pei Jinqing then addressed Chongqi, commanding, "Drive." "Yes, Mr. Pei," Chongqi replied. Throughout the journey, I refrained from speaking, sensing that Chongqi seemed to glance at me through the rearview mirror, perhaps intentionally. At first, I thought it was merely my imagination, yet when the car came to a halt in front of the Gu family's ancestral home, the realization struck me. This is... In a moment of sheer elation, I momentarily forgot my predicament and eagerly reached for the car door. You must let me go." "How wonderful!" I exclaimed. I pushed against the door with all my might, only to discover it was locked, refusing to budge. What is happening? Why won't it open? Panic began to creep in. "Who said I would let you go?" came the cold voice of Pei Jinqing, who had remained silent beside me. "That is my home. I am still alive. I want to return." As the sight of the Gu residence loomed ahead, I could not remain still in the car for a moment longer. I am alive. As long as I return, everything can revert to its previous state. Yes, it must be possible. A chilling laugh escaped the man behind me. "Gu Qingqing, how naive you are. You are already dead, and today marks your funeral." "Funeral? My funeral?" Stunned by Pei Jinqing's words, I finally noticed the throng of people at the entrance of the Gu ancestral home, all clad in somber black suits and dresses. A funeral? My funeral? No! I am not dead. Let me out! Let me out! I lunged at Pei Jinqing, gripping his clothing, my eyes ablaze with desperation as I shook him violently. With an irritated frown, the man forcefully shoved me away. My head struck the car window, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. Before I could regain my composure, Pei Jinqing suddenly leaned in, pressing my head against the window and forcing me to face forward. "Gu Qingqing, see clearly. You are dead. No, I am alive. I twisted my neck to scream at him, but at that moment, Gu Qian emerged from the doorway, clutching my photograph. Seeing him, with his head bowed and struggling to contain his grief, rendered me speechless. Brother! Brother! I'm here! I am still alive! I shouted hoarsely. But all I could do was watch as Gu Qian got into the car, holding my picture. As Gu Yuanshen's illegitimate daughter, I had never been welcomed in the Gu family. Everyone looked down on me, except for my half-brother Gu Qian, who was kind to me. Yet now, even the one person who cared for me was leaving. Brother! Brother! I pounded desperately on the window, tears streaming down my face. Look at me. I am right here. I am right here. Enough! Pei Jinqing growled, impatiently yanking my hair back. Ah! I cried out in pain as my head was forcefully tilted backward. If you continue this ruckus, I won't hesitate to let you die once more. Pei Jinqing's voice was low and gravelly, his warm breath brushing against my face. A chill ran down my spine, and I bit down on my hand to stifle my sobs. I had no doubt about this man's capability. He was the one who saved me from the car accident and fabricated evidence of my death. I dared not challenge him. I had nothing left to wager. I heard a man chuckle softly in my ear, signaling the onset of a captivating spectacle. His hand paused momentarily, as if he had spotted something, and he pushed me back toward the car window. It was then that I realized all the attendees of the funeral had already departed, leaving only two individuals behind. Clad in elegant black attire, they stood at the entrance of the Gu family estate, and once the crowd had dispersed, they began to embrace each other without a care in the world. Those two individuals were none other than my nominal husband, Ji Anyang, and my so-called best friend, Lu Yanyan. Chapter 7, I Lived Again Day. They were kissing so passionately at my funeral, as if they could not bear to part for a moment. And what of me? What am I to be? Ah! I screamed in a fit of rage at the sight before me, desperately pounding on the car door. I must escape. I must avenge myself upon those treacherous souls. I must make them pay. Perhaps my commotion was too great, for not far off, Ji Anyang and Lu Yanyan suddenly halted and glanced in my direction. Drive! Pei Jinqing signaled to Chongqi, who immediately started the car. Even as we sped away, I remained entrapped in the shock of the moment. If Pei Jinqing's earlier photographs had opened my wounds, then today's spectacle was but salt sprinkled upon them. Ha! 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 Exhausted from my futile attempts to break free, I collapsed against the seat, laughing maniacally. But as my laughter faded, it transformed into muffled sobs. I had not intended to weep. I did not wish to shed tears for such scum. But why? Why must I endure this? It is agonizing, is it not? I buried my head deep in my knees, and above me, a man's voice resonated, tinged with mockery. You! I glared fiercely at the man beside me, realizing he thrived on my torment. He rescues me only to confine me, to witness the suffering of those around me. This entire charade was merely his cruel game. Pei Jinqing, seemingly indifferent, stroked his chin. If you choose to interpret it that way, so be it. However, he paused deliberately. As long as you agree to my terms, it is not impossible for you to seek vengeance upon those who have caused you such despair. At his words, I hesitated. Indeed, I had neither rejected nor accepted his demands that day. I was utterly oblivious to his intentions. What now? Seeing my continued uncertainty, Pei Jinqing turned my face to force me to meet his gaze. Are you truly willing to relinquish Rongshen to those deceitful wretches who betrayed you? They continue to revel in life after your demise, even sharing tender kisses at your funeral. Do you not think they will be entangled in your bed tonight, exploring every corner of your room? No! Do not say it! Do not say it! I covered my ears, crying out in anguish. Gu Qingqing, the only one who can free you is me. Only I. Pei Jinqing's unwavering gaze bore into me, filled with intensity. I agree. I agree. I shouted, though my voice dwindled into a whisper, eventually becoming a silent whimper. I had succumbed to the devil, and there was no turning back now. Upon returning to the hospital, Pei Jinqing immediately instructed the doctor to prepare for my surgery. As I was wheeled into the operating room, I heard Chongqi murmuring something softly to Pei Jinqing. Mr. Pei, is this really necessary? In truth, that incident was not Miss Gu's fault, it was merely silence. I heard Pei Jinqing's displeased roar, followed by the merciless slam of the surgery door, which severed the remaining words from the outside world. Are you ready? I am prepared. The surgical light hovered above me as I slowly closed my eyes, the anesthetic coursing through my body. I felt the scalpel's incision upon my skin. Each cut akin to a meticulous disassembly and reassembly of my very being. 2 months later, I emerged before the world with an entirely new visage. The former Gu Qingqing has perished, utterly gone. Now, the one who survives is I, Sheng Manqing. Chapter 8. The nightmare begins after my discharge. I made my way to the Nanling cemetery, having heard that I was interred there. I yearned to glimpse the realm that awaited me in death. The gravestones in the cemetery appeared remarkably new. The photograph of Gu Qingqing bore a naive and romantic smile, yet in my eyes, it morphed into a cruel mockery. Perhaps it was my former foolishness that led to this tragic fate, as I blindly trusted those around me. In truth, after my rebirth, I contemplated reaching out to Gu Qian, convinced he was the only person in this world who would genuinely assist me. However, Pei Jinqing seemed to perceive my intentions and candidly warned me that should I divulge this matter to Gu Qian, he would not hesitate to destroy the entire Gu family. That man was nothing short of a devil. Miss Shen. I was jolted from my thoughts as someone called me from behind. Miss Shen, it's time to return. Cheng Qi approached leisurely from behind, his expression remaining notably impassive. What is wrong? My gaze lingered on my gravestone. On the way here, I had anticipated that seeing my own tombstone would evoke anger, pain, and tears. Yet, upon standing here, I discovered that not a single tear could escape my eyes. My heart was unerringly tranquil, a calmness that only fueled thoughts of revenge against those who had brought me to this state. Miss Shen, Mr. Pei has returned. Cheng Qi paused momentarily upon uttering this. He is currently looking for you. Looking for me? The gravity of the situation struck me, and I swiftly followed Cheng Qi as we descended the hill. Since my discharge, Pei Jinqing had arranged for me to adopt a new identity, publicly. I was his personal assistant, while privately, I was his bedfellow or perhaps, a slave. In his presence, I had no semblance of privacy. I was obligated to report my whereabouts and actions. This visit to Nanling Cemetery was a clandestine venture while he was away on business, facilitated by Cheng Qi. Should Pei Jinqing discover my absence, or rather, it was likely he already had, I could only imagine his fury. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. And as soon as I entered the car, I urged Cheng Qi, drive quickly. Understood. Cheng Qi nodded through the rearview mirror, although his expression remained stoic. He wasted no time in accelerating, the car surging forward with a rush. Nevertheless, by the time we returned to the villa, dust had already settled. Anxiety gnawed at me as I hastily exited the vehicle and dashed toward the front entrance. Miss Shen. Secretary Cheng. Throughout the journey, the servants greeted us with trepidation, and I sensed that Pei Jinqing had likely already unleashed his wrath. As I passed through the hall and entered the dining room, I was met with a disheartening sight. Shards of porcelain and remnants of food littered the floor. Several maids crouched down to clean up, while others stood by, cowering in fear, the atmosphere palpably oppressive. Smash! As Pei Jinqing suddenly placed his chopsticks down at the dining table, a palpable tension enveloped the room, causing everyone, including Cheng Qi and myself, to freeze momentarily. Though my acquaintance with Pei Jinqing had been brief, I had come to fully comprehend his volatile temperament and his capricious attitude towards me. For instance, despite his evident animosity, I had witnessed a flicker of surprise and tenderness in his eyes when he beheld my face unbandaged after surgery. Conversely, while he was often rough during intimate moments, he would subsequently embrace me while sleeping, only to erupt in fury and kick me off the bed upon discovering me nestled beside him the following morning. Such a series of behaviors left me utterly bewildered about his true thoughts, compelling me to remain perpetually on guard. Are you back? Pei Jinqing raised his head, casting a dark glance in my direction. Yes, I'm back, I hastily replied. Then come and eat, he commanded, his voice slightly elevated, glancing toward the empty seat beside him. I hesitated momentarily, my heart filled with trepidation at the prospect of approaching the irritable Pei Jinqing, yet I ultimately acquiesced under the weight of his icy gaze. After all, everything I possessed was still under his dominion. I will take my leave first, Cheng Qi nodded at Pei Jinqing from behind me. Pei Jinqing grunted, offering no further words, merely gesturing for Cheng Qi to depart. Once Cheng Qi left, the dining room was left with only the servants and the two of us. I seated myself beside him, staring down at the empty bowl before me, at a loss for words. Eat, he urged impatiently as I remained motionless. I glanced at the table, noticing that nearly all the dishes had been overturned by Pei Jinqing, leaving no room for my chopsticks. If you won't eat, then go upstairs, he stated, his patience evidently exhausted. Rising, he seized my hand and began to pull me toward the stairs. Don't drag me, I can walk myself. I instinctively recoiled, only to be met with the barely concealed ire in his eyes. Go! Pei Jinqing offered no opportunity for resistance. His face set in a cold demeanor as he forcefully dragged me upstairs and thrust me into the room. Bam! Upon entering, I found myself pressed against the door by Pei Jinqing's relentless force. Let go! I struggled, attempting to implore him to release me. But he silenced my words with his mouth. Pei Jinqing's kiss was anything but gentle, resembling a beast ravenously tearing into its prey. No! Stop! I attempted to evade his kiss, reaching out in a futile effort to push away the weight pressing down on me. However, as soon as my hand extended, he captured it, lifting it above my head and pinning it against the door. Let go of me. I realized he was tormenting me in this manner. Though I could have endured it in the past, today, for reasons unknown, my body instinctively resisted. His warm palm glided across my back, and in a moment of desperation, I sank my teeth into his lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding my mouth. Tisk! Pei Jinqing momentarily paused, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. In the next instant, he brazenly lifted my skirt. Pain surged through me. Instinctively, I yearned to escape, yet Pei Jinqing's grip tightened around my waist, forcing me to endure in silence. As he finished, the man rested his head upon my shoulder, softly uttering a name, his labored breath brushing my ear with an unsettling intimacy, devoid of warmth. Ah! I found myself momentarily lost in thought, eager to decipher the name he had called, when suddenly, Pei Jinqing swept me off my feet and forcefully threw me onto the bed. You! I turned, attempting to flee to the other side of the bed. However, Pei Jinqing grasped my ankle firmly, yanking me back, his body pressing down upon mine. Let go of me. I struggled to push him away, desperate to create distance. But Pei Jinqing remained unfazed, methodically unbuttoning his shirt, regarding me with a mix of pity and the amusement one might reserve for prey in its final throes. Against the formidable strength of a grown man, I was utterly powerless. In a daze, I heard him caress my face, seemingly whispering something. Xim, I long for. What was that name? I could not discern it clearly. Then, everything faded to black, and I lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 9, A Reunion with Jianyang. When I awoke the following day, Pei Jinqing was no longer in the room. A maid knocked on the door, attempting to rouse me from my slumber. Upon seeing my disheveled state, she hesitated, her hand partially covering her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise. After a moment, she managed to speak. Miss Shen, it is time to get up for work. I understand. You may leave, I replied, waving her off as I sat up. As Pei Jinqing's special assistant, my presence at the company was obligatory. Moreover, Pei Jinqing was a stern supervisor. Should I arrive late, he would undoubtedly find ways to ensure I remained bedridden the following day. A wry smile crept across my face as I stood up, glancing at the tattered clothing strewn on the floor. It was beyond repair, leaving me with no choice but to proceed to the bathroom unclothed. When I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror, the reason for the maid's shock became glaringly clear. The figure staring back was so emaciated it seemed fragile enough to shatter with a mere touch, its pale skin marked with an array of bruises. How brutal! I gazed at my reflection, an outsider to my own visage, and chuckled lightly, but when my gaze met that unfamiliar face, I was momentarily taken aback. 2 months had passed, yet I remained unaccustomed to this face that was not my own. It seemed as foreign as that of another person. Were it not for my solitude in the bathroom, I might have believed I was mistaken. Hello, Shen Manqing, I said to my reflection, forcing a smile that epitomized a wicked woman. I turned and filled the bathtub with warm water, gradually sinking into its embrace. The warmth enveloped my icy body. Taking a deep breath, I submerged myself entirely beneath the surface. Bubbles rose and vanished, leaving a serene silence. The gradual lack of oxygen left my mind in a haze, as if all strength had been siphoned away, rendering me weightless and disoriented. For a fleeting moment, I even contemplated ending my life in this manner. Yet, thoughts of Jianyang, Lu Yanyan, and their intertwined figures flooded my mind, reminding me of the despair I had endured thus far. I vowed to exact my revenge on them. Coughing, I resurfaced just as the last remnants of oxygen escaped me, curling up in the bathtub, clutching my arm marked by a man's grip. Pei Jinqing, I murmured, burying my head in my knees, silently uttering his name. I had always perceived this man as enigmatic. However, since becoming his assistant, I had gradually unraveled some facets of his background. The Pei family had long been a prominent lineage in the region, though in recent years, their focus had shifted overseas, with family members relocating abroad. Pei Jinqing had unexpectedly returned to the country a year and a half ago to develop the family business. And he had since successfully steered the Pei group to dominate the local real estate market. Originally, I should have been aware of these matters long ago. However, during my time as Gu Qingqing, Gu Qian shielded me with such care that I remained oblivious. Ji Anyang even expressed concern for my well-being, urging me not to work at the company and suggesting that I leave the management to him. At that time, I was genuinely touched by his words and relinquished my position at Rongshan, allowing Ji Anyang to assume the role of project director. In retrospect, I find my past naivety almost laughable. It was evident even then that Ji Anyang harbored intentions of seizing control of Rongshan, while I foolishly fell for his charm. Upon emerging from the bathroom, I donned a standard professional outfit, meticulously concealing the scars upon my body. As I stepped outside, the driver had already brought the car to the entrance, awaiting my arrival. I was uncertain how Pei Jinqing had instructed the staff, yet I sensed an unusual demeanor from the servants. They greeted me with utmost respect, but once I turned my back, they would whisper amongst themselves. I often caught snippets of conversation, remarks like so similar and the like, yet these matters had become irrelevant to me. Assistant Shen, good morning. Upon entering the company, I was greeted by smiling employees who wished me well. Sister Man Qing, Jing Jiameng, Pei Jinqing's former assistant, rushed over to greet me. In truth, Jing Jiameng and I are of the same age, and she had joined the company before I did, so I should technically address her as sister. However, those who accompany Pei Jinqing are anything but ordinary. They are astute individuals. Recognizing that I, an inexperienced newcomer, had suddenly been appointed as the closest assistant to the CEO, they naturally understood that my presence was not a mere coincidence and eagerly sought to befriend me. Yet, I could only speculate whether they whispered about my alleged impropriety behind my back. Has President Pei arrived? I settled into my workspace and powered on my computer, quietly inquiring with Zeng Jiameng. Yes, he's in the office, Zeng Jiameng replied in a hushed tone, gesturing towards the president's office, indicating he was in a meeting. A meeting? So early? I glanced at the time in the lower right corner of my screen. The workday had only just commenced. I don't know. Zeng Jiameng formed exaggerated shapes with her mouth, speaking softly. He arrived early and has been waiting for President Pei. Who is it? I felt a flicker of curiosity. It seems to be Rome. Just as Zeng Jiameng began to divulge, the office door swung open unexpectedly. We quickly rose to our feet. The man who had been conversing with Pei Jinqing turned and approached me after bidding him farewell. As I caught sight of the man's face, I felt a jolt run through me, as if I were teetering on the edge of a precipice in my high heels. Ji Anyang. The man emerging from the office was none other than Ji Anyang. I had never anticipated that our paths would cross again in such a manner. Are you alright? Ji Anyang reached out to steady me as he neared. Startled, I recoiled as if I had touched something repulsive. Bracing myself against the desk and fixing my gaze intently upon him. Upon realizing my exaggerated reaction, I quickly lowered my head, desperately suppressing my emotions, and murmured my thanks. No, it's nothing, thank you. Meanwhile, my hidden hand clenched tightly, my nails digging deep into my flesh, yet I felt no pain at all. For if I did not restrain myself, I feared I might impulsively strike the man before me. Alright, then. Ji Anyang seemed momentarily taken aback by my response, but soon regained his characteristic gentlemanly demeanor. He nodded once more at Pei Jinqing before turning to leave the company. I fixed my gaze intently on the direction in which Ji Anyang departed, my eyes straining until he stepped into the elevator. At which point I averted my gaze only to find Pei Jinqing watching me. His expression was inscrutable, as if seeking to penetrate my very soul. A shiver ran through me, yet I heard Pei Jinqing's calm voice, "Shen Manqing, please come in." His tone was low and measured. Having spoken, he entered the office unceremoniously and shut the door with a resounding thud. Chapter 10, Project Collaboration. I stood frozen in place for a moment until Zeng Jiameng called my name, pulling me back to reality. Manqing Jia, Manqing Jia. Zeng Jiameng waved her fingers in front of my eyes. President Pei is calling for you. Oh, right. I collected my thoughts, acknowledging the situation. I made my way to the door of Pei Jinqing's office, taking a deep breath before gently knocking. President Pei, come in, came the deep voice of the man from within. I opened the door and stepped inside respectfully. Is there something you need from me, President Pei? Pei Jinqing sat with his back to me, the floor-to-ceiling window revealing the city's most prosperous commercial buildings, with a faint view of the headquarters of Rongshan Group. As he heard my entrance, he slowly turned to face me, a cold smirk curling at his lips. How does it feel to see an old flame? Ah! I was taken aback by the unexpected question, clenching my fists in silence. Pei Jinqing did not press for an answer. He simply observed me for a moment before speaking slowly. It seems you still harbor lingering feelings for him. I do not. I retorted loudly, anger surging through me. I would rather kill him now. How could I possibly have any feelings left? Ha! I heard Pei Jinqing's satisfied chuckle, and I realized I had lost my composure. Quickly regaining my calm. Do you know why Ji Angyang sought me out this time? Pei Jinqing interlaced his fingers and leaned slightly forward, gazing at me. I hesitated, perplexed as to why he would share this with me. I don't know. Ji Angyang is now the vice president of Rongshan Group. Yes. I nodded, being somewhat aware of this development. After all, since leaving the hospital, I had been inquiring about personnel changes within Rongshan Group. I had heard that Gu Qian went abroad after handling my funeral, yet he had not entirely relinquished power to Ji Angyang. The general manager of Rongshan Group still belonged to Gu Qian's faction, relegating Ji Angyang to the position of vice president. I imagined Ji Angyang must feel quite disgruntled, especially since he had gone so far as to eliminate me in his quest for advancement. Ji Angyang came to discuss a collaboration with me. Pei Jinqing picked up a pen from the desk, twirling it between his fingers as he continued. Collaboration. It suddenly made sense why Xing Zhema mentioned that Ji Angyang had been waiting for Pei Jinqing at the office since early morning. Yes, collaboration. Pei Jinqing paused, looking up at me with a smile that sent a chill down my spine. There is a piece of barren land in the eastern suburbs. Ji Angyang has received news that there are intentions to develop the area, and he hopes I can collaborate with him to secure the project. He emphasized that this project is very important to him. The last statement seemed deliberately emphasized, awakening my understanding. When I saw Ji Angyang this morning, I felt an unsettling tension, but now, those uncertainties appeared to have been clarified. It is merely a project, and logically, it should not warrant the early arrival of a vice president at another company, unless this project is of paramount importance and he wishes to prevent others from seizing it. Is this project indeed significant? Could he be aiming to leverage it for performance and ascendancy? Considering Ji Angyang's current predicament, I ventured a bold hypothesis. Unfortunately, the man before me neither affirmed nor denied my speculation. He merely squinted slightly, regarding me with a playful scrutiny, choosing not to respond to my inquiry. Should I collaborate with him? He countered with a question. My voice faltered. If Ji Angyang intends to use this project to win hearts and overshadow Rongshan, I would certainly prefer that Pei Jinqing not partner with him. However, without collaboration, I find myself at a loss for how to approach Ji Angyang in the near term. This is indeed a dilemma. I do not know. I defer to President Pei. I lowered my gaze, unable to meet Pei Jinqing's eyes. I refused to believe this man would genuinely offer any advantageous opportunity for my revenge. Is that so? Pei Jinqing sighed deeply, deliberately elongating his tone, and abruptly slammed a stack of documents onto the table before me. The papers bore the bold title, Development Project Proposal for the Eastern Suburb Wasteland. It seems Ji Angyang is quite earnest, having even brought the proposal. Pei Jinqing gestured towards the scattered documents on the table, and upon noticing my gaze fixed upon them, he shot me a sidelong glance. Do you wish to see? To be honest, I was indeed tempted, curious about Ji Angyang's true intentions. Yet, realizing that this man would hardly unveil such commercial secrets to me, I prudently shook my head, declining the offer. Not interested. Pei Jinqing regarded me with a hint of regret. I was going to show it to you, but if you do not wish to see it, then so be it. With that, he began to gather the proposal back. Wait, actually. Upon hearing Pei Jinqing's words, I hastily reached out to stop him. Actually what? But Pei Jinqing had already placed the proposal into his drawer ahead of me. Nothing. A rhetorical question. I withdrew my outstretched hand, feeling as though I had been toyed with once more. I noticed a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. Is there anything else? Pei Jinqing resumed flipping through a nearby document, his voice devoid of inflection. It appeared he wished to dismiss me. Nothing further. Then why are you still standing here? He paused, lifting his gaze and frowning slightly in displeasure. Indeed, President Pei, I shall take my leave then. I inclined my body slightly. managing a smile as I exited the office. Though I felt quite displeased internally, I maintained a facade of composure. Any display of emotion would only serve to delight him further, as he seemed to revel in my torment. Upon returning to my workstation, the mere thought of the proposal tucked away in the drawer just a wall away, brought by Ji Anyang, left me in a state of disquietude. I felt as though a restless kitten were scratching at my mind, yearning to glimpse that document. Consequently, during lunch with Zhong Jiamen, I found myself lost in thought on several occasions. Man Qingjie. Jin Jiamen's face suddenly loomed large before me, startling me. What are you pondering so deeply? Oh, nothing, I stammered, hastily lowering my gaze to my food. You still haven't told me where you went with President Pei, Jin Jiamen inquired, leaning closer and playfully tugging at my hand. Although both of us serve as assistants to Pei Jinqing, due to our delineated responsibilities, he often takes me to more personal engagements, prompting Jin Jiamen to seek information from me during our midday meals. In the past, I would have engaged in a playful exchange with her, weaving whimsical tales to entertain. However, today, my mind was consumed by the proposal in the office, leaving me disinclined for banter. I hastily consumed a few more bites and stood to leave. Man Qingjie, are you leaving already? Aren't you going to finish eating? Jin Jiamen called after me. I tidied my lunchbox, carelessly discarding it into the trash, and waved back at her. I'm full, I'll be off now, I replied, briskly exiting the break room. As I made my way back to the office, I spotted Pei Jinqing stepping into the elevator. Instinctively, I sidestepped, waiting until the elevator doors sealed shut before I dashed back towards my office. Though it was a risky maneuver, my desire to see Ji Anyang's proposal was overwhelming. I hurried to Pei Jinqing's office door, resting my hand on the doorknob while cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Once satisfied, I swiftly opened the door and slipped inside. I recalled it was placed here. Approaching Pei Jinqing's desk, I crouched down to rummage through the drawers. As I pulled open the bottom drawer, I discovered the development project proposal for the east suburb wasteland lying inside. Eagerly, I reached to retrieve it, ready to delve into its contents. What are you doing? A deep voice resonated from the doorway. I froze, lifting my gaze to find Pei Jinqing standing there, his expression stern. Chapter 11, The Consequence of Peeping. I held the proposal, momentarily at a loss as to where to place my hands. I had clearly seen this man descend in the elevator, yet how had he returned so swiftly? Who permitted your entry? Pei Jinqing slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, his expression frosty as he strode toward me. As he approached, my grip on the proposal tightened, my palms growing clammy with anxiety. What should I do? My heart raced uncontrollably, and an outrageous thought struck me, since no amount of explanation would suffice. Perhaps I should hastily peruse the proposal, for I could not escape punishment in any case. With this resolution, I turned my back and opened the proposal, eager to discern Ji Anyang's intentions for collaborating with Pei Jinqing. However, to my astonishment, I found the pages entirely blank. How could this be? I stared at the proposal in disbelief. Have you seen clearly? The man's voice suddenly resonated above me, and before I could react, he snatched the proposal from my grasp. Why is there nothing inside? I spun around to meet Pei Jinqing's mocking gaze, recalling that it had not appeared this way when I had observed it earlier. Did you switch the documents? You are deceiving me. Deceiving you? Pei Jinqing scoffed, pulling a chair closer and lounging back with an air of nonchalance. You are the one who intruded into my office and rifled through my belongings, yet you accuse me of deceit. But you... I faltered, unable to counter his words, yet reluctant to concede. This man had clearly anticipated my attempt to sneak a glance at the proposal, preparing this trick to ensnare me. But how had he arrived so promptly? Puzzled, I scanned the office multiple times, searching for any clue. Pei Jinqing seemed to recognize my quest, tilting his chin toward the doorframe. Only then did I notice a small camera discreetly installed above. How utterly invasive to have a camera in one's own office. I mentally chastised him and attempted to exit, leaving Pei Jinqing behind, to rummage through my belongings without permission and then attempt to leave. You are rather presumptuous, he remarked coldly from behind me, extending his arm to draw me back into his embrace. Haven't you learned your lesson from yesterday? Do you wish for me to teach you the rules once more? One arm encircled my waist while the other gripped my chin firmly, forcing me to meet his gaze. Let me go, I protested, struggling to rise. The position of sitting on his lap was far from comfortable, especially given the glass walls of Pei Jinqing's office, which were designed to reveal the interior to the outside while concealing the opposite. though I knew that others could not see me at that moment. The sight of my colleagues gradually returning filled me with a profound sense of humiliation, as if I were being publicly stripped of my dignity. I advise you to cease your struggles, otherwise, I shall presume you are intentionally provoking me. The man slightly lowered his head, his breath, a tantalizing whisper, brushing against my neck. He audaciously interpreted my resistance as a deliberate attempt to entice him. This man is utterly shameless. My face flushed with embarrassment as I frantically kicked my feet against the ground, yearning to rise. Suddenly, I was forcefully thrust forward, pinned against the desk by Pei Jinqing. What do you intend to do? I exclaimed. Seeing your eagerness, I shall indulge you, he replied, pressing his body against mine from behind, rendering me immobile. This is the office. I only began to panic at that moment, realizing Pei Jinqing seemed intent on pursuing his intentions. There are people outside. I protested. They cannot see you, Pei Jinqing chuckled softly in my ear, abruptly lifting my chin to direct my gaze toward the door, where Song Jiamen happened to be approaching. Or do you wish to be seen by them? No, please don't. I cried out, as Song Jiamen drew nearer. I was acutely aware that she was merely returning to her workstation, yet it felt as though she was advancing toward me step by step. Hush! Pei Jinqing whispered in my ear. Do you want them to hear you? No, MMPH. I instinctively covered my mouth with my hand. Please, I beg you. Then you understand what you must do in the future. The man's tone shifted from playful to menacing. I understand, I will comply, I replied, half covering my mouth while nodding desperately. Remember, do not dare to resist me. Pei Jinqing grasped my face, compelling me to meet his gaze. Remember, do you understand? I continued to nod. Very well. Satisfied, the man patted my cheek, and I felt a sudden lightness as he straightened his posture. Just as I thought the ordeal had concluded, I was startled by the sound of fabric tearing, followed by a chill on my thigh. What? I exclaimed, hastily rising to find my professional skirt torn from my thigh to my waist by Pei Jinqing. You didn't think this matter would end here, did you? He approached, lifting the pitiful remnants of fabric clinging to my waist. Ah! I quickly reached to cover myself, but halted at the warning glint in Pei Jinqing's eyes. A minor punishment is still necessary. He cast a teasing glance before returning to his desk. What am I to do? I stood helplessly beside him, futilely attempting to cover myself with the tattered remains of what could no longer be called a skirt, trapped in a dilemma. I could not possibly live in this state. I longed to seek assistance from the man, yet Pei Jinqing was wholly engrossed in his work, never once lifting his gaze to acknowledge me. With no other option, I sank onto the sofa in Pei Jinqing's office, tugging at the torn hem of my skirt, feeling utterly uncomfortable throughout the afternoon. I remained in a constant state of anxiety, fearful that someone would arrive to report to Pei Jinqing, leaving me with no place to hide. Fortunately, no one disturbed Pei Jinqing's office with a knock until the end of the workday. Chapter 12. The birthday banquet of the Bai family after the workday concluded. Most of the employees had departed, and only then did Pei Jinqing lift his gaze from his desk, as if he had just noticed my presence. With a faint, enigmatic smile, he scrutinized me, asking, "Why are you still here?" My cheeks flushed at his inquiry, which made it seem as though I was desperately clinging to my place. I wished to leave, yet I found myself unable to do so. Noticing my hesitation and the faltering of my words, Pei Jinqing did not press me further. Instead, he meticulously organized the documents on the table before rising to leave. "Hey, Pei!" I called out, eager to stop him. Pei Jinqing paused, turning around to cast a warning glance in my direction. "Mr. Pei," I quickly corrected myself, awkwardly tugging at the hem of my dress as I stood up. You are leaving work now?" Pei Jinqing grunted in acknowledgement. "Is there something you need?" My dress. I can't get out like this," I mumbled, lowering my head, my voice dwindling to mere silence. My mind raced with anxiety, worrying about how I would return if he left me here. Suddenly, with a swift motion, something flew through the air and landed on my head. "Ah!" I exclaimed, hastily pulling the object from my head. To my surprise, it was a man's trench coat. Momentarily stunned, I looked up to find that Pei Jinqing had already opened the office door and was stepping out, his voice echoing back. "Hurry up!" I understand," I replied hurriedly, slipping on the coat and tightening the front to ensure it concealed my attire. Then awkwardly followed him in my high heels. Fortunately, there were few employees remaining, otherwise, the sight of me donning Pei Jinqing's coat and trailing after him would surely become the talk of the office the next day. Upon exiting the company, I spotted Cheng-Chi waiting by the entrance, having parked the car for Pei Jinqing. As soon as Pei Jinqing appeared, Cheng-Chi promptly exited the vehicle and whispered a few words into Pei Jinqing's ear. I trailed behind them, unable to catch their conversation. But I did hear snippets about the Bai family banquet. Understood, Pei Jinqing nodded after listening, then bent to enter the car. Seizing the moment before Cheng-Chi closed the door, I boldly climbed in as well. Inside the car, I felt Pei Jinqing cast a noticeable glance in my direction. Yet he did not order me out. Thus, I settled comfortably into my seat. Upon returning to the villa, Pei Jinqing pulled me from the car and guided me upstairs. Recalling the events of the previous day, I feared I had inadvertently angered him, and I instinctively recoiled. However, his strength overpowered me, and he effortlessly pushed me into the room. "Change your clothes," he commanded. "We are going out tonight." I stumbled into the room, my footing unsteady, when a deep voice emanated from behind me. "Ah!" I braced myself against the wall and turned to see the man half leaning against the doorframe, his eyes appraising me with a languid gaze. Noticing my immobility, he raised an eyebrow in discontent. Yes. I quickly regained my composure, approached the wardrobe, and selected a strapless gown, turning to enter the bathroom to change. "Where are you going?" His voice interrupted my movements. I paused, looking up to see him sauntering towards me, leisurely settling onto the bed, reclining slightly, hands propping him up, his long legs casually extended, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "What?" I stood rooted to the spot, feeling tense under his gaze, my grip on the dress tightening and then releasing in frustration. Ultimately, however, I complied and began to disrobe before him. With a rip, I faced the mirror, reaching behind to pull up the zipper of the dress. Halfway through, I noticed in the reflection that Pei Jinqing had risen from the bed, slowly approaching me step by step. I sensed him pressing against me from behind, one hand guiding mine to fasten the zipper, his elevated body temperature penetrating through the thin fabric. "No!" I attempted to distance myself from his chest, his warmth igniting a fierce heat along my back. Yet before I could act, he encircled my waist with his other arm, yanking me forcefully towards him. "Don't move!" His warm breath grazed my ear, the low timbre laced with a warning. My body stiffened, paralyzed by his command, submitting to his will as he turned me towards him. "You truly resemble." His eyes were inscrutable as he locked onto mine. Before he could finish, he leaned down to kiss me. I reached out to push him away, but this kiss was unexpectedly gentle. As it concluded, he playfully nipped at my lips. I felt a rush of emotions, the final affectionate gesture leaving me momentarily dazed. However, when I lifted my gaze once more, he had masked all prior sentiments, his expression darkening. "I'm leaving." Pei Jinqing uttered this line before striding out of the room. I quickly lifted my skirt to follow, though an unsettling feeling lingered within me, as if the person he had regarded moments ago was not me at all. The car halted before the most opulent hotel in the city. As I accompanied Pei Jinqing into the establishment, I realized he had brought me to attend the birthday celebration of the Bai family. The occasion was rather intriguing. Although the birthday girl was Bai Pingting, the true center of attention was the unexpectedly arrived Bai Linxian. 4 years, Bai Changsong, the chairman of the Bai Feng group, had publicly claimed to have only one daughter, thus the suitors for Bai Pingting had never ceased to pursue her. It is well known that marrying Bai Pingting grants one the opportunity to inherit the Bai Feng group, a prospect that allows one to bypass decades of struggle. Naturally, many aspire to seize such a chance. However, it was unexpected when, merely a month ago, a young man boldly declared to the media his claim of being Bai Changsong's son. The narrative of illegitimate offspring seeking recognition is not uncommon in the industry, as youthful indiscretions are often overlooked. Nevertheless, the Bai family's decision to introduce Bai Linxian to the public at a birthday celebration indicates that his lineage has been substantiated. At least the paternity test confirms that Bai Linxian is indeed Bai Changsong's son. It seems that the only individual who would not find joy in this revelation is the Bai family's daughter, Bai Pingting. As I surveyed the room, I noticed that the guest of honor was absent, yet I spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. That profile was unmistakable. As he turned, I realized it was Ji Anyang. Remarkably, it was Ji Anyang. In contrast to my earlier panic upon encountering him that morning, I quickly regained my composure. Furthermore, I noticed a woman standing beside him, a face I could never forget. It was Lu Yanyan. Chapter 13, Provocation. Today, Lu Yanyan donned a low-cut red dress, her face adorned with an innocent smile, yet her entire demeanor coiled around Ji Anyang's arm like a water snake, subtly revealing her ample cleavage. As if eager for the world to know of her connection with him. In stark contrast, from the moment we entered the hotel, Pei Jinqing was besieged by a throng of admirers, while I stood outside the wall of people, ever ready to heed his summons. As assistants, the disparity in our situations was striking. President Pei, it is good to see you again. What have you been busy with lately? Observing the continuous stream of women flocking to Pei Jinqing, and the nearby couple radiating bliss, I felt akin to a bloated pufferfish. My simmering anger mounting to the brink of explosion if not released. Hey! I called to a passing waiter, seizing 2 glasses of red wine from his tray. I drained one in a single gulp, holding the second aloft, forcing a perfect smile as I straightened my back and approached Ji Anyang. As I drew nearer, I cleared my throat slightly, adopting a voice sweet enough to seem contrived. Mr. Ji, what a coincidence to see you here. We meet again. Ji Anyang paused momentarily, yet graciously clinked his glass against mine. What a coincidence. However, from the slight bewilderment in his gaze, it was evident that I had left no impression on him. I am here accompanying President Pei. I felt it necessary to ensure he remembered my visage. With a subtle glance towards Pei Jinqing, I remarked, we only met this morning. Surely you wouldn't forget me so swiftly. My tone carried a hint of playful reproach, prompting Lu Yanyan to shoot me a fierce glare. Of course not. Mentioning Pei Jinqing instantly revived Ji Anyang's interest. Considering his current aspirations for collaboration with the Pei Corporation, he could hardly disregard me. You are. I am President Pei's assistant. I took a sip of wine, seamlessly continuing Ji Anyang's inquiry. President Pei seems quite intrigued by the project you mentioned this morning. I fabricated a lie, uncertain of Pei Jinqing's actual interest in the Eastern Suburb project, yet I knew I must capture Ji Anyang's attention. Really? President Pei truly. Ji Anyang's face lit up, reaching out for a handshake. Hello, I am Lu Yanyan, assistant to Mr. Ji. Lu Yanyan, having exchanged several glances with Ji Anyang, could no longer contain herself, interrupting our conversation to assert herself in front of Ji Anyang. Oh, hello. I feigned surprise at Lu Yanyan's presence, my enthusiasm waning as I extended my hand, my voice dropping an octave. I am Shen Manqing, assistant to President Pei. Miss Shen. Lu Yanyan, noticing the stark difference in my demeanor towards her and Ji Anyang, appeared vexed yet restrained, tightening her grip on Ji Anyang's arm, her gaze fixed intently upon me. Miss Shen, do you not need to stay by President Pei's side? This remark seemingly suggests a desire to dismiss me. I stifled a soft chuckle. For President Pei was currently engaged in discussions with friends and did not require my presence. Should he need me, I would hasten to his side without delay. Moreover, I deliberately elongated my tone, for President Pei cherishes his personal space and prefers that we, as assistants, do not cling to him excessively. This may differ from Assistant Lu's understanding. As I spoke, my gaze lingered momentarily on the arms of Lu Yanyan and Ji Anyang before drifting away as if I had seen nothing. Ji Anyang appeared to sense my gaze, awkwardly attempting to withdraw his arm from Lu Yanyan's embrace. Meanwhile, Lu Yanyan, incensed by my words, clutched Ji Anyang's arm tightly, unwilling to let him go, while defiantly tilting her head to challenge me. A smirk of disdain surfaced within me. I found it incomprehensible how I had once been deceived by this woman's insincerity. How foolish I had been. It seems I must take my leave, as President Pei appears to have concluded his discussions, having achieved my objective for the day. I smiled warmly at Ji Anyang, my voice dripping with sweetness. See you next time, Mr. Ji. Alright, until next time. Ji Anyang politely attempted to bid farewell, only to be forcefully pushed back by Lu Yanyan, swallowing his words. As I returned to Pei Jinqing's side, I noticed that the crowd around him had dispersed considerably. What are you laughing at? The man's voice suddenly resonated above me. Startled, I turned around, only to find Pei Jinqing standing beside me. Oh, it's nothing. I touched my face, wondering if my amusement had been so evident. Was I truly that pleased to annoy my ex-husband's lover? Pei Jinqing whispered in a tone only we could hear, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Oh! I was taken aback, realizing that he had been observing my actions all along. I pondered whether he had intentionally brought me here. Indeed, I feel particularly joyous. I dumped a half glass of red wine in my hand and procured another from the server. Not far away, it appeared that Lu Yanyan had begun to quarrel with Ji Anyang. I raised my glass to eye level, through the deep crimson liquid. I witnessed Lu Yanyan push Ji Anyang forcefully, storming away in anger, while Ji Anyang stood still for a moment, seemingly exhaling a sigh before hastily pursuing her. How tedious. I recalled that I had never lost my temper in front of Ji Anyang before, as I had once adored him so deeply that I acquiesced to his every whim. Now, observing him anxiously chase after Lu Yanyan, I felt not a flicker of satisfaction but rather a sense of boredom. Amidst the tedium, a trace of sadness emerged. It turned out he could exhibit such expressions as well. What? Are you jealous? Pei Jinqing's low voice intrusively interrupted my thoughts. How could that be? I gripped the wine glass tightly, a cold laugh escaping my lips. He was the murderer who had caused my suffering, and I wished for his demise. How could I possibly feel envy? That would be the best outcome. I raised my gaze to meet Pei Jinqing's eyes, sensing an inexplicable notion that his words held a deeper meaning. Did he believe I still harbored feelings for Ji Anyang? Mr. Pei. At that moment, someone hurriedly approached and whispered a few words into Pei Jinqing's ear. Ma'am, Pei Jinqing responded nonchalantly, then turned to me and said, I have to step away for a moment. All right, Mr. Pei. I watched him leave, feeling a persistent heaviness in my heart, prompting me to head to the restroom alone. With a rush, I turned on the tap and splashed a handful of cool water onto my face, finally experiencing a slight relief in my heart. After drying my face and touching up my makeup, I emerged from the restroom. However, halfway through, just before turning the corner, I suddenly heard two familiar voices engage in a heated argument. Yan Yan, listen to me. I don't want to hear it. There's nothing to discuss. I've had enough. To my astonishment, it was Lu Yanyan and Ji Anyang. Chapter 14. The unworthy man and the deceitful woman. Ji Anyang, you promised that after your divorce from Gu Qingqing, you would marry me. And now that Gu Qingqing is deceased, when will you finally agree to marry me? Lu Yanyan's voice grew increasingly fervent, rising in pitch with each word. Ji Anyang, concerned about being overheard, quickly approached and embraced Lu Yanyan. Yan Yan, listen to me. I will marry you, I promise I will. It's just that, well. Just what? Lu Yanyan forcefully shrugged off Ji Anyang's hand. Every time this matter arises, you find an excuse. Do you realize what the people at the company are saying about me behind my back? They call me a seductress. They claim I have no shame. They accuse me of enticing the husband of my deceased best friend. Lu Yanyan's voice grew louder, while Ji Anyang attempted to interrupt her multiple times, only to be pushed away. I began to understand why Lu Yanyan reacted so intensely when provoked earlier. Evidently, their relationship had already been fraught with tension over the issue of marriage. However, this was advantageous for me, facilitating my own plans. Yan Yan, let them say whatever they wish. What do you mean, let them say whatever they wish? Ji Anyang's words struck a nerve in Lu Yanyan, igniting her anger. What they say does not affect you, so of course, you remain indifferent. Ji Anyang, you claimed that Gu Qian forced you into marrying Gu Qingqing. So what now? After so many years of marriage, have you developed feelings for her? Are you unable to let go? Do you feel guilty? No. Absolutely not. Ji Anyang hurriedly refuted. How could I possibly have feelings for her? I never liked her, although I had long been aware of this fact. Hearing Ji Anyang declare it so emphatically still pierced my heart. Now was not the time to be contemplating the recent death of Gu Qingqing. If I were to... Ji Anyang's voice trailed off, and he glanced at the furious Lu Yanyan. If I were to remarry now, I fear the company will harbor misgivings about me. You know that Gu Qian does not trust me at present. I am doing all of this for our future. Yan Yan, please wait a little longer. I assure you, it won't be too long. Once I become the general manager of Rongsheng Group, I will definitely marry you. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. Ji Anyang's ambition was the position of general manager at Rongsheng. Wait a minute. However, it was evident that Lu Yanyan was not satisfied with this response. How long do you expect me to wait? Rongsheng ultimately belongs to the Gu family. Do you truly believe you can attain the position of general manager? As Lu Yanyan spoke, a palpable tension enveloped the room, and both their expressions soured, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Suddenly, Lu Yanyan seemed to have an epiphany. Letting out a cold laugh. I see that you are not merely concerned about the company as opinions. Rather, you are reluctant to part with the throngs of admirers surrounding you. No, that is entirely unfounded. Ji Anyang immediately denied. You know that I only have eyes for you. In the past, perhaps, but now, who can say? Lu Yanyan took a step back, leaning against the wall, her eyes roving up and down the man before her. Don't think I am unaware. Since you assumed the role of deputy general manager at Rongshan, numerous women have sought to climb into your bed. No. I have not accepted any, he replied. Perhaps you simply have not encountered the right one yet, she retorted. Lu Yanyan abruptly grasped Ji Anyang's coat. If you do meet someone suitable, you would surely be the first to cast me aside. Hiding around the corner, I grew increasingly bewildered. Could it be that their relationship was not as amicable as I had presumed? Ji Anyang quickly interjected. Ha ha. Lu Yanyan laughed heartily. You never considered it? How could you not? Did you not think you would attend this birthday banquet for the Bai family? Are you aware that Bai Pingting intends to use this celebration to seek out a future husband? And what of that assistant, Pei Jinqing? As Lu Yanyan spoke with rising intensity, she even dragged me into the conversation. What is your relationship with her? When did you two meet? Her eyes are practically glued to you. Can you honestly claim you feel nothing? Have you had enough of this? Ji Anyang, having endured Lu Yanyan's accusations, finally lost his temper. The assistant and I have no connection whatsoever. Ji Anyang spoke the truth. He had genuinely not recognized me moments before. Until I reminded him. He could hardly recall my appearance. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that his defense only served to stoke the flames of Lu Yanyan's ire, making her believe he was shielding me. As expected, Lu Yanyan exploded at his words, lunging towards Ji Anyang, striking him with her hands. What madness has possessed you today? Ji Anyang frowned, pushing Lu Yanyan away. Afterward, he regretted his forcefulness and reached out to her. Yanyan, I do not touch me, she exclaimed, forcefully shaking him off. Ji Anyang, do not forget that your ability to inherit Gu Qingqing's shares is entirely thanks to me. Lu Yanyan steadied herself against the wall, raising her head with reddened eyes, glaring fiercely at Ji Anyang. We are but grasshoppers on the same boat. If you wish to cast me aside, I will drag you down to hell with me. After delivering this ultimatum, Lu Yanyan wiped her tears and, without waiting for Ji Anyang, swiftly made her way towards me. As she turned, I distinctly caught a fleeting coldness in Ji Anyang's gaze, but he quickly pursued her from behind. Yanyan, Yanyan, please listen to me. As the two drew nearer, I hurriedly stepped back. Do not pull me, I have nothing left to say to you. Yanyan, do not be angry. Hearing their voices approach, I realized I was on the verge of being discovered and hastily retreated down the path, panicking and seeking refuge in the men's restroom. Fortunately, it was empty at that moment, otherwise, I would certainly have been mistaken for a pervert. Do not be angry, let me take you back first. The voices of Ji Anyang and Lu Yanyan gradually faded away, and it was only then that I felt a sense of relaxation. I lifted my foot, preparing to exit the men's restroom. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from behind me. What was that? Instinctively, I glanced back. The sound seemed to emanate from the innermost stall. Bang! Ugh! The banging continued, and I approached slowly. The door of the stall trembled slightly upon impact, and amidst the chaotic noises, I discerned several suggestive female voices. Oh my heavens, could it be? I gasped in astonishment, covering my mouth. My intuition urged me to leave immediately, regardless of who was inside. Encountering such a scene would bring me no benefit. I must depart. Without further hesitation, I lightened my footsteps, just as I was about to exit when, bang! A sudden, forceful noise erupted, as if someone had kicked the stall door open from within. Ah! A woman was propelled out, stumbling a few steps, her high heels faltering, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Instinctively, I stepped back half a pace, and as the woman looked up, our eyes met. I found myself in a predicament where leaving was as challenging as staying. I was about to explain to the woman on the ground that I had seen nothing when, unexpectedly, a familiar voice emerged from the stall. Next time, I want to hold back. At the sound of that voice, I froze, lifting my gaze towards the stall. In the next moment, Pei Jinqing emerged from within, somewhat disheveled. As she wiped the remnants of lipstick from her lips with her fingertip, I found myself captivated by the inexplicably alluring scene before me. Chapter 15. Disinfection. Upon stepping out and encountering me, I noticed a distinct pause in Pei Jinqing's demeanor, though he quickly averted his gaze, coldly fixating on the woman seated on the ground before him. Pei, Mr. Pei, what brings you here? I stammered, still reeling from the shock of the moment. My eyes drawn to Pei Jinqing's displeased expression. Isn't it more appropriate for me to inquire why you are here? He replied, lifting his eyelids to cast a glance in my direction, his tone laden with gravity. Ah! I faltered, struggling to grasp his implication. I merely happened to pass by. Passing by the men's restroom. At last, Pei Jinqing raised his head to meet my gaze. His penetrating stare sending an icy shiver down my spine. Well. I averted my eyes, feeling a surge of guilt as I lowered my head. How could I have forgotten that I was indeed in the men's restroom? I mistakenly entered the wrong restroom, I admitted. You may leave now, he commanded. His voice frigid and tinged with authority. Yes, I responded, keeping my head bowed, yet my movements were remarkably sluggish. After all, I had stumbled upon such an exhilarating scene, with one of its protagonists being Pei Jinqing himself. How could I possibly depart without gleaning something from it? Are you not leaving yet? It was evident that Pei Jinqing discerned my hesitation. He frowned and urged me to depart. I shall leave now, I acquiesced. Though my pace remained unchanged. Pei Jinqing, furrowing his brow, opted not to press me further. Instead, he turned his attention back to the woman on the ground. Miss Bai, I advise you against engaging in such conduct in the future. I have no interest in the internal strife of the Bai family. Nor should you presume to entangle me in it. With that, Pei Jinqing strode toward me with purpose. To my astonishment, the woman seated on the floor was none other than Bai Pingting. The shout of Pei Jinqing emerging from the restroom stall had momentarily clouded my recognition of her. Now, piecing together his words, I wondered if Bai Pingting had indeed made advances towards Pei Jinqing. My mind was overwhelmed with revelations, leaving me momentarily dazed, when suddenly, a hand grasped my arm, pulling me outward. Hey! What are you doing? Be gentle, that hurts. I exclaimed, nearly being dragged out of the men's restroom by Pei Jinqing. With a stern expression, he pressed my shoulder, forcefully pushing me against the wall. The impact sent a jolt of pain through my back, causing me to gasp. Pei Jinqing's gaze bored into mine, his expression shifting, yet he refrained from voicing further thoughts. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Bai Pingting, having composed herself, emerging from the restroom with her usual polite smile, as though she had not just cornered someone in a restroom. Noticing my gaze, she turned to offer a smile to both me and Pei Jinqing. Upon perceiving my attention, Pei Jinqing exchanged a brief glance with Bai Pingting, which extinguished any desire to continue our conversation. He glanced down at me before turning away, striding out of the restroom as if lost in thought. Hey, Pei Jing. Pei Zong. I flashed a smile at Bai Pingting and hurriedly pursued Pei Jinqing from behind. Opportunities to witness Pei Jinqing's discomposure were rare. Although I usually held him in awe, I was unwilling to let this moment slip by. Pei Zong, what were you about to say just now? I inched closer to him, teasingly adding, was it about being cornered in the restroom and kissed? Before I could finish my sentence, Pei Jinqing shot me a glare, forcefully pinching my face. His eyes conveyed a warning. Dare to utter another word and see what happens. With his grip on my face, my words became muffled, and my jaw ached. I concede. What? Pei Jinqing furrowed his brows and released his hold. Only then could I speak clearly. I apologize, I was wrong. I rubbed my cheeks, feeling as if he had no concept of gentleness. Humph. Pei Jinqing cast a glance at me, let out a cold snort, and continued striding forward. I remained rooted in place, massaging my face and muttering a few curses under my breath. Looking up, I saw Pei Jinqing nearing the hotel entrance. Hey, Pei Zong, wait for me. I quickly took strides to catch up, but suddenly, a figure rushed past me. I froze for a moment, attempting to halt my steps, yet it was too late. I collided headlong into the man's embrace, knocking over the wine glass he was holding. Ah! The glass shattered on the floor, eliciting several gasps. The man's chest was solid. I touched my forehead and quickly looked up to apologize. I'm so sorry, truly, it was unintentional. But upon raising my gaze, I was met with a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. This man was incredibly handsome, distinctly different from Pei Jinqing's rugged charm. If I had to describe him, it would be with the word graceful. No worries, he said with a smile, gesturing dismissively at my flustered state. But your clothes. I glanced at his coat, now damp, and then back at Pei Jinqing, who was retreating further into the crowd. Surely, this man wouldn't just leave me behind, would he? I can have the clothes dry cleaned, he kindly offered, sensing my distress. Are you searching for someone? Following my gaze, he urged, you should hurry. That person is about to leave. Yet, feeling increasingly embarrassed, I hesitated to simply walk away. How about this? I pondered before quickly retrieving my business card from my bag and extending it towards him. This is my card, Please contact me later, and I will cover the dry cleaning costs. Without waiting for his response, I pressed the card into his hand and hurriedly clicked my heels to chase after Pei Jinqing. Shouman Qing, I heard the man softly utter my name after receiving the card. Lin Xian, what happened to you? Others began to gather around him. But my thoughts were solely fixed on catching up to Pei Jinqing, oblivious to everything else. Puff, puff. I dashed out from the hotel lobby, finally catching up with Pei Jinqing. Chongqi had already parked the car at the entrance, while Pei Jinqing was opening the door, preparing to get in. Pei, Mr. Pei. I steadied my breath and approached him briskly. Pei Jinqing paused, casting a glance in my direction, and expressionlessly entered the vehicle. I pursed my lips and followed suit. As the door slammed shut, I noticed Pei Jinqing's gaze seemed to linger on me. Feeling a twinge of unease, I turned my head. Pei, Mr. Pei. Just then, Pei Jinqing, with a displeased expression, spoke up about the earlier incident. I was puzzled. Had he just told me to remain silent back at the hotel? How could he? Before I could finish my thought, Pei Jinqing unexpectedly grasped the nape of my neck, pulling me close and kissing me fervently. As the kiss ended, I was still in a daze. What was that for? Disinfection, he replied, turning his head, his facial muscles twitching awkwardly. Disinfection? It wasn't until the car was in motion that I began to comprehend. Was it because I had been kissed by painting that he felt the need to disinfect? Did this imply that, in Pei Jinqing's heart, I was somehow preferable to painting? The realization brought an inexplicable joy to my heart. Chapter 16, to pass in truth, my tolerance for alcohol is quite poor, and Guqian has never invited me to partake in social gatherings, which has resulted in my lack of practice in this regard. Today, upon witnessing the detestable pair of Ji Anyang and Lu Yanyan, I couldn't restrain myself and ended up consuming more than a few drinks. Initially, at the hotel, I felt fine, but now as the car glides along, a wave of dizziness washes over me. It feels rather warm. I reached for the car window, rolling it down to let in the cool evening breeze, which felt delightful against my flushed face. I shifted closer to the door, pressing my cheek against the window to relish the wind. However, before I could enjoy it for long, a hand suddenly reached from behind, yanking me back with force. Startled, I collided with the seat, lifting my gaze to meet Pei Jinqing's profound eyes. The man frowned slightly, seemingly disapproving of my earlier actions. Chongqi, Pei Jinqing called out to the driver. Yes. Mr. Pei. Chongqi nodded through the rearview mirror, slightly adjusting his hand to raise the window on my side. Ugh. I leaned back against the seat, voicing my vague complaints. The impact from before had left my head spinning, and I closed my eyes to rest. Gradually, I felt my head growing heavier, and it began to droop down. Suddenly, I leaned against something, finding the position surprisingly comfortable, and I yearned for a brief slumber. However, a hand reached over, pushing my head to the other side. Annoyed, I swatted at the hand and turned my head back, but slowly, it drooped again, resting on the shoulder I had just vacated. Don't lean on me. Pei Jinqing, seemingly losing patience, forcefully shoved me aside. Thud! My forehead collided with the car door. Ouch, what are you doing? I lifted my head, my consciousness sharpening slightly, but before I could finish my sentence, the car jolted violently, veering sharply to the right. Ah! I had forgotten to fasten my seatbelt when I got in, and the sudden movement threw me around, causing my head to bang against the window, and I toppled into Pei Jinqing's embrace. What is happening? Pei Jinqing braced himself against the door to maintain balance, attempting to extricate me from his grasp but finding himself powerless. Mr. Pei, behind us. Chongqi's normally expressionless face revealed a flicker of alarm. Before he could explain further, two black sedans approached from behind, flanking us on either side, effectively trapping our vehicle. Screech! The tires screeched against the asphalt, and Chongqi furrowed his brows, violently turning the steering wheel in an attempt to shake off the two cars. Yet, those vehicles seemed to anticipate our intentions, accelerating in tandem and refusing to let go. Terrified, I remained frozen in Pei Jinqing's embrace, clutching onto his clothing, despite his repeated commands to release my grip. What is happening? Is someone trying to take Pei Jinqing's life? Does Pei Jinqing have enemies? Is it not perilous for me to be by his side? I never imagined that having faced death once, I would encounter such a dire situation again. Suddenly, with a jolt, a black car appeared behind us, accelerating fiercely, intent on colliding with our vehicle, seemingly determined to cause us harm. Ah! In the violently shaking car, I found no support and could only curl up tightly. Before me flashed the horrifying scenes of my previous accident, the sudden appearance of a massive truck, the shattered windshield, and a blur of crimson that obscured my vision. Each moment replaying vividly as if revived from the depths of my memory. No, no. I cried in panic, desperately seeking refuge in Pei Jinqing's embrace. It's alright. I felt the man beside me stiffen momentarily, as if he hesitated before gently patting my shoulder and pulling me closer. Don't be afraid. Pei Jinqing's voice resonated above me, and as I collected my thoughts, I realized I was gripping his arm tightly. Observing his slight frown, I sensed it must be painful for him. Mr. Pei! I was about to release my grip when Chongqi, glancing ahead, suddenly exclaimed in delight. I looked up to see several black SUVs approaching from the front. Pei Jinqing replied nonchalantly, yet I could distinctly feel the tension in his muscles ease. The violent shaking of the vehicle ceased, and Pei Jinqing gently pushed me aside. Embarrassed, I shrank back into my seat, glancing at the rearview mirror, where the black car that had been tailing us had made a hasty turn and departed. Mr. Pei, shall we pursue them? Chongqi turned to inquire. A sheen of perspiration on his forehead, indicating he too had endured a taxing few minutes. With a grim expression, Pei Jinqing remained silent, staring into the rearview mirror for quite some time before finally waving his hand. Let us go back. As the car returned to the villa and came to a halt at the entrance, I leapt from the vehicle in haste. Mr. Pei, after that ordeal, my legs feel somewhat weak, but I believe there are words I must convey now or risk never finding the courage to do so. I averted my gaze, unable to meet Pei Jinqing's eyes. Mr. Pei, I wish to discuss something with you. Discuss what? Pei Jinqing remained seated in the car, raising his eyelids slightly, his expression inscrutable as he regarded me. Mr. Pei, perhaps we should reconsider our agreement. As I met Pei Jinqing's gaze, my remaining words faltered on my lips. Come inside, he commanded, disregarding my protests as he stepped out of the car, seized my arm, and forcibly led me upstairs. With a thud, he thrust me into the room, pressing his hands against the door, pinning me firmly against it. What? Are you having second thoughts? Pei Jinqing loomed over me, his eyes seemingly smoldering with suppressed anger. I found myself pinned against the door, unable to move, yet I refused to succumb to fate. Resolutely, I thought to myself that our agreement had been made too hastily. I cannot wager my very existence on you. What? Are you afraid I might perish? The man's face suddenly drew near, his breath laden with an intimate warmth against my skin. So, what of it? I shut my eyes and replied loudly. After the events of this night, I could not help but think this way. Gu Qingqing is already dead, yet that vile pair, Ji Anyang and Lu Yanyan, continue to thrive. They squander my wealth, reside in my home, and bask in the privileges my name affords them. Should I die like this, I would surely depart this world with unfulfilled rage. Ho ho ho! I heard the man's cold laughter, and as I cautiously opened my eyes, Pei Jinqing had released me and was striding into the room. Gu Qingqing, do not forget, you are already dead. You are but a spectre now. Without me, you are utterly powerless, much less capable of seeking vengeance. Pei Jinqing settled onto the sofa, sprawling languidly, his legs crossed atop the table. I stood there momentarily speechless, yearning to counter him, yet found myself utterly at a loss for words. Before you know lie but two paths. Pei Jinqing chuckled softly, lowering his legs from the table. Firstly, Pei Jinqing extended a finger towards me, instructing, you shall take a bath, then obediently lie in bed, contemplating how to please me. Secondly, he raised another finger, you may attempt to defy me, but I would not hesitate to let you perish once more. After all, your current identity is a gift from me, and erasing your existence would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Upon hearing this, I took a hesitant step forward, and Pei Jinqing looked deeply into my eyes, mimicking a crushing gesture with his fingers, a clear warning. I quietly released my grip on the doorknob, inhaled deeply, and, begrudgingly, made my way toward the bathroom. Oh! As I closed the bathroom door, I could still hear the man's delighted laughter echoing in the air. Chapter 17. Gossip. Have you reviewed the surveillance footage? What? The license plates are all fake. As I emerged from the bathroom, Pei Jinqing was conversing on the phone. Judging by the content of the dialogue, I surmised he was discussing the car chase incident from that evening. All right, understood. Continue your investigation and inform me immediately if there are any updates. After ending the call, Pei Jinqing turned to find me standing at the door, momentarily taken aback. Finished washing up? He pocketed his phone and approached me with a curious demeanor. Yes, I responded softly, instinctively retreating a step. Are you discussing the events of tonight? Have you discovered who is responsible? I inadvertently inquired. This is none of your concern. Pei Jinqing's expression darkened abruptly. I was taken aback by his reaction. Frozen in place. My intentions were merely to express concern for his safety. After all, if such incidents were commonplace, my presence beside him would also be jeopardized. I had not anticipated his response would be so severe. All you need to focus on is how to please me tonight. He took a step closer, his hand encircling my waist, drawing me towards him as he attempted to loosen my bathrobe. Wait, hold on. I raised my hand, placing it between us. To be honest, although this was not the first time such a scenario had unfolded, I instinctively resisted the notion of intimacy with him. Pei Jinqing raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. I told you not to. Before he could finish, an unexpected buzzing sound interrupted us, a phone vibrating incessantly. Pei Jinqing glanced down, his face contorting into an unmistakable expression of disgust. I subtly leaned in for a closer look, catching sight of a name flashing on the screen. Zhao Yue. Who is this person? Before I could withdraw my gaze, Pei Jinqing shot me a piercing look. Leave! His face had turned grim. Yes, I replied weakly, hastily retreating. I was elated that Pei Jinqing did not require my service. However, as I shut the door behind me, I couldn't help but sneak one last glance inside. Pei Jinqing, with his back to me, answered the phone, his first words being, "Did you have anything to do with tonight's incident?" What? I gasped softly, unable to contain my surprise. Pei Jinqing seemed to catch the sound, preparing to turn towards me. In a panic, I quickly closed the door and hurried back to my room. Tonight's incident. The name belonged to a woman, didn't it? How could she possibly be connected to the events of the evening? Was it possible that this woman, out of love turned to hatred, sought to harm Pei Jinqing? These questions swirled relentlessly in my mind until I lay down on my bed, closing my eyes, the thoughts still lingering vividly before me. What exactly was the nature of the relationship between this woman and Pei Jinqing? As I pondered this dilemma, fatigue gradually enveloped me, and I was slowly lulled into a deep slumber. In my dreams, I found myself behind the wheel of a car, navigating through a congested road, my impatience prompting me to honk multiple times. I recall this scene vividly. It was the day I was to rush to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize my divorce from Ji Anyang. The incessant buzzing of my phone resonated from my back. I saw myself releasing one hand from the steering wheel to retrieve my phone. Hello! Just as I answered, a massive truck, seemingly out of control, barreled straight toward me. Ah! The front of the car crumpled upon impact, and I witnessed my head being violently thrown aside, blood splattering across my face. Red! An overwhelming expanse of red. Ah! No! No! I screamed as I jolted awake from the nightmare, feeling as if I had just emerged from water, my clothes drenched. Upon opening my eyes, I noticed a shadowy figure seated at the edge of my bed, a hand reaching toward my face. Ah! Who are you? Help! Help! I sprang from the bed, retreating to the corner, clutching my blanket tightly. Shoo! The shadowy figure lunged toward me, covering my mouth with a hand, then flicked on the bedside lamp. I had been struggling, but as the lamp illuminated a corner of the bed, I finally discerned the figure before me. It was Pei Jinqing. It's me. Be quiet. The man covered my face with one hand while gesturing for silence with the other. I gazed into his profound eyes and, momentarily entranced, nodded dumbly. Under the soft glow of the lamp, Pei Jinqing's eyes appeared both dreamy and deep, captivating me for an instant. What are you dazed for? He moved his hand away, waving it in front of me. Ha! It suddenly dawned on me, what was this man doing in my room? Had he come specifically to see me? Noticing that I had calmed down, Pei Jinqing stood up and turned to leave. Hey, Pei! I instinctively called out to stop him. He slightly turned his profile, seemingly awaiting my next words. Yet, having regained my composure, I found myself at a loss for what to say. I stammered for a while before finally admitting. I had a nightmare just now. The moment the words escaped my lips, I wished I could retract them. As expected, Pei Jinqing merely grunted in response, said nothing further, and exited through the door. What was the purpose of my statement? Did I genuinely seek comfort from this man? Frustrated, I returned to bed, pulling the covers over my face, and let out a muffled scream beneath the blanket. The next day, I surprisingly woke earlier than Pei Jinqing, and before he departed, I had the driver take me to the office. As soon as I entered, Jin Jiamen mysteriously pulled me aside, leaning close to whisper in my ear. Man Qing. Did you follow President Pei to the Bai family's birthday banquet yesterday? Yes, why? I replied, puzzled. Did you witness the scene where that pregnant woman caused a scene? Hurry and tell me about it. Jin Jiamen looked at me with eager anticipation. What pregnant woman causing a scene? I was utterly bewildered. Today's gossip magazine has published the news. You must have seen it, right? Jin Jiamen remarked, handing me the magazine she had just purchased from the roadside. I casually replied that I had returned with President Pei quite early yesterday. As I accepted the gossip magazine from Jin Jiamen, the cover flaunted a sensational headline: Bai Linxian exposed for starting and abandoning a relationship. Pregnant woman causes a scene at the banquet. Heart-wrenching accusations. Accompanying it was a striking photograph of a pregnant woman splashing wine on Bai Linxian. I was momentarily taken aback upon seeing that image. Isn't that the man I encountered yesterday? Chapter 18. The Visit from Miss Bai. This is Bai Linyan. Jin Jiamen leaned closer to me, pointing at the person in the photograph to explain. I found Bai Linxian rather handsome. It seems that contemporary young girls are fond of such looks. By the way, didn't he just recently get acknowledged by the Bai family? It appears so, I replied while casually skimming through the magazine's content. The article relentlessly described how Bai Linxian, after becoming a wealthy heir, sought to abandon his girlfriend, with whom he had once shared struggles. Upon learning of her pregnancy, he even pressured her to terminate it. Truly a quintessential example of a scoundrel. Man Qingjia, do you think this is true? Jin Jiamen gazed at the colorful magazine, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Well, I closed the magazine and paused. Under Jin Jiamen's eager gaze, I merely uttered two words, hard to say. Ah. Jin Jiamen had expected me to divulge some juicy secret and let out a displeased exclamation. Man Qingjia, just tell me. SHH. I raised a finger to silence her and gestured toward Pei Jinqing's office. President Pei has arrived. Hurry back to work. All right, fine. Jin Jiamen pouted, opened her mouth as if to say something more, but under Pei Jinqing's imposing presence, she obediently returned to her tasks. Once Jin Jiamen left, I resumed my seat and casually set the gossip magazine aside. The matter concerning Bai Linxian truly struck me as peculiar. According to previous media reports, Bai Linxian had first revealed to the press that he was the son of Bai Changsong, subsequently leveraging public opinion to compel the Bai family to acknowledge his existence, and then successfully entering the family through a paternity test. If all this were true, Bai Linxian would be someone adept at employing cunning and strategies. How could such a person fail to manage his ex-girlfriend properly, allowing her to disrupt his family's banquet while visibly pregnant? However, if this farce were not genuine, it could only imply that someone had orchestrated a scheme against him, with the most likely culprit being Bai Pingting, the Bai family's daughter. Yet, if Bai Pingting were indeed responsible, she would be turning her own birthday celebration into a farce. Such a woman would be ruthless toward herself, but even more so toward others. If given a choice, I would prefer not to be adversaries with someone of such caliber. Just as I was deep in thought, the intercom on my desk suddenly rang. Hello? I reached out to answer. Is this Assistant Sean? The voice belonged to the front desk downstairs. Yes, what is it? The front desk rarely called me directly. There is a Miss Bai downstairs who wishes to see President Pei. Is there an appointment? No appointment, no entry, I promptly declined, as President Pei despised such uninvited women. No, there isn't, but she mentioned that she seems to have left her earrings with President Pei and wants to retrieve them. What was her surname again? I suddenly felt a twinge of alertness. Bai. The front desk paused momentarily, as the faint voice of another woman could be heard on the line. Soon after, the front desk added, "It is Miss Bai Pingting." The mention of Bai Pingting instantly reminded me of the awkward encounter I had with her in the restroom yesterday. My intuition told me that Pei Jinqing would certainly prefer not to see this woman at the moment. However, given Bai Pingting's unique status, I hesitated for a moment before instructing the front desk to ask Miss Bai to wait downstairs while I consulted with President Pei. Very well, thank you, Assistant Sean. After hanging up the phone, I approached the door of Pei Jinqing's office and gently knocked. Please enter, came a deep voice from within. President Pei, I said softly as I pushed the door open. What is it? Pei Jinqing, engrossed in reviewing documents, did not look up upon my arrival. Miss Bai Pingting is downstairs, claiming she has lost her earring and wishes to I began, but Pei Jinqing interrupted me with a stern voice, not seeing her. Before I could finish my sentence, he cut me off. But she... I attempted to reason, but Pei Jinqing's tone had grown even more solemn. Do not make me repeat myself. He remained focused on his papers, yet his voice was now imbued with a palpable gravity. Understood, I nodded in acknowledgement. Then I will take my leave. Pei Jinqing grunted, a sound that sufficed as a response. As I exited his office, pondering how to decline Bai Pingting's request, I turned to find her striding directly toward me from the corridor. How did she manage to come up here? Did no one stop her downstairs? I inwardly cursed but steeled myself to confront her. Miss Bai. I greeted her with a polite nod, positioning myself in her path. You are. Bai Pingting momentarily seemed taken aback upon seeing me, but soon regained her composure with a confident smile. We just met yesterday. Indeed, I nodded. I am Shen Manqing, President Pei's assistant. Pleasure to meet you, Bai Pingting said, pausing to scrutinize me from head to toe, her gaze akin to that of an appraiser assessing a commodity. Since you are aware of yesterday's incident, I need not elaborate further. I wish to see Pei Jinqing. Please lead the way. Her tone suggested an expectation of compliance that left me momentarily speechless, the words lodged in my throat. What did she mean by implying that her knowledge of yesterday's events somehow legitimized her request? Was that incident not instigated by her own actions in the restroom? Miss Bai. I inhaled deeply, adjusting my expression to don a standard professional smile. President Pei is currently in a meeting and is unavailable to receive guests. I kindly ask that you schedule an appointment for your next visit. Is that the exact wording from President Pei? Bai Pingting's smile appeared more artificial than mine. No. His exact words were simply, not seeing. I silently critiqued, yet maintained my professional demeanor. President Pei's schedule is quite full and requires advanced planning. Assistant Shen, she addressed me. Upon hearing my words, Bai Pingting took a decisive step forward. I believe you are aware of my relationship with Pei Jinqing. I advise you not to obstruct my path intentionally. Miss Bai, I am not privy to the nature of your relationship with President Pei. I am merely adhering to protocol. I replied, standing resolutely at the office door. You. Bai Pingting glared fiercely at me, and I met her gaze with an impassive expression. The two of us maintained this silent standoff for several minutes until, unexpectedly, Bai Pingting broke into a radiant smile, her tone softening considerably. Very well. Since President Pei is occupied, I shall trouble Assistant Shen to inform him of my visit. I shall return another day. Understood. I felt a shiver run down my spine from her smile, but quickly regained my composure. Miss Bai, take care. Until next time. I smiled and watched her depart. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that as she left, her gaze had lingered upon my desk, perhaps with intentionality. It was only after she had entered the elevator that I turned back to look, only to find the gossip magazine about Bai Lingxian from that morning resting on my desk. Chapter 19. You stay after bidding farewell to Bai Pingting. I finally settled back into my seat, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing the firmly shut door of Pei Jinqing's office, a sense of discontent began to brew within me. That woman was clearly a result of his entanglements. Why should I be the one to offend her? No. I must relay Bai Pingting's words to Pei Jinqing, if only to vex him. With this thought in mind, I swiftly made my way to the break room and prepared a cup of coffee for Pei Jinqing. I knocked gently on the door of his office. Come in. The man responded tersely. President Pei, I greeted with a smile as I entered, placing the coffee beside him. Pei Jinqing appeared to be engrossed in some important documents. His brow slightly furrowed. After a moment, he looked up at me, questioning, Is there anything else? The implication was clear. Why are you still standing there? President Pei. I quickly chimed in. Miss Bai has already left. Oh, Pei Jinqing replied, his tone indifferent, as he lifted the coffee to his lips. Miss Bai mentioned that since you are busy, she would visit another day. I deliberately mimicked Bai Pingting's soft tone, and as expected, Pei Jinqing halted, his hand pausing mid-air. What are you doing? Pei Jinqing set down the cup, raising an eyebrow, regarding me with a peculiar expression. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Not at all. I averted my gaze, insisting, this is what Miss Bai asked me to convey to you. I merely restated her words. Pei Jinqing remained silent, waving his hand dismissively, as if eager to send me away. President Pei, I shall take my leave. I bowed slightly, stifling a chuckle within. Wait, don't go just yet. Pei Jinqing suddenly recalled something and called me back. President Pei, is there anything else? I concealed my amusement, turning back to stand respectfully by the door. Shortly, the vice president of Rongsheng Group will be coming to discuss a project with me. Please go downstairs to receive him. Pei Jinqing, with his head bowed, casually flipped through the documents at hand, as if it were a trivial matter. Yet, I could sense an ulterior motive behind his words. The vice president of Rongsheng Group. I echoed, struggling to comprehend. The vice president of Rongsheng Group is your ex-husband. Pei Jinqing completed my thought, lifting his gaze to meet mine. A smile playing at his lips. Indeed, this man was being deliberate. Was he attempting to retaliate for my earlier jest about my painting? How petty of him. You want me to fetch him? I reiterated, confirming that my ears had not deceived me. Yes, Pei Jinqing affirmed, watching me with a smile. Is there a problem? No, none at all. I swallowed my frustrations and forced a smile in response. Even if I had reservations, there was no room for defiance. All right. You may leave now. It seemed Pei Jinqing had discerned a pleasing expression on my face, and with a satisfied wave of his hand, he dismissed me. Understood. Internally gritting my teeth, I let out a cold huff but obediently proceeded downstairs to receive Ji and Yang. As I stepped into the elevator, my face remained cold due to Pei Jinqing's steaming. However, when the elevator doors opened, I replaced my expression with the most impeccable professional smile. Hello, General Manager Ji. Upon exiting the elevator, I noticed Ji Anyang already waiting in the reception area, prompting me to approach him hurriedly. Hello, Assistant Shen. This time, Ji Anyang remembered my name. General Manager Ji, this way, please. I extended a hand, gesturing for him to follow. President Pei is already waiting for you upstairs. All right, please lead the way, Assistant Shen. Ji Anyang responded politely, once again arriving without Lu Yanyan. I pondered whether he intentionally chose not to bring her or if Lu Yanyan was sulking due to yesterday's events. Refusing to come. Regardless, it served to further drive a wedge between them. Ding, the elevator arrived. After you, General Manager. Just as I was about to step forward, Ji Anyang extended his hand to hold the elevator door open for me. I recalled our first encounter in university. He had always been the gentleman, ensuring that any female companion was allowed to enter first before he followed. As this scene replayed before my eyes, I found myself momentarily dazed. Had he never changed? And was it I who had transformed? Assistant Shen. Ji Anyang's voice jolted me back to reality. No, it was he who had changed. He wished to see me perish, and I could never forgive him. I barely regained my composure, murmuring a thank you as I stepped into the elevator, followed by Ji Anyang. General Manager, why isn't your beautiful assistant here today? I casually inquired as we awaited the elevator's ascent. She, is unwell today and has taken leave. Ji Anyang hesitated. It made sense now. I chuckled softly, deducing that Lu Yanyan must still be in a mood. It seems you and Miss Lu share quite a good relationship, almost like friends. It is rare for superiors to befriend their subordinates. I truly envy Miss Lu. As I spoke, I discreetly observed Ji Anyang's expression. Upon hearing my comment about their amicable rapport, I noticed his lips twitch slightly, revealing an awkward demeanor. I actually find President Pei, with his remarkable assertiveness, to be far more enviable, Ji Anyang complimented politely. I smiled, choosing not to respond. Though I could concede that he was indeed an attractive man, provided Pei Jinqing did not torment me with his peculiarities. By the way, I heard Miss Lu was a close friend of General Manager Ji's late wife. No wonder your relationship is so. Assistant Shen, Ji Anyang interrupted, his demeanor suddenly serious. I apologize for bringing up a painful subject. I feigned sincerity in my apology, while inwardly mocking him if he dared to act. Why fear its mention? Was there anyone unaware of their sordid history? Ding, the atmosphere within the elevator grew somewhat somber. However, fortune smiled upon us as the elevator swiftly arrived at our designated floor. Please follow me, I instructed, stepping out of the elevator and guiding Ji Anyang towards Pei Jinqing's office. Mr. Pei, I rapped lightly on the door of the office. Mr. Ji has arrived. Come in. Pei Jinqing's voice resonated from within. After you, I gestured, pushing open the door and allowing Ji Anyang to enter. Just as I was about to turn and leave, Pei Jinqing called out to me, pour a cup of tea for Mr. Ji. Of course, I nodded, suppressing an eye roll as I closed the door behind me. Initially, I had intended for Song Jiameng to serve the tea, yet Pei Jinqing had chosen to summon me instead. Knock, knock, knock. Upon re-entering, I noticed that Ji Aoyang seemed to have already commenced discussions with Pei Jinqing regarding the land in the eastern suburbs. Upon my arrival, he abruptly ceased his conversation, as if wary of my presence. Mr. Ji, Mr. Pei, I greeted with a smile, placing the tea before them, and tactfully prepared to exit the room. Assistant Shen. Pei Jinqing unexpectedly called out from behind me, "Stay and listen." Ha! At this proclamation, both Ji Aoyang and I were momentarily taken aback. This project was undeniably significant, and there had yet to be clear directives concerning its development in the eastern city. In short, all matters pertaining to it remained confidential. However, Pei Jinqing's invitation for me to remain was indeed puzzling. What could be his true intentions? Chapter 20, a joyful encounter indeed. Before I could voice any opinion, Ji Aoyang spoke first. "Pei, what is going on?" Pei Jinqing lifted her teacup, arching an eyebrow at Ji Aoyang with nonchalance. "Do you have any thoughts, Mr. Ji?" "Not exactly thoughts," Ji Aoyang replied, glancing between me and Pei Jinqing. "It's just that the news regarding the land auction remains uncertain. If the information were to leak, wouldn't that be—" He did not finish his sentence, yet the implication was crystal clear. "Haha, Mr. Ji, you are worrying excessively." Pei Jinqing chuckled as she rose from the sofa, sauntering over to my side. She placed a hand on my shoulder, nudging me toward Ji Aoyang. "Assistant Shun is a consummate professional. You need not worry in the slightest. Furthermore," Pei Jinqing paused, "she occasionally offers me fresh insights. Her opinions hold significant value for me." Pei Jinqing's words were utterly nonsensical. Apart from this instance, she had never allowed me even a glimpse of the project documents. In truth, Chongqi was her dedicated assistant and secretary, though he seldom graced the office with his presence. However, it seemed Ji Aoyang had more to say. Yet, Pei Jinqing had preempted him, pressing down on my shoulder and guiding me to sit beside Ji Aoyang. "Mr. Ji, please continue," she stated casually. Yet her tone carried an unmistakable air of authority. "Very well." Ji Aoyang bowed his head, pondering momentarily before resuming his discussion about the project. Yet, as I sat there, I absorbed none of it. One reason was my unfamiliarity with the development in the eastern district. Another was the peculiar arrangement of seating dictated by Pei Jinqing. Why was I seated next to Ji Aoyang while Pei Jinqing occupied the opposite chair? Surely, this was deliberate on his part. Ji Aoyang's voice resonated clearly from beside me, and with a mere turn of my head, I could behold the profile I had once adored. In the past, I relished sitting in this position, admiring the man I cherished as he spoke with fervor. Yet now, the irony of the situation struck me. As Ji Aoyang continued speaking, I could not restrain myself from casting a glare at Pei Jinqing. Yet, she appeared utterly oblivious to my frustration, attentively listening to Ji Aoyang's proposal and occasionally nodding in agreement. Consequently, by the time Ji Aoyang stood to depart, I had not uttered a single word. This project warrants further contemplation. Assistant Shen, please see Mr. Ji out. Pei Jinqing succinctly summarized the discussion, not forgetting to assign me the task of escorting Ji Aoyang. Mr. Ji, please, I gestured courteously. Ji Aoyang seemed poised to say something further, but upon noticing Pei Jinqing had resumed her position at the desk, he swallowed his words. "Pei, I shall take my leave now. Feel free to contact me if you have any thoughts." Indeed, Pei Jinqing lifted his eyelids slightly, without raising his head, indicating that he was aware. As Assistant Shen descended in the elevator, Ji Aoyang suddenly inquired, "Do you think President Pei is dissatisfied with my proposal?" "No, not at all." I hesitated, uncertain about Pei Jinqing's temperament. However, given Pei's demeanor today, Ji Aoyang lowered his head, seemingly pondering something, and after a moment, he looked up fervently at me. "Assistant Shen, could you possibly glean President Pei's thoughts on what aspects he finds unsatisfactory? I am ready to amend this proposal at any time." "Well, Pei mentioned that he values your opinion." "Oh, right, here's my business card." Observing Ji Aoyang's flustered attempt to hand me his card, I began to grasp Pei Jinqing's intentions today. Could it be that Pei Jinqing was aiding me? "Mr. Ji, there's no need for concern." I smiled as I accepted Ji Aoyang's business card and handed him mine in return. "I believe this project has great potential for development. President Pei must have some reservations, but once he comes around, I'm certain he will collaborate with you." "Really?" Ji Aoyang appeared genuinely eager to partner with the Pei family. "Indeed," I replied noncommittally with a smile. "I will inform you of any updates. Do remember to stay in touch." I intentionally let my tone rise at the end. Ji Anyang paused momentarily but quickly caught on, nodding earnestly. Certainly, I will stay in touch. Ding. Upon reaching the ground floor, I accompanied Ji Anyang to the entrance of the company. Mr. Ji, don't forget, I called out cheerfully as I stood on the steps, waving at him. I certainly won't forget, Ji Anyang assured me as he got into his car. However, once he drove away, I turned around, and the smile on my face swiftly faded. Ji Anyang. I glanced at the business card in my hand, tracing the man's name with my fingertip. Ji Anyang, just wait. I shall unveil all your deeds to the public. But for now, I raised my head, tucked the card away, and strode toward the elevator. Before that, I needed to ascertain Pei Jinqing's true intentions. Knock, knock, knock. I pounded on Pei Jinqing's office door with fervor, yet as I was about to enter, my resolve inexplicably waned. President Pei. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. What is it? Pei Jinqing looked up from his desk at me. You. I intended to ask what game he was playing, but the words that escaped were, do you truly intend to collaborate with Ji Anyang? Pei Jinqing remained silent, gazing at me intently until I felt as though I might bow my head to the floor. Finally, he spoke. Do you know why Ji Anyang sought my collaboration? Why? Because he lacks the connections to secure that land. Pei Jinqing tapped his fingers on the desk. Then do you know why he is so eager to partner with me? Why? As Gu Qian is about to return, if he fails to seize this opportunity to secure the project, he will find himself utterly incapacitated upon his arrival. My brother is coming back. Upon hearing Pei Jinqing's words, I momentarily lost track of my intended inquiry, my mind solely preoccupied with the thought of Gu Qian's imminent return. How wonderful it is that Gu Qian is finally coming back. Yet, even with his return, the irrevocable truth of your demise remains unchanged. Pei Jinqing, as if perceiving my thoughts, spoke coldly. My flickering hope was swiftly extinguished. Then, why did you choose to act in such a manner today? How so? Pei Jinqing countered. It's just to make Ji Anyang believe that I hold significance in your life. Such words were difficult for me to utter. Weren't you quite pleased with infuriating that woman previously? Pei Jinqing suddenly brought up yesterday's events. Ah, that. I recalled that I intentionally provoked Ji Anyang yesterday to agitate Lu Yanyan. Now you have even more reason to approach Ji Anyang. I trust you will find it quite enjoyable. Pei Jinqing shot me a knowing glance. Ah, so your actions were. Very well, you may leave now. Before I could finish my sentence, I was ushered out by Pei Jinqing. Upon returning to my seat, I found the situation somewhat unbelievable. That man would actually assist me in dealing with Lu Yanyan. It felt almost surreal. However, as events unfolded, it became evident that matters were far more intricate than I had anticipated. Chapter 21. The Feigned Affinity. In the following days, Ji Anyang would occasionally send me messages inquiring about the project. I would invariably receive his texts during the day, only to reply at night, knowing well that he would be with Lu Yanyan. Should Lu Yanyan discover that Ji Anyang was messaging me while in her company, even if our conversations were strictly professional, her volatile nature would undoubtedly lead to a dramatic scene. Such occurrences might be tolerable once or twice, but if they persisted, even Ji Anyang's good temperament would wear thin. And by that time, I would be poised to take a step closer. Indeed, on the 5th day, Ji Anyang asked if I was free that evening, expressing his desire to treat me to dinner after having troubled me for so long. In truth, my responses had been devoid of substantial content. I had merely mentioned that President Pei was quite interested in the project and was still contemplating it, urging Ji Anyang to be patient. However, over time, this may have given him the impression that I was diligently following up on the matter for him. All right, I replied, confirming our meeting time and place. I accompanied the message with a playful emoji of a heart. The exchange of messages between Ji Anyang and me had increased significantly, evolving from mere work-related discussions to snippets of our daily lives. I found myself, much like when I was still his wife, imparting gentle reminders and occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes from work. The difference now lay in the fact that, previously, I would send these messages filled with joy and anticipation for his responses, while now, I typed those words with an expressionless demeanor, devoid of the excitement and surprise that once stirred within me, leaving only the cold calculations of my intentions. President Pei, I am going to the movies with some colleagues after work today. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I instinctively concealed my dinner plans with Ji Anyang from Pei Jinqing. Colleagues. Pei Jinqing set down his pen and looked at me, a questioning gaze in his eyes. Just Jung Jiamen, I hesitated, uncertain if he had picked up on my hesitation. Pei Jinqing remained silent, maintaining his gaze on me. I felt exposed under his scrutiny, my defenses crumbling. And I was on the verge of confessing the truth when he spoke, his tone nonchalant. All right, you may go. Yes. I nearly fled the office, my legs feeling weak. Even after shutting the office door behind me, I had the distinct sensation that Pei Jinqing was still watching me. That man must have sensed something amiss. Yet he chose to remain silent. However, since he held his tongue, I felt no need for caution. After all, this entire setup was orchestrated by him. With a sense of unease swirling within me, I arrived punctually for my dinner with Ji Anyang. He had chosen a newly opened restaurant, characterized by a completely industrial design. The main dining area was located on the second floor, extending into a spacious fan-shaped outdoor garden overlooking the river, offering a breathtaking view of the waterway. As I was guided upstairs by the attendant, I found Ji Anyang already seated at a table near the railing, awaiting my arrival. To be honest, upon witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment, not due to Ji Anyang's choice of restaurant, but rather because he had not opted for a more secluded private room. This location offered a splendid view of the river and the band's performance was indeed enchanting. However, in comparison to a private room, such an arrangement felt insufficiently intimate. It appeared that in Ji Anyang's eyes, I remained merely a woman playing along for the sake of collaboration, unable to displace Lu Yanyan's position in his heart. Given this, I resolved to instigate a significant transformation in our dynamic today. Apologies for my tardiness, I said, gracefully approaching Ji Anyang and offering a smile as I leaned slightly forward. No, it's perfectly fine. The timing is just right, Ji Anyang responded, standing up gallantly to pull out the chair for me. Assistant Shen. Just call me Manqing, I replied, noticing Ji Anyang's momentary surprise. I continued with a smile. Referring to me as Assistant Shen gives me the impression that I am still at work. Since this is a rare moment of leisure, I wish to enjoy it fully. Am I putting you in a difficult position, Mr. Ji? I inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. No, not at all, Ji Anyang stammered, as if hesitating to speak. I quietly averted my gaze, lifting the wine glass at hand to take a delicate sip. Realizing my previous comment, I offered an apologetic smile. I beg your pardon. Please don't mind my earlier words. You must have summoned me for business matters, so please proceed. No, Ji Anyang hastily waved his hand. This is Miss Shen's personal time. Let us refrain from discussing business. Not at all, I replied with an understanding smile. Even during personal time, I am still more than willing to assist you if it is within my capacity. I cast my bait, eager to see whether Ji Anyang would take the hook. Well, Ji Anyang hesitated. It is indeed about that project. President Pei has decided to collaborate with Rongshen. I concocted a casual lie. Then inquired, but what is the matter? Ji Anyang's gaze intensified as he eagerly grasped my hand. I was taken aback, glancing down at our hands resting on the table. Ji Anyang quickly retracted his hand, a hint of embarrassment evident. I apologize, Miss Shen. Please continue. What is it? Only that President Pei is uncertain about the reliability of your sources. I posed the question I most yearned to understand. Ji Anyang had consistently persuaded Pei Jinqing to collaborate with him under the pretext of development in the Eastern District. Yet, from my previous observations, he seemed to lack connections in the relevant departments. Well, Ji Anyang faltered. I refrained from pressing further, instead raising my wine glass towards him. Let us relish this rare evening and refrain from discussing business. Indeed, no business talk, Ji Anyang visibly relaxed, lifting his glass to gently clink with mine. Afterwards, we did not revisit the topic, instead transitioning from light-hearted anecdotes to discussions about films and then travels. I had always known of his passion for travel prior to our marriage, yet I was pleasantly surprised to discover such a profound connection with Miss Shen. Ji Anyang spoke of joyful moments, his laughter filling the air. Indeed, it was astonishing to realize that we had once shared a flight to Australia. Albeit as strangers at the time. I feigned surprise, covering my mouth with a smile, and we both marveled at the serendipity of it all. However, in truth, there was nothing particularly fortuitous about it. At that time, I was enamored with the man before me, making every effort to understand his interests, which naturally led to a harmonious exchange. Additionally, I had booked the flight to Australia, so I was well aware of the details. If only I had encountered Mr. G back then. As we indulged in our drinks, I finished my glass of red wine and, lowering my head, felt a wave of melancholy wash over me. What? Ji Anyang paused, his hand holding the wine glass momentarily still. Oh, it's nothing. I lifted my gaze, forcing a smile in his direction. Yet I was acutely aware that he had heard me. Indeed, Ji Anyang pursued the matter once more, inquiring, "Are you saying?" "No, nothing at all." In a fluster, I sprang from my seat, clutching my wine glass as I moved to the balcony. "You must have misheard," I insisted, hastily downing the remaining contents of my glass as if to validate my own deceit. Coughing violently, the alcohol irritated my throat, and I leaned against the railing. Tears of a physiological nature welling at the corners of my eyes, yet they felt fitting for the moment. "Enough, you shouldn't drink like this." Ji Anyang approached me, snatching the glass from my hands, his tone laced with concern. I heard him clearly, I had not misheard. "Is something the matter?" I turned my head, my moist eyes meeting his gaze. I sensed a softness in Ji Anyang's expression. The notion that a vulnerable woman can evoke a man's protective instincts rang true. I hesitated, then turned away. "I may have had too much to drink, Mr. G. Please don't take it to heart." "Call me Anyang," came the man's voice from behind me. I let out a silent scoff, raising my head to speak, only to feel a gaze upon me. Casually, I glanced to the side, catching a fleeting glimpse of a delicate face. Was Bai Lingxian also here? Chapter 22. "Hello, Mr. Bai Manqing." Ji Anyang finally called my name. "You can tell me anything." His gaze was earnest, compelling me to withdraw my thoughts from the source of that burning stare and focus on the person before me. I hadn't intended to say anything, but upon seeing you today, My hands clenched tightly against my chest, my face revealing a blend of anguish and fragility. "The truth is, I went to Australia to find my ex-boyfriend." I sighed deeply, turning to face the riverbank, recounting a tale of a lovesick woman who traversed oceans in pursuit of love, only to be cruelly abandoned. As I narrated the story, I was overcome with emotion, choking back sobs and pausing intermittently before finally concluding my tale. I had believed that my heart would remain untouched, yet that fateful day, encountering you stirred something within me. But, I abruptly shook my head. "No, I shouldn't be saying this. I know you share a deep bond with Miss Lu. I was merely intoxicated today. Please forget what I've said." With that, I turned to leave. "Manqing." Ji Anyang grasped my arm. "Actually, No, you needn't say anything. There's no need for you to refuse me. I understand." I lowered my head, contemplating whether my strategy of retreating to advance would prove effective. Ji Anyang seemed slightly swayed. "No, that's unnecessary." I resolutely declined, taking a deep breath as if suppressing a torrent of emotions. I lifted my gaze to him and asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" "Ah, yes." Ji Anyang hesitated, seemingly surprised that I smoked. "I tend to crave a cigarette when I'm feeling down." I offered him a smile, concealing the previous vulnerability and reverting to my original self, Shen Manqing. Ji Anyang opened his mouth, hesitating before ultimately handing me a cigarette. I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, exposing my fair neck, and held the cigarette to my lips. Ji Anyang, ever the gentleman, ignited his lighter, lighting my cigarette. "You look truly lovely while smoking," he remarked sincerely. "Do I?" I tilted my head slightly closer to the flame, a smile dancing in my eyes as I gazed at Ji Anyang. "It's just a pity that you noticed too late." The implication was clear. Today's events would conclude with today. With a playful smirk, I exhaled a delicate cloud of smoke towards Ji Anyang. I sensed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Men often harbor a profound desire for what they cannot possess, especially when it was once readily within reach. At one point, Ji Anyang excused himself for a brief moment, leaving me to lean against the railing, finishing my cigarette. I do not particularly enjoy smoking. However, men often seek thrills, and a touch of wildness can present a more alluring challenge. As the ember reached the filter, I turned to return to my seat, finally facing Bai Lingxian's gaze directly. Bai Lingxian stood nearby, engaged in light-hearted conversation with a beautiful woman. Upon noticing my gaze, he elegantly raised his wine glass in a silent toast. I smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before tossing the cigarette butt into his wine glass. The cigarette butt sank into the drink, producing a faint sound as the ember extinguished. My impression of Bai Lingxian was neither particularly good nor bad, however. His conspicuous demeanor of merely observing from the sidelines stirred a sense of inexplicable irritation within me. Was he reveling in my misfortune? A buzzing sound interrupted my thoughts. I was oblivious to whose phone it was. As I rummaged through my bag, it was not mine. Raising my gaze, I noticed Ji Anyang's phone screen flickering with light. Glancing towards the restroom, I saw that Ji Anyang had yet to return, so I reached for the phone. The screen displayed the name Yan Yan. A cold smile escaped my lips as I unlocked the device. Anyang. Hello, we both spoke simultaneously, causing Lu Yanyan, on the other end, to pause in surprise. Who are you? ISNT this Anyang's phone. Where is Anyang? Hearing the evident panic in Lu Yanyan's voice, I felt an inexplicable delight. Miss Lu, I am Shen Qing. We have met before, I replied amicably, a smile gracing my lips. You. It's you again. Upon hearing my name, Lu Yanyan's voice turned venomous. Why are you with Anyang? Well, I paused dramatically. It is, of course, Anyang who invited me. Anyang. You dare to call him that? You shameless woman. Lu Yanyan seethed with rage. That is how Anyang asked me to address him, I retorted nonchalantly. Where is he? I want to speak with him. Oh, him. I chuckled softly. He has stepped out for a moment but will return shortly. Would you like me to relay a message? No need. Lu Yanyan snapped, abruptly ending the call. As I gazed at the dimming screen of the phone, a triumphant smile appeared on my face. I accessed the call log and deleted Lu Yanyan's incoming call. Just as I was about to lock the screen, a thought crossed my mind. If Ji Anyang had saved Lu Yanyan's number as Yanyan, what name had he assigned to Gu Qingqing? I entered my previous number into the dialer, only to find no name associated with it, neither wife nor Gu Qingqing, just a string of solitary digits, revealing that he had even bothered to save my name. Ha ha! I set the phone down, wanting to laugh, yet the mirth eluded me, replaced instead by a nauseating sensation in my stomach. Manqing! Ji Anyang returned, likely sensing my unusual demeanor. He leaned closer and softly asked, Manqing, what's wrong? Nothing. Instinctively, I recoiled, creating distance between us, lowering my head as I hastily stood up. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom. Without waiting for Ji Anyang's response, I hurriedly made my way towards the restroom, colliding with several people along the way. Hey! What's wrong with you? Sorry. I felt nauseous, utterly revolted. The mere thought of having shared the same bed with this man for 3 years fills me with an overwhelming sense of nausea, as if my entire stomach were churning violently. In a sudden rush, I dashed into the restroom, flinging open the door of the innermost stall, and bent over the toilet, retching uncontrollably. Despite having consumed little that evening, all that emerged was the remnants of alcohol. I recognized that this was a psychological revulsion rather than a physiological one. Yet I found myself utterly unable to contain it. After leaning against the stall for what felt like an eternity, I finally pressed the flush button. Upon exiting the restroom, I splashed water on my face in an attempt to regain my composure. As I struggled to overcome the wave of nausea and prepared to lift my gaze, a soft voice floated from behind me. We meet again, Shen Qing. I paused, momentarily taken aback, before slowly raising my eyes to the mirror. Reflected in its surface, I beheld a pair of alluring, almond-shaped eyes fixed intently upon me. I smiled faintly at my reflection, realizing, indeed, we had crossed paths once more. Mr. Bai. Chapter 23. We are of the same kind. This marks our second encounter, does it not? Bai Lingxian today donned a deep navy checkered suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt, the collar slightly unbuttoned, exuding an air of casual elegance. Miss Shen, are you dining here with your boyfriend today? Upon hearing the word boyfriend, an instinctive wave of aversion coursed through me. Nevertheless, I refrained from clarifying my situation to this man, offering only a non-committal smile. Mr. Bai, on the other hand, had invited a beauty to dinner yet stood idly by, leaving her waiting. Is this truly acceptable? Well, I find it quite agreeable, he replied, casting a smile in the mirror that revealed the striking allure of his peach blossom eyes. I am indeed observing you. I believe Miss Shen is far more delightful than the others. Frivolous. I mentally reassigned this man a label. Mr. Bai had been watching me all evening. Was he still not satiated? I maintained a smile on my face while retaliating with sharp words, having already witnessed my performance throughout the night. He now sought to jest with me. Not enough, Bai Lingxian shook his head, taking a step closer. Such a beauty as Miss Shen is never enough to behold. Yet, after an entire evening of observation, I noted that Miss Shen seemed to lack an eye for men. Oh. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his assertion. For instance. Bai Lingxian leaned in closer, resting his hands against the wash basin, effectively cornering me in his presence. The man you are dating today is known in our circle as a scoundrel. He ascended to his position relying on his wife, and now, mere months after her passing, he is entangled with her best friend. One cannot help but speculate whether they were involved prior to her demise or even if her death is somehow linked to them. Is that so? I felt a jolt of shock. Do you have evidence? What? I pressed further. Is there evidence that they caused his wife's death? If so, my revenge against Ji Anyang would be far simpler. Well, Bai Lingxian raised a hand, drawing it towards me. What do you intend to do? I retreated a step, inadvertently colliding with the man behind me. Heh! Bai Lingxian chuckled lightly, retrieving a tissue from the nearby box and presenting it to me. There is no evidence. However, many occurrences are not without their origins. I paused, shooting a glare at the man in the mirror. Then took the tissue to dry my face. Why share this with me? Because I observed you for an entire evening, and I find you quite intriguing, he replied candidly. Though his words unsettled me. Indeed, quite amusing, I remarked, applying lipstick to touch up my makeup, casting him a caustic glance. No, how could that be? Bai Lingxian reached out as if to caress my face, only to be met with a swift slap that thwarted his advance. Bai Lingxian gazed at his open hand without a hint of anger. Rather, the smile at the corner of his lips deepened, though I could not fathom his motives. I was certain he was concocting some scheme. Because Bai Lingxian leaned closer, his voice lowered deliberately as he whispered in my ear, "We are of the same kind. Mr. Bai, please maintain your decorum." I turned away, coldly pushing against his chest. Yet, Bai Lingxian leaned in once more. "Shen Manqing, how about choosing me?" He lifted my chin, his handsome face inching ever closer. Just as his lips were about to touch mine, I sharply stomped on his foot. My stiletto heel pressed firmly against his instep, causing him to gasp sharply and recoil against the wall, a frown on his face but amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Apologies, Mr. Bai," I stepped forward, tilting my head to meet his gaze directly. "I have no interest in you, and furthermore, we are not of the same ilk." With that, I turned on my heel and strode away, not looking back. A light, teasing laugh from behind me echoed, but I chose to ignore it. "Manqing, I was just about to find you." As I returned to my seat, Ji Anyang stood up from his chair, approaching me as I walked by. He extended his hand, intending to assist me. After the earlier encounter, the last person I wished to see was this man. However, I decided to retreat strategically, creating some distance between us. "Mr. Ji." I glanced at his outstretched hand, then stepped back slightly, missing his grasp as I retrieved my bag from the chair. "Manqing." Ji Anyang paused, seemingly taken aback by my sudden withdrawal. "Mr. Ji, let us forget about tonight's events. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, I turned towards the staircase. "Manqing, let me escort you," Ji Anyang called out, hastening to catch up with me. "Mr. Ji." I halted, turning to politely decline his offer. "There is no need for trouble. I can return on my own." Also, I hesitated. "I am currently assistant to Mr. Pei, and if you address me too familiarly, it may lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. I kindly ask you to maintain a respectful distance." Manqing. Ji Anyang was utterly stunned now. "Goodbye, Mr. Ji." I did not linger any longer, bidding a courteous farewell before descending the stairs. Once outside the restaurant, I stood by the roadside, hailing a taxi. Suddenly, a red sports car screeched to a halt before me. "Miss Shen, we meet again." The window rolled down to reveal a strikingly handsome face. "Mr. Bai, don't you find this rather tiresome?" Having witnessed Bai Lingxian's frivolity, I could hardly muster a smile for him. "What is wrong? Are you not pleased to see me?" Bai Lingxian's eyes twinkled, a charming smile gracing his face. "If you were scrutinized like a monkey all evening, you wouldn't be pleased either." As I took a few steps forward, Bai Lingshuan's car obstructed my path, rendering me unable to hail a single vehicle. How could this be? I would have gladly welcomed Miss Shen's company for an evening, yet it seemed she didn't even spare me a glance. Bai Lingxian slowly maneuvered his car closer, eventually halting right before me. "You." His deliberate actions irked me somewhat, but he appeared utterly unfazed, resting his arms on the car window and leisurely gazing at me. "What exactly do you intend?" I noted the time rather late and feared that Pei Jinqing might soon become enraged. The mere thought of that man's wrath made my legs weaken, uncertain of how I would be tormented in bed. I hadn't contemplated anything. Bai Lingxian shrugged innocently, claiming he merely wished to escort Miss Sheng home. No need for that. I promptly declined, asserting my ability to return on my own. Really? Bai Lingxian raised an eyebrow, gesturing for me to look behind. Ji Anyang was about to emerge, and I presumed you wouldn't want him to witness us together. You! I clenched my fists in indignation, only to release them in resignation. With a resounding slam, I entered Bai Lingshuan's car. Alas! Bai Lingxian merely let out a cheerful whistle, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Chapter 24. Do I seem filthy? Are you truly not considering my feelings? Bai Lingxian accelerated the vehicle with remarkable speed, the wind whipping through my hair, causing a slight ache in my head. Mr. Bai, you are exceedingly verbose. I shifted my position, propping my head with my hand. It was evident that during our initial encounter, you were, well, what then? I suddenly realized that I had divulged too much and hastily ceased the discussion. Nothing significant. Are you implying that during our first meeting, you found me rather gentlemanly? Yet now I am entirely different. Bai Lingxian glanced at me with a smile flickering at the corners of his eyes. I closed my eyes, refraining from responding, thus tacitly agreeing with his observation. It's all a performance, much like yourself. Upon hearing those words, I opened my eyes and shot him an indignant glare. Bai Lingyan, however, remained focused on the road, continuing, after all, this is my first occasion attending a banquet as a member of the Bai family. I must certainly present myself well. But tell me, how did you perceive my act? Did it stir any feelings within you? Not in the slightest. I shot him a disapproving look, straightening up to survey the surrounding buildings. Where are we headed? To my home, he replied, still fixated ahead. You have yet to inform me of your residence, so I shall take you home for now. You don't mind, do you? Seizing the opportunity while waiting at a red light, Bai Lingxian turned to me with a grin before swiftly pressing the accelerator and darting through the intersection. Stop the car! I exclaimed, tapping the door with irritation. We haven't reached my house yet. Bai Lingxian showed no inclination to slow down. Stop the car! I reiterated, seeing that he was unresponsive. I reached for the door handle and attempted to pry it open. A rush of wind surged in as I managed to create a small opening. Instantly, I noticed Bai Lingxian's expression shift dramatically as he slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, the car skidding for a brief distance before coming to an abrupt halt. I lurched forward due to inertia, grateful for the seatbelt that prevented me from colliding with the windshield. Goodness! I bounced back into my seat, about to speak when he interjected. Are you trying to endanger your life? I lifted my gaze to meet his, noting the furrow in his brow as his hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. Indeed. I chuckled lightly, unfastening my seatbelt. See? I'm quite alive, aren't I? You! Bai Lingxian gazed at me, suddenly bursting into laughter. You are indeed quite amusing. Until we meet again, Mr. Bai. I opened the door, preparing to exit. Wait a moment, Bai Lingxian called from behind. I turned my head slightly, awaiting his next words. If I had T-stopped just now, would you have truly jumped from the vehicle? How could that be? I smirked at Bai Lingxian. I am rather afraid of death. With that, I slammed the car door shut and walked to the roadside, hailing a taxi. After relaying my destination to the driver, I finally relaxed my tense body, leaning back against the seat in exhaustion, until the vehicle passed an intersection. I caught a glimpse of Bai Lingshuang's car still stationed at the same spot through the rearview mirror, leaving me puzzled as to what he might be observing. Upon returning to Pei Jinqing's villa, the clock struck 10. I felt as if I had just emerged from a fierce battle, utterly fatigued. It wasn't that Ji Anyang had been particularly difficult to contend with that evening. Rather, it was the unexpected presence of Bai Lingxian that rendered him so inscrutable, leaving me bewildered as to his true intentions. As I entered the gate and traversed the grand hall, I was approached hastily by a maid. Miss Shen, the sir is waiting for you upstairs. A sudden pang of anxiety struck me, though I managed to maintain a smile in response. Understood. With a heart laden with trepidation, I approached the threshold of Pei Jinqing's room. Just as I cracked the door open, I overheard him seemingly engaged in a telephone conversation. I will investigate this matter myself. It concerns our family. There is no need for you to interfere. This was the first instance I had witnessed Pei Jinqing exhibit such fervent emotion. Typically, he bore an air of indifference and melancholy, seldom revealing his feelings. What could have transpired to evoke such a reaction? Momentarily, I found myself frozen at the door, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. As I hesitated, I inadvertently continued to eavesdrop. I will resolve the Pei family's issues myself. No matter what, I will never marry you. Marriage? My heart jolted at the thought. Was Pei Jinqing contemplating marriage? I stared at the silhouette of the man, lost in contemplation. When suddenly he turned around after ending the call. Startled, I instinctively sought to conceal myself, but it was too late. I collided directly with Pei Jinqing's gaze. It seems you have a penchant for eavesdropping, he remarked in a low tone, his eyes still ablaze with residual anger. A chill ran down my spine, evidently. The call had displeased him greatly. I stammered, gingerly stepping into the room and closing the door behind me. In truth, Pei Jinqing's accusation was somewhat unjust. The last time I had been genuinely curious, while this instance was entirely unintentional. Nevertheless, any explanation would prove futile now. So I bowed my head and softly uttered, I apologize. I was uncertain whether he heard me, but after a moment, Pei Jinqing wearily gestured for me to come closer. Come here. I nodded in response and approached, taking a seat opposite him. Did you enjoy yourself today? Pei Jinqing inquired, lowering his gaze to fiddle with his phone. When he lifted his head again, he had reverted to his usual demeanor. Ha! I was taken aback by his question, momentarily pausing before replying. It was relatively enjoyable. Is that so? Your tone lacks certainty, Pei Jinqing observed, tilting my chin upward with his hand. I obediently raised my gaze to meet his profound eyes. What film did you watch? He asked. I remained silent, offering no answer. It wasn't until he held his phone before me, revealing a photo on the screen, that I felt a wave of relief wash over me for not having continued my deceit. In the photograph, Ji Anyang is lighting a cigarette for me. I have my hair tied up, my eyes slightly lifted at the corners, and a gentle smile graces my lips as I gaze at him. The scene imbued with an indescribable intimacy. How was dinner? Did you enjoy it? Pei Jinqing's grip on my chin gradually tightens. I recoil in pain. But the man's hold only becomes firmer. No, it wasn't enjoyable. I furrow my brow, studying the man before me, uncertain if it is merely my imagination. But he appears somewhat irked. Are you angry? I muster the courage to voice the question. He pauses for a moment, then lets out a light laugh as he releases my face. I simply dislike others touching my belongings. I find it unclean. Although I am aware that Pei Jinqing is unlikely to be jealous of me, his words about finding it unclean pierce my heart unexpectedly. I will go take a shower now. I rise abruptly, determined to ensure he does not feel disgusted. Stop! The man calls out from behind me. Is there something else? I stand with my back to him, my heart racing with pent-up frustration. You! Pei Jinqing hesitates. Who allowed you to smoke? Did I not expressly forbid you from doing so? Since his surgery, Pei Jinqing has imposed many peculiar rules on me. As if he intends to reshape me into an entirely different person. Understood. I still do not turn around. After all, smoking is something I learned after my rebirth. I am not yet addicted, merely seeking solace in nicotine occasionally. I stand resolutely, and seeing that Pei Jinqing has no further words, I lift my leg to step out the door. Not so fast. The man's voice rings out behind me. Stay away from Bai Linhian. Ha! I pause, about to turn around when, bam, the door slams shut right in front of my nose. The wind from the closing door brushes against my face. I raise my hand to knock, but after a moment's thought, I let it fall and retreat to my own room. Chapter 25. I wished to borrow a person that night. My sleep was anything but restful. In a hazy stupor, I sensed someone enter the room and stand by the bedside for a while. I yearned to open my eyes and see him, yet they remained stubbornly shut. Eventually, I heard the soft click of the door closing, and I slipped back into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, I descended the stairs for breakfast, preoccupied with thoughts of how to confront the man. However, I was informed that Pei Jinqing had already departed, and our paths had not crossed. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, I found solace in this outcome. On my way to the office, I texted Chengqi, requesting the photographs taken yesterday. If Pei Jinqing had indeed dispatched someone to surveil me, he would likely have entrusted this task to Chengqi, making him the right contact for the photos. Indeed, shortly after sending the message, Chongqi responded with multiple images from yesterday's encounter. As I scrolled through the photographs on my phone, I couldn't help but notice the exceptional quality of the shots. The angles were quite creative. Several images captured moments of conversation, lending an unintended air of intimacy between the subjects. Were I an outsider, I might have surmised that the two individuals depicted shared something more than mere acquaintance. Was Pei Jinqing incensed upon viewing these images? No, I quickly dismissed that notion. He was not oblivious to my theatricality, and he had explicitly stated his aversion to others touching what he considered his. I proceeded to create a new email account on my phone and bundled the photographs sent by Chongqi, dispatching them to Lu Yanyan's work email. Entirely unaware that I had unwittingly aligned myself with Pei Jinqing's categorization. After sending the email, I leaned back in my seat, awaiting the driver to convey me to the office. In truth, even had Pei Jinqing not urged me to maintain distance from Bai Lingxian, I would have chosen to do so, for that man was exceedingly enigmatic. Yet, I found it curious that the more I sought to evade Bai Lingxian, the more he seemed to linger like an unwelcome specter. The car halted before the company entrance, and as I stepped out and approached the door, my phone began to vibrate insistently in my bag. I retrieved it to find an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Hello? My suspicions piqued, yet I answered nonetheless. Miss Shen, came a teasing voice from the other end. I am here to collect the dry cleaning fee. Dry cleaning fee? I paused, the memory rushing back. At the Bai family's birthday banquet, I had accidentally knocked a wine glass from a man's hand, soaking his suit. In my haste to pursue Pei Jinqing, I had handed that man my business card, instructing him to contact me later. That man, as it turned out, was none other than Bai Lingxian. Mr. Bai, I halted, glancing at the security guard at the door, forcing a professional smile as I replied, please provide me with your account details, and I shall transfer the amount shortly. I do not want your money, he chuckled lightly on the other end. Then what do you? I suddenly felt a twinge of frustration. I merely wished to invite Miss Shen to dinner, yet I am uncertain if she would graciously accept. Apologies, but I feel my headache worsening. My work keeps me exceedingly busy, and I may not have the time to dine with Mr. Bai. Thank you for your kind gesture. Oh. Yet you seem to find time to dine with Ji Aoyang despite your busy schedule, Bai Lingxian remarked, deliberately elongating his tone. Bai Lingyan. Aha, do not be upset. He chuckled on the other end of the line, but I am already here. Will you truly refuse me? What? I was left in confusion. Miss Shen. Suddenly, Bai Lingshuan's voice echoed behind me. As I turned, I saw him leaning against his red sports car, waving his phone at me. His striking appearance, coupled with such a display, drew the attention of female employees entering and exiting the company. Shen. Seizing the moment before Bai Lingxian could cause further commotion, I hurriedly approached and pulled him aside. What brings you here? I am here to invite you to dinner, he replied, his captivating eyes sparkling as he smiled at me. No need, I must return to work. I instinctively felt the urge to distance myself from this man. Surely, there is a lunch break during work. Allow me to treat you to lunch, Bai Lingxian insisted. It is unnecessary, I become too busy to have lunch. I did not wish to engage in further discourse with him, cutting off his words directly. I must get to work now. Mr. Bai, please take care. With that, I turned and walked back into the company. Miss Shen. Little did I know, Bai Lingxian followed closely behind. You become so busy that you cannot even spare time for lunch. This simply will not do. I shall speak with your boss. As he spoke, Bai Lingxian bypassed me and strode directly into the company. Hey! I hurriedly attempted to stop him, but he had already stepped into the elevator ahead of me. What do you intend to do? Do not cause a stir at my company. I wanted to forcibly remove Bai Lingxian from the elevator. How can this be considered causing a stir? I am here solely for you, Miss Shen, and I have long wished to meet your boss. We barely exchanged words at the birthday banquet last time. As he spoke, Bai Lingxian pressed the elevator's closed door button. By the time I realized what was happening, the elevator door had closed with a ding and began its ascent. You! I could not be bothered to waste further words with Bai Lingxian. Once the elevator arrived, I stepped out first. Sister Manqing. As soon as Xinjiaman spotted me, she rushed over. Sister Manqing, why are you only just arriving? President Pei requests your presence in his office. Ah, this. Xinjiaman blurted out her message, then noticed someone standing behind me. You are not. Sister Manqing, he is. Xinjiaman pulled me aside, casting a glance at Bai Lingxian. Hello. Bai Lingxian donned a composed demeanor, smiling at Zheng Zheman. Yes, yes. He is indeed. I was already feeling a headache due to this man, and abruptly halted Zheng Zheman's words. I shall leave this man to you. I must find President Pei. Oh, all right. Zheng Zheman nodded absent-mindedly, still in a daze when Bai Lingxian bypassed her and followed closely behind me. Miss Shen. Where are you headed? I happen to be looking for General Manager Pei as well. I heard the voice pursuing me from behind, causing my hand on the door to pause momentarily, yet it was too late. Bai Lingxian seized my hand and with a decisive push, the door to Pei Jinqing's office swung open. The man seated at the desk raised his head at the sound, casting a glance at me in the doorway, his brow furrowing in apparent discontent. Pei, General Manager Pei, you were looking for me? I extended my hand, intending to keep Bai Lingxian outside. But this man deftly sidestepped me, brazenly walking in. If memory serves, I only sought you, so why are there two individuals standing before me? Pei Jinqing shot me a fleeting glance before directing his attention to Bai Lingxian. This is, I began to explain. I was determined to meet General Manager Pei, so I came along. Bai Lingxian interjected before I could finish. Oh. Pei Jinqing raised an eyebrow. What business do you have with me? I wish to borrow someone from you, I replied. Who? Shen Manqing. Chapter 26. He gave you to me. As those 3 words left his lips, I sensed an unmistakable tension enveloping the office for several seconds. Even I, who had witnessed Bai Lingshuan's unpredictable nature before, was momentarily taken aback by his astonishing declaration. Stealthily, I glanced up at the man before me. Pei Jinqing's face bore no trace of emotion, rendering his feelings inscrutable, though his gaze appeared darker than before. Just as I began to wonder if Pei Jinqing would summon someone to eject Bai Lingxian, he suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Just kidding, I was merely jesting. Bai Lingxian waved his hand dismissively, his customary charming grin reappearing. I simply wished to invite Miss Shen to dinner, but she mentioned being too busy with work. So I thought I might seek some leniency from General Manager Pei to grant her a brief respite. Oh. Pei Jinqing raised his eyes slightly, casting a glance in my direction. After a prolonged pause, he replied, what if I were to say no? Ah. Bai Lingxian let out a regretful sigh, contemplating for a moment before striding directly towards Pei Jinqing. General Manager. I cast a furtive glance at Pei Jinqing and hurried forward, intending to obstruct Bai Lingxian. But he was already one step ahead, pulling out the chair opposite Pei Jinqing and seating himself with ease. General Manager, you truly are a strict superior, Bai Lingxian remarked with a smile directed at Pei Jinqing. Pei Jinqing remained silent, neither affirming nor denying, and subtly gestured for me to leave with a glance. What if I were to say I have some good news to share with General Manager Pei? Would he be inclined to grant Miss Shen a day off? Bai Lingxian retracted his smile, adopting a rare serious demeanor. That would depend on the value of this news. Pei Jinqing's face remained impassive, yet his eyes grew increasingly profound. Absolutely, Bai Lingxian leaned back comfortably, a teasing glint in his eye as he glanced at me. It is certainly worth at least one lunch with Miss Shen. I felt a genuine aversion towards Bai Lingshuan's frivolous attitude and was about to voice my refusal when Pei Jinqing's gaze met mine. Leave, he commanded with a low, firm tone. General Manager, I leave, Pei Jinqing reiterated, his voice unwavering. Yes. I dared not defy him, shooting an exasperated glare at Bai Lingxian instead. To my surprise, he waved cheerfully at me, bidding me farewell as I exited the office. Manqing, Manqing. The moment I stepped out, Zheng Zheman pulled me down into a chair, leaning in conspiratorially. That must be the Bai family young master, Bai Lingxian, from the gossip magazine, right? He is even more handsome in person than in the photos. Especially when he smiles, my goodness. Manqing, Manqing, does he have a girlfriend? What are you doing? I turned to Zheng Zheman, who wore a lovesick expression. You can't possibly have feelings for him, can you? And no, of course not. Zheng Zheman averted her gaze awkwardly. I was just asking. I have no idea. Inwardly, I raised an objection to Bai Lingshuan's visage, remembering how he had previously been exposed for his callous treatment of an ex-girlfriend. Did you not think he was a scoundrel? About that incident, Zheng Zheman seemed to have just recalled something, nodding her head as she pulled over a chair and sat down. That matter had long been clarified. Clarified? I had not been paying attention to the sensational news surrounding Bai Lingxian, so I inquired of Zheng Zheman how it had been clarified. Bai Lingxian had shown the reporters her text message exchanges with his ex-girlfriend. revealing that he had amicably parted ways with her 2 months prior to his return to the Bai family. He had already paid the 10,000 yuan severance fee that his ex demanded. The reasons for their breakup were not elaborated upon by Lin-Xian. But it soon came to light through gossip reporters that his ex had been unfaithful during their relationship, which Lin-Xian discovered, leading to their separation. In fact, considering the circumstances, Lin-Xian appeared to be quite magnanimous. His ex had cheated, yet he still provided her with a severance fee, Zhong Jiameng remarked, almost as if in critique. Indeed, I responded casually. Providing a severance fee after infidelity seems rather peculiar, doesn't it? Or perhaps there are undisclosed secrets lurking beneath the surface. Furthermore, although Lin-Xian did not directly state the reasons for their breakup, the rapid uncovering of the truth suggested that someone was orchestrating matters behind the scenes. I suddenly realized that Lin-Xian had executed this maneuver rather adeptly. Everyone must now perceive him as a good man who speaks well of his ex, even after their separation. What about the child? I recalled that the ex-girlfriend had appeared quite pregnant during her outburst. The child, alas, is not Lin Xuan's. Jing Jiameng lamented on his behalf. It was said that after the commotion, the Bai family had taken that woman for an amniocentesis to conduct a paternity test. And the results confirmed that the child was not Lin Xuan's. At this point, Zhong Jiameng's disdain for the woman was palpable. It was rumored that Bai Changsong was furious about this and intended to sue her for fraud, but Lin-Xian had dissuaded him. Alas, the magazines claimed that Lin-Xian was still harboring feelings for his ex and did not wish to engage in a legal battle. Indeed, the ordinary scion seemed to differ from others in this regard. Wouldn't you agree, Sister Manqing? Ah! As I listened to Zhong Jiameng's lengthy discourse, I increasingly felt a dissonance. The Lin-Xian she described seemed a world apart from the man I had encountered over the past few days. Had this issue of the gossip magazine been bought off by Lin-Xian, this portrayal of a devoted suitor felt excessively contrived. I was tempted to voice my skepticism. Yet upon noticing Jing Jiameng's eager expression, I refrained from dousing her enthusiasm with cold water, merely responding with vague affirmations. Well, I shall take my leave now. Just as I was conversing with Jing Jiameng, the door to Pei Jinqing's office swung open, and I saw Lin-Xian stepping out, laughing and speaking animatedly. Jing Jiameng quickly slid her chair back to her desk as soon as she noticed. Miss Shen, he called out, and I immediately lowered my head, pretending not to hear the man's voice. Assistant Shen. Lin-Xian bent down, his handsome face suddenly drawing near, causing me to instinctively take a step back. Mr. Bai, is there something you need? Lin-Xian placed his hand on my desk, his alluring peach blossom eyes curving as they gazed at me. I have already secured your transfer from President Pei. Miss Shen, come with me. I was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? President Pei had given me to Lin-Xian. Laughing lightly, Lin-Xian, sensing my shock, added playfully, President Pei has granted you leave. Remember to join me for lunch. Lunch? I wanted to inquire further. I will come to pick you up at noon, Lin-Xian said, straightening up, waving goodbye as he turned towards the door. Wasn't I the one supposed to be having lunch? Why were these two men disregarding my opinion? Frustrated, I cast a glance at President Pei's office, and a fleeting look at Zhong Jiameng, who promptly closed her mouth, obediently refraining from gossiping. Chapter 27. Likewise, as soon as the lunch break commenced, Lin-Xian arrived punctually in his striking red sports car, halting at the company entrance. The front desk, overwhelmed, dialed my extension multiple times, urging me to descend promptly. With a sense of resentment, I picked up the internal phone, casting a glance towards Pei Jinqing's office. Ever since Lin Xuan's departure, Pei Jinqing had remained ensconced in his office, neither emerging nor summoning me inside. In truth, I was exceedingly eager to burst in and inquire what Lin-Xian had said to him that persuaded him to agree to a meal with Lin-Xian. This arrangement seemed akin to a clandestine barter of allure. Was I merely a pawn in their negotiations? Pondering this perplexity, I finally began to gather my belongings to head downstairs when the front desk called my direct line for the 7th time. Did you hear? The young master of the Bai family is waiting outside our company. Really? Is he the one from that magazine feature a while back? Yes, indeed. Utterly handsome. And driving a red sports car. Oh wow, who is he waiting for? I'm so envious. As I squeezed into the elevator, the air was thick with whispers of curiosity. Each woman was animatedly speculating about who Lin-Xian might be awaiting. The attention he garnered within the company was quite exasperating. As I stepped out of the elevator, I contemplated how to discreetly leave with Lin-Xian, yet he provided me no such opportunity. Miss Shen, As soon as I emerged from the company's entrance, Bai Lingxian called out my name, waving enthusiastically. I'm over here. Instantly, I felt the piercing gazes from all directions, scrutinizing me as if I were under an X-ray scanner. You did this on purpose, I muttered through clenched teeth as I hastened to his side. Not at all. Bai Lingxian replied with an innocent smile, opening the car door for me. Miss Shen, please. In an instant, the attention around us intensified. Let us go, I said, sliding into the car and shutting the door firmly. What's the hurry? Is Miss Shen so eager to share a meal with me? Bai Lingxian leisurely settled into the driver's seat. I shot him a fierce glance, opting for silence, fearing that the more I spoke, the more he would revel in the exchange. Once seated, Bai Lingxian waited until the onlookers had their fill of observation before finally starting the vehicle. Miss Shen, you seem rather discontented, he remarked, glancing at me from the corner of his eye as he navigated the road. I'm aware, I retorted, turning my head away in annoyance. Haha, despite your reluctance, you still accompanied me. Miss Shen truly is obedient to President Pei. Bai Lingxian's words carried an undertone of significance. Is there a subordinate who can disregard their superior's words? I countered, feigning ignorance. Bai Lingxian merely smiled, remaining silent as the car came to a stop outside the restaurant. After you, ladies, he gestured as we entered, the waiter guiding us to our seats. What does Miss Shen enjoy eating? Bai Lingxian inquired. As Bai Lingxian perused the menu, he inquired of me. Mr. Bai, please feel free to order, I replied casually. My intention was not to be polite. Rather, I was genuinely unsure of the man's motives. More than sitting here, I longed to depart swiftly. Very well. Bai Lingxian seemed unperturbed, summoning the waiter with a wave of his hand. After placing our order, he suddenly smiled radiantly at me, remarking, in truth, President Pei did not insist that you accompany me for dinner. His exact words were that if Miss Shen is willing, he would not impede. In other words, if I were unwilling, I could very well decline. Did you deceive me? Upon grasping his implication, I abruptly rose from my seat. I did not, Bai Lingxian shrugged innocently. What I said is true. President Pei granted you leave. You. I inhaled deeply several times, ultimately maintaining the necessary decorum. I apologize, Mr. Bai. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wait. Bai Lingxian quickly clasped my wrist resting on the table. Since you are already here, Miss Shen, why not enjoy a meal before you depart? I really must go. I attempted to withdraw my hand, resolute in my decision to leave. Do you not wish to know how I persuaded Pei Jinqing? His words halted me in my tracks. I paused for a moment, then returned to my seat beside the table. Will you actually tell me? Bai Lingxian chuckled softly. I will not. However, I can share something that may delight Miss Shen. What is it? I summoned the waiter again and ordered an additional dessert, having changed my mind and decided to finish this meal before leaving. After all, Pei Jinqing had only yesterday advised me to steer clear of this man, yet today he engaged in a transaction with him. Bai Lingxian was undoubtedly more complex than the outside world perceived. I have noticed. Bai Lingxian swirled the water in his glass, speaking thoughtfully. Miss Shen holds considerable significance for Pei Jinqing. Is that so? I replied nonchalantly, though internally I scoffed at the notion. Pei Jinqing cared little for me. He simply had not yet exhausted his entertainment. Do you not believe me? Bai Lingxian chuckled lightly. Do you truly think anyone would take your words at face value? I retorted. I do, Bai Lingxian asserted with a serious expression. After all, I exchanged such crucial information, and Pei Jinqing was unwilling to part with you, allowing only a meal between us. Does that not indicate something? He winked at me. I rolled my eyes internally. I would not easily trust this man again, as he spoke as casually as one might savor a meal. Then do enlighten me about what precisely you discussed, for how am I to believe you otherwise? I offered a professional, albeit forced, smile, attempting to extract more from Bai Lingxian. That is a significant secret. He leaned across the table, intentionally lowering his voice. If you are willing to become mine, I shall divulge it. Bai Lingyan, you. I picked up the knife and fork from the table and playfully held them before the man. Smiling, Bai Lingyan quickly shrank back. When I become the head of the Bai family, you will understand. The man lowered his head, nonchalantly prodding at the food on his plate, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, I had no doubt about the authenticity of his words. There was something I was genuinely curious about. and I wondered if Miss Shum could enlighten me. Bai Lingxian brandished his fork at me. What is it? I paused my actions and lifted my gaze to meet his. Why does Miss Shum forsake the readily available Pei Jinqing and instead pursue the ineffectual Ji Anyang? Bai Lingshuang's question struck home. This matter has nothing to do with Mr. Bai, I replied with a smile. He did not respond to my inquiry, and I chose not to disclose my intentions, leaving us at an impasse. Indeed, I concurred lightly. From then on, we both fell silent, the meal appearing harmonious while concealing our individual thoughts. On the way back after dinner, my phone buzzed unexpectedly. I glanced at the screen, and a message appeared. Those photos were sent by you, weren't they? Before I could reply, my phone buzzed again with a second message. Let's meet. All right, I smirked, promptly responding. Are you plotting something again? That smile seems rather sinister. I looked up to find Bai Lingshuang's probing gaze upon me. Likewise, I replied, placing my phone back into my bag, the screen still illuminating the sender's name, Lu Yanyan. Chapter 28. Someone wants to see you. I had arranged to meet Lu Yanyan the following afternoon at a CF. However, the next morning, I found myself unable to locate Pei Jinqing. Where could Mr. Pei have gone? I inquired with several servants along the way, but each bore a look of confusion and shook their heads, stating that he had left early and his destination was unknown. What about Secretary Chen? Secretary Chen had accompanied the gentleman as well. Fine, I acknowledged. I dismissed the servants. It was not that I intentionally wished to keep him uninformed. If he returned and discovered my absence, I would possess a valid excuse. With this thought in mind, I changed into another outfit and had the driver take me to my destination. Miss Shun, we have arrived. The vehicle halted in front of a European-style CF. Shall I wait for you outside? The driver politely inquired. No need, you may return, I replied, waving him off as I alighted from the car. The driver hesitated momentarily before nodding. Then I shall take my leave. Very well, I watched as he drove away before entering the CF. Welcome, how may I assist you? A server approached immediately. My friend has already arrived. I gestured to the server and spotted Lu Yanyan seated by the window, awaiting my arrival. Certainly, please. The server inclined slightly and gestured toward Lu Yanyan. I nodded, taking deliberate steps in my high heels toward Lu Yanyan, my hands involuntarily clenching tightly. Hello, Miss Lu. Upon standing before Lu Yanyan, I slowly relaxed my fists, forcing a perfect smile upon my face. Hello, Lu Yanyan glanced up at me, her makeup slightly uneven. Assistant Shen. Yes, I returned her greeting with a smile, pulling out a chair to sit down. What brings you here today? Ha, Lu Yanyan let out a light laugh. Her demeanor sharp and unyielding, devoid of the charm she exhibited around Ji Anyang. Don't pretend you know nothing. I truly do not, I replied casually, lifting my coffee cup to take a sip. Too bitter, I remarked, adding free sugar cubes. You. Lu Yanyan stared at my actions, momentarily taken aback. What is it? I raised an eyebrow, feigning tranquility. In truth, I almost forgot that I had always added free sugar cubes to my coffee. Lu Yanyan used to mock me, claiming such sweetness masked the flavor of the coffee. Today, I unconsciously repeated the habit. Indeed, habits can be quite formidable. And nothing. Fortunately, Lu Yanyan did not dwell on the matter and instead slammed a stack of photographs onto the table before me. These are the ones you sent to my email, right? Oh. I set my cup down, reaching out to gather the scattered photographs, organizing them neatly, and began to admire them one by one. I was surprised that Lu Yanyan had even printed them out. The photographs are quite remarkable, and the night view by the riverside is enchanting. I seem to be entirely oblivious to the identities of the individuals in the pictures, as I enthusiastically critique each one. Upon encountering a particularly suggestive image, I reached out to share it with Lu Yanyan, only to have her swiftly snatch it away. Shen Manqing, spare me your pretense. That innocent facade of yours may deceive Ji Anyang, but I advise you not to feign innocence in my presence. Feign? What am I pretending? I retracted my reddened hand, casting a disinterested glance at the photos, which I laid out on the table with a sense of disillusionment. Today, you were the one who invited me out. Shouldn't you be the one to initiate the conversation? Lu Yanyan scoffed. Now that the masks are off, this conversation is much easier. What is your true intention in getting close to Ji Anyang? For no particular reason, I replied lazily, leaning back. If I were to confess that I have feelings for him, would you believe me? Ha ha ha. Lu Yanyan burst into laughter. I have seen your tactics before. We are cut from the same cloth. Do you really think I would take your words at face value? What? So you're not pursuing Ji Anyang out of affection? I straightened up slightly, leaning towards Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan faltered at my words. Our affairs are none of your concern. Just stay away from Ji Anyang. Why? I lowered my gaze, stirring my spoon leisurely in my cup. Since you do not love him, and I do not love her. What gives you the right to dictate my distance from him? I glanced at Lu Yanyan. Humph. I am merely offering you a friendly warning. If your intention is to secure a life among the elite through a man, I suggest you find a new target soon. Lu Yanyan suddenly appeared emboldened. Reclining comfortably, with her arms crossed before her. In matters concerning Ji Anyang, you could never surpass me. Oh. My hand, stirring the coffee, paused momentarily. I tapped the rim of my cup with the spoon. Miss Lu, you are quite confident. Yet. Why do I feel that I am on the verge of usurping your position? I set down the spoon and took a sip from my cup. The bitterness was just right. Shen Manqing. Lu Yanyan laughed as if she had heard the most absurd joke. Shaking her head, she said, should I call you naive or foolish? Do you genuinely believe that my relationship with Ji Anyang is merely that of ordinary lovers? You ought to consider the connection I had with his late wife. I have waited for this day far too long. And I will not allow anyone to disrupt the life I envision. And what if I insist on intervening? I set my cup down, meeting Lu Yanyan's gaze directly. You must have noticed that Ji Anyang has been messaging me while he is with you. With that being the case, do you still believe you can hold on to this man by your side? You. Lu Yanyan appeared to have her innermost thoughts unveiled by my words. She abruptly rose to her feet, her finger jabbing forcefully towards my face. If I cannot possess him, then I shall ruin him. I, Lu Yanyan, will never allow myself to be the one to dress another for their wedding. Well done, I remarked, raising my hands to applaud her audacity. Miss Lu, you truly possess a remarkable spirit. However, do you not realize that such behavior may only instill fear in men, driving them further away? You. Lu Yanyan's face flushed crimson, her finger trembling slightly as it pointed at me. What of me? What have I done? I stood up, intercepting her hand. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Even a cornered dog will leap over a wall, let alone a man. If you truly push Ji Anyang to his limits, are you not afraid that you and Gu Qingqing may meet a similarly grim fate? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing my words, Lu Yanyan was taken aback, clearly unaware of the scheme that Ji Anyang had orchestrated to bring about my downfall. Just take it literally. I replied with a cold smile directed at her pale face. I shall take my leave now. Noticing that Lu Yanyan had become completely immobilized, I disregarded her. Picked up my bag, and cheerfully made my way towards the door. To my surprise, as soon as I stepped outside, a vehicle awaited me. Miss Shen Manqing. A man dressed in a black suit emerged from the car. I scrutinized him carefully. He was not my usual chauffeur. Who are you? I cautiously took a step back. Good day, miss. Our employer wishes to meet with you. Please, the man replied, opening the car door and slightly bowing, gesturing for me to enter. Who is your employer? I gripped my bag tightly, a sense of unease washing over me. Please, the man reiterated, maintaining his invitation without divulging any details. I do not know you. I must. Before I could finish, I turned to flee, but suddenly, a hand reached from the car and pulled me inside with great force. Let go of me. I screamed, struggling desperately in an attempt to attract the attention of the CF staff. However, with a resounding bang, the car door was slammed shut by the man outside. Chapter 29. I wished to speak with you. When I was first seized and thrust into the vehicle, I initially suspected that these individuals were dispatched by Lu Yanyan. After all, I had just exited the CF when they apprehended me, which felt rather coincidental. However, upon further contemplation, I dismissed the notion that it could be Lu Yanyan. If she truly wished to capture me, there would have been no need for her to arrange a meeting. So, who were these people? Who exactly are you? I huddled in the corner of the car seat, warily observing the man at the wheel. He glanced at me through the rearview mirror and said in a calm tone, Miss Shen, there is no need to be anxious. You will understand everything once we arrive. The car ascended the highway towards the suburbs, the sky overcast. And it began to rain gently. The patter of raindrops against the window created a particularly clear sound within the quiet confines of the vehicle. Where are you taking me? I pressed myself against the door, surreptitiously peering out the window, contemplating the odds of survival should I choose to leap from the moving car. The driver seemed to perceive my intent, casting a glance at the rearview mirror before addressing me with an impassive expression. Miss Shen, there is no need to fear. As long as you cooperate and accompany us, we will not harm you. However, if you attempt to open the door and jump out, we cannot guarantee your safety. Upon hearing his words, I reluctantly lowered my hand from the door. Why have you captured me? I scrutinized the two men. Yet I could not discern who had sent them. One drove while the other sat beside me, having confiscated my phone and monitored my every move. Our employer wishes to meet you, so we have come to escort you, Miss Shen, replied the driver in response to my inquiry. Escort? I let out a light laugh. Is this truly how you extend an invitation? Noticing their apparent lack of intent to harm me, I felt emboldened. What you are doing is akin to kidnapping. Miss Shen speaks the truth, the driver acknowledged, his gaze fixed on the road ahead, his expression still inscrutable. However, our employer has also indicated that if you are unwilling to come, we may be compelled to employ more forceful measures. This implied that any means would be utilized to ensure my capture, causing me to scoff inwardly as I turned to gaze out the window. In the distance, I could vaguely discern numerous factory buildings. This area was the northern suburbs, once an old industrial zone that had long since fallen into disrepair. The deeper we ventured, the more desolate the surroundings became, heightening my anxiety and provoking ominous thoughts. Surely, they could not intend to bring me here to kill me and dispose of my body. I had already faced death once. Who could possibly harbor a grudge against me? Who is the employer you keep mentioning? I mustered the courage to inquire of the driver. He cast a sidelong glance at me but remained silent. Instead, a sudden, harsh breaking answered my question. Ah! I had neglected to fasten my seatbelt. And my body lurched forward, my forehead colliding painfully with the seat back in front of me. How do you even brake? I was about to complain, rubbing my forehead. Get out! The man beside me had already opened the car door and stepped out. What? Only then did I lift my gaze to look out the window. The vehicle had come to a halt in front of an old factory building. The rain outside was pouring heavily, and the driver approached, offering me an umbrella. Oh! I accepted the umbrella, exited the car, and finally noticed another vehicle parked in front of the factory, with several men standing by it, dressed similarly to the two who had brought me here. Among them stood a striking woman, her chestnut hair casually swept to one side, her bright red trench coat standing out vividly against the dreary, rainy backdrop. Someone behind her held an umbrella for her, though I was some distance away. And the rain blurred my vision. I sensed that she was an intriguing yet perilous woman. Miss Shen, let us go, the driver urged, pushing me forward from behind. As I stumbled awkwardly towards the woman in red, my shoes became caked in mud. Shen? The woman scrutinized me for a moment, then reached out to pinch my chin, assessing my face from top to bottom. Who are you? I don't know you. I pushed her hand away and stepped back. The man behind me assumed I was trying to flee and hurriedly moved closer. The woman chuckled lightly, gesturing to her subordinates to remain calm, her gaze lingering on me. I was wondering why Pei Jinqing hasn't returned. It's because of you, I sent it. Her eyes reflected disdain. But a counterfeit will always remain a counterfeit. It can never become the real thing. What do you mean? Do you know Pei Jinqing? I was bewildered by her words, only catching the name Pei Jinqing. Ha ha! She laughed, offering no answer to my question, and turned to walk towards the factory. Bring her in. She beckoned to the man behind me. No! I struggled to escape, but the two burly men beside me forcibly pulled me inside. The old factory was vast and empty, the central courtyard lined with numerous large, defunct machines, all covered with dark green tarpaulins. The woman seated herself at a table by the window, glancing up at me still standing. Sit! Who are you? What do you want with me? I glared at her, unable to move with the man gripping my shoulders. Let her sit, she instructed, casting a glance at the man behind me. They promptly pressed down on my shoulders, forcing me into a chair. What do you intend to do? I asked defiantly, looking at the woman. I don't intend to do anything, she replied, shifting her posture as she regarded me. I simply wish to have a conversation. What about? Why are you trying to get close to Pei Jinqing? What is your purpose? Purpose? I was taken aback by the woman's probing questions and instinctively shifted back, perplexed by her words. How could you possibly not understand? The woman before me sneered coldly. Stop pretending. Speak up. Who sent you here? Or have you uncovered something on your own? I truly do not comprehend what you are saying. No one has sent me. Pei Jinqing is the one who understands my situation best, and I have no need to explain myself to you. I found her inquiries utterly bewildering, and I could not help but express my irritation. When did my relationship with Pei Jinqing morph into something that suggested ulterior motives? It was he who clung to me so tightly. If he were willing to let me go, I would have returned to reunite with Guqian long ago. You know nothing? Then what about your face? The woman hesitated for a moment. What is wrong with my face? I touched my cheek. Nothing at all. She waved her hand dismissively. Ignorance is bliss. What have you been talking about since earlier? You need not concern yourself with my words. The woman had no intention of addressing my question. I am here merely to inform you of one thing. You must leave Pei Jinqing immediately. That is impossible. I firmly rejected. Setting aside whether Pei Jinqing would allow me to leave, my plans have already progressed to this point. I cannot withdraw now. Chapter 30. Money to leave him. You are unwilling to depart. The woman appeared taken aback by my response, raising an eyebrow at me. Speak, how much do you desire? I shall grant it to you. However, once you accept the money, you must leave immediately. This is not a matter of money, I countered, meeting her icy gaze with defiance. Indeed, it transcended mere finances. It was about whether I could attain a semblance of a normal identity. Oh, Miss Shen, I advise you against provoking me further, she warned, her patience seemingly exhausted as she slammed her hand down on the table. You have been by Pei Jinqing's side for some time. You should know that not just anyone can remain close to him. A single misstep could cost you your life. The weight of her final words sent a jolt through my heart. What do you mean by that? I asked. A sense of unease creeping in as I recalled the recent car chase incident. Was Pei Jinqing in danger? The woman scrutinized me from head to toe. It appears you are utterly oblivious not only to Pei Jinqing but also to the Pei family. Rising from her chair, she continued. Regardless of whether you approached Pei Jinqing first or vice versa, I offer you but one warning. Leave him at once. And if I refuse? I stood as well, asserting that my decision to stay or go was not hers to dictate. What? Do you wish to compete with me? Her cold glare silenced me. But just then, a man hurriedly entered, whispering something in her ear. Ah, quite prompt, she mused, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to me, her expression shifting. You were so eager to learn my identity. Allow me to enlighten you. I am Pei Jinqing's fiancé. What? Fiancé? I was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. Just days prior, I had overheard Pei Jinqing mention marriage on a phone call. Was she the one he spoke of? Do you comprehend where you stand? She cast a disdainful glance my way. This is the original factory of the Pei Group, the very place where our two families commenced their collaboration. And yet you still desire to compete with me? I fell silent beneath her piercing gaze, harboring no intentions of vying for Pei Jinqing's affections. Yet the woman's tongue stirred an unyielding sense of injustice within me. Why should he belong to her? I intended to teach you a lesson today. But time is of the essence. She signaled to her bodyguard and hastily made for the door. However, remember this, Pei Jinqing is mine. And no one shall take him from me. If I see you again, you will regret it. With that, she and her entourage vanished through the factory door. I stood there momentarily dazed, regaining my composure only to rush outside, discovering that the two cars had already driven far away. The distance from here to the city center is far too great, making it nearly impossible to hail a cab. I took a few steps into the rain, lowering my head to retrieve my phone and contact the driver. Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt before me, splashing water onto my calves. Instinctively, I lifted my gaze to see a figure leap from the vehicle, disregarding the umbrella, and rushed towards me. Pei Jinqing? The man paid no heed to my astonishment, gripping my arm with a certain agitation. How foolish can you be? Why do you follow everyone around? It was me following them. It was they who. Pei Jinqing's grip was firm, and as I struggled and attempted to defend myself softly, the sight of his face rendered me speechless. Raindrops fell unimpeded, drenching his hair and trickling down his face. Beneath his thick lashes, his dark eyes appeared cold yet flickered with a hint of anger, though his grasp was painful. His gaze inexplicably provided me with a sense of security, as if the fear I had just experienced had dissipated. Was he concerned for me? Could I dare to think so? A voice within me pondered. Have you been frightened into silence? Pei Jinqing paused, abruptly releasing my arm, concealing his emotions and casting me a disdainful glance, as if to scold me for my apparent delight in the situation. Is that so? I rubbed my aching arm, lowering my head, yet my lips curved into a deeper smile. If you don't get in the car, you can walk back alone. What? I looked up to find Pei Jinqing already seated inside the car, impatiently drying his hair while watching me. I'm coming, I'm coming. I hurriedly climbed into the vehicle. Stay away from me, Pei Jinqing frowned. I glanced down at my drenched attire, reluctantly scooting toward the door. How could this man turn so quickly? Perhaps my earlier perception had been a mere illusion. Miss Shen, perhaps you should dry off with this towel. Chengqi turned to offer me a towel from the front seat. Thank you, I accepted it gratefully. Pei Jinqing regarded me, hesitating before turning his gaze to the window. Yet his voice reached me. She didn't do anything to you, did she? No, I paused, lowering the towel momentarily, my hands nervously twisting it. She merely wished to speak with me. Speak? Pei Jinqing's expression darkened. What about? Did she say anything? Strangely, I sensed a hint of tension in him. It's nothing much, she just told me to stay away from you. Ha! Pei Jinqing scoffed, that's not her decision to make. Moreover, I hesitated before continuing. She mentioned that she is your fiancé. Upon uttering those words, I felt the atmosphere within the car grow heavy. With a resounding thud, Pei Jinqing slammed the car door, muttering under his breath, that insane woman. So, who exactly is she? I clutched the towel tightly and whispered the question, as raindrops trickled down my hair and fell onto my hands. This is none of your concern, Pei Jinqing said darkly, casting a cold glance in my direction. Yet, it seemed she was quite invested in my expression. Why was that? I fixed my gaze upon the man's profile, feeling unexpectedly hurt by his deliberate attempt to distance himself from me. Did she say something to you? Pei Jinqing suddenly grasped my shoulder, her gaze heavy with intensity. No. She merely stated that ignorance is preferable, I replied, meeting the man's eyes deeply. But I wish to know, please tell me. His gaze faltered for a moment. And when he looked back at me, it was as if all emotion had been carefully masked. Nothing had transpired, and I needed to know nothing. No, that cannot be. You must tell me. I insisted stubbornly, pressing Pei Jinqing further. It felt as though a dense fog enveloped my vision, and I yearned to uncover the truth. To find a way out. There is nothing. Absolutely nothing. No, you must tell me. I have already said there is nothing. Pei Jinqing suddenly erupted in fury, her grip tightening as if she intended to crush my shoulder, shaking me forcefully. Do you trust her over me? Do not forget who bestowed upon you your current identity. I have not forgotten. I protested, slightly dizzy from the shaking, a buzzing sound filling my ears. Why was it that no one would reveal the truth to me? Why did they all regard me as a fool? It had always been this way, and it remained unchanged. In a sudden surge of defiance, I wrenched my arm free from the man's grasp and shouted recklessly, but you cannot withhold everything from me. I am human, I am not a puppet. After my outburst, a profound silence enveloped the compartment. Pei Jinqing, still wearing a gloomy expression, released her hold on me. Get out, the man said coldly, his gaze fixed on the window. Chapter 31, Illness. After Pei Jinqing finished speaking, the car came to a sudden halt, jolting me in my seat. Chengqi turned around, seemingly poised to say something. But a single glance from Pei Jinqing silenced him. Get out, he repeated expressionlessly. I stared at him, my neck taut, though my eyes began to sting. I had anticipated some hesitation on his part, yet the door swung open with a bang, and I was unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle. The car sped away without a moment's pause, splashing puddles of water all over me. The rain continued to pour, soaking me through my thin clothes until I was drenched. I was far from the city center, with no passing cars in sight. Standing in the rain, I illuminated my phone, watching as raindrops blurred the screen. Yet I could not find anyone to confide in. In a moment of overwhelming sorrow and pain, I inexplicably dialed Gu Qian's number. Hello? His voice echoed on the other end. I opened my mouth to respond, but my voice caught in my throat. Hello? Gu Qian prompted again, and I could only bite down on the back of my hand to stifle my sobs. Who is it? Someone asked from his side. I don't know who it is, they aren't speaking. It's me, brother, it's me, Qingqing. Warm tears streamed from my eyes, mingling with the rainwater that drenched my face. Hello? If you don't speak, I'll hang up. No, please don't hang up. I sniffed, struggling to articulate my thoughts. Brother, but before I could finish, the call disconnected. Brother, it's me, it's me. Unable to contain the torrent of emotions any longer, I crouched down in the rain, curling into myself. It's all gone, I have lost everything. By the time I returned to Pei Jinqing's villa, night had fallen. After crying until exhaustion overcame me, I had continued walking along the road. I lost track of time until a taxi passed by, offering me a ride, prompting me to stop. On such a rainy day. You didn't even use an umbrella or hail a cab. Have you experienced a heartbreak? Once inside the cab, the driver cast a sympathetic glance at me through the rearview mirror. I nodded absently, then shook my head, feeling the sting of tears return to my eyes. I was unsure what had come over me. Ever since Pei Jinqing had abandoned me, a part of my heart ached inexplicably. Yet I could not comprehend the source of this pain. Don't he cry, please don't he cry. I won't ask any more questions. Just tell me the address, and I will take you home. I stammered out the villa's address, eliciting another furtive glance from the driver. Those who live in that area are quite affluent. I offered no response, merely trembling as I curled into myself, feeling unbearably cold. Upon arriving at the villa, the staff rushed over in a flurry of concern. Miss Shen, what troubles you? You are drenched. Quickly, dry yourself off. My head feels fuzzy, as if I am a marionette standing at the door, letting those around me manipulate my body. What is all this noise? I hear a familiar voice ascending the stairs. I lift my gaze to see him. But the scene before me suddenly wavers, and two Pei Jinqings appear on the staircase. TSK, I hear a man as displeased the click of the tongue. How did it come to this? How can there be two Pei Jinqings? I push away the attendants beside me and insist, I'm fine. Bowing my head. I shake off the dizziness, attempting to regain my clarity. Yet, when I lift my head again, the double vision has only multiplied. Why are you still standing there? Hurry upstairs. Pei Jinqing seems to be saying something, but I cannot catch the rest of his words. My body instinctively moves forward. Understood, I shall. But as I take a step, the scene before me appears to melt away, becoming fragmented, and my entire body slowly tips backward. Ah! Miss Shen! Miss Shen! What is wrong? I hear a cacophony of screams around me. Clear the way. Everyone, step aside. Amid the crowd, one voice resonates profoundly. I struggle to open my eyes. And in a daze, I see Pei Jinqing rushing down the stairs, catching my body. In the next moment, I feel myself being swept off my feet entirely. Call a doctor. Leaning against the man's chest, I sense the gentle vibrations emanating from him, instinctively curling into his embrace. So, his arms are this warm. It is only now that I realize. I lost consciousness after that, only awakening once the fever subsided. In my hazy state, I hear someone ask, how is she? She is fine now, the fever has broken. That is good. I can sense the palpable relief in that person's voice. A soft thought follows. The sound of a door closing, only for another individual to approach. Chongqi, did I do something wrong? Mr. Pei, another voice hesitates. It was indeed inappropriate to have Miss Shen removed from the carriage today. You know that is not what I mean. The speaker seems to lean closer to me. The other voice pauses for a long moment before continuing. I had warned Mr. Pei from the very beginning that this matter cannot be entirely blamed on Miss Shen. What are they discussing? Is my mind dulled because of the illness? Why can't I comprehend anything? But you know, I can no longer turn back. When she asked me today, I longed to tell her, but as they speak, a hand gently brushes against my face. The palm is cool, yet surprisingly comforting. I unconsciously nuzzle against that hand. However, the speaker's words abruptly cease. Mr. Pei, let us step outside for now. Another voice chimes in. The icy hand slowly withdraws. I let out a dissatisfied sigh. Shortly thereafter, the room was filled with the sound of soft footsteps. And my consciousness gradually began to fade away once more. When I fully awakened from my slumber, I found the room devoid of any presence. I stared at the ceiling for an extended period, struggling to distinguish whether what had transpired was reality or mere illusion. Miss Shen, you are awake? A maid entered and, seeing me struggling to sit up, hurried to assist me. I will inform the master. Wait, I grasped her arm, mastering my strength before rasping, thirsty. Oh, she exclaimed, quickly pouring me a glass of water. My thirst was insatiable, my throat felt ablaze. I seized the cup and drank deeply. Miss Shen, how do you feel now? The maid took the empty cup and refilled it. Much better, I replied, brushing my forehead. The fever had subsided, and my body felt considerably lighter. When you fainted, we were all terrified. I saw the master turn pale. Pei Jinqing, the maid, oblivious to my hesitation, continued enthusiastically. It has been quite some time since we have seen the master so concerned for anyone, ever since Chu Are you not speaking too much? A deep voice interrupted. The maid froze, her head dropping in a flurry of confusion. Following the sound, I looked towards the doorway, realizing that Pei Jinqing had entered from outside at some point. Chapter 32. Acting. Why are you still standing here? Pei Jinqing entered the room and sat by my bedside, casting a cursory glance at the maid standing to the side. I'll step out for a moment. The maid trembled slightly and promptly retreated from the room. How do you feel? It was only after the door closed that Pei Jinqing turned to me, extending his hand as if to touch my forehead. I feel much better. I instinctively shifted to the side. His hand paused in mid-air, suspended for a moment before it lowered. You need not go to the office for the next few days. Pei Jinqing retracted his hand, awkwardly adjusting his cuff. I'm fine. I can go to work, I protested, struggling to sit up, but his penetrating gaze silenced me. I said you need to rest. You can return to work once you recover. His words bore an undeniable authority that brooked no dissent. Understood, I nodded, refraining from inquiring further about that day. If he wished for me to remain silent, I would comply, for I did not want to lose this final sanctuary. And remember, if anything arises, do not hesitate to call me. He rose and paused at the door, as if recalling something important. I was taken aback, regaining my composure, eager to ask more. Am I free to call you at any time? But with a decisive thought, Pei Jinqing closed the door behind him. Was this his way of showing concern for my well-being? It seemed so. For the next 3 days, I remained in the villa recuperating. Pei Jinqing would occasionally visit. Yet for the most part, we sat in silence. Aside from our physical proximity, I realized how little I truly knew about this man. At times, I pondered why he had chosen to save me in the first place. Buzzing, my phone vibrated beside me. I picked it up to find another message from Ji Anyang. During my absence from work, he had inundated me with countless messages and calls, all of which I had ignored. After my meeting with Lu Yanyan, I was uncertain whether she had returned to stir trouble with Ji Anyang. However, given his overly solicitous demeanor, it was evident that his relationship with Lu Yanyan was not faring well either. Yet, preoccupied with my own troubles, I decided to set him aside for the moment. Boss! I silenced my phone, disregarding it. To my surprise, as soon as I ended one call, Ji Anyang promptly called again. Buzzing. The phone continued to vibrate insistently on the table. The noise was becoming unbearable, and I reluctantly answered. Manqing! Manqing, you finally answered. Ji Anyang's voice came through before I could even speak. Hello, Mr. Ji. I maintained a polite demeanor, neither distant nor overly familiar. Where have you been these past few days? I went to your company but couldn't find you. I had never realized Ji Anyang could be so concerned for others. After all, even when I was still his wife, he wouldn't have noticed if I traveled for a week. I've been ill and on leave these past few days. I wonder what Mr. Ji seeks from me. No, actually, there is nothing urgent. Ji Anyang paused on the other end of the line, expressing his concern. I've been a bit worried about you. Since our meeting that day, you haven't reached out. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Ji, I responded politely. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Wait, hold on. Ji Anyang quickly called out to me. Yes. Is there something more, Mr. Ji? Manqing. His voice carried a hint of hesitation, but after a moment, it transformed into a tone of seriousness. I've given serious thought to what you mentioned that night. I believe, Mr. Ji, let us just forget what happened that evening. I was simply intoxicated. No, I heard everything clearly. How could I forget? Ji Anyang's emotions surged. Manqing, listen to me. I've thought it through. Since we both have feelings for each other, why should we let this opportunity slip away? I was taken aback by Ji Anyang's words, quickly pulling out my phone to record the conversation. Mr. Ji, are you speaking sincerely? I feigned disbelief, my voice trembling slightly. Indeed, I am. Of course, I am sincere. Encouraged by my reaction, Ji Anyang continued fervently. Manqing, I truly like you. I've never encountered someone who understands me as you do. You are the first. But what about Miss Lu? I know you share a strong bond. I do not wish to disrupt your relationship. I felt nauseated by my own feeble demeanor, yet Ji Anyang seemed to appreciate it. Do not mention that woman. We have nothing between us. It is she who clings to me. I've had enough of her. It was unclear how fiercely Lu Yanyan had been causing turmoil for Ji Anyang, as he expressed resentment whenever her name arose. But I continued to play the innocent party. There's no but. Man-Ching, as long as you reciprocate my feelings, I will not allow you to suffer. Ji Anyang promised earnestly. I scoffed internally, though I outwardly appeared moved. Yes, I believe you. After hanging up with Ji Anyang, I paused the recording. Once I saved the excerpt, I exhaled deeply. Reflecting on my earlier words, a shiver running down my spine. Ugh, does Lu Yanyan speak like this in front of Ji Anyang regularly? Does she never tire of it? However, thanks to this phone call, I had obtained valuable information, which I could certainly pass on to Lu Yanyan. With that thought, I turned to transfer the recording to my computer, only to find Pei Jinqing standing silently behind me, his expression inscrutable. Ah! I was startled by Pei Jinqing's statue-like presence. When did this man arrive? How long had he been standing there? What had he overheard? Reflecting on the affected manner in which I spoke during the phone call, I felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into the ground. What brings you here? I stammered, my gaze lowered as I instinctively took a step back. This is my home. The man's voice resonated with suppressed fury, and I felt cornered. Indeed, it is, I replied, uncertain of how I had provoked him again. Merely acquiescing to his words. Little did I know, he had no intention of letting me off the hook. He suddenly advanced, grasping my chin firmly. So, this is how you converse with other men. Taken aback, I could only muster a protest. No, that's not it. That person was rather special. His gaze darkened. Who was that person? At the mention of his name, I wished I could bite my own tongue. Should I really divulge to this man that my ex-husband was indeed special? It was a revelation that could easily be misconstrued. Why so silent? He scrutinized me, narrowing his eyes, seemingly resolute in his quest to uncover the identity of that individual. I looked at him, torn between honesty and the desire to avoid mentioning Ji Anyang. Ultimately, I steeled my resolve, rose on my toes, cupped his face in my hands, and pressed my lips against his deeply. With that kiss, I sealed his mouth, hoping he would refrain from further inquiries. Chapter 33. He smiled. Pei Jinqing seemed taken aback by my audacity to kiss him. His body stiffened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, wrapping his arms around my waist and returning the kiss with fervor. The warmth of his lips ignited my senses, and as I endeavored to seize control, I found myself repeatedly subdued. The intensity of his kiss stirred something within me, urging me to push him away. No, please, not further. Just as our heated lips parted, I felt myself lifted off the ground, cradled in his embrace. What do you intend to do? I stammered. What do you think? His strong arms held me firmly as he lowered his head slightly, shadows dancing across his face, obscuring his eyes. You ignited the fire. Should you extinguish it? No. Don't. I squirmed awkwardly in his hold. Stay still. His low voice warned me, a flicker of darkness gleaming in his eyes. With that, Pei Jinqing kicked the door to his room open and carried me inside. This night felt interminably long. When I awoke in the middle of the night, a gnawing hunger twisted in my stomach. I realized I had not dined at all. As I pulled back the covers, a deep voice resonated in the darkness. Awake. I was startled by his voice. The room was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light filtering in from the window. Pei Jinqing sat propped up in the shadows, seemingly watching me. I sat up and replied, only to notice my throat felt somewhat hoarse. Realizing this, a flush crept across my cheeks. Not going to sleep? He inquired further. I'm a bit hungry. At that moment, my stomach seemed to echo my sentiment with an audible growl. Silence enveloped the room for a few seconds. Embarrassed, I wished to bury myself beneath the covers. But then I heard the sound of his laughter in the darkness. You laughed. I looked up, staring at Pei Jinqing in awe. This was the first time I had witnessed him smile. Although the room was dimly lit, I found his smile inexplicably charming. Pei Jinqing paused for a moment, quickly suppressing his laughter, and stood before me, placing his hand over my eyes. What are you doing? I was momentarily taken aback. And then I heard the sound of the lights flicking on. First, close your eyes. I obediently complied, and after adjusting to the light, I slowly opened my eyes, only to gaze into the depths of his profound eyes. What are you looking at? Didn't you say you were hungry? His face bore no discernible expression, and I suddenly realized I had been staring at him for too long. I had anticipated this gentle and considerate side of him. As I pondered this, I lowered my head and, bracing myself against the bed, attempted to stand. I'll go downstairs. However, just as I rose, my legs buckled, and I found myself kneeling on the ground. Be careful! Pei Jinqing was quick to react, reaching out to steady me. Phew! I grasped the man's arm, gasping for breath. When I heard a light chuckle above me, my legs weakened. My face flushed with warmth, and I silently nodded. For a moment, neither of us spoke, as an ambiguous atmosphere enveloped us. I descended the stairs. Regaining my composure, I hurriedly pushed away Pei Jinqing and dashed downstairs, my head covered. The current ambience felt exceedingly inappropriate, and my instincts urged me to flee. The following day, I ended my brief sick leave and returned to the office. During lunch break, Jung Jiamen approached me with a concerned expression. Sister Manqing, you look so tired. Is your illness not yet fully recovered? I yawned, slightly embarrassed. I had long since recovered, but after returning to my room yesterday, I had tossed and turned, unable to sleep, which accounted for my weary appearance today. No, it's nothing. Such matters were not something I could share with Jung Jiamen, so I merely smiled and waved my hand. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night. Then you must take good care of yourself, Jung Jiamen said sympathetically, patting my shoulder. Yes, I will. I replied with a smile and turned back to continue arranging Pei Jinqing's upcoming schedule. However, after a while, I noticed Jung Jiamen still standing beside me. So I turned to her and asked, what is the matter? Do you need something? Actually, it's nothing, she said with a cheeky smile, pulling over a chair to sit down. Sister Manqing, you've been with President Pei for quite some time now. Hearing this, I rolled my eyes internally. How long had it truly been? She had been his assistant all along. Yet, I said nothing, simply smiling and asking, and then? Well, you must know a bit about President Pei's affairs, right? At this, Jung Jiamen paused, glancing toward Pei Jinqing's office to ensure no one was coming out before continuing. For example, regarding his romantic life. This, I don't really know, I replied, a strange unease settling in my heart. President Pei had always been clear about keeping his professional and personal lives separate, and we never pried into his private matters. I see. Jung Jiamen said with a hint of regret. I've noticed that the young lady from the Bai family has been visiting President Pei's office daily. And I wanted to ask if you knew anything about it. Who? I furrowed my brow. The eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Pingtian, Jung Jiamen said, leaning in with a gossipy expression as she saw my interest piqued. Bai Pingtian. I recalled her mentioning she would come back to see Pei Jinqing. But I had anticipated that he would actually meet her. President Pei has met her. Yes, she affirmed. While you were away, Bai Pingtian has visited several times. And President Pei met with her each time. How can this be? I thought back to when Pei Jinqing had clearly stated he would not involve himself in the internal disputes of the Bai family. Had he changed his mind? Look. Jung Jiamen interrupted my thoughts, nudging my shoulder and gesturing for me to look ahead. President, I shall take my leave. Bai Pingtian emerged from Pei Jinqing's office, a smile gracing her lips. Isn't that Assistant Shen? Bai Pingtian sauntered past my desk, deliberately pausing to greet me with a smile. Hello, Miss Bai. I replied with a faint smile and a nod. Assistant Shen, I believe I have mentioned before that my relationship with President Pei is rather extraordinary. I trust you will remember this in the future. With that, Bai Pingtian strutted away in her high heels, exuding an air of superiority. Did you see that, Sister Manqing? Jung Jiamen said indignantly. What's so impressive about her? It's not like she's become Mrs. Pei. Enough, let us get back to work. I waved Jung Jiamen off. Then turned my gaze back to Pei Jinqing's office, where the tightly shut door remained motionless. I truly wonder what schemes this man is concocting once again. Chapter 34. I will not make things difficult for you. As the workday drew to a close, Ji Aoyang sent me a message, informing me that he was waiting for me downstairs at my office. A flutter of anxiety stirred within me at the thought of possibly being seen by Pei Jinqing. That would undoubtedly spell trouble. Jiamen, I must take my leave. I quickly bid farewell to Jung Jiamen, grasped my bag, and hurried downstairs. Though I couldn't quite articulate my reasons for being wary of Pei Jinqing, an inexplicable urge compelled me to shield my encounter with Ji Aoyang from his gaze. Perhaps I feared his potential misunderstandings. Wait, just a moment. As the elevator doors began to close, I dashed forward. Someone kindly held the doors for me. Thank you. I expressed my gratitude while squeezing inside. The elevator was bustling with people, packed to capacity during the peak hour of departure. Ding! At last. The elevator halted at the first floor, and a surge of individuals flooded out, causing me to sway precariously from side to side. But the thought of Pei Jinqing also leaving work soon forced me to steady myself against the wall and hastily make my way outside. What brings you here? Upon encountering Ji Anyang, I had already been stepped on multiple times, and an undercurrent of irritation surged within me, reflected in my impatient demeanor. What is wrong? Ji Anyang had anticipated my joy at seeing him, yet his smile faltered. Man Qing, do you not wish to see me? No, that is not it. I quickly composed myself and pulled him aside, a hint of grievance surfacing on my face. I was just worried about being seen. And if someone sees us? Ji Anyang appeared somewhat displeased. Aren't you negotiating a project with our company? If we're seen meeting in private, it could lead to misunderstandings. I hastily offered a reasonable justification to persuade him, though my true concern lay solely with Pei Jinqing. You needn't worry about that. Ji Anyang placed his hand over mine. Taking the opportunity to caress it, I stiffened momentarily, battling the urge to withdraw my hand, repeatedly reminding myself that this was merely a test for me to endure. I have already decided not to collaborate with Pei's firm, Ji Anyang said with a smile, pulling me into his car. I twisted my wrist, attempting to free myself from his grip, but his strength was formidable, and I could not escape. I clenched my teeth and allowed him to pull me inside. Not collaborating with Pei's company. What a pity. With whom will you partner then? I feigned disappointment. With. Ji Anyang opened his mouth, contemplated, and then replied. Let us not discuss that today. Let's focus on something more important. Ah! What important matter? I smiled obediently at him. Well. He chuckled, Man Qing. I have missed you so much. Suddenly, he lunged towards me. Wait, just a moment. I hadn't anticipated Ji Anyang's intentions upon pulling me into the car. And I quickly recoiled. However, the confines of the vehicle left me little room to retreat, and I found myself pressed firmly against the door. Man Qing, do you not miss me? Ji Anyang grasped my hand, pressing it against the car window. Anyang, Anyang, I called his name urgently. I miss you, of course I do. But this isn't quite appropriate, is it? It's fine, no one will see, he replied with a smile, though that smile only filled me with revulsion. Man Qing, Man Qing. He murmured my name, inching closer. I found myself pinned against the window, unable to move, my body instinctively rebelling against the situation. Just as I hesitated, contemplating whether to deliver a kick to his most sensitive area, a series of knocks suddenly echoed against the window. Instinctively, I looked up to see a face devoid of expression outside. Ah, who is it? Ji Anyang was startled as well, quickly returning to his seat and adjusting his clothes. As if the earlier incident had not involved him at all. The persistent knocking continued. He attempted to feign ignorance, but ultimately had no choice but to lower the window. What do you want? His voice was subdued, perhaps a reflection of his guilty conscience. I lowered my head, almost pressing it against my chest. Qingqi? How could it be Chongqi? If he was here, did that mean Pei Jinqing was also nearby? Sorry. I barely had time to think further when Chongqi spoke in a calm tone. Your car is blocking the road. He glanced behind him. Following his gaze, I noticed a car parked directly behind us, its windows fully raised, obscuring the occupants within. Yet, a sense of foreboding washed over me. As if Pei Jinqing were seated inside, coldly observing me. Oh, my apologies. Ji Anyang nodded quickly. We'll move right away. Please wait a moment, Chongqi interjected. His gaze flickering towards me. Does this young lady require any assistance? Ha! Both Ji Anyang and I were taken aback by his question. I felt as though he had alluded to something earlier, but Ji Anyang, blushing fiercely, interrupted. We'll leave now. You should be on your way too. It seems you didn't. Chongqi appeared to have more to say, but Ji Anyang had already raised the window, abruptly accelerating away, leaving Chongqi behind. I lost my composure earlier, Ji Anyang said, smiling apologetically after we had driven a considerable distance. It's fine. I was still preoccupied with the earlier incident. Replying absent-mindedly as I turned to gaze out the window. The atmosphere fell silent until we arrived at the restaurant, where the tension finally eased. This time, Ji Anyang had reserved a private room. Remembering the earlier events in the car, I felt a wave of nervousness, but having already arrived, I steeled myself and walked inside. Man Qing, try this, Ji Anyang said, attentively serving me food. I remained silent, merely lowering my head to eat, though I could not discern any flavor. Why did Chungchi come to knock on Ji Anyang's car window just now? Was Pei Jinqing sitting inside the car? Why didn't he ask me to leave? These questions swirled in my mind, causing me great unease. Man Qing, are you still upset about what just happened? Ji Anyang's voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. I felt this was a good opportunity. I lowered my head and replied pitifully, why must we be so secretive? Didn't you promise that I wouldn't be wronged? I feigned a sorrowful appearance, discreetly pinching my thigh, and tears immediately welled up. Why can't we be open about our relationship? Are you still considering Lu Yanyan? No. I am not, Ji Anyang said, flustered as he handed me a tissue. Clearly, you are. I took the tissue, holding it in front of my eyes. If that's the case, why won't you let me be your assistant? I could resign from my current job for you. This. Ji Anyang seemed taken aback. I was well aware of his ulterior motives. He wanted to please both sides outwardly. He remained with Lu Yanyan, while secretly he engaged in a flirtation with me. Yet, I was determined not to let him succeed. I must not be as good as her, which is why you are reluctant to let her go. If that's the case, please do not seek me out anymore. With that, I stood up and prepared to leave. Man Qing. Ji Anyang quickly reached out to stop me. It's not like that. Then what is it? I turned around, taking a step forward, looking directly into his eyes, my gaze moist. Is what Lu Yanyan said true? She claims you fear her, and that everything you have now is because of her. Men despise being belittled by women in public, yet Lu Yanyan always brought this up during arguments. I imagined Ji Anyang must have had enough of it. What? That crazy woman. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ji Anyang erupted in fury. Did she really say that? I nodded firmly. Anyang, I know you are not that kind of person, but if you truly fear her, I will not make it difficult for you. I intended to provoke him. No man would wish to be completely controlled by his partner. It seems we are simply not suited for each other. So please do not seek me out again. After saying this, I dashed out before Ji Anyang could react. I did not wish to be pinned down by him again and thought it best to leave while I could. Man Qing. To my surprise, Ji Anyang quickly pursued me. I hurriedly walked around the corner, looking for a place to hide when suddenly, a pair of hands reached out, covering my mouth and pulling me inside a door. Chapter 35. Consider me. I struggled desperately, convinced I had been abducted once more. Don't scream, it's me. The man behind me suddenly shoved me against the wall, covering my mouth and leaning in suggestively. That same frivolous smile and those charming, crescent-shaped eyes. I let out a startled breath, glaring at Bai Lingxian. And in a fit of anger, I raised my leg to kick him. To my surprise, Bai Lingxian had learned from past encounters and swiftly jumped back, evading my assault. Miss Shen, that's rather ungracious of you, considering I was merely trying to assist you. Why would you want to kick me? Could you not have spoken up earlier? You nearly frightened me to death. I shot him an exasperated glance, momentarily forgetting to modulate my voice. SHH. Lower your voice, Bai Lingxian urged, placing a finger to his lips. Man Qing, Man Qing. Ji Anyang called my name as he passed by the door. I instinctively covered my mouth and nodded vigorously. Once Ji Anyang's voice faded into the distance, I released my hand and let out a relieved sigh. What are you doing here? I approached the table and noticed 2 sets of cutlery laid out, indicating he had come with someone else. You came to dine with others, I see. Bai Lingxian smiled as he took a seat across from me. Did you think I was stalking you? I shot him a look, surveying the room. Where are your friends? Why are you alone? They just stepped out for a moment. They'll be back shortly. Then it seems I should take my leave and not intrude upon Mr. Bai's enjoyment. I hastily stood from my chair. Stay, Miss Shen. It's more lively with company. Despite his words, Bai Lingxian remained seated, unmoving. Perhaps another time. I waved him off and walked towards the door. Just as I reached for the handle, the door swung open, revealing a person on the other side. All right. I'll head back now. The individual was on a phone call, but upon seeing me, they paused, hastily informing the person on the other end. I have something to attend to. I'll hang up for now, before raising their gaze back to me. To my surprise, the person behind the door also froze. Bai. Miss Bai. Assistant Shen. Bai Pingting raised an eyebrow, her expression laced with disdain. Is this your guest? She directed the question at Bai Lingxian. Yes, he replied nonchalantly, not lifting his head from his meal. I had assumed the relationship between Bai Pingting and Bai Lingxian to be rather strained, akin to meal and water. I was astonished they had arranged to dine together. After hearing Bai Lingshuang's response, Bai Pingting's gaze shifted back to me. Assistant Shen, it appears you know everyone. There was an undertone of sarcasm in her words, which I recognized but chose not to address. Bai Lingxian, Bai Pingting called out again from the doorway. About what we discussed earlier, don't even think about it. The Bai Feng group is our father's legacy. I won't allow it to benefit an outsider. Upon concluding her words, Bai Pingting did not spare me a glance. She turned on her heels and strode away in her high heels, her hair whipping against my face as she pivoted. Very well, it seems I had misjudged the situation. They are indeed irreconcilable. Hence, I shall take my leave as well. I stood at the doorway, casting a glance back at Bai Lingxian, who remained seated at the table, indulging in his meal as though nothing had transpired. Only upon hearing my voice did he lift his gaze. Don Tigo, come join me. There is a feast laid out before us. It would be a shame to let it go to waste, Bai Lingxian urged as he rose to approach me, attempting to pull me back. Perhaps another time, I replied, gently pushing away his hand. Yet, with a decisive motion, he shut the door before I could exit. Look, my sister has just disparaged me. Consider it a noble deed to keep this poor illegitimate child company. Bai Lingxian leaned against the door, holding it shut as he spoke, his expression devoid of sorrow. I ignored him, pulling at the door with all my might, but to no avail. Finally, I raised my gaze to him. You certainly don't appear to be upset. Not at all, I am quite distressed, Bai Lingxian replied, meeting my eyes. They won't allow me to work at the company for fear that I might claim a share of the Bai family fortune. Is that not enough to be sorrowful about? I opened my mouth, but words failed me. In truth, Bai Lingxian's plight bore a striking resemblance to my own. When Gu Yuansheng was still in charge, the Gu family had barred me from any involvement with Rongshen, fearing I might stake a claim to the company as shares. Back then, my title was that of the Gu family as esteemed daughter. However, those privy to the truth understood I was merely a parasite, doing nothing of consequence. This situation only began to improve when Gu Qian took the helm at Rongshen. He granted me shares in the company and legitimized my position as the true daughter, rescuing me from a life of being the subject of ridicule. Yet, I knew Bai Pingting was not Gu Qian. She would never allow Bai Lingxian to reap any benefits from the Bai family. Thus, he must rely on himself, otherwise he would become a mere dependent of the Bai family, much like I once was. So, what is your plan? I returned to the table and seated myself. Surely, Mr. Bai cannot simply resign himself to fate. Well, that is a difficult question, Bai Lingxian replied, seemingly sated, as he reclined in his chair. He formed a gun gesture with his thumb and forefinger, aiming it at the cup across the table. At the very least, I need not do anything for now. Soon enough, Bai Pingting will undoubtedly make a significant blunder. Have you struck a deal with Pei Jinqing? Suddenly, I recalled how frequently Bai Pingting had been seeking Pei Jinqing lately, and how Bai Lingxian had previously engaged in a private conversation with him. Who knows? Bai Lingxian turned to me with a smile. What is the matter? Is Miss Shen worried about me? Not in the least, I replied, brushing aside his hand. This is a matter for your family. I have no interest in it whatsoever. Oh, Bai Lingxian exclaimed, tilting his head back in mock surprise. Then who is Miss Shen concerned about? Ji Anyang, perhaps? I cast a glance at the man, pondering what relevance he held in this matter. Did it not concern him? I noticed that Miss Shen was dining with Ji Anyang today. I have heard whispers of his formidable assistant. Does Miss Shen not feel apprehensive? What is there to fear? I have committed no transgressions. Is that so? Bai Lingshuang's gaze bore into me with an unsettling intensity. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under his scrutiny, I rose from my chair, having nearly finished my meal. I shall take my leave now. Mr. Bai, please make yourself comfortable. Indeed, Bai Lingyan replied with a smile, nodding. Miss Shen, take care. However, just as I reached the threshold, Bai Lingxian called out to me again. Ji Anyang is destined to fall from grace soon. If Miss Shen is not averse, perhaps you might reconsider my proposition. Bai Lingshuang's words seemed rather frivolous to me, and I paid them little heed. Yet, what did he mean by Ji Anyang's impending downfall? I can only hope it does not adversely affect Rongshen. Chapter 36, The Forbidden Room. On my way back, I received a call from Ji Anyang. Man Qing, please allow me to explain. I glanced at the driver in front of me, relieved that he was a stranger, as it alleviated the psychological pressure of the performance I was about to enact. I refused to listen. I no longer wished to engage in this clandestine affair. Ji Anyang. I am with Lu Yanyan, and you must choose between us. Man Qing, do not put me in such a difficult position. Am I the one making it difficult for you? I merely desire to be with you, yet you accuse me of complicating your life. I made an effort to infuse my voice with a hint of sorrow. I understand now. You are simply afraid of Lu Yanyan. If that is the case, do not seek me out any longer. Without waiting for Ji Anyang's response, I abruptly ended the call. Buzzing, Ji Anyang immediately called again. I answered only to disconnect once more. He tried again, and I continued to hang up. With a sigh, Ji Anyang resorted to sending me a text. Man Qing, grant me some time. I will resolve this matter. I glanced at the message, a smirk tugging at the corners of my mouth, and set my phone aside. Upon looking up, I noticed the driver regarding me with a peculiar expression through the rearview mirror. Embarrassed, I quickly instructed the driver to pull over. The drop-off point was not far from Pei Jinqing's villa. Seeing that I could walk back, I chose not to hail a passing taxi. However, after only a few steps, I heard a car behind me incessantly honking. Initially, I thought I had blocked the vehicle, so I stepped aside. Yet the honking persisted as the car remained closely behind me. Annoyed by the noise, I halted and turned to yell at the driver. With such a wide road, why must you follow me so closely? After my outburst, the car momentarily stopped before suddenly accelerating towards me. Ah! I gasped, fearing the driver intended to run me over. To my surprise, the vehicle screeched to a halt beside me, and the door flung open as a hand forcefully pulled me inside. Ah! I screamed, still disoriented, as I collided into a sturdy embrace. Pei Jinqing. I looked up to meet his profound gaze. Ma'am, he responded in a low voice. I momentarily froze before sitting up straight and leaning against the opposite side of the seat. An air of silence enveloped us. Miss Shen, why are you out alone at such a late hour? Cheng Qi, who was driving ahead, glanced at me through the rearview mirror. I turned to look at Pei Jinqing beside me. His expression remained impassive, leaving me uncertain if he had witnessed the events of the evening. I just thought it would be nice to take a walk, I replied. Is that so? Cheng Qi nodded. However, you must still be cautious at night. That is what Mr. Pei advises. As Cheng Qi spoke these words, he cast a meaningful glance at Pei Jinqing. Pei Jinqing immediately shot back a warning look. Was he following me just now out of concern for my safety? I understood and nodded silently, acknowledging his unspoken words. Humph, Pei Jinqing ceased to speak, letting out a cold huff as he turned his face toward the car window. Upon arriving back at the villa, Pei Jinqing was the first to exit the vehicle. Just as I was about to step out, however, Cheng Qi called out to me, Miss Shen, please wait a moment. Ha! I lifted my gaze to the distant figure of Pei Jinqing, then turned my attention back to Cheng Qi in front of me. Pulling my foot back from the threshold of the car. Secretary Cheng, is there something you need? Miss Shen, this afternoon in the company parking lot. Cheng Qi began, turning on the interior light of the car. The warm yellow glow made the interior seem cozy, yet it lacked any real warmth. Here it comes. Just as I anticipated. That incident earlier was an accident. I will be more cautious in the future, I interjected hastily, aware of his intention to discuss the episode where Ji Anyang had pinned me against the car. Had Cheng Qi not intervened in time, I shuddered to think of what might have transpired. I felt compelled to express my gratitude. I hesitated, but thank you for this afternoon. Did Mr. Pei, know about it? In truth, my greatest fear was that Pei Jinqing would discover this incident. He had mentioned before that he disliked anyone touching what belonged to him. Well, Cheng Qi pondered for a moment before nodding. Mr. Pei was in the car at that time. Oh. My heart sank sharply. Did he say anything? No. Cheng Qi shook his head, but Mr. Pei did appear quite displeased. Ma'am, I thought as much. He had already issued a warning to me once before. Miss Shen. Perhaps I am being overly concerned. Cheng Qi paused, looking at me intently. To achieve your goals, are you truly willing to resort to such extremes? I was taken aback by Cheng Qi's question. Initially, I had indeed thought that I could go to any lengths for revenge, even to the point of sleeping with Ji Anyang without a second thought, given that we had shared a bed more than once. Yet, when Ji Anyang had lunged at me today, I felt an overwhelming instinct to resist, a voice in my mind screaming, "Don't come near. Don't come near." I was momentarily at a loss for words. "Miss Shen, there are many matters for which you could seek Mr. Pei's assistance. He may not refuse you." Qingqi spoke gently on my behalf. "Perhaps in Mr. Pei's eyes, you are more significant than you realize." "More significant than I realize?" I echoed, staring at Qingqi in astonishment. "Indeed," he replied, offering me a rare smile. "Now, Miss Shen, you may exit the car. Mr. Pei may be waiting for you." Taking Qingqi's advice to heart, I complied and stepped out of the vehicle. However, upon entering the villa, I found no trace of Pei Jinqing. "Where is Mr. Pei?" I inquired of a servant I encountered. "The gentleman has retreated to that room, and we are instructed not to disturb him." "That room?" I murmured to myself, understanding its significance. The so-called room is located at the very end of the corridor on the second floor, which once seemed to be a bedroom belonging to someone. Although it now stands vacant, Pei Jinqing forbids anyone from entering. He personally tends to the room, and when he is inside, no one dares to summon him. Urgent matters must await his emergence. When I first moved into the villa, I found myself frequently intrigued by that room. On one occasion, seizing the opportunity when the servants were distracted, I attempted to sneak in, only to be caught by Pei Jinqing. That very night, I found myself in the hospital due to his relentless antics, and upon my return, the room had already been locked. "Is Mr. Pei still inside?" By the time dinner arrived, I had yet to catch a glimpse of Pei Jinqing. Indeed, he remains in his chamber. "The food has grown cold. Will you not go and call him?" I poked at the vegetables before me, glancing up at the servants. No, that is not permissible." The servants shook their heads vigorously, retreating further. It appears everyone is well aware that this room is Pei Jinqing's forbidden domain, a place no one is allowed to tread. Very well. I sighed in resignation, took a few bites of my meal, and set down my chopsticks as I ascended the stairs. Ultimately, by the time I prepared for sleep, Pei Jinqing's presence remained absent from the end of the corridor. Chapter 37, The Madwoman Buzzing. I was roused from my slumber by the frantic vibrations of my phone in the dead of night. Having finally succumbed to sleep, I was abruptly awakened, leaving my mind in a fog, struggling to regain my bearings. After a prolonged search in the darkness, I finally located my phone. "Who is it?" I muttered in discontent, squinting at the screen without checking the caller ID, and answered the call. "Shen Manqing, do not presume you have triumphed. You wretched woman. I shall ensure you attain nothing." I had no inkling of what had driven Lu Yanyan into such a frenzy at this ungodly hour. The moment I picked up the phone, she unleashed a torrent of rage from the other end. "Stop your nonsense and hand the phone to me." Interspersed within her tirade were some muffled words from Ji Anyang. It seemed a quarrel between the two had ignited a fire that had now reached me. I covered my ears, withdrawing the phone momentarily to glance at the time 2 in the morning. These two were remarkably spirited, still embroiled in conflict at this hour. "Shen Manqing, speak. Why are you silent? I know you are listening." Lu Yanyan continued to bellow into the receiver. With a yawn, I turned on the bedside lamp and reclined against my pillows. I am listening." "Miss Lu, what is the matter?" My overly relaxed demeanor seemed to provoke Lu Yanyan further, her voice escalating in volume. "Shen Manqing, do you have no shame in seducing my man? You aspire to be the assistant vice president. Dream on. How am I lacking in decorum?" I retorted, I am aware that Ji Anyang had a wife, the late Gu Qingqing of the Gu family. "When did he become your man?" "You." Lu Yanyan was momentarily speechless. "I have been with him for quite some time now." You vixen, are not to intrude. Been together for quite some time." I chuckled lightly. "So, Miss Lu, you acknowledge that you have stolen your best friend's husband." Lu Yanyan attempted to interject, but I would not grant her the opportunity. Given that Miss Lu was capable of such treachery, how could she have the audacity to accuse me of coveting your man? You wretched woman. I assure you, I will not relinquish Ji Anyang to you." "Oh." Fully awake now, I sat up in bed. "Such matters are not solely determined by your will. Are you not aware of who occupies Ji Anyang's heart at present?" "Shen Manqing." Lu Yanyan was now in a complete frenzy. "Everything Ji Anyang possesses is thanks to my unwavering support. If he dares cast me aside, I will reveal all his secrets. We could both perish together. I will ensure you gain nothing." "Very well," I smirked. "I suspect you are merely posturing." "In truth, I was unperturbed by Lu Yanyan's threats. Rather, I welcomed the prospect of her exposing Ji Anyang's secrets, hoping to incite discord among them, leading to their mutual destruction. Ha ha ha! Lu Yanyan, believing I doubted her, erupted into manic laughter. Do you think Ji Anyang is a paragon? He is nothing but a worthless individual. Once relying on Du Qingqing and now depending on me. Just as I was about to discuss the matter of the will, a sudden sound akin to a slap echoed from the other end of the phone, piercing the stillness of the night. The line fell silent for a few seconds. Ah! Then, Lu Yanyan's shrill voice erupted. You! How dare you hit me? Ji Anyang, how dare you strike me? I will not let this go. You coward! Seize this at once, you mad woman. Do not force my hand. A cacophony of noise erupted from the phone. Suddenly, a heavy thud resonated, followed by the disconnection tone. I gazed at the screen indicating a lost connection, chuckling softly to myself. I had anticipated that witnessing events unfold as I had orchestrated would bring me joy and a sense of vindication. However, when it truly transpired, I discovered that the fleeting pleasure I felt in those initial moments quickly gave way to profound emptiness and ennui. So, this is how it is. Oh! I fell heavily onto the bed, casting my phone aside, my gaze fixed on the ceiling as my mind drifted into oblivion. I seemed to ponder many things. Yet in reality, my thoughts were blank. Ultimately, the only image that lingered in my dazed mind was that of Pei Jinqing, his face devoid of any emotion. What could Pei Jinqing be doing now? With this thought, I inexplicably found myself stepping out of my room, stealthily making my way toward the room at the end of the corridor. As I passed by Pei Jinqing's door, I was surprised to find it ajar. Had he just emerged from there? I cautiously leaned in, peering inside. The room was dim, devoid of light. Pei Jinqing, clad in sleepwear, sat languidly by the window. A multitude of empty bottles strewn at his feet, a half-burned cigarette resting between his fingers. The atmosphere was tranquil. I could even hear the sound of him inhaling from the cigarette. The embers crackled softly as the last remnants of smoke dissipated. Pei Jinqing tilted his head slightly, releasing the smoke into the air, which was swiftly whisked away by the night breeze. With a casual flick, he tossed the cigarette butt off the balcony, the fading ember tracing a delicate arc before he turned to inquire, "Have you seen enough?" His voice was seductive, almost teasing, as if inviting me to linger longer. I stood frozen at the threshold, momentarily caught off guard as if I had been caught in the act of wrongdoing. My head lowered, cheeks flushed. I nodded timidly before shaking my head vigorously. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" He retrieved another cigarette, this time merely playing with it between his fingers without lighting it, reminiscent of our first encounter. I kept my gaze downcast, still enveloped in the lingering atmosphere, unsure how to respond. Unable to sleep, Pei Jinqing turned his attention to the window, his query ambiguous whether directed at me or himself remained uncertain. I had heard from others that Pei Jinqing always emerged from that room in a state of profound despondency. Upon witnessing the man in such a state, I found myself inexplicably envious of the former occupant of this room, who had the liberty to sway his emotions at will. I ventured cautiously into the room, and seeing that he did not object, I boldly approached his side. I heard whispers that Rongshen is no longer inclined to collaborate with the Pei family. The man noncommittally acknowledged my words without turning, his gaze fixed on the window. "Are you already aware?" I inquired. "Ji Anyang has reached a preliminary agreement with Bai Pingting." Pei Jinqing glanced at the seat beside him, gesturing for me to take a place. "With Bai Pingting?" I was taken aback. This pairing had never crossed my mind. "Are you not going to intervene?" "Why would I?" The man turned to face me, his narrow eyes glinting in the dim light. I felt my cheeks warm again. If the Eastern District is indeed set for development, the project in Dongjiu should prove quite lucrative. "You mentioned if." He reached for a cigarette, contemplating, yet ultimately returned it to its place. "What do you mean? Is it that the Eastern District will not undergo development?" It seemed I was finally grasping the essence of the situation. That information was disseminated by me. The Eastern District will not be developed. And Ji Anyang with Bai Pingting? They will face investment failures, or even disastrous defeats. Pei Jinqing cast a fleeting glance at me. "Are you assisting me?" Despite my disbelief, the reality appeared to align with my thoughts. I simply wished for my belongings to remain untouched. As he spoke, Pei Jinqing rose and asked, "Is that all?" "Yes. You may leave now." I truly wanted to ask him if this was merely about not wanting others to encroach upon his possessions. However, Pei Jinqing did not afford me that opportunity. He stood and pushed me towards the door, expelling me from the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. And once again, I found myself unable to voice my questions. Chapter 38. The appointment 2 days later. The land auction in the eastern outskirts concluded, and indeed, Rongshan Group and Baifeng Group joined forces to bid. Although Pei Jinqing had no intention of developing the wasteland, she still participated in the bidding, dramatically inflating the price several times over. I noticed that Ji Anyang's face turned pale at that moment. However, they seemed convinced that the authorities would develop the eastern city. So they gritted their teeth and purchased the land. The outcome undoubtedly played into Pei Jinqing's hands. I heard that Gu Qian, upon learning of this matter while abroad, decided to return to the country immediately. Meanwhile, the internal dynamics of the Bai family stirred significantly, as Bai Lingxian had seemingly cautioned Bai Pingting against taking excessive risks, only for her to plunge headlong into trouble due to his advice. This incident reverberated through the industry for 3 days, with everyone believing that Pei Jinqing had intentionally ensnared Rongshan Group and Baifeng Group. Yet, I alone understood that Bai Lingxian also played a considerable role in this affair. After all, there were reasons for Ji Anyang's aggressive approach. On one hand, it was due to Gu Qian's imminent return, and on the other, his desire to swiftly extricate himself from Lu Yanyan. However, Bai Pingting's impulsiveness seemed rather abnormal. If Bai Lingxian claimed he had done nothing, I could never bring myself to believe him. Nevertheless, regardless of the truth, both Bai Lingxian and I ultimately achieved our respective goals. Ji Anyang was temporarily suspended due to a significant decision-making error, awaiting Gu Qian's return for further deliberation, while Bai Lingxian successfully entered Baifeng Group. Albeit starting from the grassroots level a step forward, nonetheless, buzzing with anticipation. I was engrossed in the various speculations online regarding who would lead the Bai family in the future when suddenly, I received a text message from Ji Anyang. I had initially thought that given such a significant event, he would be too preoccupied to remember me, yet he still reached out. Man Qing, shall we have dinner together tonight? As I read Ji Anyang's message, I contemplated replying that I was unavailable this evening. However, the thought of seeing his face, resembling that of a stray dog, brought me a sense of satisfaction. Sure, where shall we go? I quickly tapped out a response on my phone and sent it. Ji Anyang promptly replied, confirming the time and place. At that moment, I completely forgot that a desperate stray dog could be the most dangerous, for, having lost everything, they dared to do anything. At the agreed time, I arrived at the restaurant punctually, provided Ji Anyang's name to the staff, and followed the waiter to the entrance of a private room. Please. The waiter graciously opened the door for me. I hesitated for a moment, taken aback that Ji Anyang had reserved another private room. The previous experience of being trapped in a car still lingered in my mind, and I stood at the doorway, wavering, uncertain whether to turn and leave. But Ji Anyang had already lifted his head and spotted me, enthusiastically waving. Man Qing, come on in. After a brief pause, I smiled and stepped inside. If something were truly to transpire, I would simply deliver a decisive kick to Ji Anyang's most sensitive area, push the door open, and flee, ensuring that he would not succeed. With this thought in mind, my confidence grew stronger. The private room was adorned with traditional Japanese tatami, and Ji Anyang had already ordered the dishes before my arrival. Man Qing, I have missed you so much these past few days, Ji Anyang exclaimed as I entered, pulling me down to sit beside him. I feigned a struggle, realizing I could not break free, and forced a disingenuous smile. I miss you too. Why have you not reached out to me lately? At this, Ji Anyang sighed dramatically, his face clouded with sorrow. The project has fallen through, and I am uncertain about what to do next. Is it serious? I feigned concern. It's nothing, Ji Anyang replied, raising his wine glass and downing its contents. It's merely one project, it won't ruin me. At worst, I might be demoted. As long as I still hold shares in Rongshan, I remain the second largest shareholder. Upon mentioning this, Ji Anyang's face broke into a smug smile, which now only filled me with revulsion. The shares, are they from your deceased wife? I queried, opening my phone to activate the recording app, preparing to extract information from Ji Anyang. When I was still Gu Qingqing, I never anticipated my demise at a young age. Hence I had never considered drafting a will, let alone leaving everything to Ji Anyang. Even though I had once loved him deeply, I would have chosen to return the Rongshan shares to the Gu family rather than to this man before me. Thus, I yearned to uncover when they had forged the will and deceived me into signing it. Your deceased wife, are you referring to Gu Qingqing? Ji Anyang scoffed, a disdainful laugh escaping him. That foolish woman thought I loved her. It's laughable. I clenched my fists tightly, yet maintained a flawless facade of a smile. If you did not love her, why did you marry her? It was her half-brother, Gu Qiun, the general manager of the Gu family, who forced my hand. Ji Anyang replied, his voice brimming with anger. At that time, my mother was gravely ill and required exorbitant surgical fees. I sought to borrow from Gu Qingqing. But Gu Qiun approached me, offering money if I agreed to marry into their family. How could it be like this? I stammered, shocked into silence. This was the first time I had heard the truth, and Gu Qiun had never disclosed that Ji Anyang had sought to borrow money for his mother's surgery. I recalled vividly that Ji Anyang's mother passed away 6 months after our marriage, and it was from that moment that his demeanor towards me shifted dramatically. However, to spare Gu Qiun any worry, I had concealed this truth from him. In hindsight, everything had its reasons. Ji Anyang's hatred towards me was justified. But how could he find it in himself to take my life? Yet, Gu Qingqing must have loved you, right? I struggled to stabilize my emotions, casually mentioning it. For otherwise, she would not have bequeathed all her shares to you. How? She certainly did not leave her shares to me, that will. Ji Anyang inadvertently began to speak, but halfway through, he abruptly ceased. Let us not discuss such matters today. Here, try this wine. The sake here is truly authentic. As he spoke, Ji Anyang extended the glass of wine towards me. Initially, I was wary of the drink he offered. Yet observing that he had already consumed several cups himself, and hoping to extract some information from him, I raised the glass and took a token sip. It is quite delightful. Earlier, what was said about that will? Oh, it is merely a will. Ji Anyang dismissed the topic, pouring me more wine instead. Isn't it good? Have another drink. I patiently circled around with Ji Anyang, attempting to steer the conversation back to the will, but he continued to engage in evasive tactics, diverting the discussion. And in the end, I could not extract any further information, though I had consumed several more cups of wine. Man Qing, let us have another drink. Ji Anyang feigned to pour me more wine, his hands beginning to roam unceremoniously, brushing against my waist. No, I shall not drink any more. I reached out to push Ji Anyang away, but my vision began to blur, and my body gradually warmed. A sense of dread washed over me as I struggled to rise. I am feeling intoxicated. I need to use the restroom. Before I could finish, Ji Anyang suddenly turned and pinned me down onto the tatami mat. What do you intend to do? I exclaimed in panic. Yet, Ji Anyang cupped my chin, drawing his face closer. Man Qing, let us take the time to truly enjoy ourselves together today. Chapter 39. It is unbearably hot. Stop. Please don't do this. I turned to crawl towards the door, but the man behind me seized my ankle and yanked me back. Anyang, please. Desperately, I pressed my hands between myself and Ji Anyang. We can find a hotel. We can take our time. Please don't do this here. Man Qing, rest assured. I will bring you joy. Ji Anyang loomed over me, his gaze transformed entirely. He loosened his tie. Man Qing, you are all I have left. Are you truly going to abandon me as well? No, please. Realizing Ji Anyang was serious, I shouted for help. Help! Someone! But he swiftly covered my mouth. I struggled fiercely, yet the disparity in strength between us was insurmountable, compounded by the effects of the drug coursing through my body, rendering me almost immobile beneath Ji Anyang. Man Qing, you are my only salvation. Why won't you let me touch you? Are you truly going to leave me? Ji Anyang's hands roamed my face, devoid of tenderness, one hand tightening around my throat. My body weakened, but my eyes remained defiantly fixed on the man before me, voicelessly protesting. Now that Gu Qian has returned, and Lu Yanyan has turned against me, that woman will surely bring forth the fabricated will as evidence against me. She seeks to ruin me. Do you understand? She wishes to destroy me. Ji Anyang's other hand joined the first around my neck, his grip gentle yet ominously tightening, his eyes glimmering with an unnatural hue. Ha ha ha! It was her plan to begin with, yet now she seeks to stab me in the back. She is indeed despicable. She intends to lay all the blame at my feet. As Ji Anyang's agitation grew, so did his grip. I felt the suffocating pain encroaching upon me. I was on the brink of losing everything. Are you going to leave me too? No. Caught in Ji Anyang's grasp, I struggled to breathe, desperately patting his arm in a plea for release. I am not. I have no intention of leaving you. You still possess. You still have shares, your shares in Rongxing. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the mention of shares, Ji and Yang appeared to regain a semblance of sanity, gradually loosening his hold on my throat. Coughing violently, I gasped as air rushed back into my lungs, the discomfort in my throat overwhelming. Shares, haha. Once Lu Yanyan confirms my forgery of the will, Gu Qian will undoubtedly reclaim all the shares and cast me out of Rongxing. Shares? What shares do I possess? I have nothing. Absolutely nothing. Ji and Yang lowered his head to gaze at me again. In his eyes, I could only perceive despair, followed by a madness wrought from that despair. Man Qing, be with me. Let us savor this final moment together. Ji and Yang reached out to unfasten my buttons, one by one. No! Please, no! I cried out, tilting my head back and fiercely biting into his arm. Ah! Ji Anyang winced in pain and instinctively swatted his hand away. Seizing the moment of his distraction, I hastily fished out my phone, desperate to call Pei Jinqing. My consciousness was fading, and I could only maintain my awareness by pinching my thigh with all my might. Beep just as the call connected. Ji Anyang yanked the phone away with force. You beat me? He growled, his face contorted with fury as he glanced at my phone screen, his expression growing more menacing. Pei Jinqing, are you involved with him? Are you? Ji Anyang seemed utterly enraged, and with a violent crash, he smashed my phone against the wall before lunging at me, tearing at my clothing. Ji Anyang, let me go. You scoundrel. Release me. I cursed weakly, internally pleading for anyone at all to appear and save me. In response to my silent call for help, the sliding door of the room was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force, crashing down in an instant. The door hit the ground, stirring up a thin layer of dust, and Ji Anyang, who had been on top of me, momentarily froze in shock. You! It's you! How did you get in? Ji Anyang exclaimed, bewildered, but before he could finish, he was struck in the jaw and sent sprawling to the floor. Ah! Ji Anyang's face paled in pain as he clutched his chin and rolled into the corner of the room, still dazed. In that moment of chaos, a group of men in black suits swiftly surged in, surrounding him completely. The sudden turn of events left me utterly bewildered. What was happening? Sir! I heard someone shout above me. Dazed, I lifted my gaze, only to see a man's resolute chin. He stood at the door, his presence imposing like a towering statue. Who was this man? The drugs clouded my rationality, dulling my reactions. Take action, the man commanded in a deep voice, and leave before the Gu family arrives. As he spoke, I saw him lower his head, gradually crouching down. His face approached mine. This visage felt so familiar, as if. It wasn't until his face was directly before me that I suddenly realized, Pei Jinqing. It was indeed Pei Jinqing. Pei Jinqing furrowed his brow, his expression dark as he swept me up in his arms. The moment I touched his chest, it was as if a flame ignited within me. A surge of heat coursing through my body. Pei Jinqing, how dare you have someone hit me? I will sue you. I will call the police. The sounds of fists striking flesh reached my ears. At first, Ji Anyang was still shouting defiantly, but soon he was cowering in the corner, begging for mercy. Stop. Please. Don't hit me. Help. Help. The cacophony around me began to fade, and I could not tell if it was because I felt sick seeing Pei Jinqing or if the effects of the drugs were finally overwhelming me. I feel a wave of heat coursing through my body, overwhelming me with discomfort. Restlessly, I begin to squirm in the man's embrace. Suddenly, I sense that Pei Jinqing's gaze upon me has dimmed, as if he is casting a reproachful glance in my direction before striding out with me in his arms. As we exit the restaurant, we brush past a hurried throng of people. The individual leading the group seems to cast a fleeting glance our way, and I squint, vaguely recognizing a familiar silhouette. Who is that? The familiarity tugs at my memory. I long to call out to him, yet my voice eludes me. Wait. I know his name. Please, just a moment. This thought flashes through my mind, but the remnants of my rationality are swiftly engulfed by the surging tide of desire, washing away the name of that person in an instant. Chapter 40. Gu Qian has returned. As I stepped out of the restaurant, I immediately sensed someone approaching. I leaned softly against Pei Jinqing's chest, our clothes brushing against each other with each movement, the warmth of his skin continuously igniting a fire within me. Oh, it's hot. So very hot. In the man's embrace, I unconsciously murmured, unaware of my own words, feeling as though a pot of boiling water was bubbling in my mind, threatening to evaporate my sanity. Open the door. Pei Jinqing's deep voice resonated through his chest, muffled, as if he were suppressing something. A loud bang followed. The sound of a car door opening. I felt him bend down, seemingly intending to lift me into the vehicle. I slightly opened my eyes, leaning in to kiss his neck. Enough! He suddenly straightened, pulling away from me, frowning in displeasure. I gazed at him, amused by his conflicted expression, and giggled sweetly. Stay here and don't move, he warned sternly, stepping back and reaching to close the car door. Wait! I propped myself up and swiftly grasped his tie, pulling him toward me, my eyes sparkling as I softly pleaded for him not to leave. You! Pei Jinqing's gaze darkened, and he leaned in closer, loosening his tie. This is what you asked for. I thought he was finally going to do something to me and eagerly reached out my hands. My mind was a chaotic mess, unable to think of anything but the urgent desire to touch him, as if only he could remedy this craving. With a swift motion, he unfastened his tie and seized my wrist. Ah! I gasped involuntarily. The heat where our skin met sent my heart racing. Finally, I leaned closer, expecting his comfort, but in the next moment, he darkened his expression and bound my hands with his tie, securing them to the car door. No, let me go. Pei Jinqing, release me. Let me go. A fire roared within me, gnawing at my reason. I squirmed, almost in tears, pleading with him. Pei Jinqing, I'm suffering. Please let me go. I feel terrible. Truly, I feel awful. Endure it. Pei Jinqing replied coldly, straightening up, irritably unbuttoning the top of his shirt, cursing under his breath before slamming the car door shut and taking his seat behind the wheel. I heard the engine roar to life, and the sudden acceleration threw me back against the seat. The car sped away. Peeking out the window, I was oblivious to where Pei Jinqing was taking me. My mind was nearly shattered by desire. Oh, it hurts. It truly hurts. Throughout the journey, I nestled in the back seat, continuously murmuring in distress. At times, I would call out his name, Pei Jinqing, Jinqing, I feel unwell. Please stop. The man, finally unable to endure my pleas, let out a low, ominous growl. Knowing he was not faring any better than I felt a flicker of joy. The car, under Pei Jinqing's command, sped relentlessly toward the hospital. By the time we came to a halt, the peak of my medication's efficacy had passed, yet I was still engulfed in discomfort, my body aflame. We had arrived at the hospital. Pei Jinqing opened the car door and came over to unfasten the tie around my neck. As soon as the tie was undone, I melted into his embrace. He gently brushed my forehead with his hand and lifted me effortlessly, dashing toward the emergency room. In a haze, I seemed to hear him softly reassure me, "Don't worry, I'm here." I murmured a faint acknowledgement, but my eyelids grew heavy, and I could no longer keep them open. Nurses hurriedly arrived to place me on a hospital bed and wheeled me into the emergency room. When I regained consciousness, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. I blinked for what felt like an eternity before focusing on the stark white ceiling. This must be a hospital room. It was eerily quiet, so still that I could hear the rhythmic drip of the sewer bag. "You're awake." A voice pulled me from my reverie. I turned my head to see Pei Jinqing seated beside my bed, engrossed in his phone. Was he waiting for me to awaken? I nodded dazedly, only to realize my voice was hoarse. "Have some water." He stood and poured a glass for me. With feeble hands, I accepted the glass, observing the man's impassive expression. My mind replayed the fervent moments in the car, and I felt my cheeks flush with embarrassment, lowering my head as I hastily drank. Coughing, the water had gone down the wrong pipe. Pei Jinqing frowned and took the cup from my hands, gently patting my back. "Thank you," I murmured, my gaze cast downward, shyly expressing my gratitude. "Mr. Pei." At that moment, Chengqi entered the room. Upon seeing Pei Jinqing beside me, he hesitated, as if contemplating a retreat. "Is there something you need?" Pei Jinqing called out to him. "Mr. Pei," Chengqi approached and whispered something in Pei Jinqing's ear. "They took him away?" "Yes, they did. Gu is preparing to reorganize the internal affairs of Rongshan, and it seems he wants to reopen the investigation into the accident that occurred 6 months ago. Has he discovered anything?" Pei Jinqing's brow furrowed as he stepped toward the exit. "Nothing yet, but..." Their conversation drifted into obscurity, and I vaguely caught a name. Though I couldn't hear it clearly, a familiar face from that day at the restaurant flashed in my mind. That person was all too recognizable. He was my brother. "Has my brother returned?" I exclaimed with excitement, calling out to the figures of Pei Jinqing and Chengqi. The two paused in surprise, turning to face me. My brother has returned." I clutched my chest, my words tumbling forth in disarray. "He has come back. I saw him. I truly saw him. Gu Qian. Gu Qian has returned, yet he no longer recognizes me. The memory of that day, when I called him in the rain, flooded my mind. Though I was on the line, I could not reveal my identity to him. It was unbearable, my eyes felt heavy, and my heart ached profoundly. Miss Shen. Suddenly, Chengqi called my name, hesitating as he gazed at me, opening his mouth as if to say something, finally uttering, "You are crying." I denied it hastily. But just then, a cold droplet fell onto the back of my hand. Soon, 2 drops, then 3. In a flurry, I attempted to wipe away the tears on my face, insisting, "I am not crying." Yet ultimately, I could only cover my face with my hands, allowing the tears to stream down, spilling through my fingers. Brother, how I miss you. Chapter 41, Breaking News You. I heard a man's deep voice, followed by a hand gripping my wrist with sudden force, yanking me upward. Ah! My body was still weak, and before I could brace myself, I tumbled off the bed, landing with a thud on the floor. The needle slipped from the back of my hand, leaving a long trail of blood. You! Is it so unbearable for you to return home? Are you in such agony now? The man grasped my chin, compelling me to lift my gaze to meet his. Through my tear-filled eyes, I discerned the smoldering anger in Pei Jinqing's eyes. Yet, I could not fathom the reason behind his fury. Speak, say something. The grip on my wrist intensified. It hurt so much. I struggled to pull away, but the man showed no intention of releasing me. Mr. Pei! Mr. Pei! Chengqi hurriedly approached, attempting to pry Pei Jinqing's hand from mine. Mr. Pei, Miss Shen has just awoken. She needs her rest. Perhaps Chengqi's words had an effect. As Pei Jinqing's expression hardened momentarily before he relinquished his grip. I will never let you return. You had better remember that. Pei Jinqing coldly warned me, slamming the door of the ward as he strode out with a frigid demeanor. I sat on the floor, momentarily dazed by the sight of the man departing. Was he truly going to keep me by his side forever, tormenting me? Miss Shen. Chengqi sighed, bending down to assist me in standing. Mr. Pei was merely acting impulsively. He did not mean it that way. I remained silent, allowing Chengqi to help me back onto the bed. Chengqi. But as thoughts of Gu Qian's face surged in my mind, I suddenly grasped Chengqi's arm. I want to see my brother. I must go see my brother. With that, I pushed past Chengqi, rushing towards the door. Miss Shen, please calm down. Chengqi grasped my shoulders, pressing me back onto the bed. Miss Shen. Chengqi looked down at the blood still seeping from my hand, reaching for the bell beside the bed. I'll call the nurse for you. No. Dang Ti. I forcefully swatted Chengqi's hand away and stood up. I must see my brother. I need to see him now. What will happen if you do see him? Chengqi called after me from behind. I paused, momentarily frozen at the threshold. You plan to tell him that you are Gu Qingqing? Do you truly believe Gu Qian will accept that? I don't know. I unconsciously tightened my grip on my clothing, slowly turning back around. Chengqi sighed and stepped closer to me. Miss Shen, everyone believes Gu Qingqing is dead now. Your appearance has also changed. What can you possibly achieve by confronting Gu Qian? No, that can't be true. I anxiously clutched Chengqi's arm, convinced there must be another way. There has to be another way. A paternity test, yes. We can do a paternity test. I am the daughter of Gu Yuanshen. I am Gu Qingqing. I shook Chengqi's arm frantically, yet he suddenly sighed, asking, Can you truly assure me that you are Gu Yuanshen's daughter? What do you mean? I was taken aback by Chengqi's question and instinctively took a step back, colliding with the door with a thud. I am Gu Yuanshen's daughter. Of course. I am Gu Yuanshen's daughter. I shouted at Chengqi while pressing against the door. This person is so strange. How could he doubt my identity as a member of the Gu family? Miss Shen, please remain calm. Chengqi approached me with a hint of resignation, placing a supportive hand on my shoulder. All right, you are indeed Gu Yuanshen's daughter. But do you think Gu Qian would believe your words enough to take you for a paternity test rather than dismiss you as a middleman? Trust is not easily granted, especially regarding matters so sensitive to him. Do not forget, he left immediately after Gu Qingqing's death, which speaks volumes about the impact this had on him. But I really want to go back. I truly wish to see Gu Qian. Miss Shen. Chengqi shook my shoulders gently, his gaze earnest. Even if everything you said is valid, and Gu Qian believes you, do you think Mr. Pei would simply turn a blind eye to this revelation? Would he spare you? Gu Qian and the Gu family. Chengqi's expression grew grave. For your sake and that of the Gu family, I believe you should refrain from seeking out Gu Qian. But I am alive, I am still alive. I clutched Chongqi's arm, slowly sliding down until I helplessly collapsed onto the floor, curling into a tight ball. After I calmed down, Chongqi called for a nurse on my behalf. The nurse helped me back onto the bed, the bleeding from my hand had ceased. And she replaced the floor with another. Perhaps I was exhausted from crying, for I soon fell into a deep sleep after lying down. In a hazy state, I sensed someone approaching my bedside, gently touching my forehead, lingering there for what felt like an eternity before departing. I wanted to open my eyes and see who it was, but my eyelids felt heavy, and fatigue enveloped me, rendering me unable to open my eyes. The only detail I could recall was that the person's hand was cool against my forehead, providing a soothing comfort. The next day, upon waking, I found that my body bore no lingering effects, so I informed the doctor of my desire to be discharged. After a thorough examination, the doctor acquiesced to my request. Just as the doctor stepped out of the ward, someone forcefully pushed open the door. I turned to the sound, and there, blocking the entrance, was a large bouquet of pink roses, with only 2 legs visible beneath it, obscuring the person behind. As I pondered the identity of the visitor, Miss Shen, a handsome face suddenly emerged from behind the flowers, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his charming peach blossom eyes gleaming with amusement. Mr. Bai, I replied with a resigned smile. So it was him. But who else could it possibly be? Am I truly wishing for another individual? Miss Shen seems rather displeased upon seeing me. Bai Lingxian entered unceremoniously, placed a bouquet on my bed, and selected an apple from the fruit platter, wiping it with his hand before taking a bite. Mr. Bai, I am already in the hospital. It is unlikely that I would find joy in anyone's presence. I retreated further into my bed, drawing the covers around myself and turning away. Do not be disheartened, Bai Lingxian said, his speech somewhat muffled by the apple in his mouth. I have something to tell you that will surely brighten your spirits. What is it? I replied casually, not expecting much from his answer. To my astonishment, he delivered a bombshell. Ji Anyang is wanted. Chapter Soshao, Entertainment Headlines. What? I was taken aback and sat up abruptly in bed. Ji Anyang is wanted. Indeed, Bai Lingxian replied casually, continuing to munch on an apple. Why? Because. Bai Lingxian remained occupied with his apple, and as I waited impatiently for his next words, I reached out to tug at him. Hurry up and tell me. Don't rush me. Bai Lingxian, with his mouth full, finished the last bite of the apple, made a shooting gesture, and tossed the core into a nearby trash can before turning to me with a smile. Let me explain it to you slowly. Then do so. I leaned back against the hospital bed, casting an exasperated glance at the man. When you were admitted to the hospital yesterday, Ji Anyang's little lover happened to deliver a document to Gu Qian to report Ji Anyang for forging a will. As Bai Lingyan spoke, he pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands, then sat across from me. Speaking of Gu Qian, he truly treats his deceased half-sister well. Why can't he by painting show a little kindness to me, her half-brother? Bai Lingxian began to lament idly, but I interrupted him impatiently. All right. Back to the main topic. Bai Lingxian chuckled, unperturbed. Upon learning this matter, Gu Qian immediately took people to the restaurant where you were dining to apprehend Ji Anyang, relieving him of all his duties and preparing to file a lawsuit against him. It seemed that the group I saw yesterday was indeed Gu Qian. Hey, Shen Manqing, did you orchestrate this whole affair? Bai Lingxian paused and leaned closer to inquire. What? I feigned ignorance for a moment, confused by his meaning. Isn't it so? Bai Lingxian straightened up, arms crossed over his chest, looking at me with an air of understanding. If you had instigated the relationship between Ji Anyang and that little lover, would she have dared to turn on him? That's their affair. What does it have to do with me? I averted my gaze awkwardly. Fine, it doesn't concern you. Bai Lingxian shrugged, not pressing further. But the next matter surely has some relevance to you. What? Originally, Ji Anyang's dismissal should have concluded the matter, but for some unknown reason, numerous online discussions regarding Ji Anyang's bribery and illegal fundraising suddenly emerged, accompanied by a plethora of photos, recordings, and videos. At this point, Bai Lingxian cast a meaningful glance at me. It seems the individuals behind this information also reported these materials anonymously to the prosecution, prompting immediate action to apprehend Ji Anyang. However, it appears he received a tip-off and fled last night, which is why he is now being pursued. He fled? Although I had no knowledge of who reported Ji Anyang, the fact that he escaped filled me with indignation. How could he get away? Yes, he fled. Bai Lingyan nodded. Then asked me, you must have some recollection of this incident, right? Recollection? What recollection? I retorted, do you truly believe I am responsible for this matter? That seemed rather implausible, considering you were in the hospital at the time. However, Bai Lingyan elongated his tone, it certainly has some connection to you, doesn't it? Not at all. I replied coldly, I was completely unaware of this incident until you mentioned it just now. That is indeed curious. Bai Lingyan leaned back, stretching his body. I had assumed such matters would be disclosed by someone close to Ji Anyang. Given your proximity to him, wouldn't you have sought to uncover such affairs? Absolutely not. I denied emphatically. Had I known Ji Anyang was involved in any illicit activities, I would certainly have investigated. The fact that I was oblivious while the information was already leaked is perplexing. Then who could it be? Bai Lingyan gazed at me with inquisitiveness. How would I know? Why not speculate that it could be someone from the Gu family? No, it shouldn't be Gu Qian. Bai Lingyan waved his hand, rising from the chair. Although Ji Anyang is responsible, he was previously the vice president of Rongsheng Group. Exposing Ji Anyang's scandal is tantamount to tarnishing the reputation of Rongsheng itself. Furthermore, the whistleblower has spread this information widely online, which can only harm Rongsheng's standing. If I were Gu Qian, I certainly would not opt for such a method. Could it be Lu Yanyan? After voicing that possibility, I shook my head inwardly. If Lu Yanyan truly held such significant leverage over Ji Anyang, he would not easily allow me to sow discord between them. To preserve his own secrets, he would surely strive to maintain Lu Yanyan's trust. Bai Lingyan pondered for a moment. While it is possible Lu Yanyan is involved, I am increasingly inclined to believe it is Pei Jinqing. Pei Jinqing? I was momentarily taken aback. What connection could Pei Jinqing have with this? Noticing my bewildered expression, Bai Lingyan nudged the blanket on my bed and seated himself beside me. Consider this. When the scandal of Rongsheng Group is exposed, who stands to gain the most? Surely, its competitors. That doesn't necessarily implicate Pei Jinqing. I think your Bai family could also be a likely candidate. I shot him a glare. However, there is another crucial aspect. Bai Lingshuan's eyes twinkled with amusement. What crucial aspect? With a playful smile, Bai Lingyan extended a finger towards me, stating slowly, you. Me? I pointed at myself, feeling even more confused. Precisely, Miss Shen. Bai Lingshuan's finger twirled in the air before descending leisurely. Consider it, this incident could undermine Rongsheng's vigor, while simultaneously aiding you, Miss Shen. For Pei Jinqing, wouldn't that be a twofold benefit? Wait a moment. I raised my hand, hastily interrupting Bai Lingyan. I understand how it could harm Rongsheng. But why would Pei Jinqing assist me? That offers him no advantage. I believe your conjecture lacks merit. Does it truly lack benefit? Bai Lingshuan's laughter sent shivers down my spine. Although I had previously speculated that Miss Shen and Pei Jinqing shared an extraordinary relationship, I never anticipated that it would be of this nature. What kind of relationship? Instinctively, I tightened my grip on the sheet beneath the quilt. Could it be that Bai Lingyan was already aware of my identity? Miss Shen must not have seen today as entertainment news yet. Bai Lingyan lowered his head and began to fiddle with his phone, remarking, you have indeed made it to today as headlines. Headlines? What headlines? Bai Lingyan smiled as he held his phone up in front of me, and I snatched it from his grasp. The screen displayed today as most talked about headline. The lover of the president of Pei Corporation revealed for the first time, sparking intrigue about her identity. Accompanied by a photo of Pei Jinqing carrying me out of the restaurant. Chapter 43. Sending flowers. The photograph was not particularly clear, evidently taken surreptitiously. In the image, I am nestled closely in Pei Jinqing's embrace, my face obscured, yet those familiar with me could easily deduce my identity. The media reported that we appeared quite sweet together. Bai Lingshuan's beaming smile flashed before my eyes as he reached for my phone, glancing at the image before commenting. You certainly seem to be very close. Of course. At that moment, I had been drugged, nearly glued to Pei Jinqing. Could one not be close under such circumstances? I rolled my eyes internally while maintaining a polite smile, hoping Bai Lingyan did not genuinely believe such trivial gossip. No, I replied. Bai Lingyan continued to scrutinize the photograph on my phone. But I suspect your relationship is more ambiguous than the report suggests. I had just exhaled a sigh of relief, only to have it caught in my throat again, trapped in my chest and unable to escape or be swallowed back. Bai Lingshuan's imagination was indeed overly vivid. Is that so? He looked up from the screen with a grin, and I felt my assertion had some merit, at least. Bai Lingshuang's words trailed off as his gaze darted to the side, suddenly bursting into laughter. Miss Shen, it has been a pleasure chatting with you today. Let us meet again. With that, he stood to leave. Hey! I was still processing what had just transpired and intended to call him back. But upon glancing towards the door, I noticed someone standing outside Chengqi, though I could not ascertain how long he had been there. Miss Shen, your ride has arrived. Bai Lingxian remarked as he passed by Chengqi, deliberately pausing. Though his words were directed at me, his gaze was fixed on Chengqi. Chengqi nodded expressionlessly at Bai Lingxian, saying nothing as he closed the door behind him. Miss Shen, let us return. I nodded. Picking up the bouquet of pink roses from the bed, contemplating taking them with me. As I settled into the car, Chengqi glanced at me through the rearview mirror. Hesitating to speak. What is it? I sensed his gaze upon me. Does Miss Shen like roses? At least I do not dislike them, I shrugged. Placing the bouquet beside me. This is the first bouquet received by Shen Manqing, I murmured, resting my head against the car window. Silence enveloped the vehicle as it made its quiet journey back to the villa. Upon returning, I ascended the stairs promptly, eager to arrange the rare flowers in a vase in my room. Passing Pei Jinqing's door, I noticed it ajar, with a series of agitated shouts emanating from within. For a moment, I was overtaken by curiosity and pushed the door open. This is none of your business. Do not call me again. Pei Jinqing's low voice resonated from the balcony, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation. I quietly tiptoed past the door. I am well aware that it was Pei Jinqing's doing. There is no need for you to remind me. Pei Jinqing? Who might that be? I leaned in with curiosity, unsure of what the person on the other end of the line had said. Suddenly, Pei Jinqing raised his voice, speaking with urgency and ire. Jiao Yue. Let me make it clear. Even if Pei Jinqing wishes for my demise, I will not marry you. I was momentarily taken aback by Pei Jinqing's fury, inadvertently kicking the bookshelf in my surprise. Who is there? Upon hearing the noise, Pei Jinqing turned sharply, his eyes still ablaze with anger, and promptly hung up the phone. I'm back. Aware of my own culpability, I stood in the room, unconsciously tightening my grip on the bouquet in my arms. Pei Jinqing, upon recognizing me, let out a cold snort and scrutinized me for a moment before suddenly asking, these flowers, are they for me? And no, not at all. Sensing his misunderstanding, I hastily clarified, they were given to me by Bai Lingxian when he came to visit. However, as soon as I uttered those words, Pei Jinqing's countenance darkened once more. Bai Lingyan sent them? His tone was somewhat brusque. Why yes, indeed. Having already spoken, I could not retract my statement and was left to endure the tension that enveloped the room. Buzzing. Just as I hesitated, unsure of what to say next, Pei Jinqing's phone vibrated again. He glanced down at the incoming call, a slight frown creasing his brow, and without lifting his gaze, commanded, throw it away. Ah! I was momentarily taken aback. Throw the flowers away. He reiterated. Oh. I was perplexed by the sudden outburst of his anger, but I promptly moved to the trash can and discarded the flowers. Buzzing. The phone continued to ring insistently. Standing beside the trash can, I felt a twinge of reluctance. Get out! He suddenly barked at me. Yes. Recognizing his foul mood, I hastily turned and exited the room. As I closed the door behind me, I caught a glimpse of Pei Jinqing turning to answer the call. The man's back was to me as he stood on the balcony, his voice faintly reaching my ears. It's my prerogative to stir rumors with whomever I please. The engagement between us is merely a notion of theirs. Do not delude yourself into thinking I would truly marry you. Rumors. I inexplicably recalled the news Bai Lingxian had shown me earlier that day. Was that what it referred to? I wanted to listen further, but the sight of Pei Jinqing's grim visage sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to gently close the door. Miss Shen. As I descended the stairs, I noticed Chengqi still seated in the living room. You're still here, I casually remarked as I settled onto the sofa. Mr. Pei will have matters to discuss shortly. Chengqi nodded in acknowledgement. What matters? My curiosity piqued. Recalling the earlier phone call, Chengqi smiled but offered no reply. It was too long before Pei Jinqing descended the stairs, his face still clouded with displeasure. Clearly, that phone call had not afforded him any respite from his inner turmoil. Mr. Pei. Chengqi observed Mr. Pei rising from the sofa, prompting me to stand as well. Mr. Pei Jinqing nodded slightly, indicating for Chen Qi to take a seat. I presumed they were about to engage in a discussion and was turning to depart. Where are you going? Sit down, mister. Pei Jinqing's deep voice halted me. I was taken aback. I had not anticipated being permitted to listen in on their conversation, as they typically excluded me from their discussions. What was different today? From today onwards, you will stay at Jinyuan for a while. I will have Chen Qi arrange for your protection, he stated. Ah! What is going on? A change of residence and protection. I sensed an underlying tension. A hint of something amiss. This was likely due to the photograph from yesterday. Qin Qi seemed to sense my confusion and calmly explained. Although that photo did not capture Miss Shen's face, it would inevitably attract attention. Taking these precautions can minimize unnecessary speculation. I believe Miss Shen would prefer to avoid undue trouble as well. Chen Qi's reasoning was sound, yet I felt an inexplicable discomfort. An intangible unease that I could not articulate. I merely nodded in agreement. All right. Then you should go pack your belongings now, mister, Pei Jinqing instructed, gesturing with a nod. He then turned to Chen Qi, adding, by the way, have someone buy a large bouquet of roses. Roses? Chen Qi displayed a rare expression of surprise. Yes, mister, Pei Jinqing replied expressionlessly, casting a discreet glance in my direction. For her. Understood, Mr. Pei. Qin Qi acknowledged immediately. I stifled a smile and hurried upstairs. It seemed he truly cared about that bouquet from earlier. Yet, his personality was undeniably peculiar. I mused silently. Chapter 44. Clarification. As I packed my belongings and departed from the villa, I boarded the car clutching an enormous bouquet of roses, nearly too large to embrace. Was it truly necessary to purchase such a grand arrangement? I concealed myself behind the blossoms, striving to tilt my face upward towards Chen Qi in the front seat. Perhaps so, he chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The vehicle navigated its way to the Jinyuan Villa district, where Pei Jinqing had arranged for my accommodation, a charming two-story duplex. Chen Qi guided me inside, offering a tour while informing me that I could reach out to him should I require anything, as the housekeeper would arrive daily to prepare meals and tidy up. Acknowledging him with a nod, I escorted Chen Qi to the door before retreating alone into the house. Sighing deeply, I settled onto the sofa, still grappling with the unfamiliarity of this new environment. Though living in Pei Jinqing's villa came with its own set of rules and occasional inexplicable outbursts from him, the abrupt absence from that once familiar setting left me feeling strangely hollow. This expansive space felt overwhelmingly vast with only my solitary presence. Ding dong, the doorbell chimed. Rising to activate the visual phone screen, I saw the housekeeper outside. Miss Shen, she nodded in acknowledgement. It's me. Please, come in, I invited as I opened the door. What would you like for dinner, Miss Shen? She inquired, carrying in a substantial bag of groceries and filling the refrigerator. Anything is fine, I replied, lacking appetite. After dinner, I lounged on the sofa, aimlessly watching television, occasionally catching reports about Pei Jinqing's mysterious lover. Despite a full day having passed, the fervor surrounding the news showed no signs of waning. The public's insatiable curiosity regarding the president of the Pei Group was indeed formidable. Latest entertainment news, sources claim. The broadcast began. I flipped through channels with the remote, finding nothing of interest. My eyelids gradually grew heavy, and eventually, I succumbed to sleep. When I awoke, it was already past 1 in the morning. The chill of the room had roused me. The housekeeper had departed, the living room lights still ablaze, and the television blaring with raucous entertainment shows. Yet the house felt desolate, with only my presence to fill the void. Sitting up on the sofa, I found myself unexpectedly yearning for the stern man who often wore a cold expression. If he were here, he would surely scold me for sleeping in such an inappropriate place, insisting that if I wished to sleep, I ought to do so in bed. How peculiar human habits can be. I chuckled softly, shaking my head as I wrapped my arms around myself and hurried back to the bedroom for rest. The following morning, the housekeeper had prepared breakfast, and the same driver arrived to take me to the office. Perhaps due to the absence of Pei Jinqing for a day, I found myself addressing the driver with, Mr. Pei, he. What about Mr. Pei? The driver replied, glancing at me through the rearview mirror. Nothing at all. I hastily shook my head, swallowing my words. I initially intended to inquire with the driver about Pei Jinqing's activities yesterday. However, upon reflection, I realized that the driver might not possess such knowledge. Besides, why should I be so concerned about him? I decided against asking. As usual, The driver dropped me off at the company entrance, and I hastily made my way inside. Sister Manqing and Zheng Jiamen approached me with a sense of apprehension, though they refrained from speaking, merely gazing at me expectantly. "What is the matter?" I asked as I took a seat, casting a sidelong glance at Zheng Jiamen. "Please don't look at me like that, smiling and silent. It unnerves me." Hey, Zheng Jiamen chuckled nervously, bowing her head slightly and leaning closer. "Sister Manqing, was that you in the magazine?" "What?" I feigned ignorance, fully aware that this was the very question Zheng Jiamen had come to ask. "You mean the person captured being carried out of the restaurant by President Pei?" "Yes," she replied, glancing around furtively. "Do you think that person resembles you?" I set down the documents in my hand and met her gaze. Zheng Jiamen scratched her head. "I think it looks quite similar, but I'm not certain." "That's why I came to ask you." She pulled at my arm playfully. "Come on, just tell me. I promise I won't breathe a word to anyone." "Really?" I probed. "Absolutely, I swear," Zheng Jiamen assured me earnestly. "Well, the truth is," I beckoned her to lean in closer. I figured that if I didn't divulge some information, she would not relent. Since I was at it, I might as well use her to dispel the rumors circulating in the company. This would certainly be easier than addressing each one individually. The person in the photograph was indeed me, but I was not the one who met President Pei. I was merely a decoy. "You must promise not to tell anyone," I said, feigning a sense of urgency. Zheng Jiamen nodded eagerly, clearly intrigued. "Then who was the person you met?" she pressed. I didn't get a clear look. Just a hasty glance from outside the booth. It was a woman. I furrowed my brow, pretending to reminisce. "Was she beautiful?" Zheng Jiamen inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Yes. Exceedingly beautiful." I employed all the elaborate adjectives at my disposal to describe this non-existent woman. "Oh, and it seemed they were discussing marriage." "Marriage!" Zheng Jiamen exclaimed, her voice rising uncontrollably before she quickly covered her mouth in realization. "Marriage? What does that mean? Is President Pei going to marry that woman?" At this point, all her attention was fixated on the notion of marriage, completely disregarding the gossip from the magazine. I'm not sure about that." I cautioned her to lower her voice. "I might have misheard. Please don't spread this around." She nodded vigorously, her hand still covering her mouth. In less than half a day, the news had spread throughout the company that Pei Jinqing had a fiancée of ethereal beauty. A mysterious figure whose true identity sparked a flurry of anonymous speculation on the internal forum. I had long ceased to be the center of their attention. Observing the continuously refreshing forum with a satisfied smile, I greeted Zheng Jiamen and informed her of my intention to step out for a while, urging her to keep an eye on things. Having just received a sensational scoop from me, Zheng Jiamen was in high spirits and readily agreed. "I shall take my leave then." "All right, Sister Manqing." After tidying up my belongings, I waved goodbye to Zheng Jiamen and exited the company, hailing a cab by the roadside. "Rongsheng Group," I instructed the driver, recalling how Cheng Qi's earlier words resonated with wisdom. Nonetheless, I felt compelled to see Gu Qian. Even if I could divulge nothing to him, it had been far too long since our last encounter. Chapter 45. I am changing. The car came to a halt at the entrance of Rongsheng. As I stepped through the grand gates of the Lu Rongsheng Group, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over me. It felt as though I had not visited this place in ages. In the days when I lived as Gu Qingqing. Despite no longer managing company affairs, I would occasionally drop by the office, often bringing late-night snacks to the ever-busy Ji Anyang or visiting my long-absent brother, Gu Qian. I still recall how every time I entered the company, regardless of the significance of the documents Gu Qian was engrossed in or the fury he might have been expressing due to work, the moment he caught sight of me, he would instantly set aside his tasks and greet me with a gentle smile that could dispel all his anger. Consequently, it became a routine that whenever Gu Qian lost his temper during meetings, his secretary would promptly call me, urging me to come and extinguish the flames, as if I were his personal fire extinguisher. During that time, Gu Qian truly cherished me as his sister. I lowered my head and chuckled bitterly, acutely aware that such days could never return. "Do you have an appointment?" As I traversed the company lobby, I was halted by the receptionist. I instinctively began to utter that I was Gu Qian's sister. However, the words caught in my throat. I nearly forgot that I was now a different person. I wanted to laugh, yet my heart felt heavy with sorrow. When I was still Gu Qingqing, I never needed an appointment to visit Rongsheng Group, but now everything had changed. No. I steadied my emotions, attempting to articulate that I wished to see Gu Ding. Just as I was about to say I wanted to see Gu Qian, a throng of individuals poured out of the elevator. Pleasure working together. Pleasure working together. The leaders from both sides exchanged cordial handshakes and farewells. Amidst the crowd, I instantly spotted Gu Qian's profile. This was the first time I had seen him since Gu Qingqing's funeral. In contrast to his pale and haggard appearance back then, the 6 months abroad had restored him to his former self. Surrounded by admirers, he exuded vigor and charm, his smile warm and gracious, captivating the attention of passing female employees who turned to glance multiple times. Is that our general manager Gu? He is so handsome. He just returned a few days ago. I heard he doesn't have a girlfriend. Really? What kind does he like? Don't he even think about it? The 2 young receptionists were equally entranced by the spectacle before them, whispering to one another. One pointed upwards, saying, "So many ambitious women upstairs have tried to win over General Manager Gu, but to no avail. We should even dream of it." Oh. The other side. Then why doesn't he have a girlfriend? I don't know. Maybe he has high standards, who knows? In truth, I had once posed this very question to Gu Qian. "Brother, why don't you have a girlfriend?" His response had been, "I'm currently preoccupied with company matters. Where would I find the time for a relationship?" Later, when I had married, I inquired once more. And he merely replied that he had yet to encounter the right person. 3 years have elapsed, and he remains solitary. Very well, take care. I look forward to our next collaboration. Secretary Li, please escort Mr. Zhang. As I observed the conversation nearing its conclusion, Gu Qian leaned towards the secretary, whispering something inaudible. Then turned and approached me. That familiar visage, brow slightly furrowed, his tie impeccably knotted, exuded an air of restraint. "Brother!" I instinctively stepped forward, watching Gu Qian draw closer. My throat tightening as the urge to call out surged within me. I shall review this proposal once more. Yet, Gu Qian seemed oblivious to my presence, striding past me without a glimmer of acknowledgement. "Mr. Gu!" I momentarily hesitated, then pivoted to pursue him from behind. "Mr. Gu! Regarding the project in the east of the city. Mr. Gu, the funds for this month." But suddenly, those accompanying Gu Qian surged forward, enveloping him and ushering him into the elevator. "Mr. Gu! Mr. Gu!" I reached out, attempting to stop the elevator doors from closing. "Miss, without an appointment, you cannot ascend." I was abruptly halted from behind. I merely wished to see Mr. Gu." I strained against the grasp that held me. The elevator doors were about to shut. "I'm sorry, an appointment is required." The security guard showed no sign of yielding. "Please, let me see him. I beg you, let me see him." I desperately extended my arms toward the elevator, helplessly watching as the doors gradually closed, until they were fully sealed. Ding, the elevator began its ascent. The numbers shifting from 1 to 2, and then steadily increasing. Let me see him," I murmured, gazing at the ever-changing digits. My body succumbing to despair as I slowly sank to the ground. "Who is that person? It seems she wishes to meet Mr. Gu. Do you not think she appears somewhat unhinged?" The onlookers regarded me as though I were mad. After sitting on the cold ground for a while, I finally rose, aimlessly wandering towards the exit. Gu Qian no longer recognized me. He had utterly forgotten me. As I walked, I clutched my clothes, a faint ache blossoming in my chest. Though I should have anticipated this outcome, when he passed by me as if I were but air, my heart twisted painfully. To be forgotten by someone is a torment of its own. After exiting Rongshan, I did not immediately hail a taxi back to the company, but instead found a spot in the flower bed outside to sit. Since they would not allow me to ascend, I would wait here. I refused to believe that Gu Qian would not emerge from the company today. Time trickled by, and I remained in the flower bed from noon until dusk. Fortunately, Pei Jinqing is away on a business trip today and will not return within the day. Otherwise, I would not be able to leisurely spend my time here. As the clock approaches 6 in the evening, employees of Rongshan Group begin to leave the office one after another. I rise from the floor bed and stretch my neck to glance towards the entrance, yet Gu Qian has yet to appear. Look at that woman. She must be the one who wanted to see President Gu at noon. Why is she still lingering here? A few individuals seem to recognize me, whispering as they pass by in small groups, casting disdainful glances in my direction. I choose to ignore them, as my sole focus is on encountering Gu Qian. Nothing else matters to me. As the clock nears 9, a car pulls up to the entrance of Rongshan. The moment I catch sight of its license plate, I immediately rise from the flower bed, recognizing it as Gu Qian's vehicle. Sure enough, shortly after, I see Gu Qian emerge from the company S entrance. Gu! President Gu! I call out, disregarding the high heels on my feet as I rush towards him. However, before I can reach him, his secretary blocks my path. Miss, Li Bing interjects, extending his hand to stop me. Gu, President Gu, I pant, still catching my breath as I gaze at the man before me. Gu Qian turns at the sound of my voice, glancing at me with a faint frown. Let us go. He instructs Li Bing, showing no intention of acknowledging me. Seeing Gu Qian open the car door and prepare to enter, I hurriedly attempt to call out to him, blurting out in a panic, "It's me. I am Gu Qingqing." As soon as the words leave my lips, the atmosphere around us grows suddenly tense. What did you say? I observe Gu Qian pause, turning to face me with a cold expression and a hint of barely contained anger in his eyes. Say that again. Chapter 46, A New Understanding. I am Gu Qingqing. I was taken aback by Gu Qian's piercing gaze, gradually lowering my head. Indeed, Gu Qingqing has already perished. How could I possibly be Gu Qingqing? Gu Qian must think I am mocking him. A friend of hers, yes. I am a close friend of Gu Qingqing. I raised my head again to meet Gu Qian's indifferent stare. I still remember how he used to look at me with tenderness and affection, but now all of that has vanished. A friend? He scoffed. You are Pei Jinqing's assistant, aren't you? We have met before. As he spoke, Gu Qian's eyes darkened. I could not recall Gu Qingqing ever having a friend like you. With that, Gu Qian turned away, no longer looking at me, and entered the car. I truly am Gu Qingqing's friend. Gu Zong, you must believe me. I lunged forward, attempting to explain myself to Gu Qian, but Li Bin stood steadfastly in my way. Li Bin, get in the car, Gu Qian commanded, lowering the window. Yes, Gu Zong. Li Bin replied, ready to turn away. Gu Zong, please believe me. Seizing the moment when Li Bin was distracted, I rushed to the car window and grasped it tightly. I am genuinely Gu Qingqing's friend. I know her birthday is August 9th. She is a Leo, type of blood, loves fruits but is allergic to mangoes. And her favorite movie is... I poured forth every piece of information I could recall about Gu Qingqing, eager to prove my connection to her. Miss Assistant. That is enough, Gu Qian interrupted coldly. Such information can be easily verified if you truly care to look it up. But I want to explain. Gu Qian continued, although I do not understand why you would impersonate a friend of Qingqing, nor do I know your motives, my sister is dead. I hope you will refrain from making jokes about her. Do you understand? Gu Qian fixed me with a fierce glare, his voice low and heavy. I was momentarily stunned by his intensity. If you understand, then leave, he commanded, as Li Bin dragged me aside and swiftly entered the car. With a hum, Gu Qian turned away and decisively raised the window. He opened his mouth as if to utter two words. Drive. No. That is not it. I am not joking. I truly am Gu Qingqing's good friend. I rushed forward, pounding on his car window, my emotions surging. You must believe me. Gu Qian remained unmoved in the car, which slowly began to pull away. Gu Qian, I cried, pounding on the window while running alongside the vehicle. Qingqing said you were her favorite brother. She even mentioned how she often played hide and seek with you when she was a child. There was a time you couldn't find her, and she cried. I chased after the car, desperate to say more, but my high heels betrayed me, and I stumbled, crashing heavily onto the concrete. I swear, everything I said is true. I lowered my gaze to my scraped knee, a wave of sorrow washing over me. Why are you unwilling to believe me? Suddenly, the car ahead came to an abrupt halt. What happened? I lifted my head, drawn by the sound. In that instant, Gu Qian's vehicle began to reverse, gradually coming to a stop beside me. With a hum, Gu Qian rolled down the window, leaning out slightly, revealing half of his face. His expression bore an air of ambiguity. Did Qingqing tell you about the hide-and-seek incident? Yes. I stared at Gu Qian, nodding absently. That girl. I had explicitly instructed her not to share it with anyone, yet. As Gu Qian spoke, his intention was to smile. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curving downwards into a grimace more sorrowful than a cry. She. Gu Qian attempted to voice his thoughts several times, but his throat seemed constricted, rendering him speechless. He pressed his hand against his forehead, shielding his eyes. and remained silent for what felt like an eternity. When he finally opened his eyes, I noticed a hint of moisture in them. Assistant Miss Gu Qian opened the car door and approached me. Let us reacquaint ourselves. He bent down, extending his hand towards me. Gu Qian, brother of Gu Qingqing. Shaman Qing. I replied, placing my hand in his warm grasp, reminiscent of childhood days, where he was a cherished friend of Gu Qingqing. After standing, I stumbled slightly due to my injured knee, and Gu Qian gently assisted me into the car. To the hospital, he signaled to the driver and turned to me. Miss Shen, when did you first meet Qingqing? I have never heard her mention you. I hesitated for a moment, recalling a new friend I had made in middle school who transferred away, leaving me quite despondent. I was her classmate in middle school. She left shortly thereafter. Oh. Gu Qian nodded, his eyes momentarily reflecting a flicker of recognition. I recall Qingqing was quite upset about that. So, Miss Shen, he continued. I recently returned and sought Qingqing, but I paused, realizing that every time Gu Qian spoke of Qingqing, his eyes dimmed slightly. Subsequently, he escorted me to the hospital, engaging me in conversation about Qingqing along the way. By the time we reached the hospital, we had both lowered our defenses, exchanging contact information amidst our discussions of her. The injury on my knee was merely a minor scrape, and after a brief treatment at the hospital, I prepared to take my leave. Then I shall be on my way. Miss Shen, allow me to escort you, Gu Qian insisted. No need. I can take a taxi back, I replied, extending my hand to hail a cab. Very well, he conceded. I apologize for today. It's nothing, I shook my head. I was too impulsive. Then I shall take my leave. I hailed a cab and, once seated, informed the driver of the address to Jinyuan. As I glanced at the rearview mirror, watching Gu Qian gradually fade into the distance, I leaned back against the seat, my eyes closing in fatigue. Suddenly, it struck me that I had conversed far too much with Gu Qian, inadvertently revealing details about Gu Qingqing's life after she came of age. Given my original identity, I was supposed to be Gu Qingqing's middle school classmate, and knowing about her post-high school experiences seemed rather inappropriate. Nevertheless, Gu Qian had not questioned me. Perhaps he had overlooked it. Perhaps I should explain to him that I had maintained communication with Qingqing. Should I call him immediately? I pulled out my phone, my mind swirling with thoughts as I replayed our earlier conversation. Never mind, never mind. Calling him now to clarify would only evoke a sense of guilt akin to "there's no silver here." Perhaps Gu Qian harbored no suspicions. With this thought, I felt a slight sense of relief. While I could not reveal my identity as Gu Qingqing, forging a friendship with Gu Qian was a positive outcome. As long as this continued, there would come a day when I could return to the Gu family. One day. Chapter 47, staying here tonight. Upon returning to the villa in Jinyuan, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The aunt had prepared dinner and left, leaving me a note stating that the meal was in the refrigerator. The vast house felt desolate, devoid of any signs of life. I retrieved the food from the refrigerator and placed it in the microwave to heat. Just as the food was ready, the doorbell rang incessantly. Standing in the kitchen, I initially assumed the aunt had returned. Without checking the video phone, I hurried to open the door, calling out, "Auntie, I've warmed up the food." "You don't need to." Before I could finish my sentence, a figure suddenly collapsed towards me from above. Startled, I exerted all my strength to prevent the person from crashing to the ground. "Pei Jinqing, what are you doing here?" My surprise deepened as I recognized him. "Weren't you on a business trip? How come you're back today?" Struggling to support the man's upper body, my knees nearly buckled, and the freshly bandaged wound threatened to come undone. Help me inside," Pei Jinqing murmured in my ear. "What?" I could barely hear him as his voice was too faint. "Quick, help me inside." Pei Jinqing's voice, though strained, bore an urgency that was unmistakable. All right. I exerted myself to half-carry, half-drag Pei Jinqing into the living room, laying him flat on the sofa. It was then that I noticed his forehead was covered in blood. "What happened to you?" Panic surged within me as I instinctively reached out to assist him in stopping the bleeding, yet I hesitated to touch him. "Enough shouting. Just lie down." Pei Jinqing's condition seemed to improve slightly as he grimaced. "It's too noisy." "But what happened?" I dared not raise my voice, whispering my inquiry. "I got into a car accident on the way back," he replied, gingerly touching the wound on his forehead, clicking his tongue as blood pooled in his palm. "Oh!" I gasped, instinctively covering my mouth. "What are you waiting for? Help me stop the bleeding." Pei Jinqing cursed quietly, though I could not discern his exact words. Right, right. I hurriedly went to the bedroom to retrieve the first aid kit. Cheng-Chi had prepared thoroughly. The kit was conveniently located on the bedside table. How did you get into an accident? I inquired cautiously while disinfecting Pei Jinqing's wound, recalling the previous car chase incident, which prompted my question. This is none of your business, Pei Jinqing replied coldly, casting a glance my way before shutting his eyes. All right. I elongated my reply, pouting in dissatisfaction, already anticipating his response. However, once I finished tending to his injury, Pei Jinqing spoke again. I was targeted. By whom? I retorted. This time, Pei Jinqing offered no reply. I looked down at him. He remained with his eyes closed. Perhaps due to his injury, he appeared somewhat fatigued under the light. I accompanied Pei Jinqing in the living room for a while, then stood up, intending to pour myself a glass of water. Where are you going? Pei Jinqing, with his eyes closed, suddenly grasped my wrist tightly. I'm just going to get some water, I stammered. He held my wrist firmly, causing me a slight discomfort. I will have some as well. Pei Jinqing opened his eyes, looking at me. The brief respite seemed to have rejuvenated him, and his gaze regained its usual sharpness. All right. I nodded, and after a moment, he slowly released his grip. Upon returning to the living room with the water, I found Pei Jinqing sitting upright on the sofa, leaning back with his eyes still closed, appearing somewhat unwell. Here, water. I handed him the cup. He opened his eyes, glanced at me, took a sip from the cup, and then closed his eyes again. Come sit here. He gestured to the space beside him. I replied, hesitating for a moment before moving to sit next to him. Where did you go this afternoon? His deep voice inquired, resonating close to my ear. Ha! I was momentarily taken aback. Pei Jinqing opened his eyes again, fixing his gaze upon me. They said you left the office this afternoon, but it seems you have just returned. As he spoke, his eyes flickered toward the meal I had placed beside the microwave. I had just reheated it and had the chance to eat before he arrived. I went out for a bit. Unsure how to explain myself to Pei Jinqing, I could only give a vague response. Is that bruise on your knee from this afternoon? Pei Jinqing's gaze drifted down to my knee. The bandage I had applied in the hospital had completely come off, revealing an extensive, angry bruise. Yes. I nodded, unconsciously shifting my leg to the side to cover it with my skirt. I accidentally fell. Ma'am, Pei Jinqing scrutinized me for several seconds before refraining from further inquiries, instructing me instead to hand over my phone. Give me your phone. I need to make a call. Ha! Oh, okay. I was momentarily confused as to why he didn't use his own phone, yet I handed mine over without another question. Pei Jinqing took my phone and pressed a few buttons, dialing a number. It's me. Yes, I'm back. Have Lin Wanza come here? He relayed our address to the person on the other end. I finally realized, why not go to the hospital? Instead, he was summoning someone here. It's closer. Pei Jinqing cast a casual glance at me before closing his eyes again to rest. You. I stood up from the sofa. Closer? What do you mean by that? Yet, upon remembering that this was Pei Jinqing's residence, I felt a surge of frustration and could only storm off to eat my no-cold dinner. Just as I finished my meal and was about to wash the dishes, the doorbell rang, echoing through the silence. I glanced at Pei Jinqing, who was resting on the sofa, and resigned myself to open the door. Pei Jinqing, could you refrain from summoning me at every turn? As I opened the door, an unfamiliar man stepped inside, followed by Cheng-Chi. As a legitimate physician affiliated with a reputable hospital, I expect to be compensated for my services when summoned in such a casual manner. The man, seemingly oblivious to my presence, strode directly towards Pei Jinqing. Secretary Chen, this. I grasped the arm of Cheng-Chi, who was trailing behind the man, feeling a twinge of concern. It's all right, Cheng-Chi reassured me with a nod. Mr. Lin is a doctor. Oh, what happened to your forehead? The unfamiliar man leaned in, scrutinizing Pei Jinqing's injury with a somewhat gleeful expression. Lin Wanza, Pei Jinqing replied, his countenance darkening. I called you to tend to the injury, not to scrutinize me. All right, Lin Wanza shrugged, preparing to apply some ointment. Just as he was about to proceed, he exclaimed, "Isn't this wound already treated? Why did you call me here?" Dr. Lin, Cheng-Chi interjected, noticing Pei Jinqing's growing displeasure. What we did was merely a temporary measure. Please. Assess if anything further is needed. Lin Wenza squinted for a moment, then declared, "It's just a minor injury. This treatment suffices." "Who attended to this?" "Quite well done." "It must have been Miss Shen." Chun-Chi glanced in my direction. Only then did Lin Wenza acknowledge my presence, dramatically pointing at me. "Isn't this the charming young lady who had a fever before? Why are you still with Pei Jinqing?" "Fever?" I was taken aback. "Miss Shen had a fever." "Which is why Dr. Lin was called," Chun-Chi explained. "Indeed, the lovely lady has forgotten me." "How disheartening," Lin Wenza lamented. I was at a loss for words, caught off guard by his flirtatious demeanor, which felt distinctly different from the frivolity of someone liked by Lin Xian. "Enough, this is no longer your concern. You may leave." Pei Jinqing seemed somewhat exasperated with this doctor, waving his hand to signal Chun-Chi to see him out. "Once you've used him, you shoo him away, Pei Jinqing." "No wonder you found yourself in this predicament," Lin Wenza shot Pei Jinqing a disapproving glance before adding, "though your injury is minor. I recommend you get checked for a concussion at the hospital." "Very well, I shall advise Mr. Pei accordingly," Chun-Chi nodded as he followed Lin Wenza out. Once Lin Wenza had departed, Chun-Chi returned to Pei Jinqing, suggesting, "Mr. Pei, shall I drive you home?" "No need. You may return, I shall stay here tonight," Pei Jinqing replied, glancing at me with an air of nonchalance. What? I was left momentarily speechless. Chapter 48. What do I want from you? What? Pei Jinqing is staying here tonight. Although where Pei Jinqing chooses to reside is not within my jurisdiction, the fact remains that this house was already sparsely populated. After Chun-Chi departs, it will be just the two of us, a lone man and woman in solitude. The mere thought of this fills me with an inexplicable sense that something significant might transpire this evening. I find myself yearning to ask Chun-Chi to persuade Pei Jinqing once more, but as I open my mouth, Chun-Chi has already nodded toward Pei Jinqing, saying, "All right, Mr. Pei," and swiftly vacated this somewhat awkward scene. "What are you still standing there for? Go upstairs." I remain momentarily stunned, gazing blankly in the direction Chun-Chi left, while Pei Jinqing has already risen from the sofa, proceeding upstairs unceremoniously. "Ha!" I snap back to reality, lifting my gaze to the man on the staircase, who frowns slightly. My heart inexplicably flutters, and I understand. After a brief hesitation, I follow the man upstairs. This apartment in Jinyuan is a small duplex with an upper level. However, since there is already a bedroom downstairs, I merely took a cursory glance upstairs on my first visit and have not ventured up since. Pei Jinqing leads me effortlessly into the master bedroom on the second floor, suggesting that he is far more familiar with this place than I am. "Go around the water," he instructs as he enters the room, turning his back to me and beginning to unfasten his shirt. What are you doing?" I retreat a step, my back meeting the wall of the room. Although I have been intimate with this man before, the late hour and our solitary situation imbue the moment with an inexplicable sense of shyness. "Oh!" Pei Jinqing seems to realize something, chuckling softly as he turns around, pinning me against the wall with one hand while leaning in to whisper playfully in my ear, "What do you think?" As he speaks, he continues to unbutton his shirt with one hand. "You." I turn my face slightly away, trying to evade the warm breath escaping his lips. I desperately wish to retreat, but the wall offers no escape. As my cheeks heat to the point of almost igniting, the man suddenly chuckles lightly above me, as if finally deciding to relent. He straightens up and glances at me with a teasing expression. "I'm going to take a shower. Are you interested?" And no. In a fluster, I push his hand away, lowering my head as I dash into the bathroom. It is only then that I notice the large bathtub in the bathroom. No wonder he asked me to run the water. After filling the tub with warm water, I emerge from the bathroom to find him resting against the bed with his eyes closed. "The water is ready," I say softly, leaning down close to him. He murmurs in response. I still shout, then suddenly opens them, reaching out to pull me closer by the neck and planting a kiss at the corner of my mouth. "A reward for you." After speaking, he rises as if nothing has occurred, making his way nonchalantly towards the bathroom. What? I lower my head, hastily wiping my lips, feeling a blush creep to my ears. What does he mean by reward? I am not a pet. Humph. I let out an exasperated huff in my heart and stepped forward, preparing to leave the room, when suddenly a man's deep voice resonated from the bathroom. "Come in and help me wash." What? I was taken aback by his words, frozen in place. Help him wash? Wash what? Noticing my lack of movement, Pei Jinqing reiterated, Dante made me repeat myself. Pei Jinqing, you. I silently cursed him, yet begrudgingly made my way toward the bathroom. My steps heavy with reluctance. Why are you so slow? Upon my arrival at the bathroom door, Pei Jinqing leaned against the edge of the bathtub. His displeasure evident in the furrow of his brow. It's just a head injury, not a hand injury. Why ask for help with bathing? I muttered under my breath as I approached the man with reluctance. Half of Pei Jinqing's body was submerged in water, exuding a distinctly masculine scent of hormones. What did you say? I crouched by the edge of the bathtub, and Pei Jinqing raised an eyebrow at me with keen interest. Nothing at all. I quickly hushed myself, squeezed some shower gel into my hand, and began to lather it, ready to apply it to the man's body. When he suddenly seized my wrist. Why do I get the impression that you're rather unwilling? Pei Jinqing held my wrist with one hand while lifting my chin with the other, compelling me to meet his gaze. No, not at all. I averted my eyes, feeling somewhat bashful under his intense stare, which was laden with a raw desire, as if he wanted to devour me whole. Is that so? He chuckled lightly. Since you are so reluctant, why not join me in the bath? Before I could react, I was yanked forward, my balance faltering as I tumbled into the bathtub. Water splashed out, cascading onto the floor. Phew! The man caught me securely, and I found myself sprawled against his chest, still a bit bewildered. You scared me to death. I took a moment to steady my breath, only to find myself staring into his deep, enigmatic eyes. Now that we're both soaked, we might as well wash together. A smirk danced across his lips as his gaze lingered suggestively on my chest. Oh! I glanced down in shock, quickly sitting up and shielding my chest with my hands. You. What about me? Pei Jinqing leaned closer, his eyes darkening. Do you need me to help you take off your clothes? Why, you better not. I stammered. Let go. Are you planning to bathe in your clothes? I can manage on my own. Ultimately, under Pei Jinqing's half-threatening, half-enticing demeanor, I ended up bathing with him in the tub, only to be lifted out in his arms afterward. Put me down. I can walk myself. I struggled against him. My frustration still simmering from the incident with Guqian, yet his current demeanor left me at a loss for how to express my anger. Stop squirming. He warned in a low, cold tone, yet a smirk returned to his lips. Aren't you the one who claims to be out of strength? Dante put on a brave face. What lack of strength? His words were deliberately suggestive, clearly intended to provoke. I find myself questioning whether Pei Jinqing has perhaps injured his mind this evening, for his behavior is exceedingly peculiar. With a gentle touch, Pei Jinqing lays me upon the bed, the fabric of my clothes and the quilt rustling softly. The light from the ceiling momentarily dazzles me, rendering my eyes unable to open fully. Just as I attempt to shield my eyes from the glaring illumination with my hand, Pei Jinqing's broad figure looms over me, enveloping me in his shadow. His hands are placed on either side of my body, as the light cascades down from above, accentuating the chiseled contours of his face. His eyes brimming with unbridled desire. Chapter 49. Sleep with me, I miss you. Pei Jinqing's delicate lips parted slightly, and those few words seemed to materialize, crashing into my heart and causing it to race wildly. In that moment, the usual rigid suppression vanished, and the previous humiliation of submission faded away. Yet, such tender whispers akin to those shared by lovers left me utterly defenseless. I could not withstand the man's fervent gaze, and instinctively turned my head away. I acknowledged my wavering resolve, yet I understood that this was not right. There was an undeniable shift occurring between us. But fear gripped me, compelling me to retreat. Look at me, the man's voice resonated once more in my ear. He did not grasp my face but leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against my ear, his deep voice imbued with an alluring power. As if enchanted, I slowly turned my head, my gaze meeting his profound eyes. In that fleeting moment of connection, I felt as if a part of my heart had suddenly collapsed, drawing me deeper into his gaze. Is it all right? He inquired again, his tone like sandpaper, a potent poison coursing through my veins. My reason urged me to push him away at that moment. I trembled as I raised my hand, only to have him seize it, bringing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. Is it not permissible? He asked, his eyes lifting to meet mine before he leaned in to kiss my forehead, eyes, lips, and neck, trailing soft kisses along the way. Just as my rationality was on the verge of unraveling, Pei Jinqing wrapped his arm around my shoulder, pulling the blanket and enveloping me tightly in his embrace. No. Are we not continuing? I murmured against his chest, my voice muffled. Sleep, he said, resting his chin lightly atop my head, his voice laced with a hint of drowsiness. Just sleep beside me. With that, he tightened his hold, drawing me even closer. I responded, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over me. That night, I slept soundly. Unsure if it was due to the presence of a warm figure beside me or the emotional turmoil that had drained my energy. When I awakened, Pei Jinqing was already gone. As I descended the stairs, the housekeeper was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, and there was no trace of Pei Jinqing's overnight stay. If it weren't for the indentations left on the other side of the bed, I might have doubted whether everything that transpired was merely a dream, or an unfulfilled fantasy. After breakfast, I asked the housekeeper to clean upstairs before I stepped out, ready to go to work. However, upon opening the door, I found Chengqi waiting by the car. "Miss Shen, good morning," Chengqi greeted me, wearing the same expressionless demeanor as the previous day. "Good morning," I replied, approaching him. "What brings you here today?" I was somewhat astonished, for it seemed evident that Chengqi should be Pei Jinqing's exclusive secretary. It was Mr. Pei who instructed me to fetch Miss Shen for the company, Chengqi remarked, opening the car door for me to enter. "I see," I replied, nodding in confusion. "Mr. Pei had to attend to some matters early this morning," Chengqi continued as he took his place in the driver's seat, casting a glance at me through the rearview mirror. "He also mentioned that he would return tonight to have dinner with Miss Shen." "Wait a moment," I interjected, increasingly unsettled. "Is all of this information provided by Pei Jinqing?" Chengqi nodded noncommittally. "What is going on with Pei Jinqing? He used to dismiss my inquiries with none of your business, yet now he is willingly sharing his arrangements through you, albeit trivial ones. I can't shake the feeling that he has changed somewhat. Could it be due to last night's events?" The thought of last night, when Pei Jinqing had made my heart race and my cheeks flush, sent warmth surging to my face. "Miss Shen, would you like me to open the window for some fresh air?" Chengqi suggested, glancing at me. "Ha!" I was momentarily taken aback, still processing. "Your face appears quite flushed. Perhaps it is too warm," he observed earnestly, though I sensed a hint of teasing in his tone. I'm fine," I stammered, abruptly turning my head to gaze out the window as I lowered it with a buzz. The breeze brushed against my face, alleviating some of the heat. "Gu Qingqing, you are no longer a blushing maiden of 17. You have been married once already. Stop turning red at every little thing." I chastised myself internally, realizing that perhaps it was not only Pei Jinqing's mind that had become disordered, but mine as well, infected by his peculiar influence. As the wind continued to blow throughout the journey, by the time we arrived at the company, my complexion had returned to its usual hue. I greeted Deng Zhemen without a hint of embarrassment and settled at my desk, commencing work normally, feeling as if I had cast aside all distractions. However, whether due to an overactive imagination or the lingering euphoria of yesterday, the soft murmur of Pei Jinqing's voice echoed in my ears as I worked. "I miss you. Look at me. Just sleep beside me." Each whisper tormented my senses, and for a fleeting moment, I considered that if Pei Jinqing could always treat me this way, perhaps returning home would be of little consequence. Yet, reality swiftly yanked me back from such foolish thoughts. Suddenly, my phone vibrated beside me. I picked it up to find the name Gu Qian illuminating the screen. My heart tightened, although our conversation yesterday had been pleasant. I did not anticipate him reaching out to me so soon. I walked to the fire escape to answer the call. "Miss Shen, is it a convenient time for you to talk?" Gu Qian's voice came through the line. "Yes, Mr. Gu. How may I assist you?" I am still not quite accustomed to addressing Gu Qian as Mr. Gu. "It is like this." Gu Qian paused on the other end of the line, and in truth, my return to the country was primarily for company matters, but also to investigate the truth behind Qingqing's accident. I have never believed that her accident was merely a coincidence. I was taken aback by Gu Qian's unwavering fixation on the cause of my death, causing my eyes to prick with emotion. In fact, I too harbored doubts. I took a deep breath to steady my emotions. I wondered if Mr. Gu had uncovered any significant information this time. Gu Qian replied on the line. "I have discovered some clues. However, it is not convenient to discuss over the phone." "Miss Shen, would you be able to meet with me?" "Very well." I inquired about the time and location, grabbed my bag, and without having the chance to bid farewell to Song Zhemen, I dashed out of the company. Perhaps soon everything would return to normal, or so I thought at that moment. Chapter 50. You remember Rong Gu Qian and I had agreed to meet at an upscale tea house. From the tender age of my adolescence, I was aware of Gu Qian's fondness for tea. Back then, I often teased him for resembling an old man. However, upon witnessing his graceful demeanor while sipping tea, I realized he was indeed suited for such refined indulgence, gentle and elegant. Were I not his sister, I would undoubtedly be captivated by his charm. Upon arriving at the tea house, the moment I stepped inside, the attendant guided me to a private room named Qing. "Miss Shen, you have arrived," Gu Qian said. Seated on a cushion. Upon my entrance, he lifted his gaze slightly, and the tea master, understanding the cue, prepared a small cup of tea for me. I nodded appreciatively and took a seat on the floor beside him. "You may leave," Gu Qian instructed the tea master, placing his cup down. The tea master stood up, bowed slightly to both of us, then exited the room, closing the door behind him. "Mr. Gu, what have you discovered?" I inquired anxiously, relieved that we were alone. Gu Qian appeared unperturbed, taking a delicate sip from his cup before responding. "I suspect that Qingqing's accident was a deliberate act." "What do you mean?" I sensed that Gu Qian was about to articulate the very thoughts I had been contemplating. "I suspect it was murder." As he uttered these words, I noticed his expression turn icy, his grip on the teacup tightening, the veins on the back of his hand becoming distinctly visible. "Do you have any evidence?" I asked, my excitement causing me to reach out, inadvertently knocking over the teacup on the table. "Oh, I'm so sorry." I hastily grabbed a tissue to clean up the spill. "It's quite alright," Gu Qian said, observing me for a moment before waving his hand dismissively, encouraging me to continue. Although the surveillance footage indicated that Qingqing was unable to evade the oncoming truck because she was on the phone, I find it all too coincidental. Indeed, everything seems excessively fortuitous. Even when I was struck by that truck, I believed it was simply fate. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, I realized that fate is often a construct of human design. At that time, I had sent people to investigate multiple times, but each inquiry yielded results identical to those of the police. Hearing this, a chill washed over my heart. However, this time I have finally uncovered a useful lead. Gu Qian said, gazing at me thoughtfully. "What lead?" I pressed, feeling a surge of tension. Perhaps from this point forward, the buried truth surrounding my death would surface, allowing me to reclaim my identity as Gu Qingqing. Yet, Gu Qian abruptly shifted the conversation. "For now, I cannot disclose what I have found. But tell me, Miss Shen, if someone truly intended to harm Qingqing, who do you think the culprit is?" "Ji Anyang," I blurted out without hesitation. "It must be Ji Anyang." "Oh." Gu Qian's gaze darkened slightly. "Why does Miss Shen believe it to be Ji Anyang?" The timing of Ji Anyang's call to Qingqing was remarkably fortuitous, almost as if it were orchestrated to deliberately cause an accident at that moment. Furthermore, he was covertly entangled with Lu Yanyan, betraying Qingqing's trust and seeking to usurp her inheritance. He was simply, as I mentioned Ji Anyang. Memories of the numerous promises he once made to me surged forth, igniting a fervor within me. It was only when I caught the sharp gaze of Gu Qian that I realized my words were spilling forth uncontrollably. "He is the murderer." My voice dwindled under Gu Qian's increasingly piercing stare. "Miss Shen seems to be quite well informed," Gu Qian remarked, his tone rather indifferent. I gazed at him, his expression profoundly inscrutable, and for the first time, I felt as though I could not comprehend him. Perhaps I had never truly understood him. Initially, I shared Miss Shen's perspective. But Gu Qian lifted his teacup, casting a shadowy glance my way, yet upon learning certain truths, my thoughts had shifted. "Why?" I pressed, my agitation palpable. It was evident that Ji Anyang was responsible. Why had the suspicion shifted? "It is not that I no longer suspect Ji Anyang," Gu Qian replied, setting his cup down and leaning back slightly, his chin raised as he regarded me. "I merely find it curious that if an individual, deeply acquainted with Qingqing, were to emerge someone entirely unknown to me, should I not harbor doubts regarding this person?" This revelation left me momentarily taken aback. Was Gu Qian casting suspicion upon me? "Of course. Such doubts are reasonable. I trust Miss Shen can comprehend," he continued, a gentle smile gracing his lips, yet an unsettling chill ran down my spine. "Indeed, it is understandable," I murmured, lowering my gaze to the overturned teacup, only to remember that it was devoid of tea. Although I had never voiced it before Qingqing, I considered myself the most devoted individual in her life, intimately aware of all her interpersonal relations. His words left me momentarily stunned. Gu Qian had conducted inquiries into everyone around me. I had always perceived him as a gentle, caring brother, yet now a sense of fear began to creep in. The initial oversight that led to the failure in uncovering Ji Anyang and Lu Yanyan's affair weighed heavily on my conscience, and I regretted it deeply. However, I was resolute not to repeat such an error. Thus, yesterday, I had commissioned a new investigation into Qingqing's friends from her lifetime, yet I found no trace of you. Miss Shen, can you elucidate this? Gu Qian regarded me with a smile, though his eyes betrayed not a hint of mirth. I mentioned that I transferred schools in middle school and have since maintained contact with Qingqing online, hence you are unaware of my existence. I spoke nervously. My hands clenched tightly. Then why has Qingqing never mentioned you to me? Gu Qian's gaze remained fixed upon me. Qingqing cannot possibly disclose everything to you. I replied, my voice instinctively growing softer as I lowered my head. When I was still Gu Qingqing, my relationship with Gu Qian was exceptionally harmonious. We shared everything without reservation. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I had no desire to shatter the impression he held of me. Impossible! Upon hearing these words, Gu Qian's voice instinctively rose an octave, his eyes reflecting traces of indignation. Qingqing shares everything with me. She would never conceal anything. Yet, has she ever mentioned to you that her relationship with Jianyang is far from blissful? Observing Gu Qian's agitated demeanor, I found myself unexpectedly voicing my most fervent thoughts through my current persona. What? Gu Qian appeared momentarily stunned. Qingqing, is she unhappy? You compelled Jianyang to marry her. How could she possibly find happiness? Having spoken my mind, I felt liberated from any further concern. However, Gu Qian seemed profoundly affected. His head drooping slightly as he murmured, but I only wished for her happiness. Seeing him so wounded stirred a pang of sympathy within me. I rose from my cushion and declared, Mr. Gu, I must take my leave now. Gu Qian offered no response, seemingly lost in the aftermath of my revelation. Miss Shen. Just as I reached the door, preparing to push it open, Gu Qian's voice resonated, low and somber, calling me back. What is it? I paused at the threshold. Qingqing once confided in me during her middle school years about a friend who had transferred, but I distinctly remembered that friend's surname was Chen, not Shen. A sudden shock coursed through me. Perhaps you have mistaken the details. No, Gu Qian shook his head resolutely. I cannot be mistaken. Every word Qingqing shared with me is etched in my memory. How could I forget? I chose not to respond further, instead pushing the door open and stepping out. Perhaps Gu Qian's feelings for me run deeper than I had ever realized, a revelation that only now dawned upon me. Chapter 51. As I stepped out of the private room, I intended to make my way towards the entrance of the tea house. Suddenly, I had the urge to return to the restroom. Upon turning around, I thought I glimpsed a fleeting shadow at the end of the corridor. Initially, I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination, but as I exited the tea house, an inexplicable sensation washed over me. It felt as though a gaze from the second floor of the CAF across the street was fixed upon me. Perhaps it was due to the incident that had transpired, rendering me overly sensitive to the scrutiny of others. Feigning nonchalance, I glanced upwards, yet I could not identify the source of the gaze. The patrons on the CAF second floor appeared engrossed in their own affairs, entirely oblivious to my presence. Was I merely being paranoid? I tightened my grip on the bag in my hand, uncertain whether these individuals were sent by Pei Jinqing. If they were indeed dispatched by him and he discovered my meeting with Gu Qian, the ensuing complications would undoubtedly be troublesome. With these thoughts racing through my mind, I hastened to cross to the other side of the street. However, as I rounded a corner and reached out to hail a vehicle, a silver-gray van abruptly halted before me. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the side door swung open, and two men emerged, seizing my arms and pulling me inside with force. Who are you? Let her go! I heard a voice shout from behind me. Help! Somebody save me! I turned to plead for assistance, but all I caught was a fleeting glimpse of a man in a black suit rushing towards me from around the corner. Just as I attempted to struggle free, the door slammed shut with a heavy thud. The van roared to life, and the sudden jolt propelled me backward, slamming me against the door. Help! You can't do this! I cried out in panic, but the man behind me swiftly pressed a cloth over my mouth and nose. Who are you? A strange scent filled my nostrils, and gradually, a foggy haze enveloped my mind, blurring my vision. I fought to lift my eyelids for one last look at my captors, but I could only vaguely hear the man in the passenger seat speaking on the phone. Yes. Miss, we have captured her. Miss, who is it? I yearned to hear more, but my consciousness began to wane. I found myself lying in the back of the van, attempting to move, yet the effects of the drug overwhelmed me, and I succumbed to a deep slumber. I had no notion of how long I had been unconscious. But when I finally awoke, I felt as though I was bound to a chair. I struggled against my restraints, my hands tightly bound. And my surroundings were enveloped in darkness, as if covered by a black shroud. Who are you? My prolonged slumber and dehydration rendered my voice hoarse. I steadied my breath, striving to suppress any hint of fear. Although this predicament was undeniably terrifying, I mastered the courage to question loudly. Unwilling to meet an untimely and unclear fate. Yet, after my inquiry, a profound silence enveloped the space, with not a single voice responding to me. Just as I began to doubt whether anyone was beside me, the sudden sound of a mobile keypad echoed in my ear, followed by a man's deep voice. Miss. She has awakened. Yes, understood. I could not discern what was said on the other end. But I heard the man beside me respond briefly and respectfully before quickly hanging up. The surrounding atmosphere returned to a terrifying silence, sending chills down my spine. I shrank into my chair, afraid to make a sound, my hands bound behind me as I quietly attempted to free myself, only to discover that escape was futile. As I contemplated whether to exert more force, the sound of footsteps abruptly approached my ear, indicating someone was nearing me. I froze, as if jolted by electricity, halting my struggles and tensing up in fear. The individual came to a halt beside me, pausing without advancing further. However, I sensed their proximity, even detecting their subtle breaths. Yet, with my eyes covered, I was oblivious to their intentions or gaze. Had they disowned my desire to flee? I realized I could no longer remain passive. Are you capturing me for money? I asked, my voice tinged with anxiety, though I feigned calmness. I have money. If you release me, I can offer you anything. I endeavored to imbue my voice with conviction, although I was acutely aware that their motives were likely not financial. It was the only enticing proposition I could conceive at that moment. I had to try regardless. A derisive chuckle escaped the man beside me. Do you believe we seek money? He retorted. If not for money, then for what? A surge of dread coursed through me as memories of gruesome dismemberment cases flickered through my mind. What do you want? My voice trembled uncontrollably. Miss Shen. There is no need for fear. We have brought you here solely because our young lady wishes to meet you. The man's tone remained low and inscrutable. Meet? I feigned composure, a forced smile gracing my lips as I surmised the situation, recognizing this familiar form of invitation. Their manners were indeed quite courteous. The man disregarded my mockery, and after a brief silence, I cautiously inquired, Your young lady must be Zhao Yue, correct? Miss Sheng will soon learn the answer to that. He replied. For now, Miss Sheng should remain here and wait quietly. It would be best not to attempt any tricks. He emphasized the last sentence, which seemed to instill a sense of dread within me. Following this, he commanded those nearby, take good care of Miss Sheng. Yes. A chorus of deep voices reverberated around me. A sudden shock coursed through me. I had not anticipated the multitude of eyes watching over me. It seemed that escape was an impossibility. After the leading man departed, the surroundings fell into silence once more. Time trickled by, each second stretching into eternity. Deprived of sight, I could not discern whether it was day or night. Gradually, as I teetered on the brink of slumber, I heard the heavy iron door creak open. The sound of high heels clicking against the concrete floor approached, growing louder with each step. Miss! I heard a chorus of respectful voices call out around me. Suddenly, the blindfold was yanked away with a forceful motion. Ah! The blinding light struck me, rendering my eyes momentarily useless. Instinctively, I squinted and lowered my head. Before me stood a pair of striking red stiletto heels, dazzling and ostentatious. We meet again, the owner of the heels remarked, shifting her stance. Zhao Yue? I hazily lifted my gaze upwards. Indeed, it was the woman in the red trench coat whom I had encountered in the old factory, now smiling down at me. Yet that smile sent a chilling shiver through my entire being. Chapter 52. You are merely a substitute. Zhao Yue crossed her arms and nodded noncommittally. I squinted my eyes, and only after adjusting to the light did I lift my head to discern my surroundings. Unlike the factory I had encountered during our last meeting, this place resembled a forsaken warehouse. The entire area was desolate, devoid of anything, with only a small vent window in the wall providing scant illumination. Zhao Yue's imposing subordinates encircled me, their expressions inscrutable. How do you feel? Zhao Yue inquired, her gaze appraising. I do not feel well, I replied, shaking my head. The return of my vision somewhat eased the terror within me. I looked up at the woman before me and calmly asked, May I inquire why Miss Zhao has summoned me this time? Well, Zhao Yue hesitated, beckoning a man standing nearby. He promptly brought her a chair. Miss Shen, has anyone ever mentioned that your memory is rather poor? Zhao Yue settled into the chair, her arms crossed, her hands resting on her knees, regarding me coldly. What do you mean by that? I felt a chill as her gaze bore into me, instinctively retreating. I should have warned you during our last encounter. Leave Pei Jinqing at once. Why do you refuse to heed my words? As she spoke, Zhao Yue cast a glance at the man beside her, who immediately handed her a sharp dagger. The blade gleamed ominously under the light, exuding a frigid aura, as if a mere nick would unleash a torrent of blood. Do you remember what I told you last time? Zhao Yue toyed with the dagger, her eyes narrowing menacingly. I said, if I see you near Pei Jinqing again, you will be finished. Have you dismissed my warning as mere idle chatter? She emphasized the last words, thrusting the dagger dangerously close to my face. Startled, I gasped, what are you trying to do? Zhao Yue chuckled darkly, waving the dagger before me. Do you truly believe that Pei Jinqing has any genuine affection for you? Do you think those magazine articles are truthful? I know they are fabrications, I retorted, straining to lean back, desperate to avoid the blade's edge, my voice trembling. You know that too. I do know. Yet, it irks me to see it. His fiancée is me. It is I. Zhao Yue shouted vehemently. Yes, it is you, I quickly echoed, trying to appease her. But he still keeps you close, allowing you to reside in the apartment at Jinyuan. Ha! Is he afraid I might harm you? Is he trying to protect you? A chill ran down my spine, and sweat began to bead on my forehead. You are nothing but a counterfeit. What do you possess beyond that face? Zhao Yue spoke, pressing the blade against my face, the cold tip gliding across my skin, sending a jolt through my entire being. Do you think Pei Jinqing would still cherish you if I marred this face? She uttered, her chilling laughter echoing ominously. Zhao, Miss Zhao, please remain calm, I stammered, attempting to placate her as the specter of death loomed closer. I am merely an ordinary assistant. I pose no threat to you, you needn't worry. Ha! In every regard, you pale in comparison to me, yet this face of yours, Zhao Yue declared, lowering the sharp knife from my visage and abruptly pressing it against my neck. But to me, this face represents the greatest threat. What is wrong with my face? I do not comprehend. I trembled, my gaze fixated on the glinting blade, terrified that a moment's lapse might result in it slicing through my throat. Ha! Zhao Yue withdrew her grip momentarily, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Oh, you remain oblivious, don't you? You believe Pei Jinqing keeps you close out of affection. Ha ha ha. Dream on. He retains you solely because your face bears a striking resemblance to Chu Xian's. Without this visage, you amount to nothing. Chu Xian? My mind momentarily faltered, the name resonating with a sense of familiarity, yet I could not recall where I had encountered it. Who is she? And what does it mean to have a similar face? I had never heard my own voice tremble so violently. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yue's laughter grew more exuberant. Chu Xian was the woman Pei Jinqing once adored, long deceased many years ago. Shen Manqing. She tapped my face with the back of the knife. How does it feel to have your dreams shattered? From the beginning, you have merely been a substitute for another. Substitute? Zhao Yue's laughter echoed. Yet her voice gradually receded from my ears. In that instant, all the previously overlooked details converged, exploding like a thunderclap within my mind. I comprehended, I understood. Everything that had felt amiss suddenly made sense. Very well, then I shall undergo surgery. Chu Xian, how I long for you. You are so much like her. Pei Jinqing's past words echoed in my ears, repeating endlessly. His tenderness towards me, the phrases he uttered, even the way he gazed at me, were all meant for another. I wished to laugh. I felt like a mere jest, so thoroughly toyed with by this man. Yet still clinging to the hope that his fleeting affection might lead to a continued connection. But why, then, did my heart ache so fiercely? Well, now that you are aware, you may rest easy as you descend into hell. Zhao Yue's voice became clear once more in my ear. I did not respond. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The woman paused for a moment, lifting my chin with her hand, her gaze laced with disdain. Was I crying? As I regained my composure, I realized my eyes were tinged with a stinging sensation, and my face bore a dampness. That man was indeed so heartless. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon my own fate for crossing paths with him. Zhao Yue grasped my neck firmly, raising a sharp knife poised to plunge downwards. Indeed, why did fate have to entwine me with him? I closed my eyes, surprisingly devoid of fear, would my circumstances have been more favorable had I never encountered him? Chapter 53. Clean up. I tilted my head, awaiting the final moment, when suddenly a man burst into the warehouse. What is happening? Instinctively, I opened my eyes and saw Zhao Yue halt her actions, casting an irritated glance at the man. Chairman! The chairman's call. The man's expression was somewhat frantic as he extended his phone towards Zhao Yue. My father? After a brief hesitation, Zhao Yue released her grip on my wrist. Coughing violently, I bent forward, my mind becoming considerably clearer. Death! Had I truly been yearning for death? Had I lost my sanity? So what if I was a substitute? I had originally accepted such a fate with the hope of one day returning to the Gu family. Now, I was merely realigning with the original plan. What was there for me to mourn? Indeed, I felt not an ounce of sorrow. Zhao Yue turned and handed the sharp knife to a nearby individual before answering the phone. Dad! As she spoke, she walked towards the warehouse's large entrance. I could not hear the content of their conversation, but a few fragments of their argument reached my ears. I refuse. No way. Why? It seemed their discussion was far from pleasant. Yet, this was not the moment for me to dwell on their issues. To reclaim the identity of Gu Qingqing in the future, I had to survive. As Zhao Yue, in her high heels, finally vanished beyond the warehouse's entrance, I quietly began to struggle, attempting to free my hands bound behind my back. Miss Shen. Just as I believed my movements were discreet, a bespectacled man leaned down beside me, startling me with his suddenly magnified face. However, from his voice, it seemed he was the leader from earlier. Is there something you want? I halted my struggles, shifting back nervously. I advise you to cease your futile attempts to escape. The bespectacled man appeared refined, yet his gaze was frigid. I don't understand what you mean. I feigned ignorance, averting my eyes from his. Do you truly believe that by loosening your bonds, you could flee from here? He glanced behind me, gesturing with his eyes for me to survey my surroundings. Following his gaze, I looked around and saw a circle of menacing figures, all loyal to Zhao Yue. Do you think all these individuals standing here are mere decorations? He inquired, his tone laced with mockery. I remained silent, scanning the warehouse for any potential escape routes. Although I recognized the slim chances of escaping this place, I could not simply sit idly by and await my fate. After all, Zhao Yue genuinely intended to end my life. Miss! As I was racking my brains, contemplating my escape, Zhao Yue had already finished her phone call and returned from outside the warehouse. Upon hearing the sound, she gave a curt note and tossed the phone back to the man who had just rushed in. It seemed that the call had not yielded the reassuring outcome she had hoped for. Miss, the chairman, the bespectacled man began, stepping closer to me. Don't ask. Zhao Yue interrupted him with an impatient wave of her hand. Her expression a mask of fury as she stood there for a moment before turning to leave. A flicker of hope surged within me. I thought she might let me go. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she halted in her tracks. Lu On. Zhao Yue turned to me, her gaze icy as she uttered a name. Miss. The bespectacled man responded respectfully. Eliminate her. Although Zhao Yue was addressing Lu On, her piercing stare remained fixated on me. I felt a chill run down my spine. Eliminate. What did that mean? Was she truly unwilling to let me go? Yes, miss. The man replied expressionlessly, signaling to his subordinates. One of them, having understood, swiftly approached me. Ah! I cried out in panic, struggling desperately, causing the chair to rattle beneath me. What are you doing? I saw someone crouch down to untie the ropes binding me to the chair. Just then, another individual seized the opportunity and forcefully stuffed a cloth into my mouth. I attempted to resist further, but I was pushed to my feet, and before I knew it, a burlap sack was thrown over me, plunging me into a world of darkness. The ropes remained intact as I was enveloped in the sack, and fear gripped me, prompting frantic struggles. Enough noise. I heard Zhao Yue's irritated voice, instructing them to silence me. Understood. Moments later, I felt someone approach, and then thud. A sharp pain struck my abdomen as someone kicked me hard. My already fragile stomach, a remnant of the aftermath of a car accident, was dealt a crushing blow. Cold sweat cascaded down my face as I curled up weakly, gasping for breath. It felt as though someone were drilling into my belly, stirring violently with a metal shovel. Be thorough, do not let anyone notice. I heard a light laugh from above, as Zhao Yue seemed to be issuing commands. Understood. It was Lu An's voice. M. Help! Help! I lay on the ground, yearning to scream for help, but the cloth muffled my cries. Remove her! Lu Ang appeared to be directing the others. Before long, I felt myself being hoisted up by my arms and legs. After swaying through the air for a while, I suddenly felt myself thrust into a confined space. My head collided with something hard, causing a momentary dizziness. Darkness enveloped me, obscuring my current predicament. Save for a faint glimmer of light seeping through the crevices of the sack, the overwhelming scent of gasoline permeated the air, leading me to suspect that I had been tossed into the trunk of a car. Are we ready? One of the men impatiently inquired. Let us go then, came the reply. With a resounding thud, something heavy was shot over me, extinguishing even the faint light that had penetrated the gaps. The vehicle seemed to roar to life, and I felt the floorboards tremble beneath me. Where were they taking me? Were they intent on ending my life? A desperate plea for rescue echoed in my mind, and I felt an urge to weep, yet my eyes remained dry, unable to produce a single tear. In that fleeting moment, thoughts of Pei Jinqing flooded my mind. The man who had so casually altered my appearance, who had covered my eyes with his cool hands after the accident. Strangely, I found myself yearning for that touch. Chapter 54. Rescue. I lay curled up in the trunk, each jolt of the vehicle intensifying the pain in my abdomen. Whether it was due to the unbearable physical agony or the overwhelming mental strain, my consciousness began to wane gradually. In a haze, I could not discern the destination of the vehicle nor how long it had been traveling. Just as I was on the verge of slipping into unconsciousness, the vehicle screeched to a sudden halt. We've arrived, I faintly heard a man's voice, ethereal in quality. A loud thud followed, and the trunk was opened, light flooding in. Lift her out, the man's deep voice became clearer. I felt myself being hoisted out, one person grasping my head, another my feet. As I was carried forward, the wind howled around me, and in the distance, I could hear the crashing of waves against the shore. Lu, this woman, I heard one of my captors murmur. Throw her into the river. Lu Ang's voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing the command to be cast into the river, panic surged within me, and I struggled with all my might. I did not want to die. Not yet. But my strength had been utterly depleted. I was exhausted, and my feeble attempts to resist were insignificant in their eyes, utterly ineffective. Thud! In an instant, I was flung out like refuse. My body felt weightless as I soared through the air, followed by the dull sound of my body crashing into the water. The river surged in, icy and piercing. Was I truly to perish like this? The frigid water invaded my nostrils, constricting my lungs, and I was helplessly bound, unable to move within the sack. So cold, unbearably cold, I wished to succumb to slumber. The chilling embrace enveloped me like countless tiny needles, penetrating my every pore and eroding the remnants of my consciousness. I heard the sound of bubbles rising, and I fought to ascend, yet my body felt as heavy as lead, sinking deeper into the abyss. Gu Qingqing, could you not be so naive? Remember, the person named Gu Qingqing no longer exists in this world. I am your sole master. For reasons unknown, at that moment, my mind was flooded with fleeting memories of Pei Jinqing's words. His indifferent demeanor, his fury, his somber expressions, and the rare moments he smiled at me. Ironically, throughout it all, he had merely viewed me as a substitute for that woman. More tragically, it was only at the brink of death that I could candidly acknowledge the affection I harbored for this man. Yet, none of it mattered now. I was destined to die. I could only wonder if, upon finding my lifeless form, Pei Jinqing would shed a tear for the resemblance I bore to that woman. Just a drop would suffice. Gradually, the flickering points of consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, I felt a jolt in my body, as if something were tugging at me, gently pulling me upwards, seemingly attempting to bring me back to the surface. Mr. Pei, we've found the person. Quickly, pull them up. Yes. With a splash, I sensed myself being dragged from the depths. How is it? What is happening? The shore was filled with noise. Many voices were clamoring. Quickly, untie the rope. Hurry! Weakly, I rested my head on the ground, vaguely hearing a familiar voice urgently calling out. I lifted my head, striving to respond, but I lacked the strength and could only fall back as if on the brink of death. A sharp sound pierced through the air. The rope had snapped. The darkness above my head was lifted, revealing a blinding white light, and fresh air rushed in. Qingqing! Qingqing! Are you alright? Someone reached out and tore away the cloth that had been stuffed in my mouth, embracing me tightly. He called me Qingqing. He remembers my name. Cough. Cough, cough. I collapsed in his arms, gasping for fresh air, my mouth expelling the river water that had invaded my throat and nostrils. It's all right, it's all right. The man held me firmly, and as I regained my composure, I wearily raised my gaze to the person before me. It was. My vision blurred momentarily. It was Pei Jinqing. The man looked down at me, a hint of tension in his expression, with an underlying edge still lingering in his eyes. He called me Qingqing. He remembers my name. I reached out to him, suddenly yearning to touch his face, but as I opened my mouth, a sharp pain shot through my abdomen, and I spilled a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering it all over the man. Qingqing. Miss Shen. I heard several panicked exclamations. I feebly waved my hand, wanting to assure them that I was fine, but a sweet taste filled my throat, and blood surged forth once again. Don't he speak, don't he speak. Pei Jinqing swiftly covered my mouth with his hand, yet warm blood trickled through his fingers. To the hospital. We are going to the hospital right now. He scooped me up, his brow furrowed tightly, his voice tinged with an unnatural urgency. Chongqi, hurry and get the car. Yes. Someone hurried away. I leaned weakly against the man's chest, my eyelids growing heavy. Through the crook of his arm, I hazily glimpsed several men lying in pools of blood on the embankment, seemingly the very ones who had captured me. Mr. Pei, over here. Chongqi parked the car beside Pei Jinqing. I felt so exhausted, so desperately wanting to sleep. With a bang, the car door slammed shut, and I quickly lost consciousness. Quick! Quick! Prepare for surgery, the patient is experiencing massive internal bleeding. Just as I was wheeled into the operating room and an oxygen mask was placed over my face, there was a fleeting moment where I regained a semblance of consciousness. The operating room was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor. Occasionally, the sound of surgical instruments clashing echoed softly in the background. The glaring surgical lights loomed above me, rendering it difficult to open my eyes. Doctor. I won't die, will I? I managed to utter weakly, my voice hoarse and uncertain. You will not, the masked doctor assured me with unwavering resolve. Nyan. That is a relief. I felt a weight lift from my chest as I closed my eyes, surrendering once more to the depths of slumber. In this deep sleep, I found myself ensnared in an interminable dream. I wandered aimlessly through an abyss of darkness, hearing a voice persistently calling my name. Qingqing! Qingqing! I initially thought it was my brother calling out to me. In a state of panic, I scanned my surroundings, but could not find Guqian anywhere. Brother! Brother! Is that you? Yet, no one answered. Qingqing! Qingqing! The voice continued to echo through the void. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? The familiarity of that voice gnawed at me, as if I had heard it before. Who could it be? With great effort, I managed to slightly open my eyes, allowing a sliver of light to seep in. I had awakened. Mr. Pei, Miss Sheng has awakened, I heard Chongqi's voice, unusually tinged with emotion. Quick, summon the doctor, followed by another deep voice resonating in my ear. Chapter 55. Tell me who she is. Chongqi pressed the bell, urging the nurse to summon the doctor promptly. How do you feel? Pei Jinqing leaned down, approaching my bedside, seemingly intent on reaching out to caress my face. His hand hovered in the air, hesitated for a moment, and then fell back down. I weakly lifted my gaze to meet his. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in my mind, in the end, I summoned the strength to smile at him, hoping to convey that I was all right. Pei Jinqing understood my unspoken message and nodded in acknowledgement. My weary eyelids drooped, and suddenly I noticed the wrinkled fabric of his clothing, stained with clotted crimson blood. This was a man who typically would not allow even a crease in his cuffs, yet now he had not even taken the time to change. A pang of sorrow welled up within me as I contemplated reaching out to touch the darkened stain. The doctor arrived just as Chongqi entered the room. After conducting an examination, the doctor informed Pei Jinqing that I was temporarily out of danger but needed to stay in the hospital for proper recuperation. Only then did the tension in Pei Jinqing's brow ease, and he appeared genuinely relieved. Are you tired? His deep voice resonated in my ears as my eyelids drooped further. No, not at all, I replied, feigning strength even as I felt myself on the verge of sleep. You should rest. We'll step outside for a moment. Pei Jinqing tucked the covers around me and rose from his chair. Don't. As soon as I saw him preparing to leave, an instinctive urge compelled me to call out to him. Don't go. In a moment of desperation, I grasped the hem of his garment. inadvertently causing the needle in my hand to bleed. You! How could you? He glanced down, quickly prying my fingers away and summoning the nurse. Pei Jinqing's brow furrowed, casting a reproachful look in my direction. Don't leave. Yet, I could not articulate anything more. I simply gazed up at him in a daze. What is wrong? Pei Jinqing resumed his seat by my side as the nurse replaced the needle in my hand. I looked at him, overwhelmed with the desire to speak. Yet my throat felt constricted, rendering me voiceless. I yearned to ask if Xiao Yue's words held any truth. I longed to inquire whether he truly intended to marry that woman. I wanted to know precisely who Chu Xin was. I wished to ask if I was merely a substitute. Yet, a deep-seated fear gripped me. Since realizing my feelings for him, I became terrified. I feared that the moment I voiced any of these questions, the fragile bond we shared would shatter irreparably. What is the matter with you? Pei Jinqing steadied me, his eyes revealing a rare tenderness as he took my hand, the one that had just been needled into his own. Had I seen him in such a state before, my heart would have fluttered uncontrollably. Yet now, alongside that flutter, I felt an agonizing ache. I could not help but wonder if the person he gazed upon was truly me. Was his gentleness a reflection of my presence? I knew I should not pursue these inquiries, yet I found myself unable to suppress the yearning that stirred within me. Buzzing, Chengqi's phone abruptly rang. After receiving Pei Jinqing's consent, he pushed open the hospital room door and stepped outside to take the call. What's wrong? Pei Jinqing withdrew his gaze and turned back to me, patiently awaiting my response. Nothing. I stammered, struggling to suppress the surge of emotions within me. Mr. Pei. Chengqi hurriedly re-entered the room. What's the matter? Pei Jinqing cast a casual glance at Chengqi while firmly holding my hand. Mr. Pei, your father. Chengqi hesitated before leaning closer to Pei Jinqing's ear, whispering something I could not discern. Pei Jinqing's expression darkened slightly, his voice turning cold. I understand. With that, he released my hand, seemingly intent on rising. Dang Ti go. I wanted to call out to him, seeking a reason for him to look at me, to see me, Gu Qingqing, rather than the substitute for Chu Xin. I have something to attend to now. I will visit you later. Pei Jinqing offered a simple explanation as I refused to let go. No, you can't leave. Why must you go? If it were Chu Xin lying in bed now, would you still leave? I felt my rationality teetering on the brink of madness, overwhelmed by jealousy. Tell me. Ultimately, I mustered the courage to ask the question I dreaded most. Tell me, who is Chu Xin? Indeed, the moment I uttered that name, I witnessed a swift change in Pei Jinqing's countenance. Who told you that name? Pei Jinqing seized my wrist, pulling me up with a low, dark gaze fixed intently upon me. The grip on my wrist was painful, yet I felt no fear as I defiantly retorted. Who is she? Did Dao Yue tell you? Pei Jinqing's grip tightened, his voice growing even colder. What else did she reveal to you? Tell me. Who is she? I stubbornly sought an answer. Just a simple answer. Speak. Did she tell you? Pei Jinqing suddenly erupted in dark fury, gripping my shoulders with a force that felt as though he intended to crush my bones. What else did she say? What else did she tell you? Speak. Speak. The man shook my shoulders vigorously, seemingly oblivious to the fact that I had just returned from the brink of death. Tell me. My consciousness wavered under the forceful shaking. Yet my lips continued to murmur that single phrase. Tell me, who is she? Mr. Pei. Mr. Pei. Chengqi rushed in from the side, stopping Pei Jinqing. Mr. Pei, calm down. Miss Shen is still injured. Zhao Yue could not possibly know those things. Chengqi's words seemed to have some effect. Pei Jinqing, with a complex expression, ceased his actions. Ha! I leaned back against the headboard, attempting to regain clarity of thought, but when I spoke, my voice was tinged with a hint of tears. Who is she? Does my face bear a striking resemblance to hers? Is it truly so similar? Are you satisfied? I lifted my gaze, yearning to look upon the man once more, yet all I could see was a hazy blur, as some liquid uncontrollably overflowed from my eyes, obscuring my vision. The man seemed poised to speak, yet ultimately chose silence. Pei Jinqing. I choked on his name, imploring, please, let me go. Allow me to return home. No, that is impossible. I shall never permit you to return. The man surged forward, gripping my chin, his penetrating gaze locking onto mine. I will not let you leave. I will not allow your departure. Chapter 56. No way out. No. Please, no. I thrust my hands forcefully against the man's chest. This cannot continue any longer. It has truly been enough. I have lost my identity. And I refuse to be a mere substitute for any other woman. I yearn to return home, to my family. Gripping the crumpled fabric of Pei Jinqing's shirt. My vision blurred with tears. I will not allow you to leave. The fury in Pei Jinqing's eyes had faded, leaving behind an unfathomable darkness. Do you not care for the fate of Rongshen? His deep voice resonated in my ears. What do you mean? I asked, startled as I raised my gaze to meet his. Surely you must know that Jianyang is wanted. Pei Jinqing's expression returned to its habitual indifference. Do you know who exposed those pieces of evidence? You. It was you. I released my grip on him, caught off guard. Devoid of the anticipated joy that should accompany the revelation of such truths, for I had already surmised what he intended to convey next. Knowing is sufficient, he replied. Seemingly pleased with my reaction, nodding slightly. You must also understand that I could not have uncovered merely this amount of information. In the realm of commerce, akin to a battlefield, every company harbors its own sordid secrets. Tell me, what would happen to the Rongshen Group if I were to unveil these truths? What would become of the Gu family? No, it cannot be. You cannot know everything. I began to realize that the threats he had previously posed were not mere bluster. I cannot know everything, Pei Jinqing stated, his face betraying no emotion. However, even a small revelation can trigger a cascade of consequences. No, that cannot be true. I trust my brother, and I trust Gu Qian. He would never allow Rongshen to be brought down like this. Whether it was my unwavering belief in Gu Qian that provoked Pei Jinqing's ire, or his inherent discontent with Gu Qian, I could not tell. Do you have such unwavering faith in Gu Qian? Do you long to return to the Gu family? The man leaned closer, an inscrutable chill gleaming in his eyes. I know you have met with Gu Qian. My heart sank. Indeed, the person I encountered at the tea house had been sent by Pei Jinqing. Are you intent on revealing to him that Gu Qingqing is not dead? Are you planning to tell him that Gu Qingqing is you? I recoiled at Pei Jinqing's accusations. I had contemplated this, yet I had been shackled by various concerns, and perhaps a lingering, inexplicable reluctance. However, I had now resolved to tell Gu Qian the truth. Regardless of the threats I faced, for he alone could help me escape my current plight and guide me back to the Gu family. Nevertheless, I advise you to abandon such thoughts, Pei Jinqing remarked, as if he had disowned my intentions, coldly lifting my chin with his hand. At present, you possess no credible evidence. No, it cannot be. I defiantly raised my chin, gazing into the man's eyes. Do you intend to prove it with a paternity test? Pei Jinqing curled the corners of his mouth, yet there was not a hint of mirth in his eyes. A strange tremor coursed through my heart, suddenly filling me with an ominous premonition. Mr. Pei! Chongqi, standing to the side, attempted to intervene. However, it was too late. Pei Jinqing tightened his grip, locking his gaze onto mine as he slowly articulated the words, "It is futile. You are not Gu Yuanshen's daughter at all. No! Impossible!" At that moment, my vision blurred with rage, and I forcefully yanked my arm away from Pei Jinqing's grasp. He paused, momentarily taken aback, glancing down at the large red mark blossoming on his hand. Mr. Pei! Chongqi, witnessing the scene, hurriedly moved to approach. It's nothing. The man signaled him to remain where he was with a glance. What? Pei Jinqing lifted his gaze to meet mine, shaking off the grip I had broken. You don't believe me? No. I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving me. You are lying. I screamed at Pei Jinqing in a frenzy, throwing everything within reach at him without a care. Pei Jinqing neither flinched nor raised a hand to shield himself. He merely regarded me with an impassive expression, his words piercing my heart like needles. Gu Qingqing, do you genuinely believe I would find it necessary to deceive you regarding such a matter? Have you never pondered why you are overlooked in the Gu family, why they have never regarded you with favor? Because. My mind was in disarray, my heart racing wildly. I was so flustered that I couldn't even formulate a retort, but I reminded myself to remain calm. All of this was false. Pei Jinqing's words were lies. Because I am Gu Yuanshen's illegitimate daughter. I seemed to expel every ounce of strength to shout this assertion, simultaneously hurling the cup I held. Mr. Pei, be careful. Chongqi's voice rang out. It was only then that I realized what I had done. The cup shattered at Pei Jinqing's feet, the sound echoing as tea splashed onto his trousers, leaving a small wet patch. Pei Jinqing glanced at the broken pieces, seemingly unconcerned as he stepped forward, his hands gripping my shoulders, his voice low and sharp like a cold blade. Have you never considered why even Gu Yuansheng remains indifferent to you? Surely, you should be his daughter, after all. No. I refuse to listen. I do not wish to hear. I attempted to cover my ears, but the man seized my hands, pinning them down with unyielding strength. Do you still believe that simply by approaching Gu Qian and declaring yourself Gu Qingqing, he would unreservedly believe you? Do you still think that by undergoing a paternity test, you could return to the Gu family? Pei Jinqing's voice grew colder, his grip tightening with each word. If you do not believe it, you may certainly try, but ultimately, you will find yourself cast out by Gu Qian as a fraud. And you will have no choice but to return to me. No, I do not want that. I do not want that. I shook my head in anguish, desperately wishing to blot out the words, wishing to hear no more. Although my childhood in the Gu household cannot be deemed happy aside from Gu Qian, no one ever wished to play with me. I have always regarded the Gu family as my own. I have clung to the hope of one day returning to the Gu household, sustaining myself with that thought until now. Yet, this man before me has just revealed that I am not the daughter of Gu Yuansheng. Then who am I? Where is my home? I am left with not even a final refuge to return to. No, it cannot be this way, it cannot be this way. Pei Jinqing finally released my hand, and I clutched the blanket, curling up tightly in the corner of the bed. Why has everything turned out this way? If I am not Gu Qingqing, then who am I? Who on earth am I? Gu Qingqing, I tell you, you can only remain by my side. Do not think of going anywhere else. Before departing, Pei Jinqing coldly cast this remark over his shoulder and walked away with a grim expression. Miss Shen. Chongqi glanced at me, huddled on the bed, trembling, and let out a sigh, words unspoken. Am I truly left with no path forward from this moment on? Chapter 57. Fred. In the days that followed, I lay in my hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, enveloped in silence. As if my very essence had been vacated, indifferent to everything around me. Once, I firmly believed I was Gu Qingqing, even with my visage marred. A final conviction lingered in my heart that I could return to the Gu family. Yet now, I find myself bereft of even that sanctuary. Who am I? Why must I endure such torment? These questions eluded my comprehension. My mind felt like a malfunctioning machine, incapable of thought. Any attempt to ponder brought forth excruciating pain. Bam! After 2 consecutive days of refusing sustenance, Pei Jinqing stormed into my ward, fury radiating from him. You wish to starve yourself? Do you want to die? He bellowed. His countenance dark, startling the nurse, who had been attempting to coax me into eating. Mr. Pei, Chongqi entered right behind him, softly imploring, this is a hospital. Humph. Pei Jinqing scoffed, casting a chilling glance around the room at the nurses. All of you, get out. The nurses exchanged apprehensive glances with Chongqi, torn between their fear of Pei Jinqing's wrath and their duty to care for me, the patient. They could all see that his temper was volatile, and none could predict his next move. It's all right, you may leave, Chongqi sighed, signaling the nurses with a nod. Reluctantly, they began to exit the room. One of the nurses stood up, only to be abruptly halted by Pei Jinqing's voice. Wait, he commanded. Mr. Pei, is there something you need? The nurse stammered, her head bowed, voice trembling. Give it to me, Pei Jinqing said, his expression darkening as he extended a hand. Ah! The nurse was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the porcelain bowl in her grasp. The bowl, hand it over. He reiterated, irritation lacing his tone. His countenance growing even graver. Yes, she stuttered, hastily passing the bowl of congee to him before scurrying out of the room, her head still lowered. You may leave as well, Pei Jinqing said, clutching the bowl, his gaze fixed on me, yet addressing Chongqi. But, Mr. Pei. Qingqi seemed hesitant. Concern etched on his face. Leave! Pei Jinqing repeated coldly. Then, I shall take my leave, Chongqi said slowly, retreating from the ward. Casting several worried glances back at me before closing the door. Still lacking appetite? Planning to starve yourself? Pei Jinqing approached, holding the bowl, his demeanor icy. I glanced at him, yet remained silent. I seemed to have lost all capacity for dialogue with this man. Speak! Pei Jinqing's gaze bored into me. A flicker of suppressed rage glimmering in his eyes. I turned my head away, maintaining my silence. Speak! What can I possibly say now? Good, very good. I could not see his expression, but I could discern the bitterness in his voice, tinged with a mocking laughter born of frustration. Gu Qingqing. I possess ample patience and time to wear you down. A soft creak announced the movement of the chair, followed by the man taking a seat beside my bed. If you still recall the kindness that the Gu family has shown you, I advise you to cease your defiance. Otherwise, the words I previously uttered will not merely serve as idle threats. I abruptly turned to face him, locking eyes with his deep, shadowy gaze. Even at this moment, he continued to wield the Gu family's influence over me. Ah, finally willing to speak? Pei Jinqing reached out to grasp my chin. I stared back defiantly, clenching my teeth in silence. As long as you comply, I shall not lay a finger on you. Pei Jinqing regarded me intently for a moment before releasing his hold. Lowering his head, he scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to my lips, his tone deceptively calm, yet it felt like an edict. Open your mouth. I glared at him, maintaining my defiance until my eyes began to ache, reluctantly parting my lips. I swallowed the porridge without chewing, the rough texture causing a slight discomfort in my esophagus. You. Pei Jinqing's expression darkened, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Chew before swallowing. I glanced up at him but remained silent. However, when the next spoonful came, I chewed a few times, which seemed to ease his expression slightly. In this suffocating atmosphere, the bowl of porridge was soon emptied. I will return tomorrow, Pei Jinqing stated as he stood and moved towards the door, glancing back at me. I turned my gaze to the window, offering no response. He paused momentarily but chose not to speak further. The door slammed shut, and I instinctively relaxed my clenched fists, believing he had departed. What exactly did this man desire? My confusion only deepened. The following day, Pei Jinqing indeed appeared punctually at mealtime in the hospital room. Give it to me. He took the bowl from the nurse with his usual stoic demeanor and fed me spoonful by spoonful. Open your mouth. Don't swallow yet. Chew a few times. Now swallow. I felt as though I were a marionette, devoid of thought or speech, obediently following his directives, allowing him to manipulate me at will. Chun-Chi observed us with a complex expression, and when Pei Jinqing stepped out to take a call, he quietly beckoned me, Miss Shen. I glanced at him with indifference, remaining silent. You need not resist Mr. Pei so vehemently, he is merely. But before Chong could finish, Pei Jinqing re-entered, having concluded his call. Chun-Chi, leave. Pei Jinqing's demeanor remained as cold as ever, revealing no emotion. Chun-Chi quickly fell silent, nodding towards Pei Jinqing. Yes, Mr. Pei. I will return tomorrow. Pei Jinqing reiterated before turning to depart with Chun-Chi. The question lingered in my mind, must I truly resist him so fervently? Perhaps Chun-Chi was right. My current opposition to Pei Jinqing served no beneficial purpose for me. If this continues, he may confine me in the hospital once again, just as he did before. For the time being, let us set aside the truth of what Pei Jinqing claimed, even if it holds some veracity. The only avenue for uncovering the secrets of my lineage lies within the Gu family. Since they were willing to bring me back to their home, they must possess some knowledge of the underlying circumstances or possess a particular motive. However, if I remain imprisoned here, I shall be unable to investigate anything. Moreover, upon reflection, Pei Jinqing's words may not necessarily be true. To ascertain the authenticity of this matter, I must find a way to escape this place. With this thought, I feel a flicker of renewed hope in my life. If this family ceases to exist, I shall endeavor to seek out my true home. I will not surrender so easily. Chapter 58, The True Purpose. In the ensuing days, Pei Jinqing was steadfast in his commitment, visiting my hospital room daily. On the first day, he attempted to engage me in conversation, but I consistently ignored him. Subsequently, he refrained from pressuring me to speak, instead focusing on ensuring I ate properly. As was his routine, he brought the spoon to my lips. This time, I opened my mouth slightly, contemplated for a moment, and then extended my hand to feed myself. I noticed a brief pause in his movement, and something flickered in the depths of his eyes. Pei Jinqing then placed the spoon back into the bowl and handed it to me. I accepted it quietly, finishing the meal in silence, and neither of us spoke again. Yet, from that day forward, an invisible shift occurred in our relationship, easing the tension that had previously existed. I resolved to no longer oppose him, intending instead to seek opportunities to gradually uncover the truth. What thoughts occupied Pei Jinqing's mind remained a mystery to me. After 2 weeks in the hospital, following my persistent requests, Pei Jinqing finally made the decisive choice to discharge me. Lying in the hospital each day, waiting for the nurses to bring my meals, I felt as though I was on the verge of becoming a mere shell of my former self. Upon my return, rather than taking me back to Jinyuan, Pei Jinqing brought me directly to his villa. The first thing I did upon entering the villa was to take a shower. Perhaps due to the myriad unpleasant memories associated with my hospital stay, I dashed upstairs, eager to cleanse myself of the lingering scent of antiseptic. That aroma perpetually unsettled me. After my shower, a maid came to inform me that dinner was ready. However, upon descending the stairs and encountering a table laden with light dishes, I found myself momentarily taken aback. When I left the hospital, the doctor had earnestly advised me on dietary restrictions, and while I had listened half-heartedly, I was astonished to realize that Pei Jinqing had quietly absorbed all the information. An indescribable emotion surged within me. I was perplexed by whether Pei Jinqing's actions stemmed from genuine concern for my well-being or if he harbored ulterior motives. If he truly cared, then why had he previously resorted to threats? As I sat down to eat, perhaps having lingered too long at the table, Pei Jinqing finally spoke. Casting a casual glance in my direction, I was momentarily stunned, quickly regaining my composure, nodding, and obediently taking a seat. Since resisting him yielded no advantages, I decided to acquiesce, reasoning that the worst outcome could hardly be worse than my current predicament. As I contemplated this, I busied myself with my meal. Suddenly, the man across from me slammed his chopsticks down with force. I assumed I had inadvertently displeased him, and my hand froze mid-motion. The atmosphere grew tense for several seconds until he resumed his meal, speaking in a low, somber tone. "Eat more vegetables." "Okay." I nodded, lowering my gaze, yet feeling an inexplicable stirring within me as I slowly raised my eyes to meet the cold demeanor of the man opposite me. Pei Jinqing maintained a stoic expression. His gaze averted from me as he spoke, seemingly engrossed in his meal, as though the one conversing moments ago were an entirely different person. Having shared a considerable amount of time with Pei Jinqing, I was well aware of his pronounced tastes. The sparse, insipid fare laid before him today appeared to bore him, as he would furrow his brow with each bite. Observing the solemn man silently express his discontent akin to a picky child, an unexpected softness stirred within me. Yet, this was swiftly followed by a wave of piercing pain. If you choose to be cold towards me, why reveal your gentler side? Conversely, if tenderness is your intention, why not extend it more thoroughly? Or perhaps, your gentleness is reserved solely for the woman named Chu Xian. I lowered my head, silent, concealing my face behind my bowl, unwilling to betray my emotions in front of him. For a moment, the dining table lay shrouded in silence, save for the faint clinking of utensils. After dinner, Pei Jinqing beckoned me to accompany him outside. I refrained from inquiring about our destination. As long as he desired my compliance, I would obediently follow. Wherever he led, I would go. When the car halted at the city's largest entertainment venue, I was momentarily taken aback. Although it was common for wealthy young men to seek amusement in such places, they typically accompanied their lovers. My public role remained that of Pei Jinqing as assistant. Why would he bring me here? Was he about to alter the dynamics of our interaction? A sense of unease accompanied me as I trailed behind Pei Jinqing upon exiting the vehicle. As we approached the entrance, he wrapped an arm around my shoulders, drawing me close. I instinctively struggled, but his warning glance silenced my defiance. I ceased my movements, permitting him to have embraced me as we proceeded. The first floor of the entertainment venue resembled a typical large bar, yet as we ascended, the offerings became increasingly elaborate, with each level featuring a distinct theme and progressively stringent entry requirements. The top floor was typically reserved for members only. Pei Jinqing turned to an attendant stationed by the entrance and provided a private room number. The attendant promptly guided us to the elevator, swiping a card before selecting the floor. Upon reaching the so-called VIP level, the attendant led us down a dimly lit corridor. Those who gathered in this establishment were prominent figures in the city, yet I puzzled over Pei Jinqing's motive for bringing me to such a gathering. Did he wish for me to meet someone? Lost in thought, the attendant pushed open the door to the private room and gestured for us to enter. I followed Pei Jinqing into the suite. The room was dimly lit, and before I could discern who was present, Mr. Pei, Bai Lingxian stood up, eagerly pulling him over. "Mr. Pei, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. What took you so long?" Pei Jinqing's expression darkened, yet he refrained from erupting in anger. Instead, he subtly pushed aside Bai Lingshuan's hand and guided me to sit on the sofa. "Miss Shun, you are here as well," Bai Lingyan remarked, his crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mischief, the implication of gossip unmistakable. I merely smiled and nodded, choosing silence. Just as I assumed Pei Jinqing intended to introduce me to their circle, someone else entered the private room. Gu Qian walked in with an air of indifference, and for some reason, I felt he was profoundly out of place in this atmosphere. Perhaps it was because, in my mind, he belonged in a tea house, sipping tea. Rather than in a venue like this, indulging in spirits. Mr. Du, you are quite late, Bai Lingyan teased, insisting that Gu Qian take a shot as a form of penalty. Gu Qian raised his glass and, without a word, downed its contents in one swift motion. As he lowered his gaze, our eyes met momentarily, both of us momentarily taken aback. It was then that I grasped the true intent behind Pei Jinqing's decision to bring me here. Chapter 59, Outshined by the deceased after Gu Qian took his seat. A group gathered to share laughter and conversation for a while. The focal point of this gathering was Bai Lingyan, who had recently been appointed as the manager of the operations department at Baifeng Group. It was said that he had specially invited friends from his circle to celebrate this occasion. Ordinarily, such a minor promotion would not warrant much fanfare. However, the swift ascent of Bai Lingyan under the formidable Bai Pingting, known for her cunning, spoke volumes about his abilities. To prevent any unforeseen transfer of power within Baifeng Group, forging a good relationship with Bai Lingyan seemed a sagacious choice. I presumed most attendees shared this sentiment. Yet I couldn't fathom why Pei Jinqing and Gu Qian were present as well. Bai Lingyan approached me with a smile, raising his glass in a toast. I reciprocated. But I sensed Gu Qian's gaze lingering on me, seemingly with intent. Feeling a twinge of guilt, I shifted awkwardly to the side, only for Pei Jinqing's arm to encircle my waist firmly, causing Gu Qian's attention to retract immediately. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the three of us, prompting me to excuse myself under the pretense of needing the restroom, thus escaping the private room. What was Pei Jinqing attempting to convey? Was he announcing his claim to me before Gu Qian? The thought struck me as somewhat ludicrous. I turned on the tap, splashing my face with cool water in an attempt to clear my muddled thoughts. As I gazed into the mirror, droplets cascaded down my cheeks. A voice whispered in my ear, "This is not your face. It belongs to that woman. Pei Jinqing sees only her, not you." No, it cannot be. I shook my head vigorously, bracing my hands on the sink as I inhaled deeply. I then reached for a tissue beside the basin to carefully pat my face dry. Do not think about it, dismiss it, I mentally urged myself repeatedly before returning my focus to the mirror, calming my emotions as I began to retouch my makeup. Suddenly, the sounds of retching emanated from the farthest stall in the restroom. I heard it, yet felt no inclination to offer sympathy. After all, this was an entertainment venue, and such occurrences were hardly surprising. Likely yet another woman overwhelmed by alcohol, now purging in the restroom. The stall door swung open with a bang, followed by the sound of flushing. I paid little mind to who emerged, having finished my makeup and prepared to leave. Shen Manqing. Just as I took a step forward, a woman's voice, laced with venom, echoed sharply in the empty restroom. I paused, momentarily taken aback, and turned to see Lu Yanyan, looking somewhat disheveled in the restroom corridor, her hair askew and makeup smeared, her eyes glistening with tears from her recent bout of vomiting. According to Bai Lingyan, Lu Yanyan had been swiftly ousted from Rongsheng Group by Gu Qian following her tumultuous breakup with Ji Anyang. Originally, her entry into Rongsheng relied heavily on Ji Anyang. Now that he has fled, there is naturally no place for her in the company. However, shortly thereafter, it seems that Lu Yanyan swiftly aligned herself with a new benefactor. Although Bai Lingyan did not disclose the identity of this individual, this woman appears to possess considerable connections, having secured another patron so quickly. When Bai Lingyan recounted this matter to me, he expressed his astonishment. Yet, I suspect that Lu Yanyan had already identified a new advantageous connection, which is why she so decisively severed ties with Ji Anyang, a man both incompetent and unfaithful. Otherwise, even if Ji Anyang were to remain, he would likely be wary of Lu Yanyan for a while, and there would be no need for her to hastily burn bridges. Ha, what brings you here? Before I could utter a word, Lu Yanyan, teetering on high heels, stumbled toward me and grabbed my shoulder. What's the matter? Ji Anyang has fallen, and you've landed a new man. She slurred, her breath reeking of alcohol, compelling me to turn my head away. Keep your distance. I had no desire to engage with a drunken woman and attempted to free myself from her grasp to leave. Surprisingly, Lu Yanyan, despite her inebriation, had a strong grip on my shoulder, preventing my escape. Am I right? Am I right? She exclaimed, shaking me vigorously. Dizziness overcame me, and I pushed her away. Have you lost your mind? Ha, me? You think I'm mad? Lu Yanyan steadied herself against the wall, barely managing to stand, her gaze fixed on me as she erupted into a fit of laughter. I chose to disregard her and turned to exit, but her voice pursued me from behind. Shen Manqing, are you trying to seduce Gu Qian? I advise you to stop dreaming. You simply cannot achieve it. I was taken aback by Lu Yanyan's knowledge of this information, perplexed as to how she had misconstrued it. I halted, contemplating whether to turn back and clarify that I had no intentions of enticing Gu Qian. Regardless of my current circumstances, in my heart, Gu Qian remained my important brother. And I did not wish for anyone to tarnish our relationship. Do not be fooled by Gu Qian's gentlemanly facade. Lu Yanyan steadied herself and staggered toward me. In truth, he is a pervert. He actually harbors feelings for his own sister. Hilariously, she declared that Gu Qian had feelings for Gu Qingqing, his half-sister. No! That is impossible. I seized Lu Yanyan's arm, my eyes blazing with anger. No, I refuse to believe it. I will not allow anyone to slander Gu Qian. A pained expression crossed Lu Yanyan's face as I gripped her tightly, yet she burst into laughter once more. Ha ha ha, you don't believe me. I didn't believe it at first either. Stumbling, Lu Yanyan fell against me, but I want to be Mrs. Gu. After Gu Qingqing's funeral, I took advantage of Gu Qian's sorrow and drugged him. Guess what? He actually held me while shouting Qingqing. Ha ha ha. No, it's impossible. My mind is struggling to process this information. I know that Gu Qian has always treated me well since childhood, but that was merely because I am his sister. How could he possibly harbor feelings for me? It's unthinkable. So stop dreaming. You can't compete with a dead person. You cannot surpass her. Ha ha ha. Lu Yanyan's laughter lingered in my ears like a haunting spell. You will never measure up to someone who has passed away. Just as you can never compare to the deceased Chu Xian. Silence. Be quiet. I raised my hand and struck Lu Yanyan sharply across the face. Instantly, 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on her cheek. I do not wish to listen. I want to hear nothing. Slap. Lu Yanyan seemed momentarily stunned by my blow, turning her face away in shock. Suddenly, as if awakening from a drunken stupor, she lunged at me, clawing and biting. How dare you hit me? You actually dared to strike me. Just as I prepared to slap her again, a familiar voice called from behind, Miss Shen, why are you still here? I pushed Lu Yanyan back, turned around, and saw Bai Lingxian smiling at me with his captivating peach blossom eyes. Chapter 60. Escape is something the matter, Mr. Bai. I gently pushed Lu Yanyan aside, straightened my attire, and offered a polite smile to Bai Lingxian. Although I was reluctant to be caught in such a scene by him, the situation had unfolded, and I had no choice but to respond with courage. Nothing much, Bai Lingxian shrugged, maintaining his usual flippant demeanor. It's just that Pei is looking for you everywhere. Ah! Pei Jinqing is searching for her. Before I could respond, Lu Yanyan, who had just regained her footing, lunged at me like a madwoman. I knew you and that Pei Jinqing were involved. What is the matter? Is one man not enough for you? Still thinking of seducing Gu Qian? Do you have no shame? Fueled by her drunkenness, Lu Yanyan's words grew increasingly caustic, and I was at a loss for how to silence her. Miss Lu, Bai Lingxian suddenly stepped forward, pulling me behind him and positioning himself between Lu Yanyan and me. What is this? Is your drunken bravado still intact? Lu Yanyan tilted her head back, defiantly pointing a finger at Bai Lingxian. Another one? Are you also one of her men? Showman Qing, Lu Yanyan smirked, leaning forward to give me the finger from behind Bai Lingxian. You've truly got a remarkable talent for attracting so many men. Ha ha ha. Don't he go too far? I was about to admonish her when, suddenly, Lu Yanyan let out a pained cry. Bai Lingxian had seized her wrist with considerable force. You! Let go! Bai Lingshuang's grip seemed to be quite strong, causing Lu Yanyan's complexion to drain off color as she furrowed her brow and insisted that he release her. Miss Lu, Bai Lingxian replied, a slight smile curling his lips, though his expression was far from pleasant. I have a principle of never striking a woman, and I hope you won't compel me to break it. With that, Bai Lingxian forcefully flung Lu Yanyan's hand away and disdainfully wiped his hands with a tissue from the sink. Ah! Lu Yanyan stumbled backward, bracing herself against the wall to regain her balance, then looked up with a cold laugh. Huh? What is wrong? If you dare to act, why fear the consequences? Bai Lingxian raised an eyebrow in disdain. I believe that sentiment is more fitting to be directed at Miss Lu, don't you think? By the way, I nearly forgot to inform you, Miss Lu. He casually tossed the used tissue onto the floor. Mrs. Chong is on her way here with her entourage. Mr. Chong received the news and left ahead of time. Are you still certain you wish to remain here? I didn't comprehend the full implications of Bai Lingshuang's words, but Lu Yanyan's face shifted dramatically from green to pale, a captivating sight. Are you serious? Lu Yanyan seemed flustered, anxiously gathering the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead. If you doubt me, feel free to call Mr. Chen, Bai Lingxian replied, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. No, that's impossible. Lu Yanyan swayed as she rummaged through her bag for her phone, uncertain whether it was haste or intoxication. She rummaged through her belongings for what felt like an eternity without retrieving her phone. With a clatter, she squatted down, appending her handbag onto the ground, and grasped the device that lay there, her hands trembling as she dialed a number. I observed as she attempted to call multiple times, seemingly without success. Miss Lu, do you still not believe it? Bai Lingxian gazed down at her, akin to one looking at a beggar on the street. I. Lu Yanyan, clutching her phone, collapsed weakly to the floor. I advise you to leave swiftly. If Madame Cheng catches you, I cannot guarantee what may transpire. Bai Lingshuang's words seemed to awaken Lu Yanyan, who hastily rose to her feet, clutching her phone, forsaking her bag, and stumbled out in a flurry. As she dashed past me, she did not spare me a glance, her eyes seemingly fixated solely on the path to escape. What was amiss with her? I noticed Lu Yanyan colliding with several individuals as she rushed down the corridor, not once uttering an apology, merely pushing forward with urgency. Ha, Bai Lingxian remarked, following my gaze with a light chuckle. A flight for her life. A flight for her life. I paused, momentarily bewildered. Who exactly was this Madame Cheng that she feared so profoundly? Bai Lingxian withdrew her gaze, a smile lingering at the corners of her eyes as she glanced at me. Madame Cheng is the wife of Cheng Xucheng. Do you think she should not be afraid? I instantly comprehended. Cheng Xucheng's wife, Sui Hui, was renowned for her formidable methods. Much like Bai Pingting, though their focuses diverged, Bai Pingting on corporate management, and Sui Hui on controlling her husband. It was rumored that 2 years ago, under the pretense of a business trip abroad, Cheng Xucheng had taken a mistress, which Sui Hui discovered, promptly returning them both to the country, baggage and all. At that time, the mistress was 9 months pregnant, the ultrasound revealing a male child, yet Sui Hui insisted on having her brought to the operating table for an abortion. The woman subsequently vanished, likely meeting a grim fate. During this chaos, Cheng Xucheng dared not utter a word. Contemplating this, I began to understand Lu Yanyan's panic. If Sui Hui could eliminate a pregnant mistress, how much easier would it be to dispose of a woman like her, devoid of any advantageous conditions? If Sui Hui truly desired to handle her, it would be a matter of minutes. Did Lu Yanyan's subsequent benefactor turn out to be Cheng Xucheng? I inquired of Bai Lingxian. Indeed, Bai Lingxian replied enigmatically, and I sensed that Lu Yanyan was destined to face severe repercussions at Sui Hui's hands. Bai Lingshuang's smile held a disquieting quality, prompting me to pivot and head toward the private room. Wait, Miss Shen, why the haste? Bai Lingxian called after me. Mr. Bai, is there something else? Though I was eager to depart, I felt compelled to maintain a fade, as Pei Zong was still seeking me. Pei Jinqing is not looking for you. Bai Lingxian stepped closer, gazing at me with an air of mystery. That was a fabrication, in truth. It is I who sought you. Oh. I raised an eyebrow, wondering what Mr. Bai sought from me. Did you not find Miss Lu Yanyan's earlier remarks rather intriguing? Bai Lingxian took a step closer, his face nearly brushing against mine. She was intoxicated, behaving erratically. Surely Mr. Bai could not take her seriously. I subtly stepped back, keeping a wary eye on Bai Lingxian. If I were to claim I took it seriously, what would become of Miss Shen? Bai Lingxian reached out, playfully tucking a loose strand of my hair behind my ear, leaning in to whisper, Miss Shen, have you truly considered becoming mine? Mr. Bai, please maintain your decorum. I abruptly pushed Bai Lingxian away, insisting, do not make such trivial jests. With that, I turned to leave. So, you choose to be Pei Jinqing's woman? Bai Lingxian called out from behind me. What? I halted in my tracks. Isn't that the case? Bai Lingxian stepped forward, his gaze penetrating as he assessed me. Does Miss Shen not comprehend the implication of Pei Jinqing bringing you here? From tomorrow, everyone in our circle will know you as Pei Jinqing's woman. I'm sorry. I took a step back, feigning ignorance. I do not grasp your meaning. I believe you are mistaken. I was not so foolish as to misunderstand such a simple implication. Bai Lingxian smiled, his eyes crinkling with amusement. However, I did notice that Du Qian has been acting rather unusually today, occasionally glancing your way. Could it be that Miss Shen shares some connection with Du Qian? Mr. Bai, I admire your imaginative prowess. I donned a flawless fade of a smile, concealing any signs of distress from Bai Lingxian. However, I believe you are simply too idle. With that, I turned my back on Bai Lingxian, striding towards the end of the corridor, leaving him with no opportunity for further inquiry. The situation was indeed growing increasingly complicated. Chapter 61. Filthy. Upon my return to the private room, it appeared that Gu Qian had already departed. I settled onto the sofa, feigning nonchalance as I surveyed the surroundings, yet found no trace of Gu Qian. Suddenly, Pei Jinqing wrapped his arm around my waist, drawing me closer. He leaned in, his voice a low, alluring whisper that dripped with danger. Are you looking at other men? And no, I stammered, hastily averting my gaze and lowering my head in silence beside Pei Jinqing. The others in the room, witnessing our interaction, assumed we were engaged in a clandestine conversation and could not resist teasing us. Remarkably, Pei Jinqing merely smiled, allowing their banter to continue unchallenged. I shot a surprised glance at Pei Jinqing, only to catch the attention of the others, who joined in the merriment. Now utterly hesitant to meet Pei Jinqing's eyes, I kept my head down and drank steadily. By the time Pei Jinqing realized my predicament, I had already consumed 4 or 5 glasses of red wine, an extreme for someone of my limited tolerance. Stop drinking, he said, his brow slightly furrowing as he seized the glass from my hand. No, I murmured in discontent, feeling increasingly lightheaded. Bai Lingxian seemed to seek to avoid any suspicion, lingering outside before returning. As he opened the door, Pei Jinqing was just then supporting my waist, preparing to lead me away. Mr. Pei, leaving already? Bai Lingshuan's inquiry, directed at Pei Jinqing, was accompanied by a steady gaze upon me. I mastered the effort to lift my eyelids and glance at Bai Lingxian, whose eyes sparkled with mirth. Miss Shen, what's the matter? Just a bit tipsy, Pei Jinqing preemptively answered for me. I let out a soft sound of discontent, silently protesting to the man before me that I was not yet intoxicated. Then, Mr. Pei, take care. Bai Lingxian wisely stepped aside, granting Pei Jinqing a clear path. Pei Jinqing emitted a cold grunt, a tacit acknowledgement as we exited the entertainment venue. Outside, Chengqi was already waiting with the car at the entrance. Mr. Pei, Chengqi greeted as Pei Jinqing emerged. Miss Shen, this is. Open the door. Pei Jinqing supported me, offering no further explanation. Yes. Chengqi ceased his inquiries and opened the back door. With Pei Jinqing's assistance, I climbed into the vehicle, persistently insisting, I want to drink, I want more. Stop it. Pei Jinqing chided sternly, his brow knitted. His reprimand left me momentarily stunned. It took a while for me to shrink into the corner of the seat, muttering softly in dismay. Once the car returned to the villa, Pei Jinqing swiftly carried me to the second-floor bedroom. Chengqi followed closely behind, seemingly saying something to Pei Jinqing. Pei Jinqing cast a glance at me, appearing to hesitate for a long moment before turning to leave the room. Understood. I will attend to it. After Pei Jinqing departed, I groggily descended from the bed. This is Pei Jinqing's room, adorned with an expensive wine cabinet that occupies an entire wall, filled with an assortment of wines. I opened the cabinet and, without even glancing at the label, unscrewed a bottle and began to pour its contents down my throat. Lu Yanyan revealed to me a devastating piece of news today. Gu Qian has feelings for me. Yet, Gu Qian is enamored with Gu Qingqing. How could Gu Qian possibly harbor feelings for me? I am his sister. He is my beloved brother. How has it come to this? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept this reality. I yearn to forget. I wish to erase it all from my memory. Cough. The potent liquor scorched my throat like fire. I have never been one to handle alcohol well. Gu Qian once teased me, claiming that I would surely suffer when socializing. Back then, I would cling to his arm, playfully protesting that with him overseeing things at Rongshan, there was no need for me to engage in such affairs. I could simply enjoy my life as Mrs. Gu without a care. At that time, I genuinely believed I could live blissfully as the daughter of the Gu family. Yet, in a mere 6 months, everything has changed. I have lost it all. My face is ruined, my marriage is shattered, and even the identity of Gu Qingqing no longer belongs to me. But why has even my once dear brother transformed? Does he truly have feelings for me? Has he secretly loved me all along? Am I really not the daughter of the Gu family? I refuse to accept this. I long to intoxicate myself. If I can drown my sorrows in drink, I can forget everything, dismiss Lu Yanyan's words, and pretend to be oblivious, continuing to live in ignorance. I drink, I must drink more. I hurled the empty bottle to the floor and mumbled, grabbing another bottle from the cabinet, pouring it down my throat with abandon. The memories began to blur. And all I could recall was the moment Pei Jinqing burst into the room, while I was hunched over the toilet, retching uncontrollably. Gu Qingqing. A man stood in the doorway of the bathroom, his expression dark. Pei Jinqing? Heh heh. I lifted my head from the toilet, gazing at him with a foolish grin, but suddenly a wave of sorrow washed over me, and I could not help but weep. The man frowned, initially ready to scold me, but upon seeing my tears, his expression softened, and he hurried to my side, kneeling down. Have you been drinking? Pei Jinqing looked at me, a pitiful sight of tears and despair, and grasped my shoulders, about to speak. However, overwhelmed by the effects of the alcohol, I threw myself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. You! Perhaps it was because I had just vomited, my unclean mouth resting against his clothes, causing the man before me to stiffen momentarily, though he quickly suppressed his irritation and gently patted my back. I want to drink more. I unwittingly smeared my tears and snot on Pei Jinqing's seemingly expensive suit jacket. Enough! His hand, which had been soothing my back, abruptly halted, and he forcefully pulled me away. Will you? Lost in my sorrow, I gazed at him with swollen, tear-filled eyes, utterly bewildered. You! I anticipated his fury, yet after a prolonged silence, he merely gazed at me with a stern expression and uttered, "Please, stop crying." Oh! Upon hearing those words, I felt even more aggrieved and wept even louder. All right, please don't cry, Pei Jinqing fumbled in his efforts to console me. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within me, accompanied by an intense sensation of discomfort. Hey! You can't be serious. I heard Pei Jinqing's rare voice laced with panic. Alas! It was too late. As I lowered my head, I inadvertently expelled the contents of my stomach onto Pei Jinqing's trousers. You! I sensed his voice trembling. I am so sorry, I replied, lifting my head and offering him a sheepish grin. Gu Qingqing, how could you be so messy? I heard Pei Jinqing's furious shout. Yet, I couldn't help but burst into laughter, giggling uncontrollably in his embrace. Chapter 62. Bathing. Do not think that your drunken state will spare you from my wrath. Pei Jinqing's expression darkened coldly, and he abruptly rose from his seat as if fleeing from a plague. Swiftly, he discarded the clothes I had sullied, casting them onto the floor outside. Ah, what a splendid physique! I must have been thoroughly intoxicated, for I found myself unabashedly admiring Pei Jinqing's form. Do you like it? Pei Jinqing glanced down at me, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. Yes, I replied, sniffling and wiping the tears from my face, answering with a foolish honesty. I noticed a fleeting shadow pass over Pei Jinqing's gaze, stirring an ominous premonition within me, prompting an instinctive desire to flee. But alas! In an instant, he swept me up in his arms and unceremoniously plunged me into the bathtub. The impact was painful. My elbow collided with the edge of the tub, and I sprang up, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Yet, before I could finish my sentence, the sound of the faucet being turned on drowned my words. Warm water cascaded down from above, soaking my clothes and clinging to my skin. When the tub was nearly full, Pei Jinqing finally turned off the water and gracefully stepped into the bath beside me. What do you intend to do? Despite my intoxication, a primal sense of danger lingered within me. I instinctively recoiled as he entered the tub. What do you mean? Pei Jinqing leaned closer, his gaze fixed upon me, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Of course, it's to bathe. You've made me filthy, haven't you? In that moment, Pei Jinqing's serious demeanor, coupled with my drunken stupor, dulled my awareness of any underlying issues. Then, I shall step out, and you can wash alone. Dazed, I attempted to rise from the tub, my damp clothing clinging uncomfortably to my skin. Since your clothes are already wet, why not stay? Let us wash together, Pei Jinqing proclaimed with an air of inevitability. Before I could react, he stretched out his arms and pulled me into his embrace, firmly encircling me. No, please. My back pressed against his chest, the heat radiating from his skin felt almost searing. Why not? Pei Jinqing's deep voice resonated in my ear. Your clothes are wet. Surely you must bathe? I. My mind was sluggish, leaving me momentarily speechless. All right. Quickly remove your clothes, they are soaked, and you might catch a cold. Pei Jinqing continued to coax me, and I found myself unwittingly persuaded, forgetting to resist as he began to undress me. Once my clothes were removed, Pei Jinqing surprisingly maintained a sense of decorum, genuinely assisting me in my bath. He refrained from any inappropriate actions. Gradually, I began to relax. leaning against Pei Jinqing's chest as the dual effects of the alcohol and warm water flushed my cheeks. Raise your hand. Pei Jinqing dispensed some shower gel, directing my movements. I lazily lifted my hand. However, Pei Jinqing, with a mischievous glint in his eye, deliberately tickled me. I shrieked with laughter, attempting to escape. Yet, Pei Jinqing firmly grasped both of my wrists with one hand, preventing my escape. Ha ha! I can't take it anymore. Let me go. Please, release me. I struggled in vain. Finding myself ensnared in Pei Jinqing's embrace, subjected to his playful torment. Pei Jinqing raised an eyebrow, showing no intention of letting me go. Ha ha! I begged for mercy. I am ticklish. Please, spare me. I realized there was no refuge, my laughter uncontrollable, and I could only beseech Pei Jinqing for clemency. Beg for mercy. Pei Jinqing echoed, lifting my wrists above my head, a smile gracing his eyes as he gazed at me. Are you truly begging? Indeed. I nodded eagerly, my head still swirling, my voice trembling with laughter. I genuinely begged for mercy. At his response, Pei Jinqing released my wrists and pulled me into his arms, resting his head on my shoulder as if speaking to himself. If only you could be disobedient when you are sober. What? My mind still hazy. I did not fully grasp his words and foolishly inquired. Nothing. Pei Jinqing lifted his head from my shoulder, adjusting my posture with his hands. Pointing at me with a serious command, sit still and do not move. I shall wash your hair. All right. In my inebriated state, I complied obediently, nodding in acquiescence as I awaited Pei Jinqing to wash my hair. His hands moved gently, the pressure perfectly measured. Occasionally, he would massage my scalp, and I closed my eyes in bliss, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. As my consciousness began to blur, I leaned lazily against him. He lifted my hand, and I raised it. He caressed my face, and I turned toward him, like a marionette yielding to his whims. Eventually, he seemed to carry me to bed, intending to dry my hair. But by then, I was far too weary, incessantly insisting that I wanted to sleep. I want to sleep. I want to sleep. I protested. Dry your hair first, then sleep. Initially, Pei Jinqing attempted to reason with me, but upon realizing my obstinacy, his expression darkened. Sit up, he barked sternly, though I was nearly devoid of awareness. His authoritative presence resonated deeply within me. Startled by his reprimand, I quickly straightened up, yet soon found my head drooping once more. Ultimately, when Pei Jinqing permitted me to lie down, I collapsed onto the pillow, instantly drifting into slumber. When I awoke in the middle of the night, darkness enveloped me, and my head throbbed as if it would burst. I covered my forehead with my hand, attempting to turn, only to discover Pei Jinqing embracing me from behind as we lay side by side under the same blanket. This marked the first time since being with Pei Jinqing that we were so intimately close. I remained still, a complex mix of sweetness and heartache swelling within me, indescribable in its nature. If only all of this were for me, and if only it were not because I bear a resemblance to Chu Xian. I suppressed the inexplicable heartache within me, closed my eyes, and silently drifted back to sleep. In a hazy state, I sensed that just before dawn, Pei Jinqing rose from the bed to take a call. Chungqi, what is it? What that mad woman Zhao Yue? Calm the media. I will head over immediately. After that, I fell deeply into slumber once more. When I finally awoke in the morning, Pei Jinqing had already vanished. Chapter 63. Where is Mr. Pei? This morning, while having breakfast, I inquired with the maid in the villa about the whereabouts of Pei Jinqing. The events of last night had begun to resurface in my mind, albeit in a rather hazy manner. Although the recollection of my emotional outburst in his embrace caused me some embarrassment, the thought of our brief moment of tenderness sparked an unwarranted sense of anticipation within me. However, upon rising this morning and finding him absent, my heart, once brimming with hope, plummeted once more. Mr. Pei left at 6 this morning, the maid replied while clearing the dishes. So early, I mused anxiously. Did he mention where he was going? No, she shook her head, pausing before adding, Secretary Chong came to pick him up. All right, I understand. I gestured for the maid to leave and picked up my phone to call Chongqi. I recalled faintly hearing Pei Jinqing exclaim in a half-drunk state last night. That mad woman Zhao Yue. The mere thought of Pei Jinqing venturing out early in relation to Zhao Yue sent a wave of unease through me. I had already witnessed that woman's insanity. I could only dread what she might do this time. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. I dialed Chongqi's number 3 times in succession, each time receiving the same automated response. Unable to reach Chongqi, I attempted to contact Pei Jinqing, only to be met with the same disheartening tone. Sorry, the number you have dialed. I hung up, an unsettling premonition swelling within me as I sat in silence, staring at my phone. Miss Shen, it's time to head to the office. The maid came to remind me, stating that the driver was waiting outside. All right. I snapped back to reality, tidied my hair, grabbed my bag, and exited with a heavy heart. The inability to reach Pei Jinqing and Chongqi left me distracted throughout my journey. And it was only upon arriving at the office that I learned what had transpired that day. Man Qingjie. As soon as I stepped into the office, Jing Jiamen approached me, her face alight with excitement. Oh. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Pei Jinqing, I was startled by her sudden appearance. What is the matter? Man Qingjie is the woman you saw with President Pei, his fiancée Yi, the daughter of the TMO Group as chairman. Jing Jiamen asked, her curiosity palpable. The TMO Group? I paused momentarily, realizing that it was a conglomerate that could rival the Pei Group, with operations extending overseas. Their chairman's surname seemed to be Xiao. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Could it be that the chairman's daughter is Zhou Yue? I lost control of my emotions and instinctively grasped Jing Jiamen's arm. Man Qingjie. That hurts, she said softly, wincing. Oh, I'm sorry. I quickly released her, realizing my blunder. It's fine. Jing Jiamen rubbed her arm, seemingly unconcerned, and turned to me with great enthusiasm, saying, yes, it's Zhou Yue. It appears that what the report stated is indeed true. I never expected that President Pei's fiancé Yi would be the heir of the TMO Group, but I suppose it makes sense. Prominent families often emphasize a match of equal social standing. Still, Zhou Yue is not as breathtaking as you described, Sister Manqing. Reports? What reports? I could hardly contain my impatience and interrupted her before she could finish her lengthy exposition. Here, look at this. Jing Jiamen lowered her head, opened her phone, scrolled through the screen, and presented a report to me. The headline read, Major Revelation. Heir of the Pei Group, Pei Jinqing, has entered into an engagement with Zhou Yue, the daughter of the Zhao family. Two formidable families are set to unite. When did this news break? I pointed at Jing Jiamen's phone screen, momentarily at a loss for words. Just yesterday, I had shared a bed with that man, basking in tender warmth. And now he had publicly announced his engagement to another woman. It was utterly absurd. Well, Jing Jiamen pondered as she held her phone. I believe it was this morning. She continued, the news was quite fresh initially, trending on major websites, but after 2 hours, all the media began retracting their stories. What I showed you is a screenshot I saved at the time. Retracting the news. I felt a wave of confusion wash over me. The developments of this situation were turning too rapidly. Indeed, Jing Jiamen continued to manipulate her phone. I don't understand why all the websites and forums have scrubbed their coverage clean. Now only a few obscure sites are still promoting this event. Gradually, I began to regain my composure. Could it be that this news was released with the tacit agreement of the Pei and Shao families? Or perhaps Zhou Yue acted independently, prompting the media to report on it, which would explain why Pei Jinqing was so furious when he received the call. Sister Manqing, what do you think? I was still lost in contemplation regarding the truth behind the report when Zhou Yue's voice jolted me back to reality. Why did all the major media suddenly retract their stories? Is this report false? Or do the Zhao and Pei families simply wish to keep this matter on the wraps for now? Jing Jiamen gazed at me with eager curiosity. I steadied myself and took a seat at my desk. I can't say for certain. How could we common folk comprehend the intricacies of affairs among prominent families? That's true, Jing Jiamen replied, her lips pouting in disappointment as she returned to her seat, having failed to glean the gossip she desired. Although I had conveyed that sentiment to her. Once seated and with my computer open, I couldn't help but begin searching for more information about the news. Just as Song Jiamen had stated, the major mainstream media outlets had entirely scrubbed the news, replacing it with other stories on their front pages. I scoured an obscure forum for quite some time before finally discovering a thread where someone was discussing the matter. The post featured numerous screenshots of mainstream media reports from the morning, many of which included photographs. In these images, Pei Jinqing and Shao Yue walked side by side, seemingly engaged in conversation, with the backdrop suggesting a foreign locale. Beneath the post, a multitude of commenters speculated whether Pei Jinqing and Shao Yue were to hold a wedding abroad. As I scrolled through the comments, I perused each one carefully. When I reached the most recent comments, the network suddenly exhibited an anomaly, and the comments ceased to display. I clicked the mouse to refresh the web page, only to discover that the entire post had been deleted. Deleted again. Could it be the doing of Pei Jinqing? Lost in thought, I moved the mouse, preparing to exit the forum when my phone suddenly buzzed on the table. I initially assumed it was Pei Jinqing or Chongqi returning my call, but upon checking, the screen revealed an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, I answered the call. Hello? A woman's cold voice immediately resonated from the other end. I struggled to articulate the sensation of that voice, yet there was an instinctual chill, as if I were being stalked by a wild beast. Chapter 64. New clue. I momentarily found myself at a loss, responding with a dazed acknowledgement. I am aware that you are still alive. How does it feel to have survived? As I spoke, the person across from me let out a cold laugh. Ha! I paused, suddenly realizing that this voice seemed familiar. It sounded remarkably like Zhao Yue's voice. Zhao Yue? I queried softly, bewildered. Did you see the news about my engagement to Pei Jinqing? The woman appeared disinclined to answer my question, continuing her monologue unabated. Although this report was suppressed by Pei Jinqing, he could forward it once but not a second time. The truth remains immutable, and no amount of his struggle will alter that. Was this report orchestrated by you? Upon hearing Zhao Yue's words, I instantly grasped the implication. Ha ha ha! Zhao Yue erupted into laughter on the other end of the line. Yes, and what of it? I called today solely to impart one piece of information. Pei Jinqing is my fiancé, and he will soon travel abroad to marry me. I advise you to cease your entanglement with him. And if I refuse? I seized the rare opportunity to assert myself before this woman. Since Pei Jinqing is striving to suppress this news, it indicates that he has no intention of marrying you. Shen Manqing. Zhao Yue's voice turned icy as she angrily called my name. The decision of whether to marry is not his to make. Moreover, you are merely Chu Xian's substitute. Without that visage, Pei Jinqing would scarcely glance your way. Zhao Yue's words struck at my most vulnerable point. I was rendered speechless, her tirade leaving me momentarily mute. The previous incident was merely a lesson for you. Should you persist in clinging to Pei Jinqing, I cannot guarantee what may transpire next. With that, Zhao Yue's chilling laughter echoed in my ear. I believe you are an astute individual. Contemplate this carefully. You. I attempted to retort, but the line was met with a busy signal. Zhao Yue had already ended the call. I stared at the phone screen as it gradually dimmed, sitting in silence for a considerable time. Sister Manqing, who was that? Jing Jiamen inquired, her expression tinged with concern. You look quite pale. It's nothing, I replied, instinctively fabricating a lie, just a sales call. But then Zong Jiamen pressed further. My blood sugar is low, I offered as an excuse, planning to purchase some chocolate downstairs. Rising, I made my way toward the elevator. Ding! The elevator arrived at the first floor. Once outside, I incessantly attempted to call Pei Jinqing. What did Zhao Yue mean by saying she would marry abroad? What did her comment about the marriage not being his decision imply? A multitude of questions swirled in my mind, yet the other end of the line remained unanswered. Ultimately, when I called again, the busy signal had transformed into a message. We are sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Switched off? I was anxiously contemplating making another call when suddenly the screen of my phone buzzed to life. Without even discerning the caller's name, I instinctively answered. Hello. I was about to speak when the person on the other end interjected, Miss Shen. The voice struck me as somewhat familiar, and I found myself in a daze, asking, Gu Qian? Upon confirming the identity, I glanced at my phone again. Indeed, it was Gu Qian. After our discordant parting at the tea house, I had presumed he would no longer seek me out. After all, he had begun to suspect my true identity. And compounded by Pei Jinqing's insistence on bringing me to their gathering, my situation had become increasingly awkward, fulfilling Pei Jinqing's intentions. Yet why was Gu Qian reaching out to me today? As I pondered, he spoke again. Miss Shen, do you have a moment? Hesitating for a brief instant, I replied. I do have time. May I inquire what Mr. Du wishes to discuss? It's regarding the incident involving Qingqing's accident. Gu Qian paused, seemingly weighing his words. I have some matters I would like to discuss with you in person. Would you be available to meet? Certainly. I immediately acquiesced, as I too had questions regarding my lineage that I wished to pose to Gu Qian. After we settled on a meeting place, I hurriedly exited the gates of Pei Group. In my eagerness to hail a cab, I failed to notice a vehicle halting before me. A taxi. Spotting an empty cab, I waved my hand and rushed forward, just as the door beside me swung open, and a tall man emerged from the vehicle. Startled, I collided into his embrace. "Oh, I'm sorry." I began to apologize, but upon raising my gaze, I was taken aback to find that this man bore an uncanny resemblance to Pei Jinqing. Noticing my momentary stupor, the man glanced down at me with an indifferent expression. His eyes lacked warmth, reminiscent of Pei Jinqing's, yet they appeared darker, exuding an aura of danger. I apologize, I stammered, regaining my composure and making my way towards the waiting taxi. "Second, young master," I heard the driver call from within the car. The man glanced back at the Pei Group's office building, his expression darkening as he re-entered the vehicle. As he settled inside, I caught a glimpse of him through the rearview mirror as the car drove away. Who was that man? I pondered, perplexed. "Where to, miss?" The driver, having activated the meter, impatiently inquired. I quickly gathered my thoughts and provided him with an address. My meeting with Gu Qian was set at a modest siège. Upon my arrival, I found him seated by the window, awaiting my presence. "Good day, Mr. Gu," I greeted, taking a seat across from him and signaling for the server. After the coffee was served, I habitually added free sugar cubes to my cup. In fact, today, opposite me, Gu Qian was speaking, and upon witnessing my action, he suddenly froze. I lowered my head, stirring my coffee, and when I noticed the sudden silence from across the table, I curiously lifted my gaze, only to find Gu Qian regarding me with a complex expression. "Oh." Realizing the moment, I quickly explained that I preferred my coffee a bit sweeter. Gu Qian's eyes dimmed momentarily as he softly murmured, "Qingqing liked it that way too." "Yes, I know." I lifted my cup and took a sip to mask my unease. After all, she was my friend. Gu Qian fell silent, and it wasn't until he finished his coffee that his demeanor returned to normal. The truth is, I had invited Miss Shen today because I had uncovered some new leads. "What leads?" I placed my cup down, feeling a twinge of anxiety as I looked at Gu Qian. I discovered that a year prior to Qingqing's death, someone was investigating her. Investigating Qingqing? I couldn't help but echo in disbelief. I recalled that during my time as Gu Qingqing, I had neither committed any significant deeds nor harbored enmities with anyone. Why would someone investigate me? Could it be related to my origins? Who was it? The thought stirred a wave of excitement within me. Who was investigating Qingqing? It was. Gu Qian hesitated. It seems it was Pei Jinqing. Pei Jinqing? I was taken aback. Had Pei Jinqing been investigating me a year before my accident? I recalled the photographs he had tossed in front of me at that time. The incident had been so abrupt that I had forgotten to inquire why he possessed those photographs. Pei Jinqing had never interacted with Qingqing and did not know her. What could possibly motivate him to investigate her? This intrigued me greatly. Gu Qian looked at me, articulating each word slowly. "Are you suspecting Pei Jinqing?" My heart wavered slightly. "I suspect anyone who merits suspicion," Gu Qian replied coldly. Chapter 65. A call for assistance. Before Gu Qian brought this matter to my attention, I had completely forgotten to ponder the circumstances surrounding Pei Jinqing's timely appearance at the accident scene, his swift intervention to rescue me, and his uncanny ability to procure another corpse to substitute for mine, fabricating all my death certificates. If we were to speak of coincidences, is it not more remarkable that Pei Jinqing orchestrated all these events compared to Ji Anyang calling me just as I collided with the truck? Could it be? I dared not delve further into that thought. No, it is impossible. It cannot be Pei Jinqing. Instinctively, I felt the urge to refute Gu Qian. Yet I found myself at a loss for words, only able to repeat, "No, it cannot be." "Why is it impossible?" Gu Qian retorted sharply, his gaze piercing. "Do you truly know that man? Do you truly know Pei Jinqing?" "Do I know him?" Gu Qian's question left me momentarily stunned. No, I do not know him at all. I do not understand why he saved me, why he transformed me into a semblance of Chu Xian, or why he chose to marry Zhao Yue. Whenever I sought to comprehend him, he would dismiss me with, "It has nothing to do with you." In truth, I knew nothing about him. No, it cannot be him. Despite the plethora of enigmas before me, my heart vehemently resisted accepting this notion. The murderer is Ji Anyang. It is Ji Anyang. Why do you not investigate Ji Anyang? Gu Qian observed my unusual demeanor, furrowing his brow, yet he remained patient in his explanation. "I have already looked into Ji Anyang and Lu Yanyan. And..." I clenched my hands into tight fists atop the table. He is the murderer, isn't he? Everything is his doing, isn't it? Gu Qian lifted the empty coffee cup, contemplated for a brief moment, then set it down slowly. He gestured for the waiter to approach and shook his head at me. We have not found any direct evidence to prove that Ji Anyang is the murderer. How can that be possible? I raised my voice, startling the waiter, who was delivering coffee. Miss Shen, please remain calm. Gu Qian accepted the coffee, nodded to the waiter to indicate all was well, and then turned to me. I understand that you are deeply concerned about Qin Qin's accident, but your unfounded speculations are of no use. How can it be unfounded? I could not accept Gu Qian's assertion. Ji Anyang had a motive. He caused Qin Qin's demise for her inheritance. I have already confirmed this with Lu Yanyan. She was the one who initially proposed seizing Qin Qin's inheritance. And they planned this after Qin Qin's accident. Lu Yanyan? Upon hearing the name of that woman, I could no longer contain my emotions. Why would Gu Qian choose to believe Lu Yanyan over me? Every word from that woman is untrustworthy. How could you possibly believe her? Gu Qian lifted her cup and took a delicate sip. In the past, her words might have been deemed unreliable, yet now she found herself too fearful to utter falsehoods. What could this possibly mean? I was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Cheng Xuchang's wife was currently scouring the world for her. Gu Qian set down her cup and raised her gaze to meet mine. She was now desperate to preserve her own life, unwilling to deceive. Do you intend to protect her? I asked, incredulous. After all, no matter the circumstances, Lu Yanyan had betrayed Gu Qinqin, and it seemed improbable that Gu Qian would exhibit such magnanimity. Not quite, Gu Qian replied with a faint smile, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes that sent a chill down my spine. I merely struck a deal with her. Her ability to safeguard herself ultimately hinges on her own actions. Oh, I see, I murmured, lowering my head and unconsciously tracing circles on the rim of my cup. This was a nervous habit of mine, one I had never consciously acknowledged. Yet it was Gu Qian who had first pointed it out to me. I sensed a shift in Gu Qian, or perhaps I had never fully comprehended her complexities. The facets I perceived were merely those she allowed me to see. In my heart, she had always been a gentle and considerate older brother. To the extent that I had forgotten, he was also the general manager of Rongshan and the heir of the Gu family. A figure capable of managing the entire company with remarkable acumen. Surely, he could not be merely a novice and uncomplicated good brother. Indeed, it seemed that I had been the only one who had been overly innocent all along. Miss Shen, Gu Qian suddenly called out to me. Ha! I was momentarily startled, snapping back to reality, only to find Gu Qian's gaze fixated on my hand. What is it? I quickly lowered my hand. Nothing, Gu Qian said thoughtfully, waving his hand dismissively. It's just that you bear a striking resemblance to Qin Qin in certain habits. Yes, indeed, I admitted, somewhat sheepishly twirling a strand of hair. After all, Qin Qin and I were good friends. It was natural for habits to influence one another. Is that so? Gu Qian nodded noncommittally, seemingly disinclined to pursue the matter further. I hastily shifted the topic. How could I explain the incident involving Ji Anyang's phone call to Qin Qin during her accident? Well, Gu Qian pondered for a moment. This aspect is indeed difficult to address, which leaves Ji Anyang with some degree of suspicion. However, I had uncovered another significant revelation that reinforced my belief that Qin Qin's accident had been meticulously orchestrated. Upon mentioning this, Gu Qian's hands clenched tightly, his eyes aflame with rage. What discovery? I pressed eagerly. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the truck driver who crashed into Qin Qin while driving in the wrong lane has yet to be apprehended. I nodded in acknowledgement. That reckless driver had seemingly vanished into thin air after the incident, leaving no trace behind. However, it has now been uncovered that in the months preceding the accident, his bank card had received deposits totaling 300,000 yuan from various individuals. And on the very day of the deposit, he would promptly withdraw all the cash from the counter. As I observed Gu Qian's lips moving, a sudden chill enveloped me, as if he were acutely aware of his inevitable departure. Therefore, my voice trembled as I struggled several times to articulate the subsequent words. So, someone paid for Qin Qin's life. Gu Qian solemnly nodded, his expression darkening ominously. Yes, but who? Who could it be? I was utterly bewildered, grappling with the depth of someone's hatred towards me. This is still under investigation. Gu Qian released his tightly clenched fists and leaned slightly closer to me. Thus, I now require your assistance. If you truly are Qin Qin's friend, I hope you can grant me this favor. Assist? What kind of assistance? If it is within my capacity, I will certainly help. I gazed resolutely at the man before me, only to hear him utter, "Help me investigate Pei Jinqing." Gu Qian stared deeply into my eyes, enunciating each word deliberately, stating that your relationship with Pei Jinqing is rather unusual, making it easier to uncover certain truths. Yet, I instinctively felt the urge to refuse. Investigating Pei Jinqing? Does this not imply that I harbor suspicions against the man I both love and loathe? I cannot bring myself to doubt him. I will not ask you to undertake anything perilous. Gu Qian gazed at me, continuing to coax gently. But if you uncover anything related to Qingqing, I hope you will inform me, alright? I looked into Gu Qian's expectant eyes and recalled his past kindness towards me, rendering me momentarily speechless, unable to utter any words of denial. Alright, fine. I shall do my utmost. I lowered my head, silently acquiescing. Very well. However, Gu Qian appeared quite pleased, expressing his gratitude, Miss Shen. With that, he signaled to the waiter to settle the bill. Mr. Gu. Just as Gu Qian stood to leave, I suddenly called out to him, posing a question that had lingered in my mind. Did you ever have feelings for Qingqing? Gu Qian was momentarily taken aback by my inquiry, followed by an awkward smile, stating, "She is my sister, of course, I care for her." No, I meant a romantic affection between a man and a woman. The sound of a coffee cup shattering on the ground answered me. Instantly, everyone around turned to cast curious glances in our direction. Miss Shen, please mind your words. I will not tolerate anyone insulting my deceased sister. With that, Gu Qian's face hardened, and he departed without a backward glance. Chapter 66. Long time no see. I sat in my seat, lost in thought for a moment, until the waiter approached to clear the shattered pieces of the cup. Bring me back to reality. How much is this? I stood up, ready to take out my wallet from my bag. No need, the waiter replied. Squatting down and looking up at me, the gentleman who just left has already paid. Oh. I nodded in a daze. Did you have an argument? The waiter hesitated before continuing. Perhaps, I responded, unsure of how to answer, having never witnessed Gu Qian so furious. If you did argue, make up quickly. The waiter said with a warm smile. I awkwardly nodded, grabbed my bag, and hurriedly exited the CAF. I wandered along the street in a daze for quite some time before I recalled that I had forgotten to ask Gu Qian about Gu Qingqing's background. However, the recent incident had made it clear that all matters concerning Gu Qingqing were taboo for Gu Qian, a realm I could not freely enter. It seemed that directly inquiring was futile. I would have to investigate on my own. This thought filled me with a sense of unease. And I had no desire to return to the company, especially since Pei Jinqing was absent. I randomly decided to enter a mall. The top floor of the mall housed a cinema, and I purchased tickets for 3 consecutive films. In my previous life as Gu Qingqing, when faced with distressing events, my solace was to spend an entire day nestled in a cinema. Since becoming Shen Manqing, I rarely had any free time to myself, making it a long while since I indulged in such a retreat. As I exited the mall after the films, the sky had darkened, and I found myself amidst the evening rush hour, making it difficult to hail a taxi. I moved to a less crowded area to wait for a cab. But upon glancing up, I noticed 2 or 3 men approaching from across the street, each bearing a menacing demeanor. I instinctively sensed that they might be looking for me, and I quickly scanned the street, still finding no vacant taxis. What should I do? Wait or run? As the men drew closer, their unwavering gazes fixed upon me confirmed my suspicion they were indeed coming for me. Although I was unaware of who might be behind this latest incident, I had encountered enough trouble recently to be on high alert. In a panic, I turned to flee towards a more populated area, only to discover 2 unfriendly-looking men had followed close behind. With no other option, I began to run down the street. But the high heels I wore significantly slowed my pace. The men across the street quickly closed the distance, shouting, "Stop! Don't run! Stop!" Who would simply comply and stand still? I cursed inwardly, running while frantically reaching for my phone to call for help, only to find it had powered off due to a dead battery. It dawned on me that I had returned home drunk yesterday and completely forgotten to charge my phone. Would I truly be caught again? I lamented in despair, angrily stuffing my phone back into my bag. Now, all I can do is pray for a kind soul to come to my rescue. I am earnestly beseeching the universe for a benevolent stranger. But suddenly I realized that I seemed to have run into a dead end. Run, now let us see where you can escape. A man donning a black mask leads the group of men, who had been behind me, encircling me. His voice strikes me as vaguely familiar. Yet I cannot recall where I have heard it before. What do you want from me? I stammer, pressing myself against the wall as I turn around in a panic. Standing before me are 5 or 6 imposing men, effectively blocking the only exit. A chilling laugh erupts from the masked man, who, without a word, merely gestures to his companions. The other men exchange lewd grins before they charge towards me. In haste, I dart towards the corner, shoving a stack of cardboard boxes in their direction, hoping to impede their advance. One of the men, struck by the boxes, roars in anger and lunges at me. I quickly crouch and sidestep, letting him miss his target. Witnessing their companion as misfortune, the remaining men rush forward with fury. I am acutely aware that I cannot match their brute strength, so I decide to retreat strategically, hoping to gain even a minute's grace for potential salvation. Utilizing my petite stature to my advantage, I evade another attack and manage to deliver a swift kick to one man's most vulnerable area. A piercing scream escapes him as he collapses to the ground, agony etched upon his face. The other men, witnessing this, hesitate, cautiously surrounding me in the corner. Stand back. Suddenly, one man shouts, brandishing a small knife, advancing towards me with malicious intent. Panic surges through me as I back away, but the knife is already perilously close, and the wall behind me leaves no room for retreat. I brace myself, gritting my teeth, and raise my arm to shield myself. I hear the sound of fabric tearing as the blade slices through my clothing. Instantly, a sharp pain radiates from my arm, eliciting a cry from my lips. Blood gushes from the wound, soaking my sleeve. I furrow my brow, beads of cold sweat forming instantly. The pain is excruciating. Just as I am momentarily distracted by the agony, a man from behind seizes me, immobilizing my movements. In swift succession, the others produce ropes they had prepared in advance, twisting my arms behind me and forcing me to the ground. Throughout this ordeal, the masked man remains silent, merely observing, as though relishing in my desperate struggle. "All right, Yan." One of the men calls out to him, and he nods, crouching beside me. "I didn't expect you to put up such a fight," the masked man remarks, his voice muffled as he pats my cheek. "Ah!" I cast a fierce glare at the man, my heart yearning for someone to rescue me. Utterly disinterested in engaging with the wretched creature before me. "Shouman, I never anticipated you possessed such a strong will." The man's hand glided from my face to my neck, eliciting a nauseating sensation. "Who are you?" I struggled desperately to break free. "Are you still hoping that Pei Jinqing will come to your aid?" "Ha!" The man laughed coldly, his hands continuing their unwelcome exploration. "Dream on." He won't be returning this time. He is too preoccupied with his own affairs to concern himself with your plight. His expression grew increasingly deranged, an unsettling fervor igniting in his eyes. "Don't touch me. Who on earth are you?" I shouted, a sense of foreboding creeping into my heart. With a resounding smack, the man struck my face violently to the side. "Silence. You wish to avoid my touch, yet you desire the attention of someone else. Pei Jinqing, perhaps?" The ringing in my ears was deafening, my face stung with pain. "You wretched woman. I knew you were involved with Pei Jinqing." His voice seethed with rage as he continued to berate me. In a moment of clarity, I suddenly recalled something and turned my head sharply, my voice trembling. "You." Before I could utter the final syllable, the man erupted into maniacal laughter. "Indeed, it is I." Jianyang lowered his mask, his sinister gaze fixed upon me with a mocking smile. "Shouman, it has been quite some time since we last met." Chapter 67, Addiction. You are not. I stared at Jianyang's face, which had aged several years in an instant, momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you wondering why I haven't run away? Why am I still here?" Jianyang's face loomed large before me, his eyes darkened with shadows, hair disheveled, and his clothes appeared to have been unchanged for quite some time. "Thanks to you all, these past few months have been exceedingly difficult for me." As he spoke, Jianyang forcefully patted my face. "I am leaving here today, but before I go, I felt it necessary to come and see you." "No, there's no need." I recoiled in alarm. "If you want to leave, just go. Why come to see me?" "It is because of you that I have lost everything I once possessed." Jianyang's eyes reddened as he grasped my face tightly. "Shouldn't I come to demand what I rightfully deserve from you?" What is it that you want?" "I have nothing you seek." I noticed the man's gaze gradually becoming frenzied. "Of course there is something. How could there not be?" Jianyang let out a chilling laugh. "I treated you so well that I was even willing to turn against Lu Yanyan for you, yet you refuse to let me touch you. What? You dare not let me touch you. You are not doing this for me at all. You could not bear it yourself, which is why you turned against her. I screamed sharply, don't touch me. Help! Help! Ha ha ha. Ji Anyang turned my body towards him, pressing down upon me. No matter how much you scream, no one will come to save you. Let us continue what we left unfinished in the private room last time. Ha ha ha. With a loud rip, Ji Anyang tore open the collar of my shirt. The men surrounding us displayed eager expressions. Let go of me. Ji Anyang, let go of me. I cried out, struggling violently, the motion tearing at the wounds on my arms. Yet, at that moment, I felt no pain, only the desperate desire to make the man on me stop. Help me, someone help me. I silently screamed within, when suddenly, a chorus of police sirens echoed from a distance. Brother Yang, it seems the police are coming. A man beside Ji Anyang rushed over to alert him. Don't bother me, I'm busy. Ji Anyang continued to tear at my clothing, unwilling to cease. Brother Yang. The police are really here. The man anxiously pulled at Ji Anyang's hand. Forget about this woman for now. Escaping is more urgent. If we get caught, it will all be over. Damn it. Ji Anyang stood up, cursing vehemently. Quick, bring the car over. A man shouted towards the alley's exit. With a screech, a van sped into view, coming to a halt at the intersection. Get in the car. Hurry up. The driver lowered the window, beckoning to Ji Anyang while shouting. Exhausted, I lay upon the ground, momentarily believing I could evade this calamity. Suddenly, Ji Anyang halted, turning toward me. Yang Gu, what are you doing? The police are almost here. His companion shouted urgently, forget about that woman. Someone come here and lend me a hand. Ji Anyang, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him, crouched beside me, attempting to lift me. No, don't. I desperately recoiled. What was his intention? Surely, he wouldn't take me along with him. Yang Gu, what are you doing? Just abandon that woman. His companion continued to shout, hurry and help. Ji Anyang bellowed back, she has seen our faces. We can't leave her here. No, please. Let me go. I swear I won't say a word. I struggled fiercely, my pleas echoing. Are you not coming? Ji Anyang pulled me forward with great effort. One of the men in the vehicle hesitated, as if considering Ji Anyang's reasoning, then swiftly leaped down to assist in hoisting me into the car. With a thud, they tossed me into the back seat and hastily climbed in themselves. Drive! The driver awaited this command, and as soon as everyone was aboard, he slammed the accelerator, propelling the car forward with a jolt. I was thrown backward, my body colliding forcefully with the car door, eliciting a cry of pain. Ugh! From the corner of the vehicle came a faint sound of distress. I then realized I was not alone in the back. Another woman, bound and curled up, lay beside me. I struggled to sit up and leaned over to discern her identity. The woman lay weakly against the cabin wall, her head tilted aside, hair obscuring her features, her body marred by various wounds, likely inflicted by whips and sharp objects. Her tattered clothing was stained with dark crimson blood. The brutality of the scene stirred a pang of sympathy within me. Though my own situation was dire, I had yet to endure such inhumane treatment. Hey, can you move? I inquired softly, curling my knees to touch her. Ag! Responding to my presence, she weakly shifted, turning her face toward me, offering a fleeting glance. Ha ha, it's you? Her voice was hoarse, yet familiarity washed over me, and I recognized her instantly. Lu Yanyan? For a brief moment, disbelief clouded my mind. I never imagined Ji Anyang could harbor such a vengeful spirit, even capturing Lu Yanyan and subjecting her to this torment. You've been captured too. Lu Yanyan seemed to strive to lift herself, but after a futile struggle, she collapsed heavily back to the floor. I must inform you that Ji Anyang is a devil, and you shall soon discover this for yourself. Ha ha ha. Lu Yanyan managed a few forced laughs, but soon her strength waned, and she lay motionless on the carriage floor as if on the brink of death. What has Ji Anyang done to her? I trembled, shrinking into the corner. By the looks of Lu Yanyan, she must have been captured days ago. Would I soon endure such torment as well? The more I pondered, the more fear enveloped me. I struggled desperately against the ropes binding my hands, seeking an opportunity to escape. Just as I began to move, Lu Yanyan, who seemed to be in a stupor, suddenly convulsed violently, her shaking intensifying. She muttered incoherently, her fingers digging into her arms, leaving trails of blood. akin to the onset of withdrawal symptoms. Hey! Lu Yanyan, what is wrong with you? The sight of her filled me with dread. She appeared to be drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her forehead. Hey! You there! Quickly, someone check on her. I feared for her life and urgently called out to the man in front. She seems to be on the verge of collapse. Hurry! What are you shouting about? The bald man closest to us turned and barked at me angrily upon hearing my cries. Is it just an episode? Why the commotion? I fell silent, cowed by his roar, anxiously watching Lu Yanyan tremble like a fish gasping for air. Useless woman, always causing a fuss. After berating me, the bald man turned back to Ji Anyang and shouted, Brother Yang, that woman is at it again. Do you have any medicine left? Ji Anyang, seated in the front, tossed a small white pill bottle back, saying, Just give her one. You overdid it last time, and that's why she is relapsing so quickly now. Chapter 68. The port understood. The bald man nodded at Ji Anyang, then turned and abruptly seized Lu Yanyan by the collar, lifting her entirely off the ground. I watched as he poured a small white pill from a white bottle and forced it into Lu Yanyan's mouth. The bottle bore no labels or instructions, sending a shiver of dread through me. The bald man offered Lu Yanyan no water, and despite her efforts to swallow, the pill remained lodged in her throat. Hurry! Just swallow it, and you will feel better, he insisted, violently shaking Lu Yanyan's face to compel her to ingest it. What are you giving her? I stammered, my heart racing at the sight of Lu Yanyan's distress, summoning all my courage to speak. I was astonished that their torment of her was insufficient. They were now resorting to drugging her. Is this what you mean? The bald man scoffed, tossing Lu Yanyan back onto the cabin floor and shaking the small pill bottle at me. This will make her feel euphoric. What is the matter? Do you wish to try it too? And no, I do not. I quickly shook my head, retreating into a corner, too frightened to utter another word. Glancing at Lu Yanyan again, she appeared somewhat better. Her body had ceased trembling, and she lay on the ground, softly moaning. My own arm, still bleeding and untreated, throbbed with intense pain from even the slightest movement. Humph! The bald man looked at me with disdain, letting out a contemptuous snort. You were meant to take this medication as well, but now he smiled with a knowing look. It would be a waste to give it to you. With that, he turned away, contentedly gazing out the window while humming a tune. The vehicle sped through the darkness, and I remained oblivious to their intentions or destination. Occasionally, I would overhear snippets of their conversation, expressing relief at their impending departure from this place, finally escaping a life of hiding. I surmised they had plans to flee abroad, though I was uncertain of their method of escape. After more than 2 hours of travel, the car finally came to a halt. Get out! I was ushered out of the vehicle by the bald man, with Lu Yanyan trailing closely behind me. Once outside, I realized they had brought me to an abandoned seaside port. Wait for me here, Ji Anyang instructed the others, stepping into a concealed area where he retrieved his phone and activated the flashlight, signaling across the water. Soon, a response of light flickered back from the sea. The sound of an engine roared to life as a speedboat approached from an unknown direction. Brother Yang, we have been waiting for you. Everything is arranged. A young man greeted Ji Anyang. Ji Anyang nodded, turning to his companions. You all begin loading the goods. What about these 2 women? The bald man inquired, shaking me by my clothing. Take them on board, they might provide some entertainment along the way. Ji Anyang pointed at Lu Yanyan, then turned to me, saying, As for this woman, I shall personally escort her on her final journey. All right. The bald man forcefully shoved me into Ji Anyang's embrace. Shen Manqing. Ji Anyang seized my hair violently, compelling me to lift my gaze to meet his. Ugh! I winced in pain, meeting the man's chilling stare. Ji Anyang. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Of course, I will send you to the underworld. Ji Anyang erupted into a maniacal laugh, tugging at my hair as he dragged me towards the shore. You! Let go of me! You scoundrel! Release me at once! I struggled desperately, shouting. Just as I feared I would be cast into the sea by this man, an overwhelming cacophony of sirens erupted from all directions. Suddenly, a multitude of police cars arrived, encircling Ji Anyang and his accomplices. The young man operating the speedboat immediately sensed the shift in the situation and attempted to flee, only to find himself surrounded at sea as well. Stop right there. I repeat, stop immediately. After 3 warnings went unheeded, the young man in the speedboat was struck down by the police. At this point, those on the shore dared not move. All of Ji Anyang's cohorts were subdued by the authorities, leaving only Ji Anyang, who held me hostage, negotiating with the police. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will take her down with me. Ji Anyang brandished the knife that had previously inflicted a wound upon me, pressing it against my neck. Drop your weapon. You are surrounded. Once more, I command you to lower your weapon. You are encircled. The police, using loudspeakers, continuously urged Ji Anyang to surrender. Undeterred, Ji Anyang clutched my clothing, retreating while defiantly shouting, "Don't come any closer. I warned you." As Ji Anyang dragged me backward, I noticed we were nearing the water's edge. With just one more step, we would both plunge into the sea. With this thought in mind, I glanced up at the man holding me captive. "What are you looking at?" Ji Anyang pressed the knife harder against my neck, barking at me threateningly. I shut my eyes, steeling my resolve, and suddenly thrust backward with all my might. Caught off guard by my unexpected maneuver, Ji Anyang lost his balance, cursing loudly, "Damn it." As we both tumbled into the water. Splash! I heard the sound of something hitting the water, and then the frigid sea surged over me, filling my nostrils. "You!" Gurgling sounds filled the water as Ji Anyang struggled to reach me. Splash! Splash! I heard several more splashes as someone swiftly swam to my side, wrapping their arm around my shoulders and pulling me toward the shore. "Are you alright?" I heard someone ask from the shore, and as I lifted my head, I saw a blur of numerous faces. The hostage is unharmed. The person holding me sighed before responding. "The suspect has been apprehended." Simultaneously, another voice emerged from a distance. "Quickly, bring the hostage up." I was rescued and soon enveloped in a clean blanket, assisted toward the ambulance. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, my head spun, and my steps felt as though I were treading on cotton. "Where is the doctor?" "The hostage is injured," someone shouted. At this, I raised my hand only to discover that the wound on my arm had opened, and a faint line of blood marred my neck. Likely from the moment I fell into the sea alongside Ji Anyang. "Mission, mission." As I was lifted into the ambulance, I heard someone rushing toward me, calling my name. "Sir," the nurse seemed intent on stopping him. "I am a family member of this young lady," Chongqi quickly clarified. "Mission. Are you alright?" With the doctor's consent, Chongqi joined me in the vehicle. I was about to speak when a commotion outside caught my attention. "No. I won't go with you." "Let me go." "Hurry, let me go." That was. I inquired of Chongqi. "It's Lu Yanyan." Chongqi glanced outside before turning to me. "They wish to take her to the hospital, but she is resisting vehemently." "What will happen to her?" The image of her in the car flickered in my mind, and I couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the woman who had once harmed me. "This," Chongqi murmured, shaking his head, "I do not know." "Mission, it would be best if you go to the hospital first." "All right," I nodded, weary. Closing my eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Why has Pei Jinqing not appeared at this moment? Where could he be now? Chapter 69. Investigating the case. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctor promptly attended to my wounds, despite the alarming sight of dried blood staining my clothing due to the incessant bleeding. A thorough examination revealed that the primary injuries were confined to lacerations on my arm and neck. Aside from these two significant wounds and some bruises resulting from impacts, there were no other injuries of note. The cut on my neck was merely a superficial graze, requiring only proper disinfection to avert infection in the future. However, the injury on my arm was far more severe. The depth of the wound, compounded by multiple tears, rendered the gaping laceration particularly gruesome. After a detailed discussion with the doctor, it was decided that suturing was necessary. I was wheeled into the operating room, and during the stitching process, whether due to my weakened state or the release of tension, I unexpectedly drifted into slumber on the operating table. When I finally regained consciousness, it was already midday the following day. Groggily, I opened my eyes to see two figures standing beside my hospital bed, engaged in hushed conversation. "How is Miss Shen?" one inquired. "She is fine, just some superficial injuries." "Then why has she awakened yet?" "Let me check. It seems she is merely exhausted from the stress. She'll wake when she has had enough rest." As they spoke, I laboriously lifted my hand to discern their identities. "Miss Shen?" Chongqi stepped forward, his voice tinged with concern. "How do you feel?" "Look, our little beauty is awake now." Another man slowly approached from behind. Squinting, I stared at him for a prolonged moment before recognizing that he was Lin Wenza, the doctor I had encountered previously at Jinyuan. upon identifying them. A wave of disappointment washed over me. I had hoped to see Pei Jinqing upon opening my eyes, yet he was conspicuously absent. Hey, Chongqi. Lin Wanza seemed to perceive my thoughts. He nudged Chongqi's arm playfully and teased, "It appears our little beauty is not particularly pleased to see us." It seems she was hoping to see Pei Jinqing instead. Caught off guard by his words, I averted my gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Water. I need water." I quickly interjected. Chongqi hastily filled a cup and handed it to me, signaling Lin Wanza with his eyes to cease his banter. Yet, Lin Wanza appeared to revel in his jesting, continuing unabated. "However, I advise our little beauty not to harbor any false hopes. After all, Pei Jinqing is presently occupied with his formidable fiancée Yu and has no time at this." My drinking faltered. "Dear Lin," Chongqi promptly interrupted, offering a polite smile. "Dear." Lin must have other patients to attend to. "Chongqi, don't be anxious. I'm merely speaking the truth," Lin Wanza replied. Placing a hand on Chongqi's shoulder, his expression disarmingly innocent. Chongqi found it impossible to silence him and could only rub his forehead in exasperation. However, Lin Wanza suddenly glanced at his watch, his expression brightening as he hurriedly informed both me and Chongqi that it was time to leave work. Upon mentioning the end of the workday, Lin Wanza dashed out with the speed of a hare, losing all interest in the gossip he had not yet finished sharing. He grabbed his medical records and made his way toward the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he abruptly paused and turned back to me. "But my dear," he warned, "you should consider distancing yourself from Pei Jinqing. He is not one to take such matters lightly." "Dear Lin," Chongqi interjected forcefully, appearing genuinely irked. All right, Lin Wanza conceded, observing Chongqi's demeanor and refraining from continuing. He merely shook his head, chuckling as he exited the room. Once Lin Wanza departed, an air of tranquility enveloped the ward. I refrained from inquiring about what Pei Jinqing had been up to, instead quietly finishing a glass of water before lifting my gaze to Chongqi. "Secretary Chung, could you please fetch me another glass?" "Certainly," Chongqi replied, taking the cup to refill it. Just then, there was a series of knocks on the ward door, and several uniformed officers entered. "Are you Master Shen?" one of the officers inquired. "Yes, that's me," I replied, straining to prop myself up in bed. "May I ask what this is regarding? How are you feeling now? Would it be possible for us to ask you a few questions?" I hesitated for a moment before nodding in acquiescence. "Yes, that would be all right." "Then I will step outside," Chongqi said, handing me the water cup before nodding at the other individuals in the room and exiting. The officers did not bombard me with excessive questions, primarily requesting a detailed account of my abduction by Jianyang. Throughout the inquiry, they were keenly attentive to my emotional state, striving to avoid any secondary trauma. Nevertheless, in my earnest desire for Jianyang to be swiftly brought to justice, I endeavored to recount the events in their entirety, which rekindled the haunting feelings of fear I had experienced at the time. After just a few questions, I was drenched in cold sweat, utterly depleted both physically and mentally. "Miss Shen, are you alright?" a female officer asked with concern. "I'm fine, really," I replied, wiping the perspiration from my brow and gesturing dismissively. "May we ask one more question?" the officer inquired with her eyes. "Of course," I nodded. "Did you have any prior grievances with Jianyang?" I was taken aback, stammering, "No, not at all." "Why do you ask?" "Because, as we understand it, Jianyang and his associates were originally scheduled to leave the area yesterday, but for reasons unknown, they abruptly altered their plans and abducted you. We wonder if there was a personal vendetta that prompted him to take such a considerable risk. Do you have any recollections regarding this, Ms. Shen?" "I do not," I replied firmly. I responded with a tinge of guilt, perhaps due to the previous project, which left him harboring resentment and seeking revenge against me. "Project?" The investigator seemed somewhat perplexed. "Well," I explained that it pertained to certain collaborative matters with the company. Apart from that, I had no other interactions with Jianyang. "Thank you for your cooperation." After the investigator made the necessary notes, he rose and exited the hospital room. "Miss Shen." No sooner had they departed than Chongqi stepped in. "Secretary Cheng." At that moment, I felt utterly drained. Leaning weakly against the hospital bed and calling out to him, "Miss Shen, what's wrong?" Chongqi hurried over. "It's nothing at all." I hastily waved my hand, merely feeling a bit fatigued. "By the way, I have a question for you." "What is it?" "How is Lu Yanyan doing?" Although I was somewhat disoriented when being lifted onto the ambulance yesterday, I still recalled Lu Yanyan crying out, unwilling to go with the police. After the police had questioned her, an urgent curiosity consumed me. I needed to know her fate. Well, Cheng-Chi lowered his head, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking softly. After the doctor's assessment, it was determined that she had been administered a substance with addictive properties, and she was supposed to receive treatment at the hospital. But what? Seeing Cheng-Chi's troubled expression, my heart sank. However, she was later taken away by members of the Shui family, and her current whereabouts are unknown. The Shui family? A chill ran down my spine, and an ominous feeling stirred within me. Is it Shui Hui? Yes. Cheng-Chi nodded silently. Chapter 70, Social News Shui Hui. The mere mention of her name left me momentarily stunned. I had heard whispers about her, yet it was hard to fathom that Lu Yanyan had devolved into such a pitiful state, resembling a mere shell of her former self. I could scarcely imagine the torment that awaited her should she fall further into Shui Hui's clutches. Missing without a trace. You cannot even locate her. I regained my composure, grasping Cheng-Chi's arm in a moment of desperation. Despite having endured countless betrayals and deceptions, I was not naive enough to forgive everyone indiscriminately. However, witnessing my former friend Lu Yanyan tremble in agony from withdrawal symptoms yesterday stirred a deep sense of pity within me. Cheng-Chi regarded me, his lips poised to speak yet hesitating, gently extricating my grip from his arm. Miss Shen, you ought to focus on resting. If you require anything, simply press the call button, and the nurse will attend to you promptly. I understood that Cheng-Chi was diverting the topic. He undoubtedly knew where Lu Yanyan had been taken by Shui Hui but chose to remain silent. Please, tell me. You must tell me. I reached out to grasp Cheng-Chi's arm once more. Yet, he rose and turned toward the door before I could reach him. Miss Shen, Lu Yanyan has already attracted the ire of the Shui family. No one can protect her now. You should prioritize your rest. With that, Cheng-Chi departed without looking back. I sat on the bed, dazed for a while, lost in a haze of thoughts that recalled Bai Lingshuang's earlier words. I sensed that Lu Yanyan would soon face dire consequences at Shui Hui's hands. In truth, Bai Lingshuang had long anticipated this outcome. After setting aside concerns for Lu Yanyan, I drifted through 3 aimless days in the hospital. During this time, Pei Jinqing did not make a single appearance, and Cheng-Chi visited infrequently. Only Lin Wenza would occasionally drop by to check on my condition. Through my observations over these 3 days, I discerned that Lin Wenza, though labeled frivolous, was merely a rogue. He had flirted with nearly every nurse of decent appearance, referring to each one as Little Beauty. Thus, when Lin Wenza visited again to assess my wound's healing and called me Little Beauty, I could no longer restrain myself. In dear Lin's eyes, are all the nurses merely Little Beauties? Lin Wenza paused in his movements, a radiant smile illuminating his face. What is it? Do you wish for me to reserve the title of Little Beauty solely for you? I do not. I hurriedly pushed him away. Admittedly, I conceded that he was a master of flirtation, and I found myself at a loss for words. Lin Wenza chuckled, reaching out to touzle my hair. All right, Little Beauty. Do not be jealous. I am not jealous. I swatted away his hand. He quickly withdrew his now tinged red hand, feigning injury. Oh dear. The Little Beauty is so incensed by jealousy. You. I felt utterly cornered by this man's banter. Seeing that he had sufficiently teased me, Lin Wenza seized his medical folder and made a hasty exit from the room, waving cheerfully at me over his shoulder as he left. Little Beauty, I shall return to see you tomorrow. In a moment of frustration, I defiantly raised my middle finger at him. However, he remained unperturbed, departing with a cheerful smile. Once Lin Wenza left, I languidly reclined back onto my bed. A series of knocks echoed at the door of my hospital room. Assuming it to be Lin Wenza returning, I lay there, staring at the ceiling, irritably muttering, What do you want now? Didn't you say tomorrow? Before I could finish my words, the newcomer interjected, Tomorrow? Does Miss Sheng have plans for tomorrow? Startled, I recognized that this was not Lin Wenza's voice. I turned to glance at the person who had entered. To my surprise, it was Mr. Bai, grinning at me with his charming, crescent-shaped eyes. Just as one visitor departed, another arrived. I felt a slight headache coming on. Yet I maintained a polite smile. Mr. Bai, it has been a while. Bai Lingxian, as effortlessly as before, settled himself beside my bed and reached for the fruit on my table. Miss Shen, This is my second visit to the hospital. Have you been having a streak of bad luck lately? I can't help it. It seems I am cursed with misfortune, I retorted, rolling my eyes at Bai Lingxian as I snatched the apple he was about to bite into. He pouted and reached for another. Well, it seems I cannot deter you, I conceded. However, Miss Shen need not fear misfortune anymore, for Jianyang has been captured. Bai Lingxian took a bite of the apple, his words slightly muffled. By the way, you are still the hot topic in legal news. The entire society is learning from you. He grinned at me with a hint of mischief, leaving me uncertain whether it was praise or mockery. What? What do you mean? I was utterly bewildered by Bai Lingshuan's statement. What hot topic in legal news? I am unaware of this. Have you not heard? His amusement grew. Did you not glide Jianyang into the sea while being held captive by him? This incident has sparked widespread discussion in the news, labeling your actions as a courageous act of self-rescue. He continued, his attempts at seriousness giving way to laughter, until he could hardly contain himself. It was clear to me that he was not admiring me but rather treating me as a source of amusement. If your purpose here is merely to jest, you may take your leave. I dropped my expression, unceremoniously issuing him the order to depart. Ha ha ha, no, please don't giggle. Bai Lingxian managed to catch his breath, offering me an ingratiating smile. I came here to discuss something serious. What serious matter? I shot him a skeptical look. His words had lost all credibility in my eyes. Do you not wish to know what has happened to Jianyang since his capture? Bai Lingxian leaned in closer, a mysterious glint in his eyes. Isn't he still undergoing trial? I replied, somewhat bewildered by his inquiry. Regarding the aftermath of Jianyang's arrest, I have been keeping a close watch, for I still firmly believe that it was Jianyang who orchestrated the fatal incident involving me. This is how it has been reported to the public. Bai Lingxian raised an eyebrow, but in truth, the reality is far more captivating than the news suggests. What? Do you possess insider information? I shot a glance at Bai Lingxian. I cannot claim it to be insider information. Perhaps it is merely a whisper of gossip. Bai Lingxian replied, casually tossing aside the remnants of a fruit pit, which soared through the air and landed neatly in a nearby trash bin. What news? Do you share? I expressed a burgeoning curiosity. On the night of Jianyang's apprehension, the Gu family dispatched someone to file a report, alleging that they suspected the car accident involving Gu Qingqing 6 months prior was a deliberate act, with Jianyang being the perpetrator. And then? I inquired. I was taken aback by Gu Qian's swift response. Following the investigation, Jianyang admitted to charges of bribery and illegal fundraising. Yet he vehemently denied any involvement in hiring a hitman and maintained that he bore no ill intent towards Gu Qingqing, insisting that the accident was merely fortuitous. He's lying. He is deceiving us. I could not contain my emotions and exclaimed in indignation. Miss Shen, Bai Lingxian was startled by my outburst, regarding me with a puzzled expression. What? Do you have a profound understanding of this matter? No, not at all. I quickly lowered my gaze, shaking my head. I merely believe he is the type of man capable of such actions. Oh, Bai Lingxian nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 71. Elusive mysteries. Then what? I lifted my gaze, pressing for further clarification. Bai Lingxian glanced at me momentarily before resuming his narrative. Although Jianyang was reluctant to admit it, the Gu family had provided a substantial amount of evidence to the prosecution, indicating that Jianyang had maintained a long-term inappropriate relationship with Lu Yanyan, thus possessing a motive for the murder of Gu Qingqing. Upon hearing this, I could scarcely contain the surge of excitement within me. It felt as though I was on the verge of bringing this man, who had caused me so much distress, to justice. Yet, Bai Lingshuan's subsequent words shattered that hope entirely. Despite the Gu family's insistence that Jianyang orchestrated Gu Qingqing's demise, the police were unable to uncover compelling evidence. Moreover, mere motive was insufficient to secure a conviction. I sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. How is that possible? I exclaimed, almost frenzied, gripping Bai Lingshuan's arm tightly. How could they not find evidence? Miss Shen. Bai Lingxian winced slightly under my grip, his brow furrowing. Please, remain calm. If he truly committed the crime, evidence will inevitably surface. It is merely a matter of time. But, my eyes blazed with frustration, a tempest of pent-up emotion swirling within me, leaving me at a loss for an outlet. He cannot escape for long, given the charges against him. He will surely receive a lengthy sentence. Miss Shen, please stay composed. Bai Lingxian repeatedly urged me to regain my composure, firmly placing his hands on my shoulders. I took several deep breaths, gradually calming myself. How many years will Ji Anyang serve? My chest still heaved with agitation. I struggled to accept the reality. How could he be apprehended yet remain unconvicted? The verdict has yet to be rendered. I cannot say. Bai Lingxian withdrew his arm, rubbing it slightly. Suddenly, he inquired, I was previously curious as to why you sought to be near Ji Anyang. Now it appears you were investigating the truth behind Gu Qingqing's accident. I was momentarily taken aback by Bai Lingshuan's astuteness. No, not at all, I hastily denied. I merely sympathize with the plight of the Gu family's daughter. Yet your reaction just now suggests otherwise. Bai Lingxian attempted to counter, but I shot him a glare, prompting him to feign ignorance and smile. All right, let us not dwell on that. But do you genuinely believe Ji Anyang was responsible for the accident? He smiled knowingly. What do you mean by that? I retorted, somewhat irked. Please, do not be angry. Why is it that every time I mention this matter, you become upset? Bai Lingxian teased, reaching out as if to touzle my hair. Do not touch me. I averted my head, evading his hand. Ha ha. Bai Lingxian smiled nonchalantly and withdrew his hand. I merely thought that if Ji Anyang truly committed this act, why would he not admit to it alongside the other crimes he has already confessed to? That is different. This is murder, Bai Lingxian countered. I did not concur with his assertion. Once this charge is established, the penalties he would face would be significantly more severe than those he currently faces. Do you believe he is refusing to admit guilt to evade a harsher punishment? Bai Lingxian retorted. Indeed, I affirmed with a nod. But don't you find it peculiar that despite his capture, there is no evidence of Ji Anyang's wrongdoing? That is because his methods are too sophisticated, I replied, fuming. Hey! Bai Lingyan. Why do I feel as though you are trying to exonerate Ji Anyang? Bai Lingxian shrugged with a smile. I am not, rather. Do you not sense that you have already determined Ji Anyang to be the murderer, dismissing any other opinions? I was momentarily taken aback by his question. Do I really? I wondered. I am merely making this judgment based on the evidence I possess. Evidence, is it? Bai Lingxian stroked his chin thoughtfully. I find myself more curious about why you are so certain Ji Anyang is the one who killed Gu Qingqing. Do you possess evidence? Evidence? I was rendered speechless by his inquiry. I had merely received a call from Ji Anyang at the moment of the collision with the truck and witnessed his cold smile directed at my lifeless body in the hospital room. Then Pei Jinqing informed me that this man was responsible for my demise. However, as I reflected on it, I realized I had no evidence whatsoever. Everything was merely conjecture. Could it be that there is no evidence? Bai Lingxian observed my hesitation and frowned. Or did someone inform you that Ji Anyang is the murderer? My mental defenses crumbled under his probing. Could it be that Pei Jinqing had deceived me? No, that was impossible. I shook my head vigorously. No, no one told me. It was my own deduction. I see, Bai Lingxian mused, tapping his chin, regarding me with an enigmatic glance. If your intention is genuinely to uncover the truth for the deceased Gu Qingqing, I advise you not to place excessive trust in your assumptions. This matter is far more intricate than you perceive. I have already stated, I am not. I instinctively began to refute that I was not acting in Gu Qingqing's interest, but suddenly sensed that Bai Lingshuan's words might carry a deeper implication. Do you know something? I gazed intently into Bai Lingshuan's eyes. Not necessarily, Bai Lingxian replied, rising from the hospital bed to face me directly. I have merely overheard some idle gossip. What? What have you heard? I asked anxiously. You know, individuals of my background are particularly sensitive to topics concerning illegitimate children within our social circles. Bai Lingxian remarked with a self-deprecating smile. As I contemplated my return to the Bai family, I began to hear whispers regarding Gu Qingqing, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Two pieces of gossip particularly piqued my interest. First, that Gu Qingqing was not actually the daughter of Gu Yuansheng, and second, that Gu Qian harbored feelings for his own sister, Gu Qingqing. Do you not find it curious that either of these claims would render Gu Qingqing an outlier within the Gu household? You speak of these matters as though they are mere fabrications, devoid of any evidence. I fervently denied. Taken aback by the fact that such rumors existed during my time as Gu Qingqing, unbeknownst to me. The truth of these affairs remains confined to the hearts of the Gu family members. I certainly possess no proof. However, is there not a common understanding among us? Bai Lingxian raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I inquired. Gu Yuanshen's wife, Luo Xin, harbors no affection for Gu Qingqing. In fact, she appears to detest this daughter of unknown origins. That seems rather commonplace. Who would cherish the child born of another woman? I stammered. I recalled how, from a young age, Luo Xin regarded me with the same disdain one might reserve for filth. Thus, I ask you, if one day she were to discover that Gu Qingqing was not Gu Yuanshan's child, or if she learned that her beloved son had developed feelings for a woman he ought not to, what would her reaction be? Bai Lingshuan's voice chilled the air around me, sending shivers down my spine. You mean to imply? No, Bai Lingxian chuckled lightly. I am not insinuating that anyone is a murderer. I merely wish to convey that while you believe only Ji Anyang possesses a motive for murder, the reality is far more intricate. The Gu family is far more complex than you can imagine. When there is a desire to harm, a motive for murder becomes inconsequential. I found myself rendered speechless by Bai Lingshuan's words. Miss Shen, he said, leaning closer, his voice a soft whisper against my ear. I am growing increasingly intrigued by your identity. What, pray tell, are your intentions in approaching Pei Jinqing and the Gu family? Chapter 72. The encounter. I wanted to express my reluctance to act, yet Bai Lingxian had already risen before me, extending a finger to rest gently upon my lips. Hush. There is no need to speak. Allow me to deduce it at my own pace, he declared. A mischievous smile playing upon his lips, a smile imbued with a hint of madness and danger, one I had never witnessed before. Miss Shen, do take care to rest, he said, turning away, casting a flirtatious wave in my direction. Hey, you. I reached out, attempting to halt him. However, it seemed he had accomplished his purpose, departing with an air of satisfaction. Do you know something more? I murmured, staring blankly at the door, my thoughts trailing off. Upon regaining my senses, I realized that this exchange with Bai Lingxian had left me utterly drained, as though I had fought a fierce battle, my energy entirely depleted. Had I been deceived all along? Who truly wished me harm? Ji Anyang, the Gu family, or Pei Jinqing? The surroundings began to blur, enveloped in a fog that obscured the truth. Ah! Wearily, I collapsed onto the bed, pulling the covers over my face. A profound sense arose within me. To unravel this enigma, I must first delve into the mystery of my own origins. Without knowledge of my identity, I felt utterly lost in confronting certain matters. Who am I? Who am I? I mumbled beneath the blanket, lost in contemplation. In a moment of daze, the visage of a woman, her face marred by flames, emerged in my mind, alongside her emaciated hands reaching desperately through iron bars, her voice echoing my name, Qingqing. Qingqing. Suddenly, I jolted upright, recalling that a servant of the Gu family had once revealed that this woman was my mother. Yet, where was she now? Clutching my head, I strained to remember every detail about that woman, but my mind was a void. I could only recall seeing her once. It was a day of torrential rain, when the household was preoccupied with their own affairs, and it was Gu Qian who fetched me from school. The car halted before the old Gu residence, and as Gu Qian and I descended, hand in hand, just as we approached the grand entrance, a figure clad in a black raincoat suddenly surged forth from the roadside. This figure rushed to my side, grasping my hand, attempting to pull me toward her, exclaiming, Qingqing, come with me. Qingqing, hurry. Seeing this, Gu Qian quickly yanked me back, shouting towards the house, someone, come quickly. Someone. I was caught between them, utterly bewildered, and succumbed to tears. Strangely, as I began to cry, the person who had grasped me suddenly slackened her grip, crouching down as if to soothe my weeping. However, the moment I laid my eyes upon her visage, a face so marred by flames that it bore no semblance to its original form, I, a mere child, was instantly seized by terror and began to wail even louder, seeking refuge behind Gu Qian. Brother, I am afraid. Brother, please save me. The subsequent events are but a blur in my memory. I only recall that the Gu family soon arrived, and the woman, drenched in rain, was beseeching Gu Yuansheng, weeping and kneeling, as if pleading for something. Yet, Gu Yuansheng ultimately summoned an ambulance, dispatching her to a psychiatric hospital. Later, an older servant discreetly informed me that this woman was my mother. Yet she had succumbed to mental instability and could no longer live among us. Thus, Gu Yuansheng deemed it necessary to send her for treatment. At that tender age, I was unable to comprehend the servant's words, nor could I instantly accept the stark reality of this woman being my mother, as revealed by another's lips. However, when the hospital vehicle arrived, I inexplicably stood at the threshold of the old residence, tears streaming down my face, unwilling to depart. It was on that very day that my father, who had never once regarded me with any semblance of acknowledgement, hesitated for what felt like an eternity before suddenly gesturing for me to approach. He inquired gently, "Would you like to accompany her?" I recall that moment vividly. It marked the first time Gu Yuansheng bestowed upon me such tenderness. In my memories, he remained a figure of perpetual stoicism, his features now hazy in my recollection. Yet, on that occasion, he knelt before me, embodying the warmth of a caring father, seeking my consent. I nodded, wiping away my tears. Subsequently, I accompanied Gu Qian in Gu Yuansheng's vehicle to the hospital. The woman was being forcibly restrained by medical staff, dragged into a room as though she were truly deranged, while Gu Qian and I stood outside the iron bars. I cannot recall Gu Yuansheng's expression at that moment, only the haunting image of the woman, her eyes wide with desperation, calling out, "Qingqing, why won't you come with me?" Just as I felt the tears welling up in fright, Gu Qian reached over to cover my eyes, reassuring me, "Qingqing, do not fear, I am here." After that, my memories fade entirely. I cannot recall the woman's name, nor can I remember where we took her. Upon returning from the hospital that day, I fell into a high fever, and when I awoke, no one spoke of the incident. Due to my illness, I buried the memories of that woman deep within me, until today, when they resurfaced in their entirety. Was that woman truly my mother? What is the truth of my origins? I yearn to find her and seek answers. Yet in all the years spent within the Gu family, no one has dared to mention the matter again, leaving me in ignorance of her whereabouts. If I wish to uncover the truth regarding that woman, it seems I must turn to Gu Qian for assistance. With this thought in mind, I eagerly retrieved my phone, intent on calling Gu Qian. As I was about to dial the number, I hesitated once more, setting aside the fact that I am not yet discharged from the hospital. Even if I were, directly inquiring of Gu Qian about that woman would yield no results. After all, having spent so many years within the Gu family, they have consistently remained tight-lipped, seemingly unwilling to divulge this matter. Now, approaching them as an outsider would surely not elicit any revelations. What then should I do? I recalled that during my last meeting with Gu Qian, he had entrusted me with the task of investigating Pei Jinqing. Perhaps I could use Pei Jinqing as a pretext to inquire about Gu Qingqing's origins. I deemed this an excellent strategy and promptly sent Gu Qian a message. Pei Jinqing seems to be investigating Gu Qingqing's lineage, seeking to uncover her biological mother. Do you have any insights regarding this matter? Buzzing. Within a minute of sending the message, Gu Qian replied with a brief response, "Let's discuss in person." I smiled at the screen of my phone, sensing that the situation was beginning to take shape. Chapter 73. After exchanging messages with Pei Jinqing and Gu Qian, I lay idly for a while. As evening approached, a nurse brought me dinner. Although my left arm was injured, my right hand was still quite agile. The nurse initially intended to feed me, but I felt too embarrassed and hurriedly declined. The evening's meal was somewhat different from the usual fare. I ate a few bites with little appetite, and gradually, a wave of drowsiness began to wash over me. At first, I attributed it to lying in bed for too long and the lack of physical activity, which made me feel fatigued easily. However, when I attempted to prop myself up and found myself utterly devoid of strength, I realized something was amiss. "Oh no!" I silently exclaimed, stretching my arm to press the call button by the bedside. Just as my fingertips grazed the button, I felt as if all my energy had drained away, and I slumped down helplessly. "Help!" I wanted to call out as I watched the shadows of people passing by outside my room, but my throat betrayed me, producing no sound. I could only watch as my surroundings gradually blurred, then succumbed to darkness. When I awoke again, the outside world had plunged into complete darkness. I opened my eyes, my head throbbing, and strained to survey my surroundings. Though the room was dim, I could vaguely discern that it was indeed the hospital room I had occupied before. This realization offered me a modicum of reassurance. "You're awake." A stranger's voice suddenly emerged from the sofa by the window. I panicked, wanting to scream, but before I could utter a sound, the man swiftly covered my mouth. "Don't he make a fuss, that would be inconvenient." His voice was deep and had a slight resemblance to Pei Jinqing as when he deliberately lowered it. "Do you understand?" he asked, and I felt something cold and sharp pressed against my neck. I glanced down briefly, and with a frantic nod, I affirmed my understanding. "Good." The man chuckled softly, his tone now more relaxed. "I merely came to check on you today." As he spoke, he reached over and flicked on the lights in the room. The The sudden brightness stung my eyes painfully, and I instinctively raised my hand to shield them. After a while, I lowered my hand. Upon looking up, I found a man standing before me, who bore a striking resemblance to Pei Jinqing, his deep-set eyes scrutinizing me intently. Miss Shen, we meet again. The man had somehow sheathed his knife and now stood leisurely before me. I propped myself up on the bed, momentarily dazed. Ah! I seemed to recognize this man. He was the one I had encountered at the company entrance that day. Who are you? My voice quivered involuntarily. Has Pei Jinqing never mentioned me? A gentle smile graced the man's face, yet his eyes were shrouded in a chilling darkness. How ruthless he truly was. No, he has tea. I have managed to regain a semblance of composure from the initial panic, feigning a calm demeanor. I am merely a humble assistant to Mr. Pei, and his personal matters are beyond my knowledge. Is that truly the case? Are you genuinely just an ordinary assistant? The man smiled faintly, leaning closer. His gaze dark and foreboding. I could almost detect the scent of his cologne, markedly different from Pei Jinqing's, possessing a cloying sweetness. With merely your visage, you claim to be his ordinary assistant. I find that utterly implausible. He lifted my chin with a hand, his breath brushing ambiguously against my face. Do you know whose features you share? Chu Xin, the most cherished woman of Pei Jinqing. Upon hearing those words, a sharp pain pierced my heart. I know nothing. I am utterly ignorant. I struggled to free myself from his grip, but his hold was unyielding. I initially thought his obsession lay solely with Chu Xin. I never anticipated he had descended into madness, seeking a mere substitute for her. The man laughed coldly, inspecting my face with a critical eye. The first time I laid eyes upon you, I found it astonishing how could two individuals resemble each other so closely. Today, it is evident that the likeness has intensified. Though I suspect this beauty is artificially enhanced. His penetrating gaze bore down into my eyes, as though conducting a silent interrogation. I was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry. Lost in a daze for a few seconds, before forcefully shaking off his hand. Who are you? What do you want? He replied, unfazed by my rejection. Casually seated himself on my hospital bed, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, intrigued by my presence. I am Pei Jinqing's brother, Pei Jinchong. Now, Miss Shen, are you interested in conversing with me? Pei Jinqing's brother. I was slightly taken aback. I seemed to recall the name. Perhaps mentioned during a phone call between Pei Jinqing and Zhao Yui, where Pei Jinqing had shouted, even if Pei Jinchong sought my life, I would never marry you. Does this man harbor intentions of harming Pei Jinqing? An involuntary chill crept down my spine, causing me to instinctively retreat. Since you are Mr. Pei's brother, what business do you have with me? Oh, nothing much, Pei Jinchong chuckled, rising from the bed and leaning against the window, casting a cold smile in my direction. I simply wished to see what manner of woman possesses the power to compel Pei Jinqing to defy his father's commands and reject the Zhao family's alliance. After all, Pei Jinchong paused deliberately, as if recalling something amusing, a peculiar smile spreading across his face, after Chu Xin perished in that tragic fire. Pei Jinqing has shown no interest in any woman, consumed solely by his work, which has become quite a headache for me. After all, if my elder brother is too exceptional, what place does that leave me in our family? Pei Jinchong gazed intently into my eyes, seemingly seeking affirmation. Yet I had no desire to engage. I wished to remain uninvolved in this familial rivalry within the sprawling clan. Mr. Pei, as you have observed, the reason for President Pei's refusal of the union does not lie with me, I replied with an air of tranquility. How should one articulate this? Pei Jincheng mused softly, as he took a seat on the sofa by the window, gazing at me with a leisurely demeanor. In truth, the reason is both connected to you and yet not solely dependent upon you. Had it not been for you, Pei Jinqing might have succumbed to pressure and wed Zhao Yue. However, if your resemblance to Chu Xin were minimal, your influence would be negligible. Thus, the crux of the matter still rests with Chu Xin. Regrettably, she has been deceased for quite some time. And it is only a lunatic like Pei Jinqing who would remain infatuated with a memory of one long gone. Mr. Pei, have you finished speaking? I interjected rather bluntly, asserting that if you have concluded, you may take your leave. Miss Shen, are you truly urging me to depart? Pei Jinqing feigned a sigh of regret, reclining lazily as he placed his legs upon the coffee table before him. I had intended to share more insights regarding Pei Jinqing with you. I hesitated slightly, aware of the peril yet recognizing this as an opportunity to understand Pei Jinqing better. What else do you wish to convey? I inquired of the man opposite me. Are you intrigued? He replied with a suggestive smile. Chapter 74. Call me anytime. What is it that you truly wish to convey? I fixated my gaze upon the man's eyes. In truth, it is nothing of great consequence. Pei Jinchen leisurely withdrew his feet from the table and rose from the sofa, approaching me once more. Are you aware of why Pei Jinchen abruptly chose to return to the country for his career development a year and a half ago? Why? I countered with a seemingly indifferent question, my expression remaining largely unperturbed. It was because Pei Jinchen had uncovered certain clues regarding how Chu Xin met her fiery demise. Pei Jinchen leaned in slightly, locking his gaze with mine. Consequently, in pursuit of the truth behind that incident more precisely. To identify the perpetrator responsible for Chu Xin's tragic fate, he abandoned everything abroad and rushed back without a second thought. Is that so? A flicker of emotion stirred within me. A hint of poignancy washing over my heart. Clearly, Chu Xin held significant importance to Pei Jinchen. Indeed, Pei Jinchen inched closer, his face almost hovering before my own. Yet, what perplexes me is that over the past year, Pei Jinchen has not continued his pursuit of the murderer. Instead, he has surrounded himself with someone who bears such a striking resemblance to Chu Xin. Has he truly forgotten the tragic death of Chu Xin? Pei Jinchen's gaze sent a chill down my spine, prompting me to avert my eyes. How could I possibly know? Yes, I too find it incomprehensible. Pei Jinchen offered a knowing smile, expressing his keen interest in meeting this substitute for Chu Xin, to see just how closely she resembles her. However, before I could meet this stand-in, Pei Jinchen shocked me by refusing the marriage alliance with the Zhao family due to this very substitute. As Pei Jinchen spoke, he leaned in ever closer, leaving me to wonder if this woman might indeed signify more to Pei Jinchen than mere substitution. Miss Shen, would you not agree? Mr. Pei. I subtly leaned back, creating a slight distance between us. Perhaps you are merely overthinking this a mere substitute. There are countless such individuals. It is implausible that President Pei would reject marrying Miss Zhao for her sake. I suspect it is simply that he harbors no desire to wed at all. Ha! Pei Jinchen let out a derisive laugh. Miss Shen, do you genuinely believe that? Is it not so? I responded with a hint of amusement. It appears Miss Shen remains oblivious to the nature of the rivalry that has persisted between Pei Jinchen and myself over the years. Pei Jinchen cast a glance my way, shaking his head in resignation. In truth, if Pei Jinchen had consented to the marriage agreement with the Zhao family, he would have secured his position as the heir of the Pei family. Yet he declined. Do you not find this utterly illogical? This. What relevance does your family's affairs hold for me? I wished to dismiss such notions that might unsettle my heart. I knew there must be other reasons behind Pei Jinchen's refusal of the union, and it might not necessarily pertain to me. So please do not kindle any futile hopes within me. Mr. Pei, I raised my uninjured hand to push back against Pei Jinchen, who had encroached upon my space. How could it not be relevant? Pei Jinchen, however, let out a cold laugh as he seized my hand and forcefully pressed me down onto the hospital bed. Let go of me. I protested, struggling desperately against the man who pinned me down. It is your very presence that has prompted Pei Jinchen to act in ways that are utterly unlike him. Do you not realize the pivotal role you play in this game? Pei Jinchen leaned closer, deliberately lowering his voice to speak in my ear. His tone laced with an ambiguous undertone. Miss Shen, would you consider leaving Pei Jinchen to assist me? You. Let go of me. I would never help you. I fervently resisted, contemplating whether to use my injured hand in defiance. Yet, before I could act, Pei Jinchen preempted me, pinning my other hand to the bed. Miss Shen, I advise you against making sudden movements. It would be quite unfortunate if your wound were to reopen. Then stop holding me. I exclaimed in a fit of frustration. If you release me, I won't struggle. The wound won't reopen. However, if I were to let go, Miss Shen, you would likely attempt to flee. Pei Jinchen observed from his elevated position, a faint smile gracing his lips, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. Miss Shen, have you truly given no thought to choosing me? His gaze was as frigid as ice, akin to a serpent poised to strike. I am undoubtedly destined to be the heir of the Pei group. I believe it would be prudent for you to align yourself with the right faction sooner rather than later. Such eloquence, I scoffed. What right faction? You merely wish to exploit me to deal with Pei Jinchen. Ha ha, Pei Jinchen chuckled noncommittally. If that is how you wish to interpret it, so be it. But personally, I merely seek to ensure that each piece on the board fulfills its utmost potential. Just as he was about to continue, a buzzing emanated from his phone. Pardon me. I must take this call. He released my hand and straightened up, answering the phone without a hint of concern. It hurts, I muttered, rubbing my wrist. Reddened from his grip, as I sat up on the bed. Has he returned from that side? All right, I understand. Please wait for me at the back entrance of the hospital. Pei Jinchen hastily concluded the call, having exchanged only a few words. Miss Shen, he said, turning back to me with a smile after ending the call. Pei Jinchen is on his way. Although it has been a while since we've seen each other. Now is not the time for us to meet. I must take my leave, but I look forward to the possibility of you reconsidering. By the way, he added, approaching the door only to return, handing me a card with my phone number inscribed upon it. Should you change your mind, feel free to call me at any time. With that, Pei Jinchen pushed open the hospital door and hurriedly exited. I lowered my gaze to the name inscribed on the business card. A sense of unease stirring within me. What could this man possibly desire? Surely, it could not be merely a casual conversation. Indeed, shortly after Pei Jinchen departed, Pei Jinchen burst into my hospital room, accompanied by Cheng Qifeng. A mere 5 or 6 minutes later, the door swung open with a resounding thud, prompting me to instinctively conceal the business card beneath my pillow. You! Pei Jinchen approached me with a grave expression, furrowing his brow, and after a prolonged pause, he finally inquired, Are you alright? I met his gaze, noting the dark circles that betrayed his recent lack of rest. I'm fine, I replied, shaking my head. Just a minor injury. That's a relief, he sighed, the tension in his brow easing slightly. I've been preoccupied with certain matters these past few days, which is why I haven't had the chance to visit. He settled into a chair beside my bed, weariness etched across his features. I longed to ask him if he had been dealing with issues related to Zhou Yue's engagement, yet I held my tongue, suppressing my curiosity. Mr. Pei. As you can see, Miss Shen is fine. Perhaps you should return and rest. You haven't slept in 3 days, Cheng Qi gently urged from the side. Concern evident in his voice. Pei Jinchen nodded, rising to take his leave. Pei Jinchen. I called out, wanting to inform him that Pei Jinchen had visited. But upon seeing his exhausted visage, I hesitated. Perhaps it would be better to wait until he had a chance to recuperate. No, it's nothing. Please, rest well. I offered him a reassuring smile. However, I did not anticipate that this hesitation would make it even more difficult to express my thoughts later on. Chapter 75. The missing business card. After Pei Jinchen departed, I lay enveloped in darkness, my gaze fixed on the dim ceiling, lost in thought for an extended period before succumbing to a drowsy slumber. Upon awakening the following day, I found Pei Jinchen already present in my hospital room. As I slowly opened my eyes, I beheld him seated beside my bed, engrossed in his phone, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen. You're awake? Noticing my movement, he put away his phone and lazily lifted his gaze to meet mine. Ma'am, I stared at the figure before me, momentarily dazed, before nodding absent-mindedly. Today, Pei Jinchen appeared significantly improved compared to yesterday, yet his brow remained furrowed, as if something still troubled him. You! I propped myself up slightly, on the verge of speaking. Mr. Pei, I've brought breakfast, Cheng Qi announced, entering the room with a large bag of meal boxes. What were you about to say? Pei Jinchen inquired, feigning nonchalance. I glanced at Cheng Qi, then back at the man in front of me, deciding it best to postpone my thoughts. And thus shook my head. No, it's nothing. Are you truly certain it's nothing? Pei Jinchen asked, unusually persistent. I hesitated but nodded nonetheless. However, Pei Jinchen's expression suddenly turned cold. Cheng Qi, sensing the awkward atmosphere, swiftly interjected, Miss Shen, perhaps you should have your breakfast. He handed me a meal box. Thank you. I accepted the box, preparing to open it when suddenly, the buzzing of Pei Jinchen's phone interrupted the moment. TSK. The man glanced at his phone, audibly clicking his tongue before rising to take the call outside. Cheng Qi, seemingly apprehensive about the situation, followed closely behind him. With both of them gone, I found myself devoid of appetite, my mind occupied with how to broach the subject of Pei Jinchen with Pei Jinchen. As I reached under my pillow, I discovered, to my dismay, that the business card I had hidden there yesterday was missing. Where is the card? A jolt of alarm surged through me as I searched beneath the pillow, but the card eluded my grasp. How could it have vanished? I stubbornly lifted the entire pillow, yet still found no trace of the card Pei Jinchen had given me. Did it fall to the floor? I leaned over to survey the ground beside my bed, but found nothing amiss. This is bad. A dreadful thought flashed through my mind. What if Pei Jinqing had discovered it and taken it? After all, the card had been there when he left yesterday, and now, upon waking, it had inexplicably disappeared, with only Pei Jinqing having been in my room prior to my awakening. Yet, if he truly had taken it, why hadn't he inquired about it? Given his usual nature, it would be unlike him to refrain from questioning me about the origins of the card. Or perhaps, he hadn't noticed it at all, and the card had simply fallen elsewhere. Yes, it must have fallen somewhere else. As I pondered this, I hastily threw aside the back covers, eager to uncover the location of the lost business card. Just then, the door swung open with a resounding bang. "What are you searching for?" came the deep voice of Pei Jinqing from the threshold. Startled, I paused, lifting my gaze to meet his. His hand was still raised to his ear, having just lowered it. The recent phone call seemed to have left him in a foul mood, his eyes still smoldering with remnants of unspent anger, which lent a cold edge to his words. I glanced down at the disheveled state of the hospital bed, resembling a nest of chaos. And after a brief moment of realization, I quickly responded, "I'm looking for my earrings." "Yes, my earrings are missing." Pei Jinqing's eyes flicked towards my ear, causing me to instinctively touch my earlobe, relieved to find it bare. "Have you found them?" His gaze was dark, and I struggled to discern his emotions. Merely nodding in a vague affirmation, "Yes, I found them." "Then let us eat. Afterward, we shall handle your discharge procedures." With that, Pei Jinqing approached and sat down to share breakfast with me. I nodded eagerly, holding my meal tray while discreetly observing his expression. I thought that if Pei Jinqing had indeed taken the business card, he would exhibit some reaction. His demeanor should not be so inscrutable. Yet, I was surprised to find myself lost in thought as I gazed at him, only jolted back to reality when he spoke again. "Why are you staring at me? Do you wish for me to feed you?" Pei Jinqing noticed my gaze, halting his actions and fixing his eyes directly on mine. My face flushed at his question, and I quickly averted my gaze, murmuring, "I can eat by myself." From the time of my discharge to the drive back to the villa, I kept a watchful eye on Pei Jinqing, yet I could not glean any insight into his thoughts. Several times along the way, I considered broaching the subject of the business card, but the very notion of its mysterious disappearance rendered me mute. Indeed, once one misses the opportune moment to speak, the words become increasingly difficult to utter. Fortunately, upon his return, Pei Jinqing seemed to become exceedingly busy. I scarcely saw him in the villa, which alleviated some of my guilt. After my discharge, Gu Qian persistently sought to arrange a meeting with me. On one hand, I was concerned about Pei Jinqing, while on the other, I feared that Pei Jinqing might unexpectedly appear again. Thus, I repeatedly declined Gu Qian's invitations. However, after observing for a while, I noted that Pei Jinqing did not appear to have anyone following me, and since that incident at the hospital, Pei Jinqing had not made another appearance. Consequently, I finally agreed to a meeting time with Gu Qian, coinciding with the court's ruling on Ji Anyang. The acts of bribery, illegal fundraising, and embezzlement of company funds perpetrated by Ji Anyang are substantiated by unequivocal evidence. Furthermore, the individual in question has openly acknowledged these facts, rendering the process of trial and judgment almost devoid of any complexities. However, the sole aspect that leaves much to be desired, particularly for both myself and Gu Qian, pertains to the matter of Ji Anyang's alleged conspiracy to murder Gu Qingqing. Due to insufficient evidence, the prosecution refrained from filing charges. Upon the revelation of this news, I found it almost incredulous, yet ultimately, I had to reconcile myself with this reality. After all, Bai Linxian aptly pointed out that if we were to consider mere motives for murder, numerous individuals would warrant suspicion. One cannot hastily conclude who the true perpetrator is based solely on appearances. Nevertheless, I shall resolutely ensure that those who wish to bring about my demise do not evade justice. Chapter 76. The original home, the place where I had arranged to meet Gu Qian, remained the same tea house as before. Due to heavy traffic, I arrived half an hour later than our agreed time. However, Gu Qian did not call to inquire about my whereabouts, which made me feel somewhat embarrassed. "Good evening." As I stepped into the tea house, a waiter approached me. "Dear guest, do you have a reservation?" I paused momentarily. Just a moment. I quickly took out my phone to call Gu Qian. The line connected, yet no one answered. I tried again, but still received no response. Reluctantly, I turned to the waiter and explained, "I have an appointment with Mr. Du. but he isn't answering his phone. Mr. Gu, is it? The waiter appeared to recognize the name, suggesting that Gu Qian must be a regular patron here. Please follow me. The waiter gestured for me to proceed, leading me deeper into the tea house. This private room seemed even more secluded than the previous one. I followed the corridor until we reached a courtyard, where the waiter halted before a door. This is it. He bowed slightly at the entrance but did not push the door open. After a quick nod, he swiftly departed. I stood at the door for a moment before knocking gently. Mr. Gu. There was no reply from within. Realizing that lingering at the door was futile, I pushed it open and entered. The room retained its characteristic Japanese style, with an artificial pond outside. Gu Qian leaned against the sliding door, gazing outside while indulging in his drink. No wonder he had heard my knock. Mr. Gu, I apologize for being late. I entered and softly uttered my apology. Gu Qian responded coolly without turning, his drinking motion unwavering. As I approached, I noticed that he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Empty bottles lay scattered at his feet. The verdict on Ji Anyang has been delivered. You are aware of this, I presume. Gu Qian withdrew his gaze, lifting his head to regard me with an expression devoid of emotion. Yes. I nodded and took a seat opposite him. Ha ha. He let out a self-deprecating laugh, downing another bottle of liquor, and slurred, though I suspect Pei Jinqing, doubt Lu Yanyan, and even question my own mother. I have always believed that the primary suspect is Ji Anyang. It is Ji Anyang. But look at the outcome. Insufficient evidence. Insufficient evidence. Ha ha ha. Gu Qian slammed the bottle down heavily on the table, frustration evident in his demeanor. I refuse to accept this. I truly cannot accept it. Mr. Gu, please calm down. Unsure of what to say, I reached for the bottle in his hand. I had not anticipated that Ji Anyang's case would invoke such indignation within him. It seemed this brother before me cared far more than I had imagined. Mr. Gu, the truth has yet to be uncovered, and the identity of the murderer remains unresolved. Do not act impulsively, I implored, attempting to bring some semblance of calm. Yes, you are right. Gu Qian has finally begun to heed my words to some extent, however. The identity of the murderer remains elusive. I am resolute in my quest to uncover the culprit. I must reveal the one responsible. Gu Qian appears to be somewhat intoxicated, his eyes bloodshot from the strain. Mr. Gu, you ought to refrain from drinking, I implore, reaching for the bottle in his grasp. No, do not touch it. He vehemently swats my hand away. Shen Manqing. With a sudden motion, he removes the bottle from his lips and tightly grasps my hand, his gaze intense. You will assist me in discovering who harmed Qingqing, will you not? You will stand by my side, yes. Though his grip is painfully tight, I find myself unable to break free, and can only nod vigorously, affirming, yes, I will be with you. Good. We must work together to unveil the one who brought grief to Qingqing. Gu Qian bursts into a manic laughter, lifting the bottle once more and pouring its contents down his throat, impervious to my attempts to dissuade him. Ultimately, he becomes so inebriated that even walking proves a challenge, compelling me to enlist the help of a server to assist in getting him into a taxi. Sighing, I take my place in the front passenger seat, casting a resigned glance at Gu Qian, who slouches in the back. In my recollection, he has always been composed, sagacious, and resilient. I never imagined I would witness him in such a state of disarray. I had intended to inquire about Qingqing's biological mother today, but his current condition renders that impossible. I shall have to await another opportunity. Where to, esteemed guests? The driver inquires, activating the meter and turning to me. Through the rearview mirror, I steal a glance at Gu Qian, preparing to request a ride to the Gu family's ancestral home. Yet, as if jolted from slumber, he squints and audibly proclaims an address. Upon discerning the location, I find myself momentarily stunned. It is the very neighborhood where Ji Anyang and I purchased our marital abode. Guests! The driver prompts, seeking confirmation. Are we headed there? Still entrapped in a haze, I find myself nodding instinctively. Yes, let us go there. After revealing the address, Gu Qian leans back in his seat, succumbing to unconsciousness. I am uncertain whether he realizes he has disclosed my home as address. Nonetheless, I seize upon this fortuitous sleep, driven by a desire to return. Since I became Shen Manqing, I have not set foot back there. I remember vividly the time Ji Anyang and I first acquired our new home. I devoted considerable effort to its decoration, both inside and out. Although my life in the Gu household may not have been particularly joyful, my childhood experiences have fostered a yearning for a place to call my own. Thus, when I learned I could step into the sanctity of marriage with someone I cherished, I was overwhelmed with joy to the point of neglecting to ascertain whether he truly loved me. If only I had sought to understand him better back then, would my life have taken a different course? At times, I cannot help but pose this question to myself. Esteemed guest, we have arrived. The driver's voice jolts me from my reverie. Ah, I respond, regaining my composure. Thank you. How much is the fare? After settling the payment, I opened the door to the back seat and assisted Guqian in alighting. Mr. Du, please watch your step. Having dozed off for a while during the journey, Guqian seemed to have regained a measure of consciousness, allowing him to walk a few steps independently, thus sparing me some exertion. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled to carry him home. As we passed the security booth of the community, a diligent guard approached us with enthusiasm. Is this Mr. Du? How is it that he is intoxicated again? Allow me to lend a hand. I replied, so, does Mr. Du often find himself inebriated? The guard supported Guqian as they moved forward, while I followed closely behind. Not frequently, but it seems that each time Mr. Du visits here lately, he is quite inebriated, the guard responded, glancing back. By the way, you are? I am a friend of Mr. Du, I hastily replied. Oh, the guard said, without further inquiry, as he helped Guqian come to a halt in front of a duplex villa. I glanced at the house number and confirmed that it was indeed my former residence. Chapter 77, I Like You. This house was occupied by Ji Anyang and Lu Yanyan for half a year after my demise. And now it has likely transformed into someone else's asset. I suspect it has perhaps become Guqian's. I once envisioned having my own home here. Yet now it no longer belongs to me. This realization evokes a sense of irony about life. After the security guard escorted Guqian to the doorstep, he departed. I supported Guqian as he, in a daze, fumbled with his keys, attempting to insert them into the lock several times without success. I couldn't help but take the keys from him to unlock the door. Thank you, I heard Guqian murmur softly in my ear, his warm breath brushing against my face. The proximity made me feel somewhat uneasy. It's nothing, I replied, tilting my head slightly as I guided him inside. All the furniture in the house was draped with white cloths, and the floor was immaculate, indicating that Guqian frequently had someone come to clean. Mr. Du, I said as I helped him recline on the sofa. Ma'am, he responded with a soft sound, finding a comfortable position before lying still. I should have taken my leave after bringing him here, but seeing him so utterly intoxicated made it difficult for me to walk away. After all, he is my brother. I rose to check the kitchen, hoping to prepare a hangover remedy for Guqian, but upon opening the refrigerator, I found it stocked solely with bottles of liquor, devoid of even a single bottle of mineral water. Sighing, I pondered whether Guqian often treated this place as a bar when suddenly a loud crash echoed from the living room, followed by a man's groggy scream. Guqian. Fearing something had happened to him, I rushed back into the living room, only to find Guqian sprawled on the floor, limbs outstretched. The white covering on the sofa had slipped down halfway, indicating he must have fallen off in his stupor. Mr. Du, I hurried over and crouched beside him, concerned about any potential injuries. Hot, so hot, Guqian mumbled, eyes still closed, as he impatiently tugged at his tie, seemingly uncomfortable in his impeccably tailored attire. Mr. Du, are you unwell? I leaned closer to him. No, not unwell, he replied. His voice slurred, but his hands continued to grasp at his clothing. Seeing the inebriated man struggle, I could no longer bear to watch and reached out to loosen his tie. Mr. Du, allow me to assist you. Guqian seemed to register my voice, obediently removing his hands, allowing me to loosen his tie and unbutton the top few buttons of his shirt. Once his clothing was loosened, his expression appeared somewhat more relaxed. Realizing I had done all I could, I stood to take my leave. Mr. Du, I shall take my leave now, I whispered softly in his ear as I bent down. No, don't. Suddenly, the once peaceful Guqian appeared to be jolted by some profound stimulus, reaching out to grasp my arm with great force. Don't go! Qing, don't go! My heart skipped a beat. Yet I quickly realized that these were merely the murmurs of his dreams. He did not recognize me. Mr. Du, I am not Qing. I struggled to withdraw my hand, but Guqian's grip was strong, refusing to relent. Mr. Du, wake up, I am not Qing. With no other recourse, I gently nudged him, hoping to rouse him from his slumber. After a few shakes, Guqian slowly opened his eyes, still dazed. You are. Assuming he had finally awakened, I eagerly pointed at myself, saying, "Mr. Gu, I am Shen Manqing." Gu Qian stared blankly at me, unresponsive, yet his hand trembled inexplicably. And his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Confused by his sudden emotional turmoil, I attempted to pull away, intending to stand. Just as I straightened up, Gu Qian abruptly seized one of my arms, pulling me back into his embrace. "Qing Qing! Qing Qing!" He held me tightly, burying his head in my shoulder, alternately crying and laughing. Murmuring, "You're back. You finally returned. I knew you would come back. Mr. Gu." I should have pushed him away. Yet I found myself unable to muster the strength. In that fleeting moment, I wished to once again be his Qing Qing. "Brother!" I extended my arms, choking back tears as I embraced Gu Qian. I wanted to say more, but my throat felt constricted, rendering me speechless. "Qing Qing, Qing Qing." They all said you were dead, but I refused to believe it. I did not believe. Gu Qian clutched me as if I were the last piece of candy, unwilling to let go. "Look, you have returned, you are back by my side." I rested my head on his shoulder, biting my lip, fervently nodding in agreement. For a brief moment, I even contemplated abandoning the search for my biological mother and my true identity, content to remain by his side and be his sister. But suddenly, this time, Gu Qian growled, violently pulling me by the shoulders, his eyes alight with an unsettling fervor. "This time, I will never let you go to anyone else. You are mine. You are mine. Brother, you." I gazed at Gu Qian, a sense of inexplicable fear washing over me. "Brother, what are you saying?" I attempted to break free from his grip, wanting to retreat. "Qing Qing! Qing Qing!" Yet he lunged forward, gripping my shoulders tightly, compelling me to meet his gaze. "If I had known about that matter sooner, if I had known you were not my sister, I would have told you how much I adore you. I have always loved you. Brother, what are you saying?" Gu Qian's grip was quite strong, causing my shoulder to ache. I could not comprehend his words. What did he mean by liking me? Had he always harbored such feelings? "Brother, let me go. Please, release me." My mind was in turmoil, unable to accept that the brother I had revered could possibly hold affection for me. "Let me go. You must release me." I struggled in his embrace, crying out desperately, striving to push him away. "Qing Qing, why do you reject me? Are you intending to leave me? Do you wish to abandon me once more?" Seeing my frantic struggles, Gu Qian tightened his hold. "I will not let you go. This time, I shall ensure you remain with me." Tears welled in his eyes as he forcefully pinned me to the ground. "You are mine. You belong to me. Qing Qing, I love you." He lunged at me, tearing at my clothes. "No! Stop! Please!" I cried hoarsely. I never imagined that one day my beloved brother would act in such a manner towards me. "No! Brother, please!" My tears flowed down my cheeks in torrents. Why? Why has it come to this? My heart-wrenching cries echoed in the empty room. I was uncertain whether it was the anguished call of brother that jolted Gu Qian from his frenzy. He suddenly recoiled, retreating to the other side of the living room, leaning against the wall in shock. After a moment of stunned silence, he began to weep softly. "No, you are not her. You are not Qing Qing. Qing Qing is gone. She will never return." Chapter 78. Apology. As I listened to the man's anguished and suppressed voice, I found myself devoid of the strength to consider his feelings. The recent events had nearly obliterated the trust one had held in Gu Qian for the past 2 decades. Why, oh why had everything devolved into this? I clutched the torn collar of my garment, struggling to rise from the ground, stumbling as I rushed out the door, barely registering the pain as my arm collided with it. All I desired was to escape, to flee this place that no longer felt like home. "Hey! What's wrong?" The security guard, who had previously assisted me, called out as I burst through the community gate, but I did not turn back. I pressed forward with relentless urgency. In a daze, I reached the roadside, waving my hand for what felt like an eternity until a car finally came to a halt to pick me up. "Are you alright, miss? Should I call the police?" The driver peered at me through the rearview mirror with concern. "And no, it's unnecessary," I managed to stammer, desperately covering my mouth to stifle my cries, shaking my head vigorously. "I'm fine, truly. I'm just a bit tired." The vehicle came to a stop before Pei Jinqing's villa. "We've arrived, miss," the driver informed me gently. "Yes," I replied, my emotions gradually stabilizing as I withdrew my gaze from the window, nodding at the driver and stepping out in a trance. Upon entering, The sight of my disheveled state drew the immediate concern of the servants. Miss Shen, what happened? Have you encountered trouble? Are you injured? They bombarded me with questions. But I merely shook my head, suddenly grasping their hands in urgency. Is Mr. Pei back? Pei Jinqing, has he returned? For reasons unknown. I felt an overwhelming urge to see him, as though only his presence could soothe the panic and helplessness swelling within me. I desperately longed for an embrace. One that could banish my fears. Yet the servants merely shook their heads, replying, no, he has returned. And not back. I stood frozen for a moment. A bitter smile escaping my lips. Indeed, ever since I returned from the hospital, he had become exceedingly busy, seemingly burdened with countless responsibilities. Sometimes at night, I could hear his furious shouts emanating from his room. I've already said it, I will not agree. In truth, he was not faring much better than the average person. Perhaps Miss Shen could call the sir, one of the servants suggested. No, it's unnecessary. I weakly waved my hand dismissively, clutching my disordered clothing, and ascended the stairs in a daze. He was too preoccupied. When would he find the time to return personally? Moreover, the hope I clung to was merely a fanciful desire. I was but a substitute, undeserving of his tenderness. Miss Shen, be careful. A servant, noticing my unsteady gait, stepped forward to assist me. No, I'm fine. I weakly pushed their hands away, gripping the banister as I ascended the stairs slowly, one step at a time. Upon returning to my room, I indulged in a warm bath, enveloping myself snugly in my blanket. A chill enveloped me, an extraordinary cold. I found myself reminiscing about the embrace of that man, who held me tightly in his arms, his breath and the rhythmic beating of his heart resonating within his chest. Yet now, he was absent from my side. With this thought, I buried my face deep into the blanket, shedding silent tears. When I awoke the following morning, my eyes were swollen from a night of weeping, weary and reluctant to open. The incessant buzzing of my phone on the pillow beside me disrupted my thoughts, aggravating my already fragile state. Hello? I answered without checking who was calling, my tone irritable. There was a long pause on the other end, no response. Hello? I repeated. Still, silence persisted. I was about to hang up, feeling increasingly vexed, when a voice urgently interjected, Wait, don't hang up. That voice sounded vaguely familiar. Miss Shen. I sincerely apologize for what transpired yesterday. The caller seemed to take a deep breath, pausing for a moment before continuing. Indeed, it was Gu Qian's voice. I was drunk and mistook you for. He abruptly halted, muttering an apology. What I say now is of little consequence. I can only hope that you, Miss Shen, can find it in your heart to forgive me. I am willing to do anything you ask, should you grant me your forgiveness. Initially, I had been haunted by the events of the previous day, but hearing Gu Qian's earnest apology today softened my resolve. After all, he had been my protective brother for over 20 years. How could I suddenly cast aside all feelings toward him? Miss Shen, I am truly sorry. That was never my intention. If I have hurt you, Gu Qian continued to express his regrets on the line. Though I found it difficult to blame him, I could not simply pretend that the incident had not occurred. I inhaled deeply, steeling myself before proceeding. If you agree to one thing, I will believe in the sincerity of your apology. Really? Gu Qian's voice conveyed a sense of relief. Please, Miss Shen, tell me what it is. If there is anything I can do, I will certainly assist. This was something you could undoubtedly help with. I clenched my fists, silently encouraging myself. Oh, what is it? Gu Qian seemed puzzled by my certainty. What I ask is. I hesitated momentarily. Please tell me about Qingqing's origins. The moment I uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the line, and I could even hear Gu Qian's faint breaths. He seemed to be struggling to contain his emotions. What do you mean by that? His voice had turned cold. Yesterday, I heard you say that Qingqing is not your sister. I made it clear that I had no intention of backing down. That was merely the ramblings of a drunken night. How could Miss Shen take it seriously? Gu Qian offered a faint smile, seemingly attempting to mask his previous indiscretion with a jest. Was it truly just drunken banter? I pressed on insistently. Shen Manqing. Gu Qian called my name with great emphasis. I do not know your motives for asking this, but Qingqing is my sister. She will always remain my sister. So, do you admit to harboring feelings for your own sister? For the first time, I confronted Gu Qian with a cold demeanor. If only I could wish this day away forever. Yet, I am genuinely eager to uncover the truth of my origins, to truly understand who I am. Chapter 79 Jiangjia. Gu Qian was momentarily rendered speechless by my questioning. The heavy breaths of a man echoed from the other end of the line. After a long pause, he finally spoke again, his voice imbued with an unusual weariness. What do you wish to know about this matter? And who exactly are you? I remained silent for a moment, refraining from a direct response, merely stating, I am a friend of Qingqing's. I wish to help her fulfill her wishes from her lifetime. Wishes? What wishes? Gu Qian's tone suddenly shifted to one of seriousness, his inquiry urgent. Qingqing confided in me that as a child, she had encountered a woman whose face was marred by burns. Others told her that this woman was her mother, but since then, she had never seen her again. She longs to know who her mother truly is. How do you know about this? Gu Qian's voice seemed to betray a hint of panic. It's what Qingqing told me. I refrained from elaborating, firmly asserting that all of this information came from Gu Qingqing herself. Did she really tell you all of this? Gu Qian's tone wavered slightly. Yes. I affirmed confidently. All right then. Gu Qian's response was labored. Since it is Qingqing's wish, I shall share what I know. However, his tone shifted once more. This does not mean that I fully trust you. If you intend to cause trouble for the Gu family, I will not show you mercy. Cause trouble for the Gu family? I was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why Gu Qian would make such an assertion. Meet me at this location at 3 o'clock. He provided me with an address. Understood. I noted it down. At 3 o'clock, I arrived at the park where I had arranged to meet Gu Qian. He called me, instructing me to wait on the main road at the park's back entrance. Before long, Gu Qian arrived in a car, coming to a stop in front of me. Get in. He lowered the window and nodded for me to enter. Where to? I hesitated briefly but eventually opened the door to the passenger seat and climbed in. Do you not wish to know about Qingqing's mother? I will take you to see her now. Gu Qian's expression remained impassive as he focused on the road. Starting the engine. You know where she is? I was taken aback, considering that in all my years with the Gu family, Gu Qian had never mentioned this matter. I had assumed that the woman was hidden away by Gu Yuanxiong, oblivious that I was the only one left in the dark. I only learned of it a few years ago. Gu Qian drove steadily, his face betraying little emotion. The existence of that woman was a stain the Gu family wished to keep concealed, yet they could not simply abandon her to fend for herself. So they had been supporting her in a mental health facility for all these years. The notion that my own mother was deemed a blemish was disheartening. Yet I could not allow my feelings to surface. I feigned calmness and inquired, what is the woman's name? I believe it is Jiangjia. Jiangjia. It is only now that I have learned her name. What is the origin of that woman? Is she truly Qingqing's mother? As I pondered these questions, I gazed out the window. Gu Qian's driving became increasingly desolate, and I wondered in what remote location the sanatorium was situated. Which explained why it had remained undiscovered for so long. That woman was my father's lover in his youth. After giving birth to Qingqing, she vanished. Subsequently, she was disfigured in a fire and her mental state deteriorated, yet my father continued to provide for her. When Gu Qian spoke these words, a trace of disdain flickered across his face, leaving me uncertain whether he loathed the disfigured woman or resented the philandering Gu Yuanxiong of his youth. Given that old Mr. Gu has shown such care for Qingqing and her mother, why do you still assert that Qingqing is not your sister? The more I listened to Gu Qian, the more perplexed I became. If I were truly not Gu Yuanxiong's daughter, why would he care for both me and Jiangjia to such an extent? Not only financing Jiangjia's stay in the sanatorium but also raising me as if I were his own daughter. Initially, I found it hard to believe. Gu Qian gradually slowed the car, casting a fleeting glance at me before continuing, as you know, I have been investigating the truth behind Qingqing's car accident. But my mother has always disapproved. The person Gu Qian mentioned was his mother, Luo Xin. While abroad, I had quarreled with her several times over this matter. During one particularly heated argument, in a moment of frustration, she shouted that Gu Qingqing is not your sister at all. If she asked that, then she asked that what else there to investigate. It was this very statement that made me realize Qingqing's origins might be far more complex than I had assumed. As Gu Qian spoke, he suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the car to veer slightly before coming to a halt by the roadside. Did you ever ask your mother about this? I inquired, observing the faint melancholy in Gu Qian's profile. I did, he replied, turning to glance at me. Yet he offered no further explanation. I later posed the same question to my father, only to receive a similarly vague response. Both of them refused to discuss the matter. Sigh, Gu Qian suddenly exhaled, lowering his window. But you know, the more one attempts to conceal certain truths, the more suspicious they become. I had long suffered in silence over my feelings for my sister, yet upon learning that Qingqing was no longer my sister, I found myself unable to harbor affection for her any longer. As he uttered those final words, Gu Qian's voice shifted in timbre. With a soft click, he retrieved a cigarette from his coat pocket, lighting it with one hand, his expression steeped in solitude. It was the first time I had witnessed him smoking. His brow furrowed slightly, as if he were ensnared in a painful recollection. I wished to offer some words of comfort, yet I remained silent. The smoke ring was carried in by the wind from outside the window, and suddenly, an unsettling wave of nausea surged through my chest, making me feel an overwhelming urge to retch. What's wrong with you? Gu Qian, drawn by my unease, turned to look at me. I'm fine, I murmured, lowering my gaze and gesturing dismissively. However, the queasiness intensified. Are you sensitive to the smell of smoke? Gu Qian glanced at the cigarette in his hand, paused momentarily, and then tossed the stub out of the window, hastily lowering both sides of the car to allow fresh air in. No, I don't know what's happening, I replied, patting my chest and lifting my gaze to meet his, grateful for the cool breeze that somewhat alleviated my discomfort. Gu Qian regarded me with a pensive look, leaning back in his seat. Let's wait until you feel better before we continue. Okay, I nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, the sudden wave of nausea left me with an inexplicable sense of unease. How could this be? Was there something amiss with my body? A lingering anxiety settled within me. Chapter 80. Madness. Once I no longer felt discomfort, we resumed our journey. Perhaps due to the brief interlude we had just experienced, an uneasy silence enveloped the carriage, leaving us both reticent. Just as I hesitated to break the stillness, we arrived at the sanatorium. Gu Qian was the first to speak. I nodded in response and followed him as we disembarked. Do you know which room Jiangjia is in? I inquired, trailing behind Gu Qian. I have no idea, he replied, his tone indicating it was quite obvious. This is my first visit. What? Have you never been here before? I started to ask, but Gu Qian was already striding towards the reception desk. Excuse me, could you tell me which room Ms. Jiangjia is in? He asked a nurse at the desk. The nurse perused the duty roster, then lifted her gaze to us. It's currently activity time. The nurses have taken the patients out to the garden for a walk. May I ask who you are? We are her family, I interjected before Gu Qian could respond. Even if it was a mere pretense, I yearned for a legitimate opportunity to visit my mother. Yes, family, Gu Qian replied begrudgingly, his expression darkening. Very well, follow me, the nurse said warmly, leading us onward. Thank you, I expressed my gratitude and hurried to keep pace behind her. Hey, Gu Qian pulled at my sleeve from behind, clearly displeased. What was that about? Didn't he say anything wrong? I feigned innocence. Besides, anything else wouldn't he have been appropriate? Let it be. Mr. Gu, please hurry, I urged, noticing I had fallen several steps behind the nurse and hastily caught up, waving back at Gu Qian. He sighed, seemingly exasperated, yet he followed suit. After traversing a lengthy corridor, I accompanied the nurse to the garden at the rear of the sanatorium. Although evening had fallen, the garden remained bustling with activity. There were children in their teens, as well as elderly individuals in wheelchairs. They appeared just like ordinary people, except each was closely attended by a nurse. Ms. Jiangjia is over there. Follow me, the nurse said, scanning the garden before pointing towards a bench by the lake. Gu Qian and I immediately moved in that direction. And I spotted an elderly woman with a head of white hair, sitting serenely by the lakeside, lost in thought as she gazed at something in her hands. As I approached, I discerned that she was holding a somewhat crumpled photograph, which seemed to bear the marks of time. The image depicted a newborn, peacefully asleep with closed eyes. It was neither particularly beautiful nor unattractive, resembling any typical infant, its skin still flushed with the remnants of birth. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing that photograph, I was engulfed by a profound sensation. The baby in that picture was me, and the infant Jiangjia was gazing at was indeed myself. She missed her child so profoundly, yet I could not help but cry in fear upon first encountering her in childhood. Who are these two? They are relatives of the patient, here to visit. The nurse who brought us chatted briefly with the one attending to Jiangjia, then turned to beckon me and Gu Qian over. However, I found myself rooted to the spot, unable to confront my mother, unable to face the woman I had once pushed away as a child. You may talk for a while, the attending nurse said, observing us with a sigh of empathy, granting us a moment of privacy. Once the two nurses had departed, I snapped back to reality and, with a quivering voice, asked Gu Qian, Is this Qingqing's mother? Yes, he replied coolly. How has she become like this? I clenched my fists in an effort to calm myself. But despite my attempts, tranquility eluded me. I distinctly remembered the first time I saw her. Aside from her disfigured face, she appeared as any other person. Yet now, she seemed so vacant, as if words had abandoned her. From the moment I laid eyes on Jiangjia, until I approached her, she had fixated on a photograph in her hands, her demeanor so serene she resembled a statue, encased in an invisible barrier that isolated her from the world, entirely withdrawn. Ever since I learned of her existence years ago, she had already succumbed to such a state. Even though Gu Qian harbored little affection for her, he could not help but feel a twinge of sentimentality at her current condition. I was unaware of the trials she had faced over the years, and no one dared to inform her that Qingqing had passed away. I feared that such news would be unbearable for her. I gazed at my mother, grappling with the urge to speak, yet my voice remained trapped within me. As I grew up under the auspices of the Gu family as prominence, my mother languished in some dim, cold room, enduring the torment of her own mind. The thought pierced my heart like a needle, rendering me voiceless with anguish. Why? Why had I not thought of my mother sooner? Why had I not come to see her earlier? Mother! I longed to call out to her, to take her hand and assure her that Qingqing would never push her away again, that Qingqing would stay by her side. Suddenly, I took a step forward, nearly crying out. Just then, a nurse approached from a distance, offering an apologetic nod. Time's up, I must return the patient. All right, Gu Qian replied without objection. I found myself calling out to the nurse, Please take good care of her. Of course, the nurse assured, moving to Jiangjia's side and whispering something to her. Jiangjia stood up, still in a daze. Gu Qian approached me, casting a meaningful glance before softly uttering, Now that we have met, let us depart. I, still immersed in the poignant emotions of encountering Jiangjia, failed to notice the shifts occurring around me. Suddenly, a voice cried out, and in an instant, a figure darted past. Jiangjia, who had just passed by, abruptly lunged towards me, her aged hands gripping my shoulders tightly, shaking me fervently. Her eyes sparkled with a newfound vitality as she exclaimed, Chu Xian. You have come to see me. At last, you have come. She continued. Qingqing is doing well. We will soon be able to take her away. The singed visage of Jiangjia bore an unusual smile, her withered fingers digging into my shoulders like iron nails, rendering me powerless to escape her grasp. We can leave this place. The three of us can depart together. Chapter 81. Concerning Chu Xian. I was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events before I could muster the strength to resist. Why did Jiangjia call me Chu Xian? Could it be that she recognized Chu Xian? Pain surged through me as Jiangjia gripped me with surprising force, eliciting a gasp from my lips. Let go of me, please. I attempted to pry her fingers loose. Yet I was astonished by the strength that an elderly woman could suddenly exhibit in her fervor. Ah! Miss Shen. It seemed that neither Gu Qian nor the nurse anticipated that the previously quiet and unassuming elder would so abruptly lash out at another. Miss Shen. Quickly! Someone restrained this madwoman. Yet, it was Gu Qian who first reacted, leaping to Jiangjia's side in an attempt to pull her away from me. I'm sorry. Chu Xian, I truly apologize. Now we can leave together. We can take Qingqing with us. Jiangjia clung to my shoulders as if she were convinced that I was the person from her memories, refusing to release her grip. Gu Qian, wary of Jiangjia's age, hesitated to exert too much force, leading to a stalemate among the three of us. You must think of a solution. Gu Qian called out to the nurse behind him. The nurse, crouched on the floor in search of something, suddenly sprang up, exclaiming that she had found it. She dashed toward the space between me and Jiangjia. The photograph! The photograph! I found it! It's right here! The nurse exclaimed, extending her arm with the picture towards Jiangjia. I felt a flash of white before my eyes as a photograph appeared before me. A photograph! Upon seeing it, Jiangjia, who had been agitated, seemed to be calmed by an invisible tranquilizer, her gaze softening and tranquilizing, her grip on me loosening. Qingqing! Qingqing! Jiangjia abruptly released my shoulders, snatching the photograph from the nurse's hands and cradling it to her chest, murmuring softly, Qingqing, Chu Xian has come. Chu Xian has finally arrived. We can leave this place together. I stepped back, taken aback by Jiang Jia's erratic behavior. The area where she had gripped my shoulder still throbbed with pain, yet it paled in comparison to the ache in my heart as I observed her. Miss Shen. Are you alright? Gu Qian approached from behind, his concern evident. I'm sorry. I truly apologize. Are you alright? The nurse hurried over to express her regrets. Noticing my pallor, she quickly explained that the patient was typically very calm and that her emotional outburst was likely triggered by the accidental loss of the photograph. It seemed to be a treasured keepsake of her daughter. As the nurse spoke, she glanced up at Jiang Jia, who was still cradling the photograph and murmuring to herself not far away, her voice laden with emotion. I had heard her mention several times that her daughter was named Qing Qing, and I pondered whether she was still alive. By the way, did you know? The nurse turned to me and Gu Qian, asking, is that child named Qing Qing still alive? Both Gu Qian and I were taken aback by the question. After a lengthy silence, Gu Qian finally replied in a somber tone, she has died, Qing Qing is gone. Upon uttering these words, a heavy silence enveloped the three of us. We must not disclose this to her. The nurse sighed with a sense of resignation and approached Jiang Jia, attempting to lead her away. Wait a moment. I called out to the nurse hastily. Do you know who Chu Xian is? She mentioned Chu Xian earlier. Have you heard that name before? Chu Xian. The nurse paused, furrowing her brow as if lost in thought. Ultimately, she shook her head, stating, it seems she has never mentioned that name. Perhaps it was mere rambling. Are you certain she has never mentioned it? I pressed further. No, the nurse replied firmly, moving to Jiang Jia's side and whispering something to her. Then, she took Jiang Jia by the arm and led her toward the hospital ward. Qing Qing, the three of us can leave together now. We can finally depart. As she was being guided away, Jiang Jia clutched a photograph, murmuring to herself in a daze. Witnessing her half-dazed state brought a sting to my eyes. And before the nurse could lead her far, I turned my head aside, unable to bear the sight. I found it hard to believe that the name Chu Xian was merely Jiang Jia's nonsensical ramblings. There had to be some intricate connection behind it all. Yet, to whom could I inquire, and where should I begin my search? My mind felt like a tangled mess, devoid of clarity. Miss Shen. Gu Qian suddenly called out to me. Ha! I turned to him, slightly dazed. Although the nurse claimed she had no recollection of the name Chu Xian, what about you? Do you have any impressions of it? Gu Qian's question left me flustered. It seemed he was implying that I must know something. However, the only Chu Xian I was aware of was the one related to Pei Jinqing. I was entirely ignorant of the Chu Xian Jiang Jia referred to. Could it be that the two Chu Xings were the same person? I do not understand what you are saying. I retreated a step, feeling a twinge of guilt. Are you truly unaware? Gu Qian leaned closer, gazing into my eyes. Your face bears an uncanny resemblance to Chu Xian. Do you know something? My emotions surged, and I impulsively grasped his collar. Realizing my recklessness, I quickly released my grip. Do you know something? Please tell me. Do you genuinely know nothing? Gu Qian straightened up, adjusting his wrinkled shirt while frowning slightly. I do not know. I truly know nothing. I looked up at him in despair, my spirit sinking as I felt on the verge of collapsing. I was nearly driven to madness by these circumstances. Every time I believed I had unearthed a lead, new enigmas would surface, endlessly threatening to engulf me. I merely wished to discover who I truly was and why it was so arduous. Very well. Gu Qian softened his expression, extending his hand to help me rise. I had initially believed that bringing me here might unveil some truths. Yet it appeared that I was utterly oblivious. Let us go, Gu Qian gestured with a nod of his chin. Where to? I steadied myself by grasping his arm. Gradually, it dawned upon me that another motive for Gu Qian's invitation was to extract information from me. After all, as everyone who had encountered me remarked, I bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Xian. Logically, one might assume a connection between us. However, what he did not foresee was that I, too, was merely a pitiable soul wandering in a fog, my life whimsically altered by those lurking in the shadows. Let us exit. Once I was steady, Gu Qian proceeded forward, stating, I will share details regarding Chu Xian on the way back. All right, I nodded, swiftly trailing behind the man. Chapter 82. The fire claimed life as I retraced my steps. My mind was in a tumult. Wasn't Chu Xian the woman Pei Jinqing had once cherished deeply? Why was she entangled with Jiang Jia? Did Pei Jinqing orchestrate my transformation into Chu Xian's likeness because he was aware of this situation? What connection did Chu Xian's demise have with Jiang Jie's descent into madness? These questions incessantly invaded my thoughts, nearly overwhelming me. Could it be? Could it be that all of this was premeditated? Startled by my own musings, I completely lost focus on my surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow loomed above me, and I instinctively looked up. Ah! Just as I was about to collide with the person ahead, Miss Shen, Gu Qian, who had approached from behind, grasped my arm firmly, pulling me back just in time. Are you alright? Gu Qian inquired nonchalantly, but then, as if recalling something, he quickly released my arm. I'm fine. I rubbed my arm where he had gripped me, lifting my gaze to apologize to the man I had nearly bumped into. I wasn't paying attention. Before I could finish my sentence, I realized that the man had already turned and hurried away, likely oblivious to my words. Strangely, his face seemed somewhat familiar, as if I had seen him somewhere before, but I couldn't quite place it. Miss Shen, do you know that person? Gu Qian paused for a moment, gazing in the direction the man had departed, suddenly posing the question to me. No, I don't think so. I shook my head. How could I possibly know anyone here? That's good. Gu Qian seemed to exhale in relief, gesturing towards the main entrance. Shall we head out? I nodded, finally realizing that I had been lost in thought all this time, having completely lost my way in the sanatorium. Gu Qian had turned back to find me after noticing my absence. After that, we fell into silence, each absorbed in our own concerns as we exited the sanatorium's doors. You go ahead and get in the car. Gu Qian opened the door for me, allowing me to enter first, while he turned to the door and began making a phone call. The details of the conversation were unclear to me, but I caught a few fragments. Arrange a transfer for Jiang Jie, immediately. I'll handle things with my father. This is for safety reasons. Get it done right away. What's the matter? I couldn't help but ask when Gu Qian returned to the car, having heard Jiang Jie's name. A transfer? Why does she need to be transferred? Is Jiang Jie in danger? A sudden wave of concern washed over me. Although I couldn't take Jiang Jie away just yet, there would come a day when I would bring her to my side. If Gu Qian moved her to another place now, would I ever see her again? This doesn't concern you. Gu Qian did not answer my question, his expression solemn as he placed his hands on the steering wheel and started the car. How could this not concern me? I am a friend of Qingqing, I exclaimed, my emotions getting the better of me as I reached out to grasp Gu Qian's hand on the wheel. The man's hand was twisted by my pull, causing the steering wheel to slip, and the car's front end veered sharply on the road. With a screech, he abruptly slammed on the brakes. Thud! I had not fastened my seatbelt, and due to inertia, my entire body lurched forward, violently colliding with the windshield. Are you insane? Gu Qian turned his head, furrowing his brow, prepared to unleash his fury upon me. I covered my forehead, pain radiating through me, and my eyes began to glisten with tears. I am a friend of Qingqing. How could this possibly not concern me? You! Gu Qian gazed at me, and perhaps the mention of Qingqing had a slight impact, as he let out a resigned sigh. To be honest, I do not entirely believe in your identity at this moment, yet you undeniably possess a wealth of knowledge regarding Qingqing. He lowered his head, irritably pinching the bridge of his nose. I am willing to trust you once, more so for Qingqing's sake, but you must tell me. Gu Qian raised his head, scrutinizing my eyes with utmost seriousness. You truly do not wish to return to exact revenge on the Gu family, do you? Revenge on the Gu family? No, absolutely not. I shook my head vehemently. I have never contemplated avenging the Gu family. They raised and nurtured me. Why would I seek to harm them? Then do you know Chu Xian? Or are you a relative or friend of hers? No, not at all. I shook my head even more vigorously. I do not know Chu Xian, nor have I ever met her. Fine. Gu Qian gazed deeply into my eyes and slowly nodded. I have decided to trust you this once. Now, tell me, why did you all transfer Jiang Jie? I could hardly contain my eagerness to ask this question. The reason is, Gu Qian was about to speak when a car behind us, blocked by Gu Qian's vehicle, blared its horn incessantly. Hold on. Gu Qian maneuvered the car to a secluded area before finally speaking to me. I received word that someone has been investigating Jiang Jie's whereabouts. They dispatched individuals to various nursing homes for inquiries, and since the director has a good relationship with the Gu family, we were notified in advance. I had hoped that with the director's assistance in concealing this matter, it would have passed, but it seems the situation remains perilous. Someone is investigating Jiang Jie. I queried. Perplexed, suddenly realizing, are you referring to the person we encountered at the nursing home earlier? I am not certain. Gu Qian hesitated momentarily. But I felt as if I had seen that individual somewhere before. At the very least, I believed this place was no longer safe. Who is searching for Jiang Jie's whereabouts? I pressed Gu Qian, my agitation mounting. Jiang Jie is not a public figure. At most, she was once Gu Yuanshan's lover. Who could possibly be so intent on uncovering her whereabouts? Is there some hidden truth I am unaware of? I do not know. Gu Qian shook his head. It seems the other party does not wish for anyone to know. They are merely investigating through intermediaries. However, I suspect it may be a relative or friend of Chu Xin. Chu Xin? I was taken aback. Why mention Chu Xin? Isn't she already deceased? Indeed. Gu Qian nodded at me, and noticing my apparent confusion, began to elucidate. It seems you are unaware that Chu Xin is the sister of Jiang Jie. Sister? How could this be? I found myself momentarily at a loss. How could Chu Xin possibly be Jiang Jie's sister? It was only after I embarked on a renewed investigation into the truth behind Qingqing's accident that I came to learn this. Gu Qian lowered the car window, extracting a cigarette as if to smoke, but upon glancing at me, he placed it back. My initial intention was to delve into Qingqing's background, but unexpectedly, I stumbled upon the harrowing fire that had disfigured Jiang Jie. This conflagration not only consumed Jiang Jie's apartment but also claimed a life that life being. Chu Xin. I uttered the name with a trembling voice. The man beside me, after hearing this, nodded silently in acknowledgement. Chapter 83. Memories. This is the only preserved photograph of Jiang Jie and Chu Xin. Gu Qian took a briefcase from the back seat and extracted a photo. Presenting it to me, I extended my trembling fingers to receive the image. In the photograph, Jiang Jie appears youthful and simply attired, embodying a gentle beauty, while Chu Xin looks even younger, seemingly around 15 or 16, still in the process of blossoming, yet one can already glimpse her future self. Indeed, my features bear a striking resemblance to hers. I held the photo, quaking, momentarily at a loss for words. Were they truly sisters? How did they live? What circumstances led them to become the individuals they were later known as? I was overwhelmed with countless questions, unsure of where to begin. As I realized I knew nothing about them aside from this single photograph. They were not biological sisters. Gu Qian retrieved the photo from my hands and returned it to the briefcase. However, they grew up in the same orphanage, and perhaps due to their similar circumstances, they reportedly shared a deep bond, akin to that of sisters. An orphanage. I had not anticipated that Jiang Jie came from such a background. No wonder she had no family. And now, even I, her only daughter, could not acknowledge her. Yes, the orphanage. Gu Qian nodded, mentioning that the institution has since closed. But he had located the former director to learn about the two of them. What did he say? My throat tightened, my voice dry and hoarse. The director informed me that Jiang Jie dropped out of high school to work after graduation, and later appeared to secure a lucrative job, from which she managed to rescue Chu Xin from the orphanage and support her university education. A good job, was that not suggestive of something else? I grasped my arms, feeling a chill envelop me. I understood the implications behind this promising employment. What high-paying job could a high school graduate possibly find? She must have been involved with Gu Yuanshan from that time onward. Gu Qian did not deny it. I surmised that she was likely already with my father then. And what happened afterward? Why did it turn out this way? My voice had grown hoarse, barely recognizable. I do not know what transpired later. Gu Qian shook his head, stating that the only additional information regarding them pertains to that devastating fire. How could this happen? I slumped back into my seat, my eyes stinging. On the verge of tears, the mere thought of Jiang Jie's face, marred by flames, conjured the horror of that inferno. As if it sought to consume everything in its path. The fire ignited during the night, unnoticed by the neighbors, and by the time the firefighters arrived, the flames had already escalated significantly. Gu Qian turned to gaze out the window, his voice sounding distant. Although Jiang Jie survived that fire, she was grievously burned and disfigured, while Chu Xin perished in the flames, and since then, Jiang Jie's mental state has become increasingly unstable. How could this be? I found myself in a state of disbelief, suddenly grasping Gu Qian's arm with fervor. What could have caused the fire? There must be a reason. I recalled Pei Jinchen mentioning that Pei Jinqing had been searching for the perpetrator responsible for Chu Xin's demise. I refused to accept that everything was merely a tragic accident devoid of any cause. Gu Qian turned to me, his expression serene as he regarded me. The fire incident had been officially attributed to aging electrical circuits. Subsequently, a journalist, skeptical of the conclusion, sought to investigate further but uncovered nothing. No, this cannot be true. I vehemently protested, shaking Gu Qian's arm. A life had been lost. A life, indeed. And what of it? Gu Qian countered, seizing my shoulders. So much time has elapsed. Do you truly believe that you could unearth the truth now? Just like Qingqing's death if 5, 10, or 20 years pass, do you think anyone will remember? His words struck me, leaving me momentarily stunned. Then, what should we do? How are we to proceed? I lowered my head, covering my face with my hands as warm tears flowed uncontrollably from my eyes. Perhaps I cannot return. Perhaps I shall never return. Investigate. Continue the investigation. Gu Qian firmly gripped my shoulders, urging me to lift my gaze and look at him anew. We must persevere in our search for answers, otherwise we shall be left with nothing. I raised my tear-filled eyes, meeting Gu Qian's resolute stare, and ultimately nodded with determination. I must continue to investigate. I need to uncover who has so casually altered the course of my life. After returning from the sanatorium, I asked Gu Qian to drop me off at a location where I could easily hail a taxi. And then I made my way back to Pei Jinqing's villa on my own. Although I had gathered an increasing number of clues, the situation grew ever more convoluted. I had never anticipated that the woman Pei Jinqing had once loved would turn out to be my mother-as sister. Though they shared no blood ties, the coincidence felt too striking, compounded by the enigmatic fire that compelled me to question Pei Jinqing's true motives for rescuing me. Perhaps the key to everything lies with that deceased woman. I resolved to explore the room at the end of the corridor. Upon returning to the villa, I inquired with the maid whether Pei Jinqing had returned. He has not yet arrived, she answered. Very well, I nodded. I shall rest upstairs. Please awaken me immediately upon his return. The maid, though puzzled by my request, quickly acquiesced. Of course, Miss Shen. After issuing my instructions, I ascended the stairs with purpose. Previously, I had observed that while the room at the end of the corridor was locked and inaccessible through the main door, the balcony was in close proximity to the adjacent room. I merely needed to take a risk and traverse the balcony to reach it. Until now, I had refrained from such actions, primarily due to the fear of incurring Pei Jinqing's wrath and the consequent punishment, as well as my lack of genuine interest in that particular room. However, upon discovering the subtle connection between Chu Xian and myself, an insatiable curiosity compelled me to venture inside, perhaps to unearth some clues inadvertently. With this resolve in mind, I cautiously traversed from the adjacent balcony. Although the room was situated on the second floor and the height was not particularly daunting, it posed a considerable challenge for someone like me, who harbors a natural fear of heights. Once I descended from the balcony railing, I tentatively pushed against the glass door leading to the balcony. Miraculously, it was unlocked, likely due to the need for ventilation, allowing me to enter the room without hindrance. The layout of this room was quite similar to mine, albeit adorned with furniture that bore the style of several years past, yet impeccably maintained, indicative of Pei Jinqing's meticulous care. A woman's vanity stood by the window, its surface pristine, save for a wooden comb and a picture frame. I approached to inspect the photograph within, lifting it gently, only to be momentarily taken aback. The image captured a grown-up Chu Xian, her smile gentle and serene, her face strikingly resembling mine. Beside her stood a teenage boy, his expression stoic and his gaze piercing. Yet, upon observing his elongated eyes, recognition dawned upon me. This boy was none other than the youthful Pei Jinqing. Chapter 84. Have you seen it all? After the initial shock subsided, gazing upon the face that bore such a striking resemblance to my own, I gradually regained my composure. My curiosity was piqued, as I had never encountered a youthful image of Pei Jinqing before, compelling me to steal several more glances. From the moment I learned that Chu Xian was Jiang Jie's sister, I had harbored an unshakable intuition that Chu Xian was, in fact, a woman older than Pei Jinqing. It was only upon witnessing this photograph that I could finally ascertain that the woman whom Pei Jinqing had cherished all along was nearly a decade his senior. However, the image also revealed that Pei Jinqing had been a precocious child from a young age. What had transpired between them? What was it about Chu Xian that had ensnared Pei Jinqing's unwavering devotion? Contemplating these questions stirred within me an inexplicable sense of resentment and defeat. The years that Chu Xian spent alongside Pei Jinqing were experiences I had never partaken in. I was entirely oblivious to his youthful visage. Now that Chu Xian was no longer among the living, no matter what I did, I could never surpass the memory of a departed soul. The most significant place in Pei Jinqing's heart would eternally belong to her. With a heavy heart, I placed the frame back upon the vanity and turned to survey the bedroom once more. I crouched down, intent on rummaging through the drawers for something. Sir! Sir! Where is she? Miss Shen should be asleep. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Upon hearing the noise, it seemed Pei Jinqing had returned, prompting me to hastily shut the drawer in a bid to escape through the balcony. However, before I could rise, the door was forcefully thrust open from the outside, slamming against the wall and reverberating back. Sir! Miss Shen is not here. As the door swung wide, the cacophony outside fell eerily silent. I stood frozen for a few seconds, locking eyes with Pei Jinqing, feeling utterly helpless in the room. Shen, Miss Shen. The servant outside gazed at me in panic, momentarily at a loss for words. Did no one tell you that entry is prohibited here? Pei Jinqing's countenance darkened, his eyes blazing with fury. Faced with his wrath, I found myself devoid of any plausible excuse. Why did you come in? Pei Jinqing approached me with long strides, his dark gaze piercing into my eyes with an icy intensity. In an instant, I felt as though I were pinned in place, unable to move. When I finally regained my senses and attempted to flee, a sudden grip tightened around my wrist. The man had seized my arm with a fierce grasp. It hurts! I cried out, struggling desperately. I was wrong. Let go, please. It truly hurts. Yet he appeared impervious to my pleas, his voice steady. His brow furrowed deeply as he pronounced my name with deliberate weight. Gu Qingqing. Tell me, why are you here? With each syllable, his grip tightened further, and I felt as if my bones might shatter beneath his hold, the pain rendering me nearly voiceless. Pei! Mr. Pei! Chengqi was uncertain when he searched through the throng gathered at the door. Yet, upon reaching the threshold, he seemed to recall some unspoken prohibition, halting his steps just in time. Mr. Pei, Miss Shen may have merely entered inadvertently. You should. Chengqi attempted to dissuade him from outside. How could it possibly be inadvertent? His words were abruptly interrupted by Pei Jinqing, who exclaimed, I had locked the room. How could she have entered? Turning her gaze coldly upon me, she demanded, Why are you here? Let go! Let go! I implored, reaching out to pry the man's grip from my wrist. But no matter how forcefully I struggled, I could not break free. Agonizing pain coursed through my wrist, stimulating my nerves. I just want to know why. I shouted at the man in a fit of desperation. Why? Pei Jinqing looked at me, furrowing her brow, and replied in a low, questioning tone. What do you mean? Why? Why did you save me? Why did you transform me into a reflection of Chu Xian? Why do you care for her so deeply? The torment had utterly dismantled my psychological defenses, and I unleashed all the questions that had been festering within me, as my words hung in the air. The room fell silent for a few moments. I observed the man's expression shift from fury to resentment, then to sorrow, and finally to indifference. You all may leave, Pei Jinqing said, releasing her grip on my wrist and addressing those behind her with an expressionless demeanor. I collapsed to the ground, drained of strength, too afraid to meet the man's gaze. Yet, Chengqi seemed to have more to say. Mr. Pei, he began, but the man coldly reiterated, leave. Yes, yes. Chengqi acquiesced, glancing at the man for a brief moment before yielding, nodding submissively as he departed with the other servants. As Chengqi lingered at the back, he paused momentarily upon closing the door, casting a hesitant glance in my direction. Ultimately, he turned away, slowly shutting the door behind him. With a soft thud, the door clicked shut, leaving only Pei Jinqing and me in the room. You saw everything? The man stood before me, his voice somewhat ethereal, as if enveloped in a distant memory. He seemed momentarily lost, walking towards the vanity. I watched as he gently lifted a picture frame, his eyes reflecting a gentleness I had never witnessed before. If you have questions, feel free to ask, Pei Jinqing said, her fingers tenderly tracing the image of the woman in the photograph. In this room, I shall not lie to you about my visage. Her words pierced my heart. Yet I suppressed my emotions, lifting my chin to meet his gaze directly. With deliberate clarity, I posed the question that weighed heavily on my mind. Who is Chu Xian? Upon uttering this inquiry, I noticed the man's hand falter as he held the frame. He paused for a moment, placing it back on the vanity with care before finally responding. She was my former tutor, and she was once the person I revered most. And do you love her? I feel as though the questions I pose are akin to self-inflicted torment, each inquiry piercing my heart with a sharp pain. Love. The man responds with unwavering certainty. A fleeting tenderness crossing his face as he reveals, I once contemplated marrying her. Then why? My heart aches to the point of hesitation. Why did you ultimately not end up with her? Because. His voice trembles, and for the first time, I witnessed such profound anguish etched upon his features. Because she perished, consumed by flames. Are you aware of the relationship between Chu Xian and Jiang Jie? My grip tightens, my nails digging into my flesh. Yet I feel no pain. Yes. Pei Jinqing's expression returns to its customary indifference. Do you know that I am Jiang Jie's daughter? My voice inadvertently rises an octave. Yes. The man does not deny it. So he knows everything. Then why did you save me? Was it merely to mold me into Chu Xian's likeness? My emotions finally spiral out of control, my voice piercingly sharp. This man, indeed, has seen nothing but Chu Xian from the very beginning.